The male lead had merely sprained his ankle, yet the company's president and younger sister Moon Yin abandoned a meeting involving millions in business, turning to leave with her phone in hand. Originally lurking at the back of the office, I immediately stood up and shouted, "Moon Yin, stop right there!" The sudden command drew everyone's attention, their eyes turning toward the source, a strikingly handsome young man seated in the last row. The crowd was puzzled. Who was this? When had he arrived? Which department did he belong to? How could he order the president to stop? And why would she comply? Yet, upon hearing that familiar yet icy voice, Moon Yin froze as if struck by lightning. Not daring to take another step, she slowly turned around, and upon seeing my frosty expression, her heart sank, her palm instantly slick with sweat. The entire meeting room was stunned to witness the president actually halting. Under everyone's gaze, I strode step by step toward Moon Yin. The innate dominance of bloodline made her back prickle with fear. She was terrified, desperate to flee, but pride forced her to stand rigidly in place, her left hand nervously fidgeting with the Buddhist beads on her right wrist. I stopped before her, my gaze cold and piercing, noticing she kept her head lowered, focused solely on the beads, too afraid to meet my eyes. Frowning, I reached out and yanked the beads from her wrist. The entire room gasped. Jiang Tang, the president's assistant, widened his eyes slightly, silently sweating for me. In such a critical setting, humiliating the president in front of all her subordinates even as her brother would surely provoke her anger. To everyone's shock, Moon Yin didn't get angry. Instead, she exhaled in relief. When I reached for her, she'd braced for a public slap, suppressing the urge to reprimand her harshly. I only snapped, "You hopeless love-struck fool, get back to the meeting." Moon Yin obeyed without hesitation, as naturally as drinking water. Moon Yin walked back and saw me still standing. She pointed to the leather chair and said, "Please sit here. Secretary, bring me another chair." Everyone in the conference room looked bewildered, thinking, is this reasonable? I glared at Moon Yin and said, "I won't sit here, I'll sit in the back. The person who sits in this seat must be capable and responsible. I don't think you're quite fit for it right now, so you'll stand for today's meeting." Moon Yin's lips twitched slightly as she lowered her head, looking like a scolded child who had done something wrong. I put the black prayer beads on my wrist, placed both hands on the table, and smiled as I addressed everyone. "Hello, my name is Mu Gu, the older brother of your CEO. Don't doubt it, though I look younger and more handsome than her. I'm truly her brother. I'd like to thank everyone for your contributions to the company over the years. My sister's abilities are undeniable, but some of her recent decisions have been unwise. Please bear with her. As a token of appreciation, I'll distribute 2 million yuan in bonuses to all employees. I hope you'll continue to guide her in managing the company well. If she acts out again, feel free to contact me, I'll handle it." One moment, everyone was stunned. The next, thunderous applause erupted in the conference room. Moon Yin watched silently as I stood there speaking. At that moment, I didn't look like an 18-year-old boy at all. Instead, I appeared mature, decisive, and bold. Suddenly, Moon Yin understood why I, at just 14 years old, had been able to persuade the company's senior executives not to defect to our uncle. There seemed to be an undeniable force about me that compelled people to trust me, but I was only 18, an age that should have been carefree and innocent. How had I become like this? It was because, after our parents' sudden passing, the weight of the family had fallen on my shoulders, forcing me to grow up quickly. Thinking of this, Moon Yin felt a sharp pang of guilt, her fists clenching unconsciously. She scolded herself inwardly. What have I been doing? I'm older than my brother and already an adult. I should be the one taking care of him, not the other way around. This is unacceptable. She knew full well that my actions were meant to help her win back the loyalty of the team. Some senior executives had recently grown disloyal and considered leaving, and before she could address it, I had stepped in to help. Moon Yin's nose stung with emotion, and she wished she could slap herself hard. She realized that even if she rushed to leave Baichuan's side after his car accident, what good would it do? She wasn't a doctor. So, she turned off her phone and stood attentively, refocusing on the meeting. As the applause gradually died down, I added another sentence. By the way, these 2 million will be deducted from your CEO's account. I've been so broke lately that the upstairs neighbors complained about constant clanging noises from downstairs. The moment these words were spoken, the room erupted in laughter. Someone couldn't help but think, such a handsome and amusing brother, which direction should I bow to have one like him? With a smile in my eyes, I said, "You may continue the meeting, I won't disturb you further." With that, I walked to the back row and took a seat. Moon Yin stood throughout the entire meeting, and every manager reported and discussed their work with extra diligence, hoping to leave a good impression on me. After all, everyone knew that the CEO's brother was generous and loved using money to motivate people. The company's senior executives were stunned for a long time, exchanging bewildered glances, their hearts filled with doubt. This boy was Moon Yin's brother? They remembered Moon Yin only had one brother. who had died in a car accident many years ago. So why did this boy look so much like the deceased brother? Even the commanding presence he exuded while speaking today was almost identical to that of the 14-year-old boy from back then. Meanwhile, the sun was particularly strong today. Li Baichuan pulled his hat lower and checked the time. It had been half an hour since he sent Moon Yinyan the address, but she still hadn't arrived. The location wasn't far from Xingshan Group, a 20-minute drive at most. Li Baichuan began to wonder, could there be a traffic jam? Puzzled, he sent another WeChat message, Sister Nyanyan, are you stuck in traffic? 10 minutes passed with no reply. Frowning, he sent another message, Sister Nyanyan, are you coming? Another 10 minutes went by, and Moon Yinyan still hadn't responded. Li Baichuan's brows furrowed so tightly they could almost crush a fly. He was furious, thinking, what's going on? She promised to come but has now disappeared. Does Moon Yinyan have no integrity at all? His assistant aimed a small electric fan at him and, noticing his dark expression, asked, what's wrong? Is Moon Yinyan not coming? Li Baichuan was so angry he almost threw his phone, snapping, she's vanished, and she's not replying to messages either. The assistant was equally surprised. How is that possible? Such a great opportunity to shine, why wouldn't she seize it? Narrowing his eyes suspiciously, Li Baichuan said, I bet her phone was taken by another man, one who won't let her reply to me or come here. The assistant looked confused. Who? Is there another man around her? Gritting his teeth, Li Baichuan clenched his phone so hard his knuckles turned white. It must be that guy from last time, the one who claimed to be her brother. I doubt he's any brother at all, more like a lover. The assistant also grew indignant. Moon Yinyan has gone too far. Forget it then, it's not like you even like her. Doesn't actress Gu text you every day? Weren't you getting close to Moon Yinyan just to provoke her? You've achieved that goal already. Li Baichuan hissed through clenched teeth. Forget it? No way. Moon Yinyan was mine from the start. Whoever dares to take her, I won't let them get away with it. Finally understanding that Li Baichuan was simply unwilling to back down, the assistant asked, but we don't even know who that man is. What can we do? After a moment of contemplation, Li Baichuan said, at this time, Moon Yinyan is usually at work. If she didn't leave the company, that man is probably there too. If we go to her company, we'll definitely find him. So, the two of them drove to Starlight Group. On the way, Li Baichuan felt that the wound on his leg wasn't conspicuous enough, so he took out some makeup to touch it up, wanting to make the injury look more severe. In the CEO's office at Starlight Group, Moon Yinyan brewed me a cup of the finest Longjing tea and said, brother, have some tea. I ignored her, lounging lazily in the executive chair while playing with my phone. The string of black Buddhist beads had been tossed onto the desk, glinting under the light. Moon Yinyan eyed the beads, itching to slip them onto her wrist but not daring to. She had obtained these beads from the temple Sisi built in Jingbei, and over time, she had grown accustomed to wearing them. She even believed they might have played a role in her brother's return. I was wrong, brother, Moon Yinyan said anxiously. Seeing my silence, she could no longer care about the beads. If you're angry, you can hit or scold me, just don't ignore me. Still, I paid her no mind. Swiveling the chair, I tilted my chin up and looked at Jiang Tang. Brother Jiang Tang, I support you as the new CEO. Do you have the confidence to do well? Hearing this, Moon Yinyan frowned, her gaze darkening as she stared at Jiang Tang. Jiang was a smart person. Even if she knew that her sister was joking, she would have a sense of proportion in her answer. Yes, Jiang said. Shani Han, Jiang, be confident. That's what Lin taught her today. Of course she could hear that Lin Mal was joking, but she actually had this ambition. Lin Mal grinned. That's good. Then in the future, certain people will be a shirker. Take the dividends of the company's shares and go out to play. Go wherever you want. Shani Han raised 4 fingers and swore. Sister, I will definitely work well in the future. I love work. Please sis, don't shelve me. Put. Jiang directly laughed out loud. She's a professional and doesn't usually laugh. But it was really funny that the always cold and ruthless president could say such childish things. It's like elementary school. Lin Mo didn't laugh. She lightly looked at Shinihan. Shinihan suddenly knelt down and bowed to the ground. I beg your majesty to be gracious. Long live the emperor. Put. This time Lin Mal did not hold back, showing a big tooth and laughing out loud. It was a game she loved to play as a child, where she draped a sheet over her bed and became emperor, and her 3 brothers worshipped her. Jiang even laughed until his shoulders shook like Parkinson's. Seeing his sister smile, Shinihan finally breathed a sigh of relief and his face softened a bit. Lin Mal was also too lazy to continue to be angry with Shinihan. It was not good for his body, and said with great compassion, level off. Shinihan stood up and handed the tea to Lin Mal again. Sister, have some tea. This tea is very fragrant. Lin Mal proudly took the teacup and took a sip. Good tea indeed. Shinihan looked at Jiangjin. Jiangjin came out with me. Jiang, hearted drum. Office door. Jiang was tense and stony. Shinihan lowered his eyes to look at her. What are you nervous about? Didn't you just have to be the president? Jiang pursed his lips, not daring to look up. Shinihan's tone was gentle. I don't blame you for that. I still don't like people without ambition. I will consider transferring you to a branch to be the president at a later stage. Jiang Jing's eyes lit up. Really? Mr. Shen. Shinihan trusted his sister's eye for people. When have I ever lied to you? You go and do two things for me first. A smile surfaced at the corner of Jiang's mouth as he asked, what is it? Shinihan, first, you go and bring me the Buddha beads on the desk. Second, you now go and help me choose a few gold jewelry to give to my sister, and buy a few of the diamonds that look good. Shinihan would never say that he didn't dare to get the Buddha beads. Entering the office again, Shinihan said, Sister, there are a couple of seniors and executives still waiting for me in the conference room, so I'm going to go for a bit. Jiang walked over to the desk and took the Buddha beads in his hands. Mal, I'm taking the beads away. Lin Mal nodded and said casually, this Buddha bead is quite textured. Where did you get it? Jiang said, it wasn't bought. It was Mr. Shin who went to the temple to beg for it. Lin Mal didn't take it to heart. Oh, you all go and get busy. Don't worry about me. Lin Mal was the only one left in the office. She adjusted her boss chair downward, intending to recline at a comfortable angle and watch a movie. Just then, however, the office door was suddenly pushed open. An angry female voice came. You're the one who didn't let Brother Ihan go to me, right? Chapter 019, Kissing is suspended. I'll go protect my sister. It wasn't the first time that Lai Huanyu had come to Starshine Group. Shinihan had brought her to the company before, and Shinihan had even entered her face into the company system. You can use the president's special VIP elevator. She brought her assistant to the first floor of the company and the receptionist recognized her. The receptionist frowned slightly. Ms. Lai, why are you here? Lai Huanyu heard that the tone of the receptionist was not right. She was a big star, and ordinary people like the receptionist had been thrilled to see her before. This is a strange tone today. That woman must have paid off the company. Lai Huanyu walked over and asked with a cold face, is Mr. Shin in the company? The receptionist blinked. I think it's on. Lai Huanyu pulled her sunglasses down and glanced at her. There are other women besides me coming to see Mr. Shen today, right? The matter of the president's sister taking out $2 million to give bonuses to the whole company spread throughout the company in less than 10 minutes. Although it is true that the average staff member doesn't get much of a share of the money according to his or her position, but a fly in the ointment is still a fly in the ointment, and it's extra hair. Everyone is talking about it in the group. The situation was also rumored in a colorful manner in all the major groups. The president's sister ripped off the president's Buddha beads to scold the president's love brain. The president did not dare to put a fart, but also gave the seat to his sister to sit. This means that the sister does not agree with the president and Lai Huan language. Lai Huanyu and her sister are just on opposite sides of the fence. Yes, that's right. The president's sister is the sister of them all. Please ask one of them is a stranger, and the other is the sister who gives out bonuses and hopes the company will get better and better. If you worked for this company, who would you choose to stand for? The answer is self-evident. Of course, Stan the only sis. The two narrowly met and just faced each other, which was exciting, but not what the receptionist wanted to see. Both being women, she could tell that Lai Huanua's was very tactful. She was afraid that her sister wouldn't be able to fight Lai Huanyu, so she frowned. The question of whether anyone else had come to see Mr. Shen was not something she really wanted to answer. She thought for a moment and said, Ms. Lai, why don't you go back today? Lai Huanyu's face instantly darkened to death. What are you? You dare to drive me away? She glared fiercely at the receptionist. Her sunglasses lifted upwards, and she stepped on her high heels and headed for the president's exclusive elevator. The receptionist only dared to persuade verbally. Let her go to block that is not dare. She was, after all, a little Karamia, and her sister and Lai Huanyu were both at the level of gods. All she could do was post messages in the company gossip group. This group is leaderless, largely anonymous, and a paradise of food. It's not good. It seems that because the president didn't go to Lai Huanyu found the company. Sister danger. The group exploded for a moment. National seller socks. Work is suspended. I'm going to protect my sister. The colon is warm. Poop pause. I'll go protect my sister. Weeds of the fatherland. Kissing on hold. I'll go protect my sister. National seller socks. What's the weird stuff mixed in? Kissing on the mouth during work hours. I'll remember you kid. Wonky little fist. Getting down to business. The front line reconnoitering and reporting again. Where has Lai Huanyu arrived? Front desk. Already went up in the president's elevator. Getting hit with pain when your feet are numb. The sky is falling. That can't be helped. Balance conceal me is 0. Yes oh. We ordinary employees and cannot go to the president of that floor. Weeds of the motherland. Tell Special Assistant Jiang. Who can block it? Receptionist. I just saw Mr. Jiang go out. Fragile pineapple heart. Inform her that there's a big problem at home. Come back quickly. The front desk lady hurriedly tweeted Assistant Jiang. Special Assistant Jiang, Live Manhwa is here. Went to the president's office already. Jiang was driving to the nearest mall to buy gold when he saw the news and turned around decisively. The whole company is now worried about one thing. Lihuan language people come. When the time comes to pamper or cry with the president can still keep his sanity? The ancients said that they love mountains and rivers more than they love beautiful people. A man can give up his kingdom for beauty, not to mention his sister. That's what pillow talk is all about. Again, this is what Jiang is worried about. Although it was unlikely, Zhang Detail was still uneasy. She couldn't let Mal be bullied by anyone. Thinking this way, one hand gripped the steering wheel a little tightly, and his foot stepped on the gas a little faster. The president's special elevator was not available to ordinary employees, so it didn't stop in the middle and soon reached the 30th floor. Li Huanyu walked to that office from memory and pushed open the door. After seeing that there was only a female reclining on the boss chair in the large office and no one else, Li Huanyu directly asked out in anger, "You're the one who didn't let Brother Ihan go to me, right?" Lim straightened up and looked to the doorway, recognizing who the visitor was, and nodded frankly. Yes. Li Huan tone died and walked inside, and after taking a close look at Lin Mal twice, she became even more angry. She was so pretty, the kind of pretty that looked flawless from a distance and even more perfect up close. She didn't wear any makeup at all, and her face was full of collagen, like she was only 17 or 18. Shinihan really knows how to talk nonsense. How can this be his sister? Li Huanyu took a deep breath, narrowed her eyes and questioned, "By what right do you not let Brother Ihan go to me? You're the mistress, you know?" Lin Mal's peach blossom eyes whitened slightly, and she directly laughed in anger. "What did you say I was?" Li Huanyu frowned. "Don't play dumb. I advise you to give up of your own accord, or don't blame me for being rude to you." Lim cocked her head, interested, and asked, "How are you going to be rude to me?" Li Huanyu took her sunglasses off and walked over to where the boss's chair was, trying to yank Lin Mal out of it. Didn't tug. Embarrassed for a split second, she stood next to her chair and looked condescendingly at the seated Lim. "You should know who I am. You should know how many fans I have, and I think you should know exactly what will happen to you if I hang you." Lim tilted her chin at her and winked. "Oh, you're going to unleash your web of fans to storm me." Li Huanyu clasped both hands in her arms. "It's good that you know. It's better for you to back off now while I'm still not that angry." Lin Mal slumped towards the chair. "Then I'm really scared." Li Huanhua, "Where do you look like you're scared? You're so clearly the sky is falling as a blanket." Li Huanyu's breathing became rapid. "Are you sure you want to fight me head on? How long have you known Shinihan?" "I've known Shinihan for a whole year." Lin Mal had been lying leisurely, but now she straightened up again. "I'm curious, don't you like Gu Jingchuan? How come you're pulling this stunt now?" The heroine's feelings for the hero were unbreakable, and by all rights Li Huanyu shouldn't be like this. Li Huanyu's face changed. How did this woman know that she liked Gu Jingchuan? She pressed her hand on the desk and stared at Lin Mal. "This is my business, you don't care. You just need to get the hell away from Shinihan. Brother Ihan's relationship with me is something you can't compare to. He invested in a movie for me and would give anything for me. Even if you've climbed into his bed, Pop." Lin Mal stood up and slapped Li Huanyu directly in the face. Li Huanyu stayed in place for an entire moment, a fiery pain coming from her face, her physiological tears falling down. "How dare you hit me?" At that moment, the door to the office was pushed open again with a loud clang. Li Huanyu turned her head to see that it was Shinihan. She instantly had more tears in her eyes, crying like a pear, covering her face. "Brother Ihan, she hit me." Whoa. Chapter 020. Don't talk nonsense. The tall, leggy man was dressed in a black suit and wore the string of black Buddha beads on his wrist again. He came through the doorway one step at a time, his face slightly sullen. A flash of light flashed under Li Huanyu's eyes, and she limped with small steps to meet Shinihan. How dare this junior girl hit her? She's dead. She didn't even need to direct herself to be bullied. This was real. Walking to Shinihan's side, Li Huanyue reached out and grabbed Shinihan's arm, leaning into his arms, crying and whimpering. "Brother Ihan, after sending you several messages that you didn't reply, I was worried that something had happened to you, so I came to the company to look for you." Her assistant also helped out at the side. "That's right, Mr. Shin. Huanyu didn't even go to the hospital when her leg was hit by a car so badly, and she came to you in a hurry. She was especially worried about you." Li Huanyu with tears in her eyes continued. "When I got to your office I asked where you were, and I was slapped by her, and now my legs hurt and my face hurts. Oh. The girl in the white dress was soft and pitiful. The slap marks on her face were clearly visible, and she looked like she was being bullied. "Don't be ridiculous." A mid-range male voice suddenly rang out from the doorway. Li Huanyu and her assistant both looked toward the door. 4 older people walked in. 2 men and 2 women, all looking at Lai Huanyu with sullen gazes. These guys are the patriarchal executives of the company. These 4 patriarchs were eager to figure out whether this Lin Mo was the same Lin Mo who had passed away, and asked Shinihan to ask after the meeting. Shinihan did not say too much, only said that yes, sister did not die and came back. The 4 patriarchs were so excited that they all followed Shinihan to meet Lin Mel. It's been more than a decade since they've seen each other, and they both miss her. I didn't expect to see such a farce as soon as I came over. Lin Mal beat up Shinihan's favorite woman, and the woman is suing. The 4 patriarchs were afraid that Shinihan would be unfavorable to Lin Mal in a moment of spermatogenesis. The oldest one opened his mouth to berate. Seeing that several people were coming aggressively, Lai Huanyu shrank towards Shinihan's arms in fear. I'm not bull ********** ting. A couple of metahumans trotted up and blocked directly in front of the desk. Genma, a middle-aged woman with meticulously combed hair, narrowed her eyes. And you say you're not bull ******** ting me. The wound on your knee is just made up with cosmetics. You can't fool me. It's actually not serious at all. Lai Huanhua. Shinihan was slightly shocked in the bottom of his eyes and looked at Lai Huanhua's knees. Gen B said, our Mel never hits anyone for no reason. Don't you dare try to frame Mel. Elder Yuan Si said, Shinihan, don't even think about blaming us for Mel. If you dare to touch her, you'll have to step over the corpses of the 3 of them. Gen D was just about to nod, but then felt wrong and blanked Gen C. A malicious light flashed in the bottom of Lai Huanyu's eyes. I really don't know how this woman bribed so many people, but it didn't matter. As long as Shinihan was on her side, it would have been your fault. Shinihan pulled his arm out of Li Huanyu's hand, his tone cold and heavy. Lai Huanhua's eyes widened. Shinihan came in as soon as he came in, but he felt that he had promised Lai Huanhua that he would go over to find her. And he didn't go and didn't send her a message to say so. That's something he really did wrong. That's why he didn't refuse when Lai Huanyu grabbed his arm. But with all that talk and the wound on her knee still fake, what was her purpose in doing all this? Looking at the 4 patriarchs who were on strict defense, Shinihan was helpless. His left hand fiddled with the Buddha beads on his right wrist. What are you doing? Am I the kind of person who doesn't distinguish between good and bad? The 4 patriarchs nodded in unison. Shinihan, the recent reviews really leave a lot to be desired. Mal, are you okay? The office door was pushed open again, and Jiang rushed in. She walked around a few patriarchs to Lin Mal's front and looked her up and down. Lai Huanyu didn't do anything to you, did she? Mr. Shin didn't do anything to you either, did he? Lai Huanhua, is she some kind of jackal? Besides, she's the victim, okay? Shinihan's face became even darker, similar to the bottom of a pot that hadn't been washed for 10 years. What had he done that would make people think he would turn on his sister for an outsider? Lin Mal blinked her peach blossom eyes, also a little confused, shaking her head. No, it was me who slapped Lai Huanyu. Jiang's hanging heart was put back into his stomach. That's good. Li Huan, tone of head dizzy, for a moment cannot care about the image, shouted. Jiang, what do you mean that's good? Is it good that I was beaten? This special assistant, she has long looked at the eyes, should have let Shinihan open her. Jiang, Xiao Mo beat you. You should find the reason on your own body. Lai Huanyu gritted her teeth, really feeling aggrieved. You all victim guilt theory, right? Lin Mo walked up and looked at the 4 patriarchs, smiling brightly. Aunt Wang, Aunt Chang, Uncle Li, Uncle Song. I just saw it in a meeting, but didn't call it in a formal setting. All 4 Genin's eyes lit up, and their noses soured in the next second. Mal, you still know Uncle Song? Woohoo! Where have you been all these years? I've missed Uncle Song so much, Elder Yuan Si cried. Lin Mal smiled. Of course I remember. Uncle Li is quite handsome again. Elder Si broke into laughter and tugged down his suit, trying to hide his growing belly. Ha ha, it's still our Mal who has a sharp eye. Elder Yuana excitedly hugged Lin Mal. Come, let Auntie Wang take a good look at you. Little girl seems to have lost a lot of weight. She couldn't stop her tears a bit even as she spoke. It's been 11 years, and the little girl who was thought to be dead is now standing alive in front of us, and who can't help but shed a tear. These 4 people are following Lin Mal's father Shin Jian's first batch of management. Is considered to watch the Shin family. A few children were born and grew up. More than that, he was immensely fond of the eldest daughter. In those days Shin Jian would occasionally bring his daughter to the office to play, and a few people were eager to steal her home in a sack. The little girl was so pink and sweet and smart that everyone's desire to raise a daughter came to a peak. Of course, these 4 people were not the only ones who followed Shin Jian in the beginning, but as time went on, people had their own developments and many left. Shin Jian accidentally died that time, leaving is the most. Left very few people. Most of them are still the second Uncle Shin Feng people. The company was inherited from the previous generation, and Shin Jian was favored to remain president of the company. Shin Feng grew up as an uneducated mediocrity, but as the company grew bigger and better in his brother's hands, Shin Feng also high-minded and proud up, even very unconvinced by what brother has been holding the power. he can only do vice president. He began to gang up on the company to plot his way to the top. But Shin Jian was so pressed when he was there that he didn't find an opportunity. Shin Jian's death was the closest Shin Feng ever came to the presidency. However, halfway through, Lim kills it. Lin Mal didn't want his father's hard-earned company to be destroyed in the hands of his second uncle. A 14-year-old girl called a meeting of all the directors of the company, and many of them were in the mood to see what she could say. I didn't realize that she had a strong aura and used clear data to show the company's losses due to the bad decisions Shin Feng had made over the years, using his personal life to show how unreliable the man's character is. All in all, it is that Shin Feng is not suitable to be the president of the company. The little girl's analysis was so well reasoned and well worded that many people were stunned. She concluded, "I hope you can think solemnly and elect a suitable and capable person to be the CEO of the company. I am still young, but I will also prove to you with my achievements that you were not wrong to listen to me, and that I am good enough." Taking out awards from competitions she had gotten since she was a little girl, she was never top of her grade in school, and no one could shake her. Although these may seem a bit naive to shareholders who have been in the community for many years, but she is undoubtedly one of the best in her age group. Everything she said and did today spoke of a great future for this girl. Intelligent people follow a leader to fight, more than anything else, because of that leader's personal charisma and potential. Many directors were touched by the young girl's excellence and tenacity, and immediately stood up to show their support for Lin Mal, and soon there were others who stood up as well. Shin Feng gas gnashing teeth incompetent rage cannot save the situation. He couldn't imagine that he couldn't win against his brother, not even his brother's teenage daughter. Chapter 021, Great, it's saved. Lin Mal really didn't let everyone down, entering the first grade and staying at the top of her class, only lost by a point or two a couple times now and then. But for the college entrance exam, she became the top science student in Kyobi City. The company was incredibly uplifted and proud of her, with a sense of fulfillment that a daughter in my family was growing up. But the accident came out of nowhere, and she died unexpectedly in a car accident, caught off guard just like her parents' accident back then. Once she died, the company became disorganized again, and that CEO didn't escape Shin Feng's machinations. Shin Feng on the throne, really the company step by step to decline. On the verge of bankruptcy, the vast majority of people have gone. Only these 4 patriarchs stayed, and they had a lot of attachment to the company. Shin Feng has shares in the company, and of course he wants the company to be good, and he dumped the mess on Shinihan. Shinihan is very capable. The company is back from the dead, and Shin Feng goes to jail. They've been happy for a few years now and feel that there's nothing wrong with sticking with it. But what Shinihan had done recently had disappointed them. They are a little disheartened. There is no one left in the Shin family. The oldest 3 into the entertainment industry, the oldest 4 lost, so they want to leave too. Who would have thought that 11 years have passed? Lin Mal is back again, and again in the group conference to show super energy. At this moment, they feel that the sky is bright and full of strength, and feel that they can still fight for 500 years in the company. Seeing this kind of scene of reunion of old friends, in front of outsiders never cold-faced Shinihan also eyes slightly red. Lai Huanyu and her assistant were both confused and looked at each other, not knowing what the hell was going on. And she's not even settled yet, is she? For the first time, Lai Huanyu, who had always been the center of the crowd's vision and attention, felt that she had become a marginal figure, and that no one cared about her life or death. But no, Lim was concerned. After she finished briefly catching up with the 4 patriarchs, her clear gaze looked towards Lai Huanyu. "You just said we're all on the victim guilt theory, didn't you?" Lai Huanyu originally didn't have much of a bottom in her heart when she faced Lin Mal alone, and now she was even more bottomless. But she was, after all, an actress who had seen many big scenes, and forced herself to hold back her panic. "No, you're the one who hit me, right?" This office was Shinihan's, and there were no cameras in it, as she had already known. Otherwise she wouldn't have said those things, without proof. These people are all favoring Lim and bullying her en masse. Lin Mal raised an eyebrow and took out his own cell phone, turning on the sound he had been recording since Lai Huanyu came in. From what she said, "Who are you to keep Brother Rihan from going to me? You're a mistress, you know? 2, don't you blame me for being rude?" And then, "Even if you've climbed into his bed," it ended with a resounding slap. Originally, I just wanted to record it for Shinihan to listen to so that he would not fall in love with Brain again, but now I can only play it publicly. The 4 patriarchs all looked at Lai Huanyu angrily after hearing this. Yuan Laowa touched his chest in anger. "Listen, are you innocent?" You indiscriminately scolded, threatened, and finally insulted. This is Mal's good temper. "If it were me, I would have slapped you long ago." Genbi rolled up his sleeves. "If I didn't hit women, I'd want to punch you right now." Elder Yuan Si narrowed his eyes. You didn't deny it when Xioma said that you like Gu Jingchuan.
Since you like Gu Jingchuan, why did you still come to mess with Shinihan? Yuan Lao Di nodded.
That's right. Every time you messed up Shinihan Company or disregarded just want to coax you happy. You caused a lot of people almost lost their jobs. The anger in Shinihan's heart surged upward straight to the sky.
Why was Li Huanua's mind so dirty? And if Li Huanyu really liked Gu Jingchuan, what exactly was her contact with herself during this time? A glint of gloom flashed under his eyes and he took a deep breath, his left hand fiddling with the Buddha beads on his right wrist to calm himself down. Li Huanyu's face was white as paper. Her eyes were full of panic. Dying. No. It's not that no.
Lin Mao looked pale and stared at Li Huanyu.
What do you think will happen if I post the recording online?
Like a thunderbolt exploding above Li Huanyu's head, she shook her head, shoulders shaking with fear.
No, don't send it. Please don't send it.
Once these recordings were released, her acting career must have been completely ruined. Intending to use fan webstorms to threaten people like this will only backfire when fans know about it. She's dead. In her haste she ran over and reached for Lim's cell phone.
Jiang blocked in front of Lin Mao's body.
His voice cold.
Don't move your hands.
Lin Mao's slender white fingers pinched the cell phone, poking out a head from behind Zhang detailed to look at Li Huanyu. I'm giving you a chance to confess now. Tell yourself what is the purpose of your contacting Shinihan during this period of time. Seeing a glimmer of hope for life, Li Huanyu hurriedly told the truth.
I've fallen out with Gu Jingchuan, and when he didn't come to coax me,
I wanted to make some scandal with Shinihan to piss him off. Lin Mo looked at Shinihan.
You heard that?
Shinihan was angry and embarrassed at being publicly lynched. His lowered head finally broke.
Aha!
Lin Mo put the phone back into her pocket and looked at Li Huanyu again. You and Gu Jingchuan's emotional problems can be solved by yourself behind closed doors.
Don't involve others.
Sheikh says that fictional heroes and heroines who are at odds can be resolved by just doing hate. Seeing that Lin Mo's attitude had softened a lot, Li Huanyu hurriedly nodded her head.
I know.
I'll never mess with Shinihan again. With doubts in her head that needed to be cleared, she asked,
Are you really Shinihan's sister?
It was really the first time she had seen Shinihan lower his eyebrows so much in front of a girl. With her it was being held by her but not in this suppressed state.
Rimmer hadn't said a word.
The patriarch who had been complimented on his handsomeness by Lin Mal said with righteous indignation.
Right, that's right. People with hearts look at everything as dirty. But we, Mal, are not the same kind of people as you. Li Huanhua.
Li Huanyu looked at Lin Mal several times and then at Shinihan several times, the corners of her mouth twitching slightly.
Shinihan is long enough to be in a hurry. Shinihan. Shinihan pointed at the door, his voice cold and deep. You get out. Li Huanyu was tempted to ask Lin Mal to delete the recording, but right now she was in a situation where she was under siege, completely without any initiative. She clenched her fingers and slunk away with her assistant in her dust. Since she was Shinihan's sister, she definitely wouldn't just upload recordings. It wouldn't do Shinyikin any good if this recording got out on the internet. It's normal for the president and the actress to have a fling, but it's not normal for the president to be fooled by the actress. People will think that this president is not clear in his head, and along with that, the stock will suffer a lot. The president's office was quiet now. Shinihan looked at Jiang, and in a cold voice, delete Li Huanyu's human face in the company's system. Jiang, okay, Mr. Shen.
Several of the genii breathed a sigh of relief.
Yuan Lawa said, Mr.
Shen must keep his eyes open in the future.
Shinihan nodded. I know, Aunt Song.
It was true that Lin Mal would not expose this recording. It was purely a case of hurting the enemy 1,000 times and harming himself 800 times. It also involved Gu Jingchuan, a great movie star with countless fans, and it was hard to tell which way public opinion would go when the time came. But she didn't entirely agree with the words of a few of the patriarchs. She gazed at Shinihan. The company has been affected so much, it can never be blamed on Li Huanhua alone. And Shinihan, you don't want to be perfectly invisible to act as a victim. The bottom of the bright young girl's brimming and glowing peach blossom eyes did not have half a smile.
Shinihan's heart thumped. Lin Mal voice cold.
Your own stupid lack of love brain. People just to you shushing a few words you think she is implying that like you. Others shouted you a few words Han brother. You like walking in the clouds floating not already. You but we're more thinking about it. If she truly for you, why is it always to you cold and hot and she is not shabu shabu mawu? Shanihan. Jiang blinked, kinda surprised by Lin Mal's words. Isn't this a slap in the face of Li Huanyu and even 2 slaps in the face of Shinyikin? Lin Mal didn't feel that it was all Li Huanyu's fault alone just because Shinihan was her brother. She was pulling back to see it. Just like many times a woman's husband cheated on her, a woman can't just go looking for trouble with a mistress, even if it is a mistress who seduces. Her own man's mistake is not small. A few patriarchs also felt that it made sense when they heard Lin Mal say that. Missy is still too well-rounded. A few more Genpai chatted with Lin Mal for a while before going back to continue working. Metabi received a message from the headhunter on the way. Mr.
Song, the salary over here has been negotiated, a 5% increase. The position remains the same. If the four of you come together, the year-end bonus will be higher. Jen showed the message to a few others. The three shook their heads in unison. No go, no go. I think Starshine is fine. He grinned and typed a reply. No need. Our Missy is back. We're going to in Starlight until we die. Headhunter? The people in the company's gossip group were also all still concerned about Lai Hwanhua's visit to Lin Mal. It's been a while and everyone is anxious. Finally, the front desk sent a message to the group. Everyone rest assured. Lai Hwanhua left with her assistant in ashes. So far it looks like sister won a big victory. National seller socks. Good lord. Go on to work. The colon is warm. Good lord. Ting continues. Weeds of the motherland. Good lord. Kissing continues. State seller socks at motherland's weed. You kids say what floor and what department you're in. I'll loan to find someone to you. There was a ha 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 moment in the group, and the atmosphere was cordial. Raining and forgetting to collect pods. Hey, a little sadness. Shen and Lai Huan language, this is B, right? There will be no more CP to get high on. I'm crying. Internet dating show Kao was called an elementary school student. Don't worry, CP, this thing is like the subway. Know this pair, immediately come to the next pair. Don't panic. Receptionist, I'm a little high on assistant Jiang and sister. You don't know that when assistant Jiang goes back to the office he runs. I've never seen the cool and intellectual assistant Jiang lose his temper like this. There has also been a shout for Lai Kai. Wonderful. The lilies of my hometown are blooming again. We're saved. Chapter 022. He's the only person she's ever moved her heart to. Well, that's it for today's installment of taping. The director of the scene took the loudspeaker and said something. Gu Jingchuan stretched and turned his neck tiredly. In his opinion, recording a variety show is more tiring than filming a movie. There is still a lot of time off from filming, but with this kind of variety recording, the spirit has to be high throughout. It's still a taped variety show. He also took on live variety behind him, which was a bit annoying. The scene wrapped up, and as soon as we left the studio we realized it was dark. The assistant brought his cell phone over and handed over an open bottle of mineral water. Brother Chuan has worked hard. Drink some water. Gu Jingchuan took the water and took a sip and handed it back to his assistant, opening his cell phone to check his WeChat messages. Lai Huanyu still didn't reply to his WeChat, and he frowned. There's got to be a limit to the tantrums. She's really gone a bit overboard. Without sending another message to Lai Huanyu, he continued to read other messages. Today's variety show was in a hurry. He didn't look at his cell phone much all day, and his meals were eaten in the recording studio. So there are a lot of unread messages on your phone. Some were sent by his agent about work, and some were sent by other actresses asking him out for dinner or to go hang out. These messages Gu Jingchuan perfunctorily replied a few sentences. His eyebrows were arrogant. He is rich and powerful, fans millions. Around the coveted him a lot of women. Lai Huan language should also be a little sense of crisis. Suddenly he saw two messages from his brother Gu Jingzhou. Isn't this kid in school? He still has time to send himself a tweet? Finger tapping on it. My brother said he saw a girl today that looked a lot like the girlfriend he talked to in high school. Gu Jingchuan looked slightly stunned. His high school girlfriend? Who was it? Lin Mal? Normally he would have clicked on it to see the picture. Now he wasn't even in the mood to click on it, because he and Lai Huanyu were at odds because of Lin Mal. It's really funny, to say the least, to be at odds over someone who's been dead for over a decade. Lai Huanyu had been angry for months because of this. Women are just trouble. He typed in a reply, learn your lessons well and think of something all day long. There are very few people who resemble Lin Mal. She's so beautiful. It's the kind of pretty that you don't forget at first glance. Sadly, he died at a young age. He spent a lot of effort pursuing her and planning his confession, and in the end, he didn't even hold her hand, and she died. A few moments of regret appeared in the bottom of Gu Jingchuan's eyes and he sighed. In fact, that day, Lai Huanyu asked him who he loved more. He really couldn't answer for a moment. It was his first love, and the only girl he'd ever really put a lot of effort into pursuing. Lai Huanyu was the most heartwarming woman he had met in recent years. She was soft and beautiful. The two are not really very comparable. But if Lai Huanyu asked him once more, he would answer Lai Huanyu, because he's a realistic person, and he really didn't like Lim now. After more than a decade, who keeps liking someone who's dead? Get on the bus back to the hotel. This variety recording is not in the north of Beijing. It is out of town, so you can only stay in a hotel. Gu Jingchuan checked other messages. Gu Jingzhou at this time back to the message over. Just after class. Really like. I do not lie to you. This afternoon the more I think the more like. Gu Jingchuan idly and casually replied, she's been dead for more than 10 years. You were only 5 or 6 years old when I was in high school. How do you remember it so clearly? It must be a misreading. Gu Jingzhou, I was smaller back then, but your cell phone screensaver was her picture for years after her death, and I borrowed your phone every day to play games, so it's hard not to remember. Gu Jingchuan University is also studied in the north of Beijing. Do not live in the school every day to go home. At the mention of this matter, Gu Jingchuan frowned slightly. Was he that innocent then? He's forgotten all about it. Though it doesn't stop you from talking to other women. Gu Jingzhou sent another one. Gu Jingchuan, scram. The latter sentence can go without saying. He remembered that he did have a picture of Lim as a screensaver all through his years in college. Other women ask him about it and he says it's an internet photo. He used it for other reasons than just missing her. Thinking of this, Gu Jingchuan's eyes darkened. Gu Jingzhou sent another message over. But seriously, the way this girl hit on me is quite special. She's not even from our school. I'm really attractive. Gu Jingchuan, less narcissism, no love in high school. Study hard. Gu Jingzhou, I know, I have a sense of proportion. He's his mother's hope, and he's sure to do well in school. This incident was just an episode for Gu Jingchuan, who was a bit tired. Pressing out his cell phone, he rested his head against the car seat. The thought of Lim couldn't help but go through his mind. According to his brother, the personality of this person who looked so much like Lin Mal was completely different from Lin Mal. Lin Mal was arrogant in her bones, and would never take the initiative to find a boy to talk to, or to like a boy. He was the only person she'd ever moved on to. Rest early at night. I heard Jiang say that you went to the first middle school today to find Gu Jingchuan's brother. Don't keep saying that I'm in love with my brain. Gu Jingchuan is not a good thing either. Don't like him. Shinihan stopped the car in front of the villa and finally said what he wanted to say. Lin Mal bristled. Who told you I still like Gu Jingchuan? I don't like it. I have my own reasons for doing things, so you keep out of it. Shanihan. His sister was able to mind his business and he was willing to be minded, but his sister's affairs were beyond his control a little, because no one can change what my sister has decided. This was something Shinihan had known since he was a child. He held the steering wheel with one hand and sighed slightly, then looked at the back seat. It wasn't that Lin Mal didn't want to tell his second brother about his fourth brother, but he had a ton of things to deal with at the company right now. Lin Mo didn't want Shinihan to worry about his fourth brother's affairs. Anyway, she didn't have anything else to look into lately, so I'm sure she'll have results soon. Lim unbuckled her seatbelt and got out of the car. In the afterglow, he saw several gift bags being handed over by a hand wearing black Buddha beads. Lim got back into the car with a Panjo delay walk and her eyes lit up. For me? Shinihan opened the lights on the roof of the car, and the black Buddha beads were a few points softer in the light. Well, what else? Take it apart and see if you like it. Lim rushed to unwrap it. What came to my eyes was so bright and yellow that my eyes were almost blinded. There are 2 diamond rings, beautifully chic and radiant. There are also 3 gold jewelry items, a plain circle bracelet, a gold pendant in the shape of a puppy, and a large gold nugget in the shape of the god of fortune. Lin Mal's mouth corner grinned to the Pacific Ocean. So thank you, Kayarako Fuko. The purchase is very much in line with my vision. Did you go and pick it out yourself? This credit Shinihan would like to take it, but Jiang detailed is sitting in the back of the car. Jiang's car broke down today, and he stopped by to take her home as well. No, Jiang Jin went to buy it, Shinihan honestly said. Lin Mo smiled brightly and brilliantly, looking towards the back seat. I knew it was Jiang ZTSK who picked it. This bracelet is for you, Jiang ZTSK's sister. 24 grams of gold bracelets were stretched across the back seat. Jiang shook his head. I don't want it. This is a gift that Mr. Shun bought for you. Lin Mo half of the body from the co-pilot to probe back, directly on the wrist of Jiang. Look, how good looking. He gave it to me, I gave it to you. No delay. Besides, I'm going to school soon. Can I wear a big gold bracelet to school? Ice-cold touch spread between the wrists. Jiang, this is too expensive. Shinihan's voice came from the driver's seat. Take it if it's for you. You look as if I, the boss, am petty to you. He remembered that every New Year's Eve to let Jiang detail to the customer gift time also prepare a copy for themselves. The company reimbursement. Jiang raised his head. Of course Mr. Shin isn't stingy with me, but this is from Xiaomu. She's still a child. Lin Mal raised her chin. Sister Jiangjun, I hear you. You're saying I'm poor, right? Humph. There's no fooling a young girl to be poor. Shinihan and Jiang Zi laughed out loud at the same time. Okay, I'll take it then. Thank you Mal. Thank you Mr. Shen. Jiang's fingers couldn't help but rub back and forth on the bracelet. Mal was too good to her. How could she ever repay him? Definitely need to work harder to get Starburst to the next level. After getting out of the car with the gift, Lin Mo took out her cell phone and messaged Xie Guanyan to come over and open the door. Xie Guanyan soon came out. The pretty man was still in that white shirt, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, and today he wore a black tie that was extraordinarily sexy and aesthetic. Shinihan and Jiang came out to say hello. Xie Guanyan smiled gently and followed Lin Mal inside. Jiang frowned slightly and muttered in a small voice, Is there no maid in such a large villa? Why did Mr. Xia even come out to open the door himself? Chapter 023 Cheese and Turkey Noodles. As he watched the villa's gate being closed, the two figures, one tall and one short, disappeared from sight. Shinihan turned around. Let's go. I'll send you back. Jiang nodded his head and walked to the driver's seat position. I'll drive, Mr. Shen. Shinihan lightly waved his hand. No need. I'm too lazy to get out of the car when I send you back. Soon the black Bentley pulled up outside an old neighborhood. Shinihan's hand wearing Buddha beads was holding on the steering wheel. His brows slightly wrinkled. How do you live in this old raggedy house? The special assistant's salary plus the year-end bonus is very high, and it's easy to put a down payment on a moderately expensive commercial house in the north of the capital. Jiang smiled. I live with my parents. Thank you, Mr. Shin, for sending me back. Shinihan wouldn't comment too much on other people's affairs, and he nodded his head. Jiang turned to leave, but suddenly bent down again and looked at the man in the car and said, Mr. Shin, I'm sorry for your loss. After saying that, he took a big step away. The tall, cool figure was drawn long in the dim streetlight. Shinihan was a bit confused for a moment. It was only in the next second that he reacted to the fact that Jiang was talking about Lai Huanyu using him. For Lai Huanyu he did give his heart. I don't know what happened during that time, but I was especially attracted to Lai Huanhua, and she was all I could think about. Today, I heard her admit in person that she was using him to piss off Gu Jingchuan. To be honest, he was a little sad. Shinihan's face was cold for a few moments, and his thick eyelashes drooped. Taking out his cell phone, he tapped WeChat and clicked on Lai Huanhua's dialog box. Tap the top right corner and select Delete Contact. He's only 26 years old. He can put his relationship on hold. He should work on his career first. Xia Guanyin has been so successful, and has not seen any woman's heart. For which woman to put aside the career? He should take Xia Guanyin as his role model. Another message was received on WeChat. It's from For Marriages Reading Life. If you're sad, tell me. I'll bring you. You bring the money, and we'll go get drunk. The corner of the cold man's mouth lifted into a smile as he replied, No, your brother, I'm not that fragile. Fourth Marriage Reading Life. Also, unlike me, you're a fragile emperor. Shinihan. Seeing the ellipsis that Shinihan returned, Lin Mal sat on the sofa and giggled. It's so sad that you've fallen out of love before you've even fallen in love. She shook her head and sighed. Who hasn't fallen out of love yet? A warm, nice voice fell from overhead. Lim looked up and saw the beautiful man's clear, perfect jawline. On his icy wrist he wore a black Patek Philippe watch, and in his hand now was a fruit plate. The watch is reserved and elegant, and the fruit plate is colorful and has an eerie sense of harmony. Lean back bent down and placed the fruit plate on the coffee table as he too took a seat on the couch, laptop on his lap. Hello, gossip. Lin Mal skimmed her mouth, but her hand couldn't help but reach for the fruit plate on the coffee table. What fruit plate still needs our Mr. Xia to personally go get it? Let me destroy it. Getting a few raspberries and putting them in his mouth. The sweet and sour feeling spread in his mouth. The big greedy girl Lin Mu is cool. I got home late yesterday and went straight to bed in my bedroom when I got back. Today, she came back after 8 o'clock, and Lin Mu habitually sat on the sofa to play with her cell phone. It's really habitual. She doesn't have to go to school during the summer of her senior year, and she lounges on this couch on a daily basis, reading and playing on her cell phone. The texture of the sofa is so good that one sits down and completely sinks into it and is very comfortable. She hadn't noticed last night, but now she noticed that the servants and housekeepers who were busy in this villa during the day were absent at night. Where are Uncle Butler and the others? Lim asked casually. Xia Guanyin's gaze fell on the computer screen in front of him, his tone gentle. They all get off work at 8 in the evening. Lin Mo took another piece of orange to eat and said in surprise, This villa has several servant rooms. Why don't you let them live at home? Living at home is more convenient for you all. Xia Guanyin's deep and beautiful eyes looked over through the lenses of his glasses. I have hands and feet to live a life that can take care of itself. I don't need them to live at home. Lin Mal's peach blossom eyes flashed with a few touches of appreciation. Although Xie Guanyin is now an absolutely rich man, his lifestyle is still very good. Didn't become extravagant after becoming rich, even living in such old villas. The thing is that if you get hungry in the middle of the night, there's no one to make you a midnight snack. You want to eat a midnight snack? Xie Guanyin pushed his glasses with one finger, his voice clear and nice. Lin Mal gave a start, an awkward smile surfacing at the corner of her mouth. Harm. I didn't mean that. I just blurted it out. What do you want to eat? Cheesy turkey pasta. The words came out. Lin Mal only realized. Jade white fingers scratched his head. I ate dinner with Shinihan from work, 8 at 5 o'clock, and now I am a little bit hungry. Dash. The stomach sang at an inopportune time. Lin Mal's face instantly turned red like a monkey's butt, looking for a remedy. After all, I'm only 18 and still growing my body. It's normal to be hungry fast, don't you think so? She ate 5 or 6 meals a day her senior year of high school, and her brain moved more and consumed it faster. Well, it's normal. I'm hungry too. I forgot I didn't really eat at night until you told me. The meeting. Xia Guanyin stood up, and under the luxurious chandelier in the living room, the tall and leggy shadow pressed against Lin Mao's body. Lin Mao's peach blossom eyes curved at the end, tilting her chin to look at him. Then you still have to thank me. Xia Guanyin turned his head sideways, his deep eyes falling on her delicate little face, the love in the bottom of his eyes surging. Thank you. He smiled warmly. The small teal-colored mole on the tip of his nose had an indescribable beauty in the light. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be able to be so close to you. It was something he never dared to dream of. Lin Mao was just joking. I didn't expect Xie Guanyin to really say thank you. The little tail is going up. Good to say. What do you want to eat? I'll rub a little on it. I'm not picky. The waves of light in Xie Guanyin's dark eyes moved slightly. I also happen to want to eat turkey noodles. Lin Mao didn't expect her nemesis taste to be so similar to hers, and was very happy. Okay, then you go and do it. Xie Guanyin's gaze stuck motionlessly on her face, the corner of his mouth raised in a beautiful arc. As you wish, Missy. The man's voice was magnetic and nice, falling into Lin Mao's ears in the silent night, like hair strands ruffling her eardrums and tickling her a little. The heart fluttered twice in response. She was the tenant and the other party was the landlord. But Missy Lin Mao had never really thought about cooking for herself, because she doesn't know how and hasn't done it. Even if the second uncle often went to the house to make trouble, the family aunt resigned the most bitter for a while. The cooking is also the second brother. She was a person with a strong sense of worthiness, but she was also a little embarrassed at this point. After all, she was not related to Xie Guanyin, and used to be a deadly rival. Standing up from the sofa, he followed Xie Guanyin's footsteps. Let me give you a hand. No need. Xie Guanyin turned his head to look at her. It's easy, just a few minutes. Lin Mao Main hit a soft ear, backward a few steps and fell back to the sofa. Okay. It didn't take long for 2 bowls of colorful, cheesy turkey pasta to be brought to the table. The turkey pasta with tangy cheese directly mesmerized Lim, but it was also really spicy, and she was sweating and huffing as she ate it. Noticing the man sitting across the table staring at her, she blinked her peach blossom eyes. Welcome to China's Got Hiss. The young girl's slender lips were now a little flushed and looked even fuller and glistening. The tip of the pink tongue is clearly visible when you exhale. Xie Guanyin's throat knots rolled slightly as he lowered his eyes and handed the water over, his tone laced with laughter. Hiss a champion, have some water. Gulp. Lin Mao finished a large glass of water. She did not see when Xie Guanyin poured the water, but it was just the right temperature to drink, not too cold or hot. How did you manage to be so hot and remain indifferent? Lim really admired it. It wasn't that Xie Guanyin hadn't eaten, but she had eaten more than her. But the man still maintained his elegant and reserved appearance, the small teal-colored mole on the tip of his nose swaying slightly, and his $1,000,000 watch reflecting the light, making him look like he was enjoying a high-class Western meal. Xie Guanyin chewed and slowly swallowed the turkey noodles in his mouth and smiled gently. I used to eat it a lot. I'm used to it. Not wanting to continue the conversation, he asked, seemingly casually, are you going to continue school or? Lin Mao answered honestly, I plan to continue school and repeat my senior year to take another exam at Tsinghua University. Ding dong, ding dong. The cell phone sitting on the table suddenly rang several times, and her jade-white fingers picked it up to look at it, seeing that it was a Weibo message from Jiang Suk. These are the naughty ones in the first grade. I've taken pictures of them. Chapter 024, Don't Pry into Society's Affairs. Lim clicked on the photos one by one and looked at them carefully for a few moments. None of them were Ertie. Even though her second brother was only 6 years old when she died, she could still recognize the outline of her eyebrows. He was a little chubby then. Chubby and cute. She typed a reply. Thanks, it's quite late. Get an early night. Zhang Shuo replied quickly, I'm still working on my test paper. Then a picture was sent. A math paper. Lin Mao carefully scanned through the questions and frowned slightly. Go to bed early. You didn't get any of the questions right here. It's a waste of time to do it. Jiang Suk, no way? I'll check the answer. Zhang Shuo didn't expect the paper he had worked so hard for an hour to write to receive such a comment, and it didn't take more than a few minutes for Lim to reply to the photo when it was sent. Was she too hasty? It was his own purchased practice paper, and he was writing it for the first time today. Turning to the answers at the end of the paper, he checked them one by one. The sky fell in a minute. Surprisingly, none of the questions were really right. I didn't realize you were a college bully. I'm impressed. By the way, which school did you go to? Lin Mu was amused. Less prying into social matters. Zhang Shuo, talking to who? Xie Guanyin looked at the corners of the young girl's upturned mouth, and his timeless brows frowned slightly. First grade, you don't recognize it. Lim put down her cell phone and continued to eat her turkey noodles. Xie Guanyin's hand under the table clenched his fist a little too hard. The unhealed wound in his palm was pierced by his fingernails, and his thick and long eyelashes blocked the gloominess under his eyes. She did still like Gu Jingchuan, and in order to contact Gu Jingchuan she first contacted Gu Jingzhou. But what to do? Get Gu Jingchuan killed, and Shiny will be sad too. But it was good that Gu Jingchuan hadn't seen Shiny yet. If only two people could never see each other. His eyelashes lifted and his deep, dark gaze fell through the lenses of his glasses onto the young girl's body. She was eating noodles with her head down, revealing a slender white neck. It was so tempting to lock her up, so that she would never see Gu Jingchuan again. Inexplicably, I felt a slight chill and wetness on my neck. Lin Mal raised his head and saw the beautiful man pushing his glasses with one finger. The small mole on the high nose was demonic and sexy, and he smiled warmly. More, the dining table wasn't big, and the two of them were so close that Lin Mal was dazed by Xie Guanyan's magnificent beauty from time to time. Like right now, she quickly put the strange feeling she just had behind her. No, this bowl is enough. Listen to me, thank you. After taking a shower, Lin Mal lay on all fours on the bed, her white, straight legs raised in a dieting motion. This is the act of making up for having a late-night snack and serves mainly as a psychological comfort. Looking up at the ceiling, she thought to herself that she had found another good thing about Xie Guanyan. Cooking was delicious. Time quickly came to the next day. In the morning, Lin Mo came down and saw Xie Guanyan in the kitchen again. It looked like the chef was absent again in the morning. She dabbled in another big bowl of skinny ravioli with eggs. Her eyes lit up when she finished eating it. I've rarely seen this kind of filling. Where did you get this? Today's Xie Guanyan was dressed in a white suit with gold-rimmed glasses, looking holy and scholarly. The butler makes his own stuffing, he said warmly. Lin Mal gave the butler a thumbs up. Uncle Butler, you're awesome. The corners of the butler's mouth twitched furiously. Thank you. Thank you. It's really overkill because the press wasn't tuned by him. It was Xie Guanyan who ordered to buy the materials yesterday and woke up early to mix it himself. The $100 billion man wakes up early to wrap ravioli. The same weight as yesterday's chicken soup. Never seen and never heard. The butler was a little confused as to why his husband didn't just say he did it himself. This morning he asked the query. Xie Guanyan's bony hands pinched the wonton skins, his tone light. She doesn't like me. The words nearly dried the butler's eyes, and a pinch of pain shot through his heart. So it is. If the other person doesn't like you, you then do a lot of things that are just ego touches and look like pure stress to the other person. So mister, in order not to pressure the little girl, he simply doesn't say anything and just quietly treats her well. Woohoo! Mister. Pure love at his bravest age. It reminded him of the time he was in college when he brought breakfast to the girl he liked and also stopped by to bring one to her boyfriend. I also remembered when I paid rent for the girl I liked to live with my boyfriend when I first graduated. Turns out Mr. High and Mighty is in the same category as him. In their eyes, love is great, no matter what others think. Just after eating, Shinihan arrived. Lin Mo put the bowl back in the kitchen to say goodbye to Xie Guanyan and the housekeeper. The housekeeper was all smiles. Goodbye MS. Lin, take care on the road. As soon as he turned his head, he saw that his husband's eyes had been glued to the little girl's back for a moment. The butler shook his head. Good grief, sir. He, the butler, was also so pathetic that he didn't even get a chance to say the classic line. You're the first woman Mr. has ever made chicken soup for, much less a chance to say, it's been a long time since I've seen Mr. Smile. His husband was a great man, mild-tempered, and smiled often, though falsely. Lim got in the car. Shinihan handed over a lunchbox. Yesterday's dinner was eaten early. Now you must be hungry, right? Hurry up and eat something. The breakfast that Jiangjin brought over yesterday was eaten by Jiangjin himself. I didn't expect Shinihan to bring it over again today. I ate, Lim said. Shinihan was enlightened. The cook at Mr. Xie's house also prepared breakfast for you? Lin Mal shook his head. He makes his own breakfast. It's delicious. Shinihan's pupils widened slightly. I thought you didn't like sandwiches and cereals and such? His sister grew up loving soupy breakfasts, noodles, wontons, rice noodles and the like. But nowadays, normal working people eat something cold for breakfast. Xie Guanyan looks like the type of person who eats cold food. Elite bigots do. And add a glass of freshly made Americano. Lin Mo said while fastening his seatbelt. You don't know. Xie Guanyan's taste is very much like mine. He loves noodles and wontons in the morning, and turkey noodle for night snacks, and he can do it all by himself and is very skillful at it. Shinihan fiddled with the Buddha beads on his right wrist with his left hand and said in surprise, who tuned up the $100 billion man as a cook? Lin Mao laughed out loud. I don't know about that, but the past 2 days it was his cook who had something to do, otherwise he wouldn't have cooked breakfast himself. Shinihan turned his head to look at the gate of the villa. Mr. Xia, he's not only a great moneymaker and a distant second in charity, he even cooks. He's really a perfect man. Lin Mo's eyes widened. Shinihan, don't fall in love with Xie Guanyan, he likes women. You know. Shinihan. Shinihan's forehead corner veins jumped twice. I've just decided to take him as my role model now, to truly be dedicated to my career. Lin Mal was relieved by this. That's fine. Learn from him. Shinihan nodded. started the vehicle, and talked about something else. It's really strange. The villas in this neighborhood aren't for sale. Jiang asked several of them are not for sale. Lin Mal was initially thinking that Xie Guanyin might not be a good person to get along with, but in the past 2 days, she had found him to be very agreeable. The indifference shown to her in high school was probably because of the first-in-grade thing. Now that the two weren't fighting over it, he was gentle with her. The light breeze is a breath of fresh air. It's okay, Xie Guanyin is quite good to get along with. If you are very busy and don't come to pick me up during the day, it's okay. I'll stay in the villa, he shouldn't mind me being annoyed. Besides, I'm planning to go to school early in the morning and return late at night, so don't buy it. You could instead ask around if anyone knows a good doctor for sleep disorders. This is a bit more curative. Although she had been to many doctors before to no avail, maybe the current one had a solution. Good, Shinihan said. Jiang came to the company by taxi today. The receptionist greeted her as usual. Good morning, Assistant Jiang. Jiang nodded. Good morning. The receptionist lady suddenly saw a glittering gold bracelet on the wrist of Jiang Ti's assistant, who usually didn't like to wear jewelry. She smiled and asked, "Is Assistant Jiang getting married?" Jiang frowned. "Why do you ask?" The receptionist looked at her wrist. The bracelet on your hand looks a lot like wedding hardware. In fact, it is not necessary to wear a gold bracelet to get married, mainly because Jiang Taisik has never worn jewelry. It gives the impression that this gold bracelet is a very special thing. Jiang lifted his hand, a smile surfacing at the corner of his mouth. No, this is from Shou Mo. Jiang finished his sentence and strutted towards the elevator, eager to go to work. Totally missed the front desk lady's knocked out look. She immediately sent a message to the gossip group. Aha! Sister gave Assistant Jiang a big gold bracelet. Special Assistant Jiang wears it on his wrist and treasures it. It's killing me. Someone soon replied in the group. Cheating husband's mistress beaten by mother-in-law. What kind of state dinner is this? My father is high on drugs. Money comes from all directions. I want to cosplay with Special Assistant Jiang. She cosplays me at work. I'll go cosplay with my sister. Several days passed in a row, and Lin Mal didn't get any useful news. She sent Gu Jingzhou one every day. Did anyone mess with you today? Gu Jingzhou would coolly reply with 2 words every day. No. Zhang Shuo also reported Gu Jingzhou's every move to her every day, and it was true that no one had any trouble with him. It could be said that Gu Jingzhou was really a good student. Every day is a serious day of studying, going to the bathroom, and eating. There wasn't much Lim could do about it. Every morning, he rubbed Xie Guanyin's breakfast, and during the day, he read books in Shinihan's office. 11 years have passed since the college entrance exam questions have changed, and she'll have to read the book and do the questions. This time, her goal remains the top student of the Beijing North College entrance examination. Going back at night, occasionally eat the night snacks made by Xie Guanyin, occasionally eat the night snacks Xie Guanyin packed back from outside. Although she had told Shinihan that she could not come to pick up, but Shinihan is still afraid that Xie Guanyin felt that he was not talking at that time, and every morning either himself or Jiang came to pick her up to the company. It didn't matter to Lynm, he could get by anywhere during the day. That night, while sitting on the couch eating fruit, she received a message from Jiang Suk. Our school is playing a friendly basketball game with another school this Sunday. Do you want to come and watch? Chapter 025, You Can't Be Irresponsible. Lin Mal forked up a piece of dragon fruit and put it in his mouth. His brimming peach blossom eyes narrowed. The high schools in the north of the capital have always upheld a good tradition of combining study with work and rest, and I didn't realize that it was still the same after all these years. She put her fork in her mouth and bit it, typing a reply. Is Gu Jingzhou attending? Zhang Shuo quickly replied, participate. He's the captain of our varsity team. Lin Mal also didn't expect Gu Jingxuan's younger brother to be so good, and he was a leader in learning sports. Back then, Gu Jingxuan's studies had always been in a sling. I guess the family felt that the big one was kind of a waste to raise, and practiced a small one. If Gu Jingzhou went, then she definitely had to go. In a basketball game, youthful impulsive male high hormones soar and conflicts can easily occur. Which high school did the first high school team play? Lim asked. Jiang Suk, 3rd high school, the one with poor academic performance. Lin Mal typed with one hand. Okay, I'll see you then. Hiss. A very soft huffing sound suddenly rang out, and Lim looked up. The beautiful man was seen with a slight frown on his face, his dark eyes looking towards the coffee table. Lin Mal followed his gaze. What was seen was an icy wrist with a green Patek Philippe watch on it. Downward extended the backs of good-looking white hands, a few light-colored veins sexy in their own right, and at this point there was a silver iron fork poking out of the top. Lin Mal's eyes widened and he hurriedly retracted his hand, just to find that 2 small bloody holes had appeared on the back of that beautiful hand. For a moment, Lim felt like the sky had fallen. Dead hand. That's a lot of strength. While looking down at the cell phone and forked fruit, the fruit did not fork. Forked into Xie Guanyin's hand. The man had good habits and would often cut up fruit and eat it while he worked, and she followed suit and dabbled a little. Now, well, the the fruit is out of the question, and I'm afraid I'm going to be swept off my feet. Clunk. Lim threw his fork 3 meters away. An urgent apology. I'm sorry, I didn't see that. Xia Guanyan's voice was still gentle and nice. I don't blame you. I blame the fact that I didn't notice your fork when I took the fruit. Lin Mal didn't expect Xia Guanyan to be so emotionally stable, but also to find the reason from himself. Guilty as hell. Grabbed his hand to look at the situation carefully. You're too good for this. Really won't be bullied outside? It was her fault for keeping her head down and forking around anyhow. The hand came from the warm, soft, delicate touch. Xia Guanyan breathing for a time or a little short of breath. Ear tip hot. The bottom of the eyes a piece of excitement crazy. Shiny is holding his hand. So happy. Shiny finally turned her attention to him. So happy. Desperately trying to keep his emotions in check. He held up his silver-rimmed glasses with his other hand and shook his head. It's rare for anyone to bully me. 2 small bloody holes were now bleeding out, looking a little alarming on the back of the man's flawless hand. Lim's heart tore at the image. It's the same as seeing someone get disemboweled in a movie or TV show that also hurts. She is one of those people who would never dare to watch a nurse stick a needle in. This fork is stainless steel, so you shouldn't get tetanus, right? Why don't you call your personal physician to come take a look at it? Xia Guanyan laughed lightly. No big deal. No need to call a private doctor. The words were there, but he had no intention of drawing his hand back. Even though he was so nervous that his heartbeat was deafening, he wanted Shiny to hold him a little longer. Lin Mal saw blood on her first injury and lied a little. Really? It looks like it's serious. Xia Guanyan gazed motionless, glued to the young girl's delicate porcelain white face. See her eyelashes lightly trembling, the tone of voice much gentler. Really nothing. Take iodine volts coated on it. Lim looked up at him. Where's the iota for? I'll go get it. Didn't notice without looking. This time Lin Mal realized that the Sven pretty man's face was a little red. The ears were also red, like they were dripping blood. Her peach blossom eyes blinked before she realized that she had been holding onto Xia Guanyan's hand. No, he's a 29-year-old man who blushes at being grabbed by the hand? So innocent of a man. Lim thought darkly, but didn't let go of his hand. She's the one who heard it, and she can't afford to be irresponsible. Xia Guanyan's eyes looked at the bottom of the TV cabinet, then shook his head. There's none at home. I'll take out and have someone send it to me. Lin Mal took a tissue and gently wiped away the little bit of blood that flowed out. I'll order takeout. Don't move your hand. Putting the man's hand gently on the sofa, Lin Mo picked up her own cell phone and tapped on the takeout app. It had been over a week since she had crossed over, and she was now quite accustomed to the times. Staying in Shinihan's office, he could order 3 cups of milk tea to drink a day, in addition to a bottle of iodophor. I bought cotton swabs with band-aids. This villa is in a remote location and it took quite a bit of added money to get a writer to take the order. It was 11 o'clock at night when the takeout arrived. At this point in the day usually Lim would have gone to her room and stayed there, but not today. She carefully applied the iodophor to the tiny wound. An icy cold touch came, and Xia Guanyan's hand subconsciously shrank back. Lin Mo tilted her chin to look at him, her peach blossom eyes clear and brimming. Does it hurt? I'll be lighter. Xia Guanyan's other bone-clear hand held up the frame of his glasses and shook his head. It doesn't hurt. The body was incredibly hot, but the hands were cool. Ice and fire. Xia Guanyan's throat was dry. The girl leaned very close to him again, all her attention on him. It made him float a little, as if he were walking on clouds. The slight pain in his hand was nothing at all, and he was willing to suffer any kind of injury if it meant he could keep fetching Shiny's attention. The man's fingers were long and bony, the nails round and cleanly trimmed, the tips of his fingers slightly powdered. The iodophor was gently applied, and the reddish-yellow color was a little funny on the back of the man's pretty white hand. Another band-aid on him, and inexplicably a few more battle-damaged sexy moments. Lim looked at it with an unwarranted eye roll. Suddenly, he realized again that in this silent night, they were the only 2 people in the huge villa. Both were sitting on the couch and the sense of space was minimized. The air holds a hint of iodophor and a cold woody scent. It's more or less ambiguous. Lin Mal's heart was beating a little faster. Letting go of his hand and blinking, don't touch the water with this hand of yours. Save it from getting infected. Xia Guanyan lifted his own hand and looked at it, a real smile floating under his eyes. Good. After taking a shower and lying on the bed, Lin Mal still chagrined that she was too engrossed in playing with her cell phone. One big eye stared at the ceiling. She thought to herself that she had found another good thing about Xia Guanyan. He's emotionally stable. Time quickly came to the next morning. Lin Mal went downstairs and saw Xia Guanyan in the kitchen again. She ran over with a 100-meter acceleration and said eagerly, "Why are you making your own breakfast again? You can't touch water with these hands. Xie Guanyin looked at her, face of worry and pleasure welled up under his eyes. It's fine. The housekeeper will help me wash things. The butler nodded aside. Yes, I'll wash it. How the hand got into the housekeeper's way is beyond me, but the housekeeper knew that as long as Mr. had one hand that could move, he wouldn't give up getting up early to make breakfast for Miss Lin. I thought Mr. would only do it once in a while, but it's been over a week now, and it's lightning fast. Every day, they change their patterns, so there's no need to worry about Miss Lin getting tired of eating them. He also saw that this Ms. Lin didn't lack money or love, and that her brother was rich and cared for her. There's not much Mr. Self can do. I see. I'll give you a hand then. I'm fine anyway. Lin Mao looked at Xie Guanyan's hand and said, I wonder what he did in the shower last night. By the way, speaking of showers, Lim shook his brain to shake the yellow waste out. No, the butler will be fine. Just go out and wait. Xie Guanyan took the knife and shredded the carrots. The cold white, slender fingers looked great against the red carrots. Lin Mao Main hit a soft ear. Well, what are we going to eat today? It's a habit. The chef always has something in the morning. She had quietly asked the housekeeper what exactly was going on with chef. The housekeeper said that the chef's wife had a baby and that she would have to help with the breastfeeding in the morning. Lin Mao thought to herself that Xie Guanyan, the boss, was quite humane, so that it was regarded as a maternity leave for men as well, easing the burden of maternity. Today, we're having Yunnan chicken shredded rice noodles, Xie Guanyan replied warmly. Lin Mao's eyes lit up. Oh my god, you can do all this? Little brother, I worship you. The other day she saw a video introducing Yunnan shredded chicken rice noodles and clicked on the recommendation. I didn't think I'd get to eat it today. What kind of good luck is that? The steaming hot shredded chicken rice noodles were brought to the table, and Lin Mo picked up her chopsticks and took a bite. The chicken soup base is fresh and mellow. The flavor of the shredded chicken is incorporated into the soup, and the rice noodles absorb the fresh flavor of the chicken soup. Lim almost fainted from the aroma. You are now second only to Zhao Gongming in my heart, Lin Mal said sincerely. The bottom of Xie Guanyan's eyes darkened almost instantly, his brows slightly furrowed. Who is Zhao Gongming? Lim smiled. God of Fortune. Xie Guanyan. Chapter 026. Is Weibo so efficient? This morning it was still Shinihan who came over to pick up Lin Mal. Shinihan didn't like to use a driver, and unless it was a long distance, he drove himself. Now he doesn't even bring breakfast to Lim in the morning because he must have eaten it. Shinihan lamented from time to time. Mr. Xie is really smoking hot with this lifestyle, very much at odds with his seemingly unattainable image of a high-flying mountain flower. Today is Saturday. Shinihan cannot go to the company. Sis, want to go play somewhere? Shinihan asked. The sunlight shone through the car window on the black Buddha beads on his wrist, and the light flowed. Let's go shopping. I want to go buy a gift for Xie Guanyan. Lin Mal's jade white hands fastened his seatbelt. Shinihan's complexion gave a start. To whom? Then he smiled. Sis, are you in love with Mr. Xie? Lin Mal gave him a blank look. You think I'm as love-brained as you? I accidentally hurt him last night. What? Shinihan's brows instantly tightened. Mr. Xie didn't get mad at you, did he? Xie Guanyan's temperament is very mild, but people who can do great things can be said to be cold-blooded in their bones. It can certainly be mild without touching your own interests, but once touched, the flip-flopping is a matter of minutes. Like selling the house, it would make Xie Guanyan waste time readjusting to the new house, and he refused. He's got a good temper. He didn't get mad, Lim said, but I think it's my fault, and I have to solemnly apologize. And besides, I've been dawdling at his place all this time because he's been so nice, and I can't take that for granted. Giving a small gift to show her appreciation was something LYNM had thought about for a long time. People are there for each other, between loved ones, let alone with strangers. Shinihan sighed in relief. That's good. How did you get it? Lim said a little about the situation. Shinihan was a bit surprised again. I thought that you went back to the villa and went into your room to stay there while Mr. Xie worked in the study. I didn't expect the two of you to sit on the sofa together. Lin Mo didn't think this was strange. Isn't it always how comfortable people are when they come back home? That sofa I bought is especially comfortable to sit on. And Xie Guanyan isn't a cutie. Who in their right mind would sit in an office all day during the day and then come home from work and go back to the den to sit and work? Right at the red light, Shinihan lightly stepped on the brakes. His left hand fiddled with the Buddha beads on his right wrist, and nodded. That's also true, when the fourth brother liked to sleep on that sofa the most. This sofa has been discontinued, or else Shinihan would have bought one to put at home. At the mention of fourth brother, Lin Mal's peach blossom eyes darkened. I'm going to a basketball game tomorrow at the first high school, so I hope to run into my fourth brother. All day Shinihan accompanied Lin Mal in shopping, the home shopping mall shopping to other shopping malls, and just like that, several more phrases crept onto the Twitter Hot 100 during the night. Hashtag Kyoto Circle Buddha-san is shopping with a mysterious beauty again. Hashtag Shinihan and Lai Huan you really be. Hashtag mystery girl can really buy hashtag. It's the same paparazzo who was supposed to be squatting the star in the underground garage of the mall. Seeing Shinihan carrying 4 or 5 shopping bags in his hand, walking beside him a pretty girl drinking milk tea. The girl looked very familiar, as if she was the one who was photographed last time. The paparazzi immediately gave up on the star, showed a big tooth and clicked his camera towards the two. There was a special assistant there the other day. It's a proper date for 2 today. I said why Shinihan was so indifferent to Lihuan language that day. It turned out that he was more attached to this new love. It's not unusual for a rich man to have several women around him at the same time. Often they are also surrounded by a modern-day version of a court battle. The paparazzi froze as the camera focused on the beautiful woman's face. First thought, how in the world could there be such a beautiful modeling face? Skin like cream, bright eyes and teeth, a pair of black and white peach blossom eyes that shone brighter than the stars. The second feeling is that this girl is so young, compared to Shinihan are a bit like the old den. After several shots, Doggy inexplicably felt as if the girl had seen these eyes somewhere but couldn't remember. The pair's car quickly pulls out of the mall, with the paparazzi driving to follow. I thought the two were going home, but I didn't realize it was a different mall to continue shopping. The doggies were tired of being walked all day, but the girl kept looking energized. Shinihan is also extremely patient, giving sincere advice on whatever he buys and diligently swiping his card. There's a natural beauty to the atmosphere between the two. The doggies are getting high. In the evening he couldn't keep up with it anymore and went back to the studio to send out the blurb. There are a lot of comments under these phrases. The Iron Kyungrim Buddhas are beautiful women. I really love this front face. It's so pretty, it just looks like it's very young. The stamina to wander from morning to night is much like that of a college student who has no place to use all the strength of a cow. Who's got a jitterbug of this beauty? Life Manhwa should be sad. Mr. Bully has found a new love. The ruthless Kayarako Fuko and little white flower stars still be. Really cry. What be not be? Our family Huanyu and Shinihan never had anything in the first place. Don't talk nonsense. That's right. Huanhua only has a career in mind. Don't let men get in the way. 10 minutes have passed and no one has found out who this beauty is. I'm really disappointed in you netizens. I really don't blame Netflix for not being able to. It's Lim who hasn't had the chance to make her mark in this internet-enabled age. Her microblogging account and Jitterbug account are newly registered, have not posted any content, belong to the pure brush warrior. 11 years ago the internet wasn't as developed as it is now, and no netizen really dug deeper into that front. People within the Starburst group of companies do know, but they were all very protective of Lim, and no one tweeted about it. Only a few employees are cloaked in vests to dispel rumors. Grumpy Nurse specializes in beating up old men. The road is narrow, right? A man and a woman must be a boyfriend and girlfriend? Shenmu Bao, yes. Relatives may also say everyone rationally eat melon, but no one at all believed it. Jiang also quickly learned about the hot search under the secretary's notice and called Shinihan. Shinihan was taking Lin Mo to dinner. This is a highly rated Hunan restaurant. Lin Mel pulled a bite of the small fried yellow beef mix into his mouth. Shinihan was heard saying, "Sister, a paparazzo filmed us shopping, and now it's on the hot search." Picking up the cell phone that was sitting on the table, Lin Mal opened it and looked at it, casually saying, "Just pull the hot search." Neither of them are in showbiz. No need to clarify. A clarification would only set off another heat wave, and Lim didn't want too much exposure online. Shinihan listened to Lin Mal's words as simple as drinking water, and answered Jiang, "Take down the hot search." Jiang hung up the phone and contacted the Weibo staff. In less than a minute, the 3 phrases disappeared without a trace like they never existed on Twitter. John Detailed are surprised. Microblogging today, business so efficient? Chapter 027, Small Gifts. The heat is off. Mr. Shay, Jin Young telephoned Xia Guanyen to report. A man in a white shirt was sitting on a green couch, his tie loosened with one hand, his brow somber. How long has this hit been hanging around the internet? Roughly? Jin Yang really didn't know, and hurriedly sent a message to ask the staff of Weibo. After 10 seconds or so, he replied, "It's been hanging for about half an hour. It's really hard to understand what your own boss is doing. Is he going to be Shinihan's mom? Not only have they been investing in him, but they are also pulling him out of the hot seat, directly transferring all of their assets to his name and forgetting about it." Xia Guanyan's brows furrowed tightly. The bottom of his eyes behind the lenses of his glasses were dark, and the palms of his hands that were resting on the sofa sunk deeply into them. Half an hour. Will Gu Jingchuan see the hot search? Gu Jingchuan probably didn't recognize the blurry side face from last time, but this clear front face, Gu Jingchuan would definitely be able to recognize it as long as he didn't lose his memory. If he recognizes it, he'll come looking for Lim. For sure. Although Lin Mal had already gone to the first middle school to find Gu Jingzhou, Gu Jingzhou might recognize that Lin Mal had also already told Gu Jingchuan about this matter. But the fact that Gu Jingchuan didn't look for Lin Mal meant that he didn't believe it, even though Gu Jingchuan knew that it was only a matter of time before Lin Mal was still alive. But he hopes that day comes later. Much later, the veins on the pretty man's neck rose to the surface, and his voice was cold and deep to the core. Say hello to the paparazzi in the north of the capital, and in the future, no one can take pictures of the girl next to Shinihan. A coldness seemed to come over with the phone, and Jin Yang's back chilled slightly. Okay, the girl next to Shinihan? Isn't it Shinihan? Xie Guanyan's hostility surged between his brows and his tone was cold and piercing. Did I not make myself clear enough? Just this girl is not allowed to shoot. I don't care about the rest. His own boss seldom spoke in such a tone, and had never used his capital power to oppress anyone, but had always been charitable. Jin Yang's heart trembled at the tip and replied seriously. Okay, Mr. Xia, I understand. Hanging up the phone, Jin Yang frowned. Good news, the self-boss is not for the Shinihan withdraw hot search. Bad news, his own boss is Shinihan's girlfriend to withdraw the hot search. The sky is falling. 100 billionaire wants to be a mistress? Let's just say that the boss didn't have the right look in his eyes that day. Jin Yang sighed, calculating Liao. This is not something he should worry about as a laborer. Lin Mal returned to the villa or called Xie Guanyan to open the door as usual. Shinihan stood waiting at the door with both hands full of things. Lim was also carrying a small object in her hand. Xie Guanyan opened the door to the courtyard, and a beautiful gift bag was stretched out in front of him. Xie Guanyan, for you. The young girl's voice was bright and nice, and her brimming peach blossom eyes looked at him brightly. Like a gentle spring rain poured over his heart. The hostility that had just flipped up because of the hot search thing instantly dissipated without a trace. He even froze a little, his raised hand dropping back down with restraint as he feared he'd misheard. Lin Mo shoved the gift into his still band-aided hand. A gift for you. I want to apologize for last night and thank you for renting my house and letting me dine with you. Some sense of weight in his palm made Xie Guanyan truly realize that he hadn't heard wrong. His heart was beating uncontrollably, and his hand was trembling slightly as he held the gift. Shiny gave him a gift. Shiny actually gave him a gift. The bottom of his eyes behind the lenses of his glasses were intertwined with excitement and pleasure, lining his deep black eyes with a demonic look. Shinihan walked up from behind, polite and respectful. Mr. Xia, this is a little bit of my sister's intention. She knows you don't lack anything, so she picked it out for a long time. It's a small trinket. I hope you can like it. Picked out the gift for a long time. Xie Guanyan pleasured to the point that his scalp tingled, his breathing quickened, and for a moment he forgot to control his emotions. I like it. Shinihan was slightly stunned, a bit surprised that Xie Guanyan would be so blunt in expressing his liking. I told you he'd like it. Lin Mo proudly glanced at Shinihan. When picking gifts, Shinihan has always felt to pick expensive to buy. After all, Xie Guanyan's status position there. But Lim thinks differently. It is not that she is not willing to spend money, but Xie Guanyan, what expensive things cannot be bought? The important thing is her heart. Xie Guanyan couldn't wait to unwrap it and see what it was, but restrained himself. I'll send the stuff in. Shinihan's hands were full of 7 or 8 shopping bags. Xie Guanyan reached out. Give me the stuff. Shinihan wanted to refuse, but the words couldn't come out of his mouth because Xie Guanyan's tone wasn't asking for his opinion. That sense of oppression emanating from the superior came out all at once, but only for an instant. But it was an instant, and the hand was gone, with all the weight off both hands. Shinihan was still a bit unaccustomed to it and turned the black Buddha beads on his right wrist with his left hand. Good, then I'll go back first. Lin Mal waved a hand at him. Be safe on the road. The white-shirted man was tall and leggy, shopping bag in hand following the slim, pretty girl, shadows overlapping on the ground. Shinihan was a little emotional, worthy of being his sister. Whoever is behind her looks like a bag carrier. However, in the next second, Shinihan's heart inexplicably felt a little hard again, because carrying bags was supposed to be his job as a brother. But sooner or later, my sister will fall in love and will have a boyfriend to carry his bags. Hey, Shinihan sighed. Must be more of a servant to my sister until my third brother returns and my sister is not in love. For Xie Guanyan to help his sister carry shopping bags this matter, Shinihan did not think much. Smooth things. If he shared a room with a girl, he'd help carry things too. Back in the car, Shinihan's mood was much better again, because his sister bought him gifts too. All 3 and 4 brothers. It was my sister's habit to always buy gifts in threes. It's a 7-pack of belts. Although he's not a big fan of the brand, his sister gave it to him and he loves it and will use it. Let's hope that 4th brother will be retrieved soon. My sister said she's been looking into this lately. Chapter 028. Come and see for yourself if you don't believe me. Is it okay to just leave it here? Xie Guanyan put his things in Lin Mal's room and looked up to ask. Lin Mal arched her eyebrows. That's fine. thanks for bringing it up for me. She just remembered that Xie Guanyan's hand was still not good, and said that she wanted to bring it up herself, and Xie Guanyan said it was fine. What a fine gentleman. Rimmer let out a genuine sentiment from the bottom of his heart. A small gift bag was still hooked in the man's hand, lining his fingers even longer. Why don't you take it apart? Lim suggested. Xie Guanyan's deep gaze stared down at the girl's face. Then his bony hand took out the small box in the gift bag. Open it up. It's a gold bamboo string. Elegant and uncluttered bamboo nodes are embellished with a pair of spirited bamboo leaves, and the matte gold color transmits a full sense of sophistication. Well, I have a good eye, don't I? Bamboo has a good meaning, rising higher and higher. Lin Mal's peach blossom eyes curved slightly. She was smiling on her face, but the moment she saw the man open the box, there was still some small apprehension in her heart. A random watch from Big Brother Xie is worth $1 million, and this gold string is only $10,000, and men are generally less likely to wear gold jewelry. Shinihan sincerely suggests that she buy a gold pie at the gold store, but Lim thought that one was too tacky and didn't buy it. He must have been being polite when he said he liked it at the door, but this time Limo was staring into his eyes, trying to see if he liked it or not. She watched as the man's deep, clear eyes slowly melted into a smile that rippled beautifully. He looked up, the small teal mole at the tip of his nose brought to life by a smile. Thanks, I enjoyed it, he said slowly. Love it very much. Super loved it. Lin Mal's hanging heart was released. It's good that you like it. I don't know what you like, but I like gold, so I bought one for you too. Look at me. I'm wearing a gold around my neck too. Lin Mal pulled out the gold puppy he wore around his neck and showed it to Xie Guanyan. It was given to her by Shinihan. Xie Guanyan cupped his handstring in his palm, feeling the cool temperature on it. His gaze fell on the golden puppy on the young girl's hand, and the bottom of his eyes moved slightly. He wanted so badly to be this puppy so he could be with Shiny all the time. The young girl's neck was slender and tender, and the yellow chain set off her complexion as white as lamb's fat jade. It looks good on you, Xie Guanyan warmly complimented. One finger pushed the glasses, hiding away the gloomy dementia in the bottom of the eyes. Walking out of Lin Mal's room, he immediately took off the watch on his wrist and put on the bracelet. Hai raised his hand and looked it over and over in the light, like a child who had gotten the toy of his dreams. He was shaking uncontrollably with excitement. Now that he had received a gift from Shiny, he could return the gift with honor. Shiny will definitely take it. That's so nice. Jingnan Film and TV Base. Movie star Gu has worked hard. The director took the speaker and went up and bent his back. Gu Jingchuan nodded, striding towards his dressing room. It was a night scene, filmed from darkness until 10 o'clock at night. Gu Jingchuan was tired enough to feel a little more relaxed after removing his makeup and returning to the nanny car. Brother Jingchuan. Lai Huanyu's gentle voice fell into his ears. He smiled and hugged the person in front of him. Tough baby, been waiting for me in the car. He kissed her on the forehead and down again. Lai Huanyu finally chose wisely to get back together with him. He's been busy with work for a while now, and Lai Huanyu came to see her on set today. Li Huanhua's face slightly reddened, her head ducked back. Brother Jingchuan, there are still people in the car. 2 assistants. The 2 assistants looked at each other and got out of the car at the same time. Treat them like human beings at this point. The door to the nanny van closed, leaving just the 2 of them, and the temperature inside the car grew hot. The 2 men clung to each other as they wiped out their guns. Lai Huanyu crouched on his shoulder and hummed softly. Go back to the hotel, brother Jingchuan. People are coming and going outside the car. Gu Jingchuan spoke in her ear. Isn't someone exciting? And I've been keeping my body for you all this time. Don't you want to feel it quickly? The 2 hadn't seen each other in months, and Lai Huanin was glad to hear it. Gu Jingchuan really loved her. You know, he's known as a prodigal son. Putting up with it for her for a few months was really valuable. In fact, she had always knew that Chuan was stronger than Shinihan. Shinihan is the president of a large group is good, but he does not have a background, parents died, or a sister treasure mail. The wind blew down. But Gu Jingchuan is not only a movie star with countless fans, is also a real rich second generation with a deep family background. Before that it was totally pride. Being insulted in public like that, she wouldn't just let it go. Shinihan and Shinihan's so-called sister, she would get her revenge back. Her body was honestly close to Gu Jingchuan, and Lai Huana's voice was soft. Really? I don't believe it. Gu Jingchuan smiled evilly. You'll believe it when you cry and beg me to stop. 3 minutes later, the corners of Lai Huanyu's mouth twitched furiously, but she still comforted. The environment in the car is not good. Brother is very good now. Gu Jingchuan rubbed his nose. I've been too tired lately. I'll clean you up after I get some rest. Lai Huanyu smiled shyly. The two parted, the car door opened, and the assistant got in. As the nanny car headed for the hotel, Gu Jingchuan lit a cigarette and inhaled deeply. Open your own cell phone to look at your Twitter messages. He soon saw that his brother Gu Jingzhou had sent him. Brother, look for yourself. Does this girl look like the girlfriend you had in high school? Immediately below is a very clear photo of the front face. The photo is not enlarged. It's in the dialogue box. Gu Jingchuan only glanced at it, and his expression stiffened. This pretty brow, these brimming, clear peach blossom eyes, this tall, beautiful nose. Memories came flooding back like a tidal wave, and Lin Mao's appearance in high school overlapped perfectly with this photo. Who else could it be if it wasn't Lin Mao? He frowned, took another drag on his cigarette, and typed a reply to Gu Jingzhou. That's her. Where did you find the picture? I told you to study hard. What have you been doing lately? Gu Jingchuan was suddenly a bit angry. What's with the brother going through pictures of his first love? Gu Jingzhou quickly replied, this is not the photo I found. This is a photo from today's Weibo hot search. A paparazzo photographed her shopping with a president. Like a calm sea rolled up waves. Gu Jingchuan's heart beat wildly as his emotions swirled. How is this possible? Lim has been dead for over a decade. There's absolutely no way this was taken today. It must be a paparazzi pee. There is no way in the world that something so metaphysical could happen. The mind thinks this way. Gu Jingchuan still couldn't resist clicking on the photo to enlarge it and looking at it carefully. Bit by bit, it really is Lim. It's either similar, or she is. She's the school bully plus the school beauty, with a high-spirited but good-natured personality. Normal is a smiley face to everyone, a very nice person to be around. This appearance made him think that she was a good catch as well. It's hard to know until you chase it. Those brimming peach eyes were one of her trademarks. He hadn't seen better eyes or a prettier girl since she died. Gu Jingzhou didn't know what he was busy with and didn't reply immediately. Smoke filled the car and was choking in the small space. Lai Huanyu coughed several times and frowned at Gu Jingchuan. Brother Jingchuan, open the window. What kind of bad habit is that? Smoking in the car without opening the window. Gu Jingchuan didn't even hear Lai Huanyu speak, lowered his head and uncontrollably opened Weibo, scanning through the Weibo hot searches. I didn't see any words related to Lin Mao at all. Gu Jingchuan's brows sank, and a deep loss welled up in his heart. If it's really her. The back window was opened from the front by the assistant who was driving and a gust of wind rolled in. Gu Jingchuan didn't have time to flick the ashes from his hand. As he raised his hand to flick it, soot blew in his face with the wind. With a few sparks, a little hot, Gu Jingchuan came to his senses in a flash and threw the nearly burned out cigarette in his hand out of the car. Who told you to open the window? He yelled. The assistant was startled. Ah, Miss Lai has been coughing. Lai Huanyu was also startled and looked at Gu Jingchuan in some panic. Gu Jingchuan closed his eyes and suppressed the emotions that had inexplicably come up. Exhaling deeply, he was just about to say something. The cell phone in his hand rang and he opened it. It was Gu Jingzhou who replied, I'm playing a basketball game tomorrow. She'll definitely come to watch. If you don't believe me, come and see her in person. Chapter 029. That's quite a life. The next day was another sunny day. Lynm woke up and shuffled downstairs as soon as she was cleaned up. Now every night before she goes to bed she looks forward to what she will eat the next morning. It's like going back to when my parents were still alive. My parents are very loving and my dad always prepares breakfast for the whole family in the morning before going to work, no matter how busy he is at work. She slept in anticipation every day then too. Downstairs I smelled a very strong aroma of meat. Lynm was so hungry that she ran to the kitchen. Just saw the broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted man standing there with his apron on again. Black aprons always pull on a man's extremely sexy lean waist. Lim didn't dare look at it much. She poked a head out from behind the man and looked into the pot. Mr. Xia, what's for dinner today? Beef noodle. Xia Guanyin lowered his head and looked at the girl's delicate and bright little face to answer warmly. The housekeeper stood in the doorway and saw the scene, an antly smile on her lips. What's the difference between that and a loving couple? Lin Mel glanced at the pot of beef bone broth that was boiling and the side of beef that just looked soft and delicious. Turning his head, he gave another thumbs up to the butler. Uncle Butler, it's you who boiled the beef in the bone broth again, right? It's really awesome. It's a shame you're not a chef. The butler's eyelids fluttered wildly, and without any modesty at all, he said, no pity, no pity. He doesn't know how to do that. Go wait outside. Xia Guanyin skillfully poured the rice noodles into the beef bone soup. The man's hand lifted. It was only then that Lin Mo saw the gold bamboo string she had given him last night on his icy wrist. The gold color shone brightly against his cool white skin, and the bamboo knots added to the crisp, clean lines of his wrists. Elegant and expensive. Lin Mao's eyes were slightly shocked. She hadn't expected him to wear it on his hand, let alone fit him so well. Not bad for her. Lim's eyebrows rose in a small burst of pride. 2 steaming bowls of ground beef sprinkled with scallions were brought to the table. Lin Mal shivered and took a bite, greatly appreciating it. It's so delicious. It doesn't even let go of the ear. Xia Guanyin smiled a warm and gentle smile. his gaze glued to her face. That's quite a life. Lin Mal narrowed her eyes and smiled. Your kid didn't brush the jitterbugs too much. By the way, I'm going to first middle school today to watch a ball game. Do you remember when we had a friendly basketball game in our senior year? Xia Guanyan's thick and long eyelashes drooped down as he stared at the bowl of ground beef. Remember. This memory wasn't too long ago for Lim. I remember you signed up for this too, right? I was mildly pleased to hear you were going to the ball game at the time. Yes? Xia Guanyan resumed his gaze on her face again, with a few leaps in his eyes. Yeah, you'll have less time to study if you're preparing for the ball game. It's a good time for me to get motivated. Lim raised an eyebrow. Xia Guanyan, but when I went to the ball game you didn't seem to be on the court. I only saw Gu Jingchuan and the others. Why did you stop playing again? Lin Mal asked. Xia Guanyan held up his silver-rimmed glasses with one finger, hiding a flash of hostility under his eyes, and said with a smile, I'm afraid that you'll bend the road to overtake the car. Lin Mal picked up a piece of rotten but not too fatty beef and put it in his mouth. I knew it. When two people are not on par with each other, any extra set of brush-ups means a little more possibility of surpassing. True to form, the nemesis had it all figured out. Finished eating, I'm off. Go early to get a good spot. Lin Mal put the bowl back in the kitchen and waved her hand to Xia Guanyan and the housekeeper. Xia Guanyan stood up, took a paper towel and slowly wiped the corner of his mouth. His tone was a little tentative. I'll go with you. It just so happens that I'm also resting today. It's been a long time since I've been back to first middle school to take a look. Yeah, Lin Mo was happy. I didn't let Shinihan pick me up today. I just happened to go in your car. Or you'll have to take a cab. Maybe it's the aftermath of the accident. She doesn't really want to drive by herself anymore. Not being rejected. An imperceptible excitement flashed under Xia Guanyan's eyes. I'll go up and change my clothes first. Bedroom. Xia Guanyan's bony fingers removed his glasses and placed them on the table. His sulfur-glazed eyes deep and temperatureless. Removing his white shirt, his muscular stomach line was on display. There were a few grisly scars across the cold white skin that were particularly striking. Getting clothes from the closet with one hand and typing on a cell phone with one hand. Check Gu Jingchuan's schedule today. Chapter 030. Gu Jingchuan flew back to Beijing North early in the morning. Lin Mal was sitting on the couch downstairs waiting for Xia Guanyan. Replied to a message from Jiang Suk asking when she would arrive. In a moment. Jiang Shou replied quickly. Okay, the old slave will wait for you at the school entrance. Lin Mal was amused again. No, I'll drive straight into the school. You can take 2 good seats for me. Jiang Suk, 2, Lim, well, I have another friend to go with me. Jiang Suk, okay, right. Footsteps came down the stairs and Lynm looked up. The pretty man changed out of his white shirt and suit pants and wore a white sweater set that was fresh and pretty. The soft hair was not styled, casually resting on the forehead. The silver-rimmed glasses were still hanging on the bridge of the nose, full of teenage spirit. Lim's heart missed a beat for no apparent reason. Inexplicably, he connected the person in front of him to the single, skinny teenager at school back then. 11 years on, he's changed a lot, but then again, it doesn't seem to have changed much. You have such a clear and elegant face to enter the first school. Being stared straight at by the young girl's brimming gaze, Xia Guanyan's body tensed up and his back went a little stiff. The speech doesn't even sound natural. Go. The butler was keenly aware that his husband was walking on the same hand and foot. Mr. Xia can pass for a senior today. Getting in the car, Lim arched an eyebrow and snickered at him. It's a very understated silver alpha. The driver was also off today, so Xia Guanyan drove himself. He turned the steering wheel with one hand, his tone warm and nice. As long as no one recognizes me as your parent. 11 years on, with money and power at his fingertips, he had become much more confident. But the thought of walking side by side with her brought back that inferiority complex. Now age has become an insurmountable hurdle between the two. It's hard enough to be able to flirtatiously put yourself out there. Shiny has a special kind of magic, and after spending time with her, one just relaxes. She's like a little sun. The shadows are illuminated by her, and slowly new shoots come up. Lim laughed out loud. You don't say. You really don't say. He does look mature and imposing in a high-fashion white suit. In the sweater, the whole aura of the person has become much softer, and the silver glasses add a bit of bookishness. Seeing that band-aid on the back of his right hand, Lim asked, have you changed this band-aid yet? Xia Guanyan shook his head. No. Lim, then stop the car. I'll go back and get one for you to change. Band-aids are best changed once a day. Xia Guanyan looked at her. No, there's one in the car. I'll just change it myself when we park later. Lynm looks around. Where is it? Let me change it for you. By the way, it's a smooth stretch of major road. It's Sunday. There's not a lot of people rushing to work. There's not a lot of traffic. Got the band-aid from the little drawer in the front of the car. As soon as she fished for the man's slightly cool right hand, Lin Mal removed the old band-aid. The 2 tiny bloody holes had scabbed over and were still painful to look at with a slightly purple ring around them. It's okay not to post it now. it's just ugly. Lim looked up at the man who was driving. The man held the steering wheel with one hand. The sunlight hit his beautiful face through the car window. The small teal-colored mole at the tip of his nose was like a layer of soft light, clear and soft and so desirable. Lim looked a little dumbfounded for a moment. Stick it on, I'm very much a beauty queen. Just in time for the stoplight. The man turned his head and smiled softly. Lim looked back, blinked, and looked down to rip off a new band-aid. She wouldn't have seen the knot in the man's throat roll and the excited goo in his eyes as he stared at her. Shiny was holding his hand again, with the new band-aid in place. Lim pinched the old one in her hand. Is there a garbage bag in the car? Xiaguanyan's long bony hand turned over. Give it to me, get off and I'll throw it away. There are drinks and fruit cuts in the back of the car. You can take them if you want. Lin Mal looked back and his eyes lit up. Old Xie, you do know how to live. All the way back there Lin Mal was chattering about the changes in the northern part of the capital. Xie Guanyan responded without missing a word, always with a warm smile. There's only one stoplight ahead to the school entrance. Thirsty and quiet, Lim opened the drink in the car and took a sip. Sour and tart. It was lime juice, Lim's favorite. The box of fruit cuts in the car was pretty much shown off by her as well. Ding dong, Xie Guanyan's cell phone, which was placed in Nakajima, rang. Just waiting for the traffic light, Xie Guanyan picked up his cell phone and looked at it. It was a WeChat message. This wasn't the first one. Several had already been sent, and Xie Guanyan had completely missed it. The young girl in the car completely occupied all his mind, except for watching the road and listening to her. At the moment the young girl was quiet enough to notice her cell phone ringing. Seeing the content of the WeChat, almost instantly, the man's warm smile disappeared, and the bottom of his eyes surged with gloom. Half an hour ago, Mr. Xia, Gu Jingchuan flew back to Beijing North this morning. 15 minutes ago, we're on our way to Kyungpuk First High School. 5 minutes ago, Gu Jingchuan will soon be in the first middle school. Chapter 031, I'll be right there. Green light. Lin Mao looked at Xie Guanyan looking down at his cell phone, not reacting to the traffic light. She voiced a reminder. Xie Guanyan's knuckles were white as he pinched the cell phone, and his face was still warm when he raised his head. Good. Tapping the gas. The car moved forward smoothly. Does Shiny know that Gu Jingchuan is coming today? Shouldn't know. If she had known, she wouldn't have let herself come along to the first school. The girl with a proud bone had definitely not mentioned Gu Jingchuan to Gu Jingzhou, and she wanted Gu Jingchuan to come to her. So if she met Gu Jingchuan in the first grade, would she still look at him? Definitely not. She was so fond of Gu Jingchuan that she even lowered herself for him to approach Gu Jingzhou. Xie Guanyan breathed a little hard. His bony hand raised to loosen the tie, realizing that today's clothes didn't have a tie at all. What's wrong? At such a close distance, even if Lin Mal was slow, he felt that Xie Guanyan's mood was fluctuating a bit. It was as if he had encountered something very disturbing to him. It's after looking at your cell phone that you're like this. Is something wrong? The young girl's nice voice fell into her ears, and Xie Guanyan calmed down a bit, exhaling a breath without a trace. Eyes forward. His tone slowed to a whisper. It's nothing. There's a small problem with one of the company's contracts. Is it serious? If you need to go and fix it now you do. It's not far from the first school. Put me on the side of the road and I can walk there. Lin Ma didn't want to hold up Xie Guanyan's work. This is the big guy who's literally up and down millions of dollars a minute. Another stoplight intersection with a red light ahead. Xie Guanyan lightly stepped on the brakes and turned his head to look at the bright and beautiful young girl. She was dressed casually today as well. Her long hair tied up in a high ponytail and a gold puppy charm hanging down to her chest. He was really jealous of this puppy. No, the responsibility is not on our side. It will be handled by an assistant. I'll just give instructions. Holding the phone in his hand again, the cold touch spreading across his palm. His gaze swept the bamboo string between his wrists. He coveted Flicker's attention to him, if only a little. The bottom of his eyes behind the lenses of his glasses clouded over as his bony fingers typed on his cell phone. Soon that side replied, Okay, Mr. Xia. Lin Mo also did not advise too much. Xie Guanyan is not her stupid brother, has his own measure. She says too much and it smells like mom. The car quickly drove to the entrance of the first high school. Strange vehicles are not allowed into the school. The security uncle came over to inquire. Hello. Mr. Xia. Long time no see. I'll lift the pole right away. No one in the first grade knows about Xie Guanyan. Graduated from the first high school with excellent grades, accomplished great things, and donated a building to the first high school every year. This level of students giving back to their alma mater is the only one of its kind in the decades since the founding of the first high school. Xie Guanyan nodded his head mildly. Well, it's been a long time since Uncle Fong. The high-powered $100 billion man even honored him by calling him Uncle Fong. Uncle Fong's heart was warmed by the thought that this kind of person deserved his big money. He's been working as a security guard at this school for 20 years, and he was there when Xie Guanyan attended the school. The principal of the first school has changed several times, and he has always shown in that position. At this time, he glanced at Xie Guanyan's co-pilot sitting a beautiful girl. The security guard Uncle Fong's eyes widened slightly. This was the first time he had seen Xie Guanyan bring a girl back to his alma mater. Mr. Xie, is this your girlfriend? Uncle Fong asked with some gossip. The girl on the passenger side shook her head. No, Uncle Fong. The lifting lever is remote controlled in the hand, and Uncle Fong has pressed the remote control before gossiping. Before he could react more at this point, the car was already heading towards the school. Uncle Fong stared at the silver car's ass in confusion. No, why does this girl call him Uncle Fong? And she calls him so naturally. Once again, the girl comes to mind as a very delicate and bright-looking girl. No, the more I think about it, the more familiar this girl looks. Seems like I've seen it somewhere before, and not in a hurried kind of way. Uncle Fong took off his security cap and scratched his rubbed and reflective bald head. Where on earth have I seen it before? How come I can't remember? Is it an actress? It took a long time to think of it. Uncle Fong put his hat back on and frowned. Goodness, Zhongzhong's old man isn't suffering from middle-aged dementia. I'm afraid. Uncle Fong is even working as a security guard at the school. Lin Mal said in surprise. First school security is 24 hours a day, so it's a shift system. Last time, Lin Mo didn't see Uncle Fong when he came with Jiang. Uncle Fong was famous in the first grade back then, mainly because of his big bald head that was scary. Some of the punks who came to the first high school looking for a fight ran away in fear as soon as he took off his hat. But he's actually a very righteous man. 11 years on, he doesn't look as mean as he used to. Xie Guanyan nodded. Well, all the time. He was the one who reported the matter of the principal who brought us the term for having a second wife. Lin Mal didn't hold back his laughter. Ha ha ha, my Uncle Fong is still my Uncle Fong. Always young and always righteous. Just now, I actually wanted to say a proper hello to Uncle Fong. Xie Guanyan drove in with a kick of the gas, and she didn't even have time. The car stopped in a parking space near the stadium. Lim got out of the car. The sun was shining so brightly that she reached in front of her eyes to block it out. Soon it darkened before his eyes. She looked up as a parasol hit her head. Why do you have everything in your car? Lim thinks it's practically a Doraemon. Xie Guanyan held the frame of his glasses with one hand. His tone slow. The housekeeper prepared it. Lin Mo arched her eyebrows. Uncle Butler is so attentive. Let's go. There are quite a few people coming to watch the basketball game today. It's Sunday, by all rights there shouldn't be so many people at school. But now the road was full of students coming and going, all heading for the gym. There's a lot of pressure to study in the first grade, and everyone wants to relax when they have this opportunity. There were also a number of people with umbrellas. The two just merged into the stream of students, like normal high school students. In this familiar setting, the tall, leggy man's knuckles holding the umbrella whitened slightly. Finally, he stood bright and early next to Shiny. Even though this opportunity, he had stolen it from him in a despicable way. Brother, are you really here? You don't have a play today? Traffic light intersection. Gu Jingchuan saw the message sent by Gu Jingzhou. Looking at the only short distance on his navigation, his heartbeat gradually increased. Last night he was so full of this matter that he was not in the mood to accompany Lai Manhwa. In the morning, he made an excuse to fly back to the north of the capital alone. I drove over as soon as I got off the plane. With the hat and mask on, no one would recognize it. He wanted to make sure it was or wasn't Lim. This matter was so metaphysical that he couldn't help but want to explore it. I'll be right there. His foot pressed deeper and deeper on the gas, and he was in a hurry. The car was traveling at high speed. Suddenly, he saw a car slam into him in the next lane. Chapter 032, Fourth Brother. Shen Jian. The violent impact caused the car to veer quickly the other way. It hit the guardrail with a thud. Inertia sent his entire body flying forward. The airbag popped and he hit it hard. The impact made Gu Jingchuan grimace in pain, and his organs felt like they had shifted. Grass! Who the hit my car? He cursed, removing his hat and rubbing his head. There was no bleeding or bagging, just a little pain. Bang bang bang. Soon after, there was a knock on the car window. A tall, burly man appeared beside the car. Gu Jingchuan's eyelids jumped, and his first thought was that this burly man wouldn't be looking for things from him backwards. Would he? He was indeed speeding before he was hit, but the other guy was able to crash into him, and his speed was even more super. Pressing the window down, he resisted the urge to curse and simply said, "Did you hit my car?" The burly man's attitude was unexpectedly good. Sorry. It's like this. My dad's having a baby in the hospital. No, my dad's having a bit of a problem in the hospital. I was in a hurry to get to him, and I accidentally bumped into you when I changed lanes. Are you okay? Gu Jingchuan frowned and got down from the already warped car. No big deal. You go insurance. He took out his cell phone and called one of his brothers to come and deal with the accident. Is it really okay? I don't believe it. The big man reached right up and touched his head. Gu Jingchuan subconsciously dodged it, and several strands of his hair were pulled out. It's fine. I told you it's fine. I've called someone over to take care of it. I've got to go in a hurry. The burly man disagreed. I see you have a nosebleed. Let me take you to the hospital. I happen to be going to the hospital anyway. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I'll pay for all your medical bills. Gu Jingchuan removed the mask, and when he touched his nose, his fingers were warm and sticky, and he had indeed bled. Under normal circumstances, he would have had to go to the hospital, but he didn't have time today. Forget it, it's trivial. He reached out to stop the cab on the side of the road. It's less than 2 kilometers from the first high school, and cabs start at the same price. No, no, no. The big man forcefully grabbed his hand and pulled it back, as if he had just gotten a good look at him, and his eyes lit up. Aha! You're movie director Gu, right? I'm your fan. The crash was on a road that is not very busy, but there would be a lot of people on motorized bikes passing by. That one sentence directly stopped several people on motorized bicycles. The burly man was still excited and even hugged him outright. I loved watching you and hurt feelings. I admire your dedication to your art by appearing completely naked in it. Gu Jingchuan felt like he was going to be strangled to death, and he couldn't even breathe. Okay, let go of me, let go of me. That's the kind of trouble you get when you're famous. Too many rabid fans. It was hard to get out of the burly man's arms before he saw multiple cell phone cameras on the side of the road pointed at him. Someone had stopped their motorized cart and walked over. Movie star Gu? Mom, I've seen a living shadow king Gu. I want to take a picture with you. I want one too. My daughter loves you the most. Why don't you do a jitterbug with me? An older woman with a cell phone ran over as well. The person in the phone was so sharp and pink that Gu Jingchuan almost didn't recognize his own self with the beauty skinny face pulled full. Public figures care most about image. There was no way he could say no now. With so many cameras on him, he could only force a smile feign. There were also more and more electric cars parked on the side of the road and he was getting surrounded. People, stop blocking traffic. They all want a photo. He's been in a car accident. Does anyone care if he's dead or alive? The burly man's gruff voice rang in his ears. Movie star Gu, it's better for me to take you to the hospital. Otherwise you'll just have to keep taking pictures here. Gu Jingchuan's brow furrowed in a way that could pinch a fly. There doesn't seem to be any other way. You can't just run away. Mainly because he also didn't have the confidence to outrun the burly man and several middle-aged older women around him. There's no way out. Let's get out of here first. Okay, I'll go with you to the hospital for a checkup. The burly man drove a black SUV that nearly sent Gu Jingchuan flying, but his car was only slightly dirty in the front. My friend hasn't arrived yet. The accident, no one cares now, Gu Jingchuan said. The burly man waved toward his car and another burly man stepped out of the back seat. The burly man said, "It's okay, my brother is here to wait for your friends and the traffic police for you. I'll take you to the hospital." Gu Jingchuan frowned, somewhat realizing that something seemed wrong about this matter. But before he could react, the man had already been grabbed by the big man into the car and driven to the hospital. On the way the burly man kept babbling about what movies, TV shows and such he had seen of him. Gu Jingchuan's brain was buzzing, and he didn't have a chance to think more, so he could only send a message to Gu Jingzhou. "There's been an accident on the road. I won't be there for a while. If you see Lin Ma, keep her." The car stopped at the hospital, and Gu Jingchuan didn't want to go in, but there was no chance to walk away as the burly man picked him up and ran straight for the hospital. Gu Jingchuan didn't dare to shout for fear of being recognized. "Doctor, give him a thorough and systematic examination. I ran him over and I'm worried about him," the burly man said eagerly. The doctor was a bit confused. It was really the first time he had seen such a responsible perpetrator. After seeing who Gu Jingchuan was, the doctor felt reasonable. This perpetrator must be a fan of Gu Jingchuan. Many fans value their idols more than their own lives, as is humanly possible. The competition was about to start, and Gu Jingzhou saw his brother's message. He frowned and replied, "This girl just looks like your girlfriend from high school." "She's not her, and you said that girlfriend of yours died more than 10 years ago. Let's talk about it when you get here." At first, he just wanted to prove that he wasn't wrong, but now that he saw that his brother cared so much, Gu Jingzhou kind of regretted telling him. Walking to the basketball court, Gu Jingzhou raised his eyes to look around for that beautiful figure, but he couldn't find it. There are too many people, but she's definitely coming. After all, she likes herself. The one the paparazzi photographed he didn't believe, presumably a friend of the girl. The movements between the two he studied carefully, not the intimacy of a boyfriend and girlfriend. You know she is thunderously concerned about herself every day. As soon as he thought of this, Gu Jingzhou smoothed his hair back and raised his eyebrows. "Confident, Captain?" a team member asked as he approached. Gu Jingzhou heckled, "It's not as easy as beating up a tiny third middle school. That group of human scum is just that. Third Middle School is the most chaotic high school in the entire northern part of the capital and has the worst academic performance. All of them where there were some trippy students, but anyone with a little money and power in their family wouldn't study there. The first school was also unlucky to draw a fight with the third school. Gu Jingzhou felt like that group of people had polluted the air of their school by entering it. Mom told him from a young age to stay away from the lowly poor. Here, here. Zhang Shuo looked over his shoulder to finally see Lin Mao. Also saw the tall, leggy boy walking alongside her. With just one look, Zhang Shuo's heart clicked and broke. This boy is so handsome. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. And the two walked through the crowd like they were in another layer. Quite a few people were peeking at them. At the second glance, Zhang Shuo's eyes widened. This man looked so familiar. Wait for the two to approach. He looked up and asked cautiously, "You wouldn't be Mr. Xia Guanyan Xie, would you?" The big man who graduated from the first grade school that was often mentioned by the teachers. Xia Guanyan looked down at the big fat boy in front of him and nodded. Aha! Zhang Shuo covered his mouth. It's really you. You're my idol. Although he was not a good student, his idol had always been Xie Guanyan, a big brother who liked to do charity. Seeing the big man wearing a gold bamboo string on his hand, Zhang Shuo lamented. The winds of gold are still blowing on the $100 billion dollar man. These two locations were carefully picked by me and have the best view, Zhang Shuo said with a smile. The location is in the first row. But the first high school can have such a good gym all thanks to Xie Guanyan's donation. Lim said thank you and sat down with her eyes looking toward the center of the basketball court. The ball game is almost underway and players from both schools have entered. Lin Mao saw Gu Jingzhou at a glance. He wore a black hairband that showed off his forehead in a youthful way. At second glance, she saw a slender, lean boy standing across from him. His bangs were long blocking his eyes and his aura was somber and disheveled. Almost instantly, Lim recognized it. This is her fourth brother, Shen Jian. Chapter 033, Has he lost his memory? Many people say that a happy childhood heals a lifetime and an unhappy childhood takes a lifetime to heal. Lim largely agrees with this statement. Her parents died unexpectedly when she was 14. She sort of spent her complete childhood under the blessings of her loving parents. Her parents gave her lots and lots of love, lots and lots of money, and showed her lots and lots of the world. She was her parents' first child, and the two of them could not wait to bring her all the good things in the world. She's so confident and sunny because of it, and feels like she deserves all the good things in the world. Her parents are also her role models, and she imitates them in both behavior and conduct. The two were excellent, both high achievers, and were noticed and complimented everywhere they went. Under their influence, Lin Mao naturally wanted to be good too, wanted to be the brightest one in the crowd. She also did it with the unconditional support and love of her parents. At the time of his parents' death, his second brother was 11 years old and his third brother was 7 years old. The two had a full and happy childhood. Only the fourth brother, he was 2 years old, an age when he was still stumbling in his walk. When his parents left, Lim has always done her best to give him love, to want him to be happy, to be a role model for him, but she was still young and a child. After all, she alone couldn't give her fourth brother the love of both his parents. Luckily my fourth brother has also thrived and is adorable, chubby and cheerful, but the accident happened again, when the fourth brother was 6 years old, and she died in another car accident. This colored the already imperfect childhood of the fourth brother once again, but by then the second brother was 15 and the third 11. Two people under her positive influence could reasonably be expected to bring up a fourth brother as well. However, as fate would have it, at the age of 7, he wandered off. Lin Mao asked Shinihan about the specifics of this incident. Shinihan said the day was a weekend and he took his third and fourth brothers to the park. It was hot, so he told the two to wait for him in the shade while he went to get them water to drink. When he came back, all he saw was his third brother, and his fourth brother was gone. The two rushed to the park service to transfer the cameras, but there weren't many cameras in that park. None of the cameras caught him. Shinihan called the police. The police intervened in the investigation, and there were no clues, so it was not settled. But Shinihan did not give up. He printed a lot of search notices sent everywhere. No use. Shinihan has been looking for so many years. After taking over the company's money, he increased the search efforts in the internet have been sent to find people. It still doesn't work. He actually had a vague feeling in the back of his mind that his fourth brother was either not in this world anymore. Either that or they have been trafficked to very remote mountainous areas with no internet and no TV. But where there is internet and TV, he should be able to see the missing person notice. He could go back to the north of the capital to find them. All he needed was a ticket. But no. Shinihan did often receive calls saying it was his fourth brother, but verified them and found that they were all impersonations. At this moment, looking at her fourth brother who appeared in front of her, Lin Mao also had many doubts in her head. He's clearly in the north of the capital. There was no way he didn't know that Shinihan was now the president of Starshine Group. He could have found his way to the office. He could have gone home again. Why didn't he come back? Has he lost his memory? And how the chubby kid from when he was a kid got so skinny and how his personality seemed so somber. What the hell has he been through? The fourth brother was sort of raised by her a little bit. This scene made Lin Mal's heart ache densely, as if he was being stabbed by needles. Feeling the young girl beside him become a bit depressed, Xia Guanyan's brow furrowed, his left palm unconsciously clenched into a fist, his fingertips going to probe the unhealed wound in his palm. Was she sad she hadn't seen Gu Jingchuan? Shouldn't he have stopped Gu Jingchuan from coming over? The pretty man withdrew his gaze and lowered his eyes to the strings of gold bamboo beads at his wrists, and then to the band-aid she'd put on the backs of his hands herself. Shiny was so good to him. Who was he to stop her from seeing the person she liked? He's so despicable and shameless. The knot in his throat rolled twice as his fingertips went deeper into the wound in his palm, the pain keeping him restrained and awake. If she knew what he had done, she would have been so shocked by him that she would never care for him again. A sleep disorder was not a talisman, and he actually didn't want her to have one from the bottom of his heart. He wanted his Shiny to be free forever and ever without bondage, but he was a dark and perverted man by nature, and he couldn't do anything to pass up the opportunity. This opportunity has gotten him plenty. Taking a deep breath, Xia Guanyan called out her name, Lin Mal. Lim turned her head at the sound. Ha! Xia Guanyan controlled his voice to emit normally, and his countenance remained consistently gentle and gentle. There is an urgent matter on the company's side that I need to deal with. Lin Mal nodded. Okay, take your time on the road. The young girl turned her head after she finished speaking and continued to look at the center of the court. The game has begun, and both sides are playing with great fervor. Xie Guanyan's gaze didn't want to leave the young girl for a second, but he stood up and walked away. The man's tall and leggy figure in a white bodysuit attracted a lot of attention, even more than attention to the pitch. However, his expression was clear and cold, and his aura carried a bit of coldness that could not be ignored. Not a single person dared to come up and talk to them. This person looked so familiar, like Mr. Xia. No way, how could Mr. Xia come to watch a ball game? He shows up. Usually the school leaders come to pick him up. The dress code doesn't look like it. Definitely not. Watch the ball. Hospitals. The doctor looked at the checklist and said to the strong man, all the body indicators are normal, and the nosebleed has stopped. Nothing at all. Strong man, are you sure? Doctor, you take another good look. Gu Jingchuan twisted his head to look at the strong man, his brows furrowed. He was sure now that the burly man just wanted something to happen to him. The doctor narrowed his eyes. He has a hemorrhoid, if I must say. Cut. Hospitalized and surgically cut today. The burly man exclaimed. Doc, Gu Jingchuan. Gu Jingchuan finally couldn't help but curse out. Are you a pervert? The burly man was scolded, and a hint of hostility welled up under his eyes. The cell phone in his pocket rang at that moment. He took it out and it was a tweet. Leave him alone. The burly man didn't expect the mission to end suddenly, but he didn't ask any more questions. Adhering to the rule of never causing trouble for his boss outside, he smiled. Hey, I was joking, and you guys took it seriously. Since it's fine, I'll be on my way. The burly man turned and walked away without a second's pause, leaving the doctor and Gu Jingchuan staring at each other for a few seconds. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Nuts! Gu Jingchuan cursed out. It had been so long ago that Gu Jingchuan didn't even know if the ballgame was still being played. He got out of the hospital and hurriedly messaged Gu Jingzhou. Is the basketball game over? There's no return there. Gu Jingchuan called a special car and headed for Jingbei No. 1 Middle School. Chapter 034 Suspicious Pre-Payday Fantasies. The ball game went into the late stages. The score was tight, and the whole atmosphere in the gym was electric. Lim's eyes kept following the slim, brooding teenager on the court. It soon became apparent that he looked skinny, but was actually physically explosive. The muscle lines at the arms will show up as soon as you exert yourself. This kind of muscle is not purposely developed, but it is very useful in critical moments. Several times he was the one who stole the ball from opposing players. Shot the ball very well too, with a perfect three-point shot a couple times. The bangs raised when he jumped up, revealing eyes that were as sharp as a panther's, with a bit of violence that didn't match his age. The two schools played, and of course each had their own cheerleaders. The students of the first middle school sold out and shouted, Go Gu Jingzhou! Go Gu Jingzhou! Go for it! A number of people came from the third form as well, so I can say that they are quite recognizable, because their hair is colorful and killer. Lim saw several shades of green. It's hard to judge, so wish them success. The very words they yelled were powerful. Kian, them, grass grass grass. Hearing the name Jian, Lin Mal was even more certain that this was her fourth brother. Bastard. Don't want a last name, just a first name now. Isn't Kian the third form boy who keeps getting points? Lin Mal asked Jang Suk, who was also very passionate at the side. To confirm, Zhang Shua didn't know many people from the third grade, but this one he did. That's right, he's the captain of the basketball team of the third middle school, and the most difficult student in the third middle school. Fighting and brawling for 3 days, the principal of the third middle school had 2 of his teeth knocked out by him. Lin Mal's eyes widened in shock. Then how come he wasn't expelled? Zhang Shu shook his head. I don't know. Anyway, this incident made him famous in the high school student group, and he became the boss of the third middle school. Lin Mal's pretty eyebrows furrowed. Then he's a real school bully in the third middle school. Lin Mal, who had always stayed in a good school and had always been a good student, had just seen what it meant to be a school bully. No such person exists in the first school. To get into the first school is a kind of screening, and no more naughty than that. Zhang Shua nodded his head. Sort of, we've kind of met our match in this one. I didn't expect third grade basketball to be so strong. The score is now 6 points over 1 center. It's hard to recover now with less than 5 minutes to go. Also realizing this problem was Gu Jingzhou, who was running on the court. His hobby besides studying is playing basketball. At first, academics and basketball ruled the roost for him. Today, he had to lose to a punk from the third form. He gritted his teeth in anger. His fists were always clenched tightly. The ball is back in the punk's hands. Gu Jingzhou's head filled with blood, and he quickly ran toward him, reaching out to grab the ball. However, the skinny boy dodged him with a slight jump and threw the ball from his hand. The basketball traced a parabola through the air, clang into the frame. Another perfect 3-point shot. The colorful heads of the 3 middle schools rose up and shouted with excitement. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Awesome, awesome. It's so awesome. Worthy of being our boss. Tiny first grade. Take a pinch. There was a yellow-haired man who raised his eyebrows and laughed, and pinched his thumb and forefinger together. Many of the students of the first middle school cursed in anger, itching to give yellow hair a punch. But don't dare. Fighting? Third grade is the specialty. Or forget it. Seeing the 3-pointer, Lin Mal didn't hold back his call. Brat really has a knack for playing basketball. Jang Suk skimmed his lips at her. Which side are you on? Lin Mal? Lim turned her head and grinned. Stand Kian. Of course I'm on my brother's side. It's the school bully, but what can you do with your own brother? Zhang Shua sighed and looked at Gu Jingzhou on the field in anger. Gu Jingzhou watched the ball go into the frame and his anger went to the sky. A 9-point gap is almost impossible to pull back. Soon a whistle blew and the game was over. The first middle school lost to the third middle school by 7 points, with Gu Jingzhou scoring a 2-point field goal in the last few minutes. But it has no bearing on whether this game is won or lost. Many of the students of the first middle school were so angry that they threw drink bottles into the middle of the basketball court. Gu Jingzhou is so disappointing. What a piece of garbage to play. Before, he had always boasted of being all-round in terms of morality, intelligence, physical fitness and aesthetics, but now it seems to be pure bragging rights. Third grade doesn't even have a decent basketball court. I'm really convinced this time. The first grade teachers who had come to see the game were also frowning and shaking their heads as they walked away. Looking at the disgusted eyes of many people, Gu Jingzhou's eyes reddened. Veins bulged in his neck and forehead, itching to whack the punk to death. But he managed to control himself. Being a rich second generation and a good student himself, he must not explicitly get into trouble with this kind of lowly scum who did not make the grade. Your name is Kian, right? Gu Jingzhou stared at him with a leathery smile. Sweat had dampened the very long bangs and drooped over his forehead, very much affecting the teenager's face. He wiped his sweat and raised his eyes to look at Gu Jingzhou, his tone grim. Garbage doesn't deserve to know master's name. With that he turned and led his team away. The team cheered behind him. He picked up a bottle of mineral water and poured it down his head, a cool and sharp action that attracted the attention of several girls in the first high school. Gu Jingzhou was so angry that her mouth full of silver teeth were about to be clenched, and she roared furiously in her heart, Jian, I'll remember you. It was a game he wasn't even in the mood for the pretty girl sitting there. At that moment he looked up to see the girl trotting toward the center of the court. The delicate and bright young girl's high ponytail swayed lightly in the air, and Gu Jingzhou's heart shook for a moment, but shame made him lower his head, turn and run away like his ass was on fire. It's so humiliating. It was the most humiliating he had ever been in his entire life. The first formers looked strangely, Captain, but when they saw Lin Mal, they looked at each other again, their eyes gossiping. This should be the one who likes Gu Jingzhou in the outer school, right? I didn't believe it before when I heard it was very pretty. It's my fault for being abrupt. Hey, this time it's really humiliating. People came to see it specifically, just to see the dependency defense. A couple of the players turned and ran away as well. heads down, red faces, toes digging into the ground. Gu Jingzhou ran very fast and disappeared into the gym in a while. He hadn't been attracted to any girl in his entire life, but the girl was really pretty and gave him a sense of familiarity. It's hard not to pay attention. The girl tweets him every day, and at first he's a little more emotionally distant. Behind the scenes, you start expecting her tweets, though he wouldn't volunteer more. And the other guy had the good sense to only send one, but it made him like her more. Strong sense of boundaries, unlike some girls who stalk him to the point of interfering with his studies. Running under a large tree, Gu Jingzhou stopped to catch his breath. It just occurred to me that I had left my cell phone in the break room without taking it. His brother doesn't know if he's here yet. I want to go back and get it, but I'm afraid I'll run into the girl. Gu Jingzhou gave up and sat down in the shade to rest. He won't let go of the one called Qian. The special car couldn't enter the school, so Gu Jingchuan could only get off at the school entrance. Walking without his mask and hat, he was so insecure that he could only half lower his head. Just as he got to the door, he was stopped by the security guard. Sorry, members of the community have to register to get in. Uncle Fong, the security guard, did his job. Gu Jingchuan raised his head. It's me. Uncle Fong looked at him for a few moments and recognized him, but his face wasn't much more solicitous. Oh, great movie star Gu. You need to register as well. Two of the biggest ringers in the 14th graduating class of the first high school. One is Xia Guanyin, a $100 billion big shot, and the other is Gu Jingchuan, a movie star with millions of fans. Gu Jingchuan was impatient. What are you registering for if you don't all know each other? I'm in a hurry to get in. Uncle Fong shook his head. No, I'll be responsible for anything that happens, and I suggest you don't go in today. It's Sunday, but the basketball game is watched by a lot of students, as well as those from outside the school, and you'll easily cause chaos with so many fans. Gu Jingchuan reached out. Then get me a mask. Uncle Fong frowned and finally took one from the drawer and gave it to him, saying casually, what are you doing here? It's really strange today. Mr. Xia is here too, but it's gone in a moment. The three words Mr. Xia caused Gu Jingchuan to freeze a little. The next moment he narrowed his eyes. You mean Xia Guanyin is also here? Uncle Fong realized he was being a bit talkative and didn't answer, just said, don't cause any confusion if you go in or I'll stop you next time. No amount of Shadow Emperor can compromise the safety of the students. The pen was handed to Gu Jingchuan, who wrote down his name quickly and then ran towards the school. If anything, the brother could be mistaken and that photo could be AP. However, Xia Guanyin had come, which meant that 90% it was Lin Mal. Wherever there's Lin Mal, there's that pervert Xia Guanyin. Breathing came sharply, not only from running but also from Rimmer. Is it true that Lin Ma came back alive? He must see her with his own eyes today. Watching Gu Jingchuan run as if he had a dog chasing him, Uncle Fong was confused. At this time, Uncle Fong's mind violently appeared a name matched with the girl sitting in Xia Guanyin's co-pilot in the morning. This senior class of 14 has another ringing name, Lim. If she was still alive, Uncle Fong felt sure that she would have been a character as well, but she's been dead for 11 years. So as soon as this idea appeared, Uncle Fong shook his head. How can it be? I must have misrecognized a suspected pre-payday fantasy. On the other side, the gym is exiting. There was a cacophony of voices discussing the tournament in 2s and 3s. Qian just stepped out of the gym. A familiar and unfamiliar female voice suddenly sounded behind her. Shen Jian, Chapter 035, Movie Director Gu is here. Shin Jian? Qian couldn't remember how many years it had been since he had heard someone shout that name. Is there someone in the first grade with that name? Despite this conjecture, Jian still subconsciously stopped in his tracks, because there was something familiar about the voice, but it felt strange. It's hard to describe the feeling. Did his former kindergarten classmates recognize him? It is indeed possible that there are former kindergarten classmates of his in the first grade. He didn't really want to be recognized, so he stopped for an instant, his feet still moving forward, didn't look back. This way others will think they are admitting they are wrong and it will not be a problem. The yellow-haired man who was with him looked backward instead. Then his eyes widened. Asterisk 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 asterisk, where did the fairies come from? After looking dumbfounded for a few seconds, he realized that his boss had walked away. He was busy running over. Boss, there's a pretty girl back there who seems to be calling out for you. There was just one word difference between Shin Jian and Jian, and Yellow Hair thought it was a big difference. Jian resisted the urge to turn around and said coldly, not shouting at me. Yellow Hair felt sorry, but at this time a slender figure whooshed over. A hand clapped on his boss's shoulder. Shen Jian, are you deaf? Qian. Yellow Hair's heart stuttered. How dare this girl open her mouth and curse? Is she not aware that this is the third form boss she is scolding? This female voice was soulful and beautiful, and listening to it again, a person corresponded to this voice. But how is that possible? This time Qian didn't resist turning his head. A delicate and bright little face appeared in his sight. Jian's brain suddenly went blank for a moment, his pupils shrinking slightly, his voice unconsciously trembling. Sister? This cry of sister completely dispelled Lin Mal's doubts. She raised her lips in a smile. very good boy, haven't forgotten your old sister's appearance. Forget what your sister looks like? It's never going to happen. But what's going on here? The sister who had been dead for 11 years suddenly appeared. By the way, this is first grade. My sister went to the school back in the day. Did her spirit stay in the first grade after she died? He knew how much his sister loved to study, but he just didn't expect to become a ghost after death and also still study in the first high school. The teachers in the first grade are probably going to be moved to tears when they find out. Ji-An's eyes, which were covered by his long bangs, heated up as he folded his two hands together and placed them in front of Lin Mal's forehead. Sister, how did you dare to show up when it was so sunny outside? Lin Mal rolled her white eyes out 2 miles and smacked her fourth brother's hand away. What are you talking about? Your sister, I'm a living, breathing human being. What are you afraid of the sun? Unbelieving. Kian put his hand out again. Let's go talk in the shade. Yellow Hair was also dumbfounded. This fairy is the boss's sister? How come I've never heard the boss mention it before? Can you see me? The fairy suddenly spoke to him. Yellow Hair was thrilled, his head nodding like a chicken pecking at rice. Yes. Fairy sister. Lim looked at his fourth brother again. You saw it. Yellow Hair can see me. Fairy sister even knows my name is Yellow Hair? Boss, do you and Fairy sister talk about me a lot? Yellow Hair's face turned red. Lin Mal and Jian were simultaneously speechless for a split second. Is it hard to know your name with your conspicuous yellow hair? Kian reacted somewhat, glancing down at the ground. His sister had a shadow. He slapped Yellow Hair again. Did it hurt? Zero sphere starts. Yellow Hair's tears flowed. It hurts. Lim touched his nose. This Yellow Hair is the school bully's little brother, was probably riding a grandpa through a red light in a previous life. You kid can hit yourself. What's the point of hitting someone else's yellow hair? Lin Mal frowned. Yellow Hair had more tears in his eyes. Whoa. Fairy sister is so nice. I lied. It doesn't really hurt at all. Don't worry, Fairy sister. It was a bit noisy, and the corner of Lynm's mouth twitched. Kian reached out with 2 fingers and pinched the yellow-haired lip sub. Closing the mic manually, eyes unblinking, he stared at Lim. Sister, are you really alive? Tears rolled from the thin, brooding teenager's eyes, falling through the air and hitting the ground. But how is that possible? His voice choked. Yellow Hair, does he steal like by others beaten half dead have not shed tears? Old Big suddenly cried out. He fished a crumpled piece of toilet paper out of his pocket and handed it over. Boss, why are you crying? The entrance to the gym is exactly where the people come out. By now there were already quite a few people stopping by to see what was going on over here, with one exquisitely beautiful looker and one who just made a big splash at the ballgame. It's hard not to look twice. Rimmer noticed. The slender arm rested on the fourth brother's shoulder. Go, this is not the place to talk. Old sister treats you to milk tea. She remembered that there were a lot of milk tea stores outside the first school. There was a Molly's Milk Green that was super good, not sure if it's still there. Many members of the third form team were also following along and were very confused at this point, but they were actually not close to Jian. Jian had a gloomy and violent personality and was not someone to approach. Only Yellow Hair dared to follow his ass in the whole third form. Everyone else followed Yellow Hair's ass. Seeing this, Yellow Hair said to the team, "You guys go back first, I have something to do with the boss." Jian looked at Yellow Hair. "You go back too." Yellow Hair sniffled and looked at Lin Mal. "Fairy sister, I want to drink milk tea too." It's safe to say that Yellow Hair is very perceptive. A quick glance showed that the boss would not dare to disobey his sister. A cup of milk tea is more than $10. Lin Mal thinks that the fourth brother may not be willing to say a lot of things himself. Yellow Hair may know. She gave a big wave. "No problem, come along." Yellow Hair was dead happy and looked at Jian again. "Boss, can I go?" Kian's sharp eyes covered by long bangs glared at Yellow Hair. "Guess." Yellow Hair smiled, revealing 8 teeth. Hey. Thanks, boss." The big fat boy Zhang Shua originally also thought that Lin Mo was running towards Gu Jingzhou, yet it was seen that she was there to hook up with that boss of the third grade. His mouth dropped open at the sight. Lim moved on because of a ball game? She's also really straight balling, and when she meets someone she likes, she just goes for it. Salt and pepper. Missy is Missy. Zhang Shua didn't know the people in the third middle school well, so he didn't follow them. In fact, he had been in the same class as Gu Jingzhou and didn't really like Gu Jingzhou. Too arrogant for this one. He doesn't deserve Missy. Lin Mal was about to leave the gym entrance with Jian and Yellow Hair. Just then, a sudden gasp rang out from the crowd. Movie star Gu is here. Chapter 036, He Hates So Much. The campus of the first high school is huge, and is mostly bigger than it was more than a decade ago due to the construction of a new school building expansion. Gu Jingchuan seldom came here after graduation. Only once or twice did he come to the school as an honors graduate to inspire the seniors. But in fact, only the people in that class knew that Gu Jingchuan's academic performance was not good. The university was also an art school in the north of Beijing. This institution doesn't depend much on the scores of the college entrance exams, and anyone whose family is rich enough is able to go there. With his good acting skills and his family's resources, he soon made a name for himself in the entertainment industry. Inside entertainment per capita education is just that, and fans don't care about that. He ran from the school entrance towards the school, and after a few hundred meters he became dizzy and couldn't find his way. He kept sending messages to call his brother Gu Jingzhou, but there was just no answer. He was angry, but there was nothing he could do. There's no way my brother still has his cell phone in his pocket when he's playing a game. You can only find students on the road to ask for directions. Finally, he was able to ask about the ball game being held in the gym, and he rushed over there again in the direction the student had pointed. When we got to the place, we saw a lot of people walking out. He grabbed another student and asked, "Is the ball game over?" The student nods and replies, "Yes, it's over." The veins at the corners of Gu Jingchuan's forehead throbbed furiously with anger. Obviously he came in early in the morning and had more than enough time to get there before the ball game started. But it was that one incident on the road and another encounter with a psychopath who insisted on taking him to the hospital. Suddenly, he frowned. How did it just so happen that he got hit? And just so happen that the guy was a fan of his? And just so happen that the guy was responsible? But then inexplicably left without even saying he got a ride. A guess was born in his mind. "Thank you for the ink slab. The security guard just said that Xie Guanyan came to the first grade today. Is it his handiwork?" Absolutely. This is a man who likes Lim to the point of perversion. In those days, he would never have dared to do that to him. But it's different now. After all these years, Xie Guanyan was no longer the pathetic little man who let him kick his legs off before a ball game and let him pour him chili water without saying a word. Started a tech company, Hair Interactive, while studying at Tsinghua University, which received a large amount of funding. The company grew and quickly swung into investing. With his high IQ and keen observation, he is now the premier capitalist in the northern part of the capital. It was the last reality he'd wanted to face for so many years. Just a lowly, shameless, low-life deadbeat pervert like that. And it turned him over. He hates it so much. There was a time when he was afraid. He was afraid that Xie Guanyan would retaliate against him and the Gu family. But Xie Guanyan didn't. It's like the rumors are true that he's a great philanthropist and a gentleman. Still a devout Buddhist, he donated money to build temples in the northern part of the capital. Buddhists preach compassion and letting go of hatred, and he seems to have really done that. It's not like the two haven't run into each other over the years. Xie Guanyan didn't greet him warmly, but regarded him as nothing. That's a good enough result. He didn't retaliate at least. The current Gu family was no match for him at all. Fortunately, he had believed in Buddhism. However, today's handiwork has proven Xie Guanyan was only disguising himself well. Once he encountered Lin Mal's matter, he was still the same shameless and bottomless pervert. What kind of sins did Lim create to be targeted by him? The intense impact of the car accident seemed to come back with a vengeance, and a layer of coolness crept up Gu Jingchuan's back. If Xie Guanyan wanted to, the car accident today could have killed him. Fortunately, now is a legal society. Xie Guanyan and have the status and power. Take into account or a lot. So he didn't, just bumped him to stall. Gu Jingchuan took a deep breath. His brows furrowed, and felt that it wasn't necessarily so. It's hard to tell what he's really worried about. It's hard to tell if the concern is about legal status or about what Lim will think of him if he finds out about this. He hadn't seen anyone crazier or more shady than Xie Guanyan, but his weaknesses were also obvious. Seeing the questioner stand still for several seconds without moving, the student being questioned also looked at him a bit more. Soon she recognized it from her eyebrows and asked excitedly, "Are you Shadow Emperor Gu?" Gu Jingchuan was immersed in his thoughts, and before the person could react, he had already answered the student. Aha! This student was incredibly excited. "Ah, movie Emperor Gu, I'm your fan, can you give me an autograph?" By the time Gu Jingchuan reacted, there were already a lot of students surrounding this side. Gu Jingchuan's head was buzzing, and his emotions were irritated to the extreme. Coming alone, with no bodyguards or assistants around him, he was tired of dealing with the current situation. All he wanted to do now was to see Lim for a moment. Indeed, she was truly alive, but the game had already broken up, and there were so many people. How was he going to find Lim? Is Lin Ma with her brother? The mind was a mess, and there was absolutely no heart to deal with the fans. With his heart in his mouth, he turned and pulled out his legs. "I'm not mistaken identity. This is simply a case of here and now. How can a high school student who is a star-crossed teenager and has the physical strength of a big bison let him go?" Soon a chase was staged on the first grade campus. It ended with Gu Jingchuan's failure, and the mask on his face was stripped off. "It's you, movie star Gu. What are you running for?" We fans won't eat you up. A male high school student directly hugged Gu Jingchuan. Gu Jingchuan really hated male fans now, without any sense of boundaries. He closed his eyes and smiled bitterly. Turn me loose. I came to the school on a bit of personal business and don't want to start a scene. You guys go back too. Come on all of you, take a picture. Male High said. Aren't you filming in Jingnan? How come you showed up here alone? A career fan asked. Gu Jingchuan was all speechless. His tone was a bit punchy. I've said there's a personal matter. Everyone disperse. People would be damned if they would listen to him. They all gathered around like zombies to ask for his autograph and photo. It was only when the school leaders finally found out about it and ran over that they were able to evacuate the students. Office of Academic Affairs. Gu Jingchuan opened his mouth to apologize. I'm sorry, Director Wang. Today my brother Gu Jingzhou is playing a basketball game at school. I wanted to come and surprise him. I didn't expect this to happen. A stampede almost happened today. Director Wang was a bit upset but couldn't show it. He could only smile and say, understood, understood. Then you rest here for a while and leave quietly later. Gu Jingchuan nodded his head and said, I came late and didn't see my brother's performance in the ball game. Is there any video footage at the scene that I can look at? The footage can't just be of the stadium. It also sweeps the stands. Director Wang was holding his teacup. First middle school lost today. Not a good kick. Gu Jingchuan laughed. That's fine. It's normal to win or lose a match. Such activities are videotaped in all of one. Gu Jingchuan quickly saw the video of the ball game on Director Wang's computer. A pretty girl sitting in the first row also soon appeared in his field of vision. Chapter 037 Unintentionally becoming a part of the hero and heroine's play. See the people all run away. It was only then that Lim jumped down from a large tree in front of the gym. Yellow Hair was stunned. He didn't know how the fairy sister managed to swish up the tree. Kian took it well. When I was a kid, there were several big trees planted in the yard of my house, and my sister loved to climb them and play with them when she was not doing anything. Sunbathing during the day and stargazing at night. He wanted to go up then too, but he was fat and his sister couldn't carry him. Once my sister came up with the idea of taking a rope and hoisting it up for him. It's finally up the tree, before he becomes a hangman. But as soon as he got up there, the trunk of the tree that his sister always stayed in broke and both of them fell into a butt crouch. It's okay that he has a lot of meat, but my sister can't move her ass for days. Then his sister never took him up the tree again. Fairy sister, what are you doing up the tree? Yellow Hair asked in confusion. Lin Mal patted the leaves on his body and blurted out, I saw a bird's nest on this tree, climbed up and realized I was wrong. What else could it be? Of course it's hiding from Gu Jingchuan. He came to school supposedly to watch his brother's ball game, but she wasn't really looking forward to meeting him in person. A toolman coming back from rebirth is also a toolman, and does nothing but cause greater misunderstandings for the hero and heroine. She has no intention of being a part of the main male/female play. It was a sunny but windy day, and by now the sweat had pretty much dried on Kian. The bangs on his forehead once again covered his eyes. Snake-like, brooding eyes stared in the direction of the crowd. Shadow Emperor Gu is Gu Jingchuan. If he remembered correctly, his sister had been in love with him. In countertime milk tea shop, Lin Mal stood in the doorway, a pair of peach blossom eyes radiant. It's still there. How nice. When they went in, Lim ordered a jasmine milk green. Didn't see the previous owner and the sales clerk was a young lady, very faceless. Lim reckons the owner made money and became a shill. Jian and Yellow Hair, two big straight men who rarely drink milk tea, also followed Lin Mal and ordered a cup of jasmine milk green. You wait here for the milk tea, and I'll go inside with my sister to find a spot. Jian told Yellow Hair, take a seat in the corner. Jian asked the one question he wanted to ask the most. Sister, where have you been living all these years? Was it a good life? None of the tables in the milk tea store were large, and Lim reached out to rub her fourth brother's overly long hair. That's the question my oldest sister wants to ask you, but to satisfy your curiosity, I'll tell you about me first. Feeling the temperature coming from the top of his head, Jian was really sure that his sister was alive. He tilted his head and looked at his sister without blinking, not intending to hide it. Lim said honestly, I traveled directly from the day of the car accident 11 years ago. I know it's unbelievable, but it's the truth, and as you must have noticed, I haven't changed a bit in my appearance. Counting I'm only a year older than you now. I'm 18 and you're 17. Kian had been looking at his sister along the way, and he did notice. My sister looked exactly as I remembered. Although the whole crossing over thing was hard to believe, Kian believed his sister's words. No matter what, it's good that my sister is still alive. I've been looking for you since I crossed over a little over a week ago. First I found your second brother, then I heard about you. Your sister is still very powerful, isn't she? Really found it. Lin Mal looked at him with an arched eyebrow. This smile was extraordinarily bright, like the sun shining hot into Ji-An's heart, but he lowered his head, two hands cupped together under the table. The voice was also extraordinarily low. That's good. Luckily, my sister had found the second brother first. If she had found him first, she wouldn't even be able to eat. Now then, tell me about what you've been up to all these years. Lim's voice was warm and pleasant. Jian lifted his head, the corners of his mouth lifting into a smile. His tone relaxed. I've had a pretty good time all these years, too, sis. The bangs blocked Kian's eyes, making it impossible to see the emotions under his eyes. Still, Lim could hear that his words were false. He must have had a bad time. The pain being mentioned again is like a scar being reopened, and it will hurt again very much. Lim wasn't going to get to the bottom of this as soon as they met. In a flash you've grown into a handsome young man. It's just that this hair is a bit unattractive. Later on sister will take you to get a haircut, and the evening party will let Shinihan come to pick us up for dinner. Your second brother has been looking for you all these years, and blaming himself, and now that he's found you, he's going to be very happy. A flash of evasion flashed under Kian's eyes, but he still nodded. Good. Milkshake is here. Yellow Hair came over like an enthusiastic waiter with 3 cups of milk tea in his arms. Jian took a cup, inserted a straw and handed it to Lin Mal. Sister, you drink. Then took another cup and stuck a straw in it before drinking it myself. It's so delicious, this milk tea. I've never had such a good drink before. It must be because this cup is a fairy sister's treat. Yellow Hair said attentively. You've had your milk tea. Go back. I have something to do with my sister later. Jian looked at Yellow Hair. Again, he couldn't see the emotions under Jian's eyes, but Yellow Hair inexplicably felt a pressure. That's what happens when the boss gets serious. He swallowed the milk tea in his mouth and smiled at Lin Mal. Okay, fairy sister, I'm going back. Yellow Hair was reluctant to leave, and took 1 step forward and 3 steps back. Kian stood up and gave him a kick in the ass. He scratched his ass and ran away laughing. Lin Mal could sort of see that this was how these two got along, so he didn't say anything more. Hungry or not, why don't sis take you to eat something first? It's noon now, at mealtime. Jian took the milk tea in his hand. Okay, I'll go to the restroom first. Sis, wait for me for a while. Lin Mal nodded and took out her cell phone to open WeChat to send a message to Shinihan. Fourth brother found. Come pick me up after work and have dinner with fourth brother. At this time, Shinihan was in his office approving documents. Receiving a tweet, he glanced at it, and shock and joy appeared in his cold eyes. Not bad for his sister. The fourth brother he had been looking for 10 years without finding. His sister found within a few days of her return. Fingers dialed out the voice call, and the man stood up, his black beaded hand picking up the suit jacket hanging on the bench. Mr. Shin, where are you going? Jiang asked. My sister found fourth brother. Shinihan's tone was clearly tinged with excitement. A look of joy also appeared on Zhang's face. Congratulations to Mr. Shun. The family is finally reunited. It's all because Lim is back. Hey! The cell phone pressed to his ear rang with a soulful, nice voice. Sis, where are you guys? I'm coming to you now. Shinihan took a big step outside the office as he spoke. What's the rush? Go to your shift in peace. I'll take him to lunch and get his hair cut first. You can just come back from work and have dinner together then. It's not like he's going to run away. Listening to Lin Mal's words was as simple as drinking water. Shinihan stopped in his tracks. Okay, so for the party you send me the address and I'll pick you guys up. There were many words that he wanted to ask, but Shinihan swallowed them back. We'll talk about it tonight. Seeing Lin Mal call Shinihan back to his desk with a single sentence, Jiang smiled. Mr. Shin, I'll set the restaurant for the evening. What kind of dishes do you want to eat? Shinihan's face of pleasure is not hidden. The left hand because of the excitement of non-stop fiddling with the right wrist of the Buddha beads. Location quiet. Set. My sister loves to eat Hunan restaurant. Even if the fourth brother came back, that would still be the sister's main focus. He was sure his fourth brother felt the same way he did. Because of this matter, Shinihan felt that time passed extraordinarily slowly. The cell phone rang again. Shinihan picked it up and took a look. Only 40 minutes had passed since his sister had just sent the message. He frowned and unlocked his phone to find a tweet from his sister. Fourth marriage reading life, it's not good. Fourth brother really ran away. Chapter 038, Seeing Ghosts in the Daytime. Inside the faculty senate office, Gu Jingchuan's eyes were glued to the computer screen. The young girl's brimming peach blossom eyes seemed to look through the screen into his heart. At this moment, Gu Jingchuan was certain. That's Lin Mal. That's 100% Lin Mal. The heart was beating extremely fast. I don't know if it was because the matter of Lim being alive was too metaphysical or what. Director Wang took a sip of tea from his teacup and realized that Gu Jingchuan was staring at the computer all demented. He bent down to look at the computer video press. Instead, it was pressed to pause just a few minutes after it was played. The paused images of students in the audience. Director Wang looked a few more times without understanding, and then his eyes widened as well. Geez, how come Xie Guanyan came to watch the soccer game today too? There is no current school leadership team that does not recognize Xie Guanyan, and every time he comes, he is received with joy. The biggest fortune teller in the first school came to be a fortune teller. Of course, coming to school to play is also very welcome. Director Wang was even more recognizable because he was Xie Guanyan's homeroom teacher back then. After Xie Guanyan's success and fame, he gave back to his alma mater. and he was naturally promoted. Two outstanding graduates of the class of 14 went back to school on the same day. Director Wang unconsciously compared the two in his mind. Obviously Xiaoguanyan is better, appearing and leaving in a low profile without bringing any negative impact. Gu Jingchuan was not a student in his class that year. He was in his wife's class. It's understandable that Gu Jingchuan came to the school to watch the game. But why did Xiaoguanyan come too? Director Wang was puzzled, but there was no one to answer his questions. Until he saw a pretty girl sitting next to Xiaoguanyan. Director Wang scratched the top of his wig. So familiar. But this shouldn't be a student from our first middle school, right? Good-looking students are well known in both the student and teacher communities. Could it be from the 3rd grade? Why did he look familiar in 3rd grade? Strange. The cell phone placed in his pocket rang, and Gu Jingchuan returned to his senses, took it out and saw that it was a WeChat from his younger brother Gu Jingzhou. Brother, where are you now? Gu Jingchuan immediately dialed a voice call over. The other side picked up quickly. Gu Jingchuan spoke in an urgent tone, walking outside as he spoke. Where are you now? Did you keep Lin Mo? The name Lin Mal fell into Director Wang's ears and he slapped his thigh. I remember. It's Lin Mal, high school seniors in the class of 14. But she's not. Director Wang looked at the computer screen a few more times, his eyes about to fall out. Gu Jingzhou went back to the gym and got his cell phone. And when he saw that Gu Jingchuan had made several calls, he sent a message to ask. At this point he bristled. I told you it wasn't Lim. It didn't stay. Gu Jingchuan frowned. Useless thing. Come find me at the faculty office. Gu Jingchuan was smoking in the office corridor. Director Wang was the only one left in the office. Director Wang's back went cold and he tweeted to his wife. Wife, I think I've seen a ghost in broad daylight. Gu Jingzhou had just appeared in the corridor of the faculty office. Gu Jingchuan threw his cigarette on the ground and stomped it out before welcoming him and asking, do you have Lin Mal's contact information? Gu Jingzhou's face was unhappy. I've already said that's not Lin Mal. Why do you need contact information? That single sentence betrayed that Gu Jingzhou had Lin Mal's current contact information. Give me the cell phone. Gu Jingchuan directly snatched the cell phone from Gu Jingzhou's hand. Gu Jingzhou was furious. Brother, what are you doing? Strongly, he took Gu Jingzhou's cell phone and saw an abstract screen name at a glance. For marriages reading life. No notes, but it's topped. Gu Jingchuan opened the chat box. Handspeed quickly pushed the Weibo to himself. I was just about to take another look at the chat between the two when my phone was snatched away. Brother, don't you go too far. Gu Jingzhou's voice was loud. Gu Jingchuan raised his head and looked at him coldly. This is Lin Mal. Don't flatter yourself. He must be looking for you because he wants to get my attention through you. After all, I'm a big star now. She feels inferior. Gu Jingzhou was already angry because he had lost the match, but now he was even more angry. You're the one making a fool of yourself. Gu Jingchuan ignored him and took out his own cell phone to add the WeChat business card sent by Gu Jingzhou. It's been a minute since it was sent and it didn't go through. Gu Jingchuan added it once more and wrote the note. Gu Jingchuan. Gu Jingzhou took the hairband off his head and rubbed it into a ball and threw it into the trash can. Brother, calm down. That first love of yours has been dead for so long. Besides, you're not short of women. Why are you looking for this girl? It was indeed very metaphysical. But Gu Jingchuan was convinced that this was Lin Mal. Xiaoguanyan is an anti-counterfeiting mark. But he was guilty of not telling his brother that much. You're the one who needs to calm down. Delete this WeChat and don't contact her ever again. Lim must still like him a lot. Otherwise, there was no reason for her to suddenly approach his brother Gu Jingzhou. A friend request suddenly appeared on her cell phone, and Lin Mal didn't even look at it. She was in a hurry to find her fourth brother. Fourth brother said he went to the bathroom and didn't come back for a long time. At first she thought that her fourth brother might be unfamiliar with the place, taking a long time to find the restroom. But a full 40 minutes passed and she couldn't sit still. Stand up and head outside the milk tea store. The sales clerk lady suddenly called out to her. Beauty. Lim looked back. What's wrong? The lady clerk pulled out a sticky note and handed it over. This is what the dark-haired guy you just came in with asked me to give you as you were leaving. Lim's heart sank downward, her fingers squeezing and flattening the cup of milk tea as she picked up the post-it note with her other hand. The characters on it were dragon-like and childlike. Sister, I'm so happy and glad that you've come back. It's something I've often dreamed about, and now that the dream has come true, I'm already satisfied. Please don't look for me. I'm doing fine on my own. And forget about Lao Sis. Chapter 039, Jasmine Milk Green Ices Triple Sugar. The slender white fingers froze a little with the sticky note. The young girl had a beautiful face that was slightly frozen. What's wrong with the brat? No wonder he just sidetracked yellow hair first. He obviously had feelings for her the way he saw her. So why wouldn't he want to go home with her? Is it because of Shinihan? Two people at irreconcilable odds after her death? Shinihan didn't tell her either. This conjecture formed, and Lin Mal sent a WeChat to Shinihan. It's no good. Fourth brother really ran away. Some things are better asked in person. Half an hour later, Shinihan appeared in front of the Encounter Time milk tea shop. The long legs took a long stride inside. Shinihan also graduated from the first high school and is quite familiar with this place. May I have a drink? The sales clerk lady asked enthusiastically. The aura of the man in a black suit was somewhat cold. 1 jasmine milk green, iced, 3 parts sugar. The salesgirl looked at Shinihan a few more times, and then saw the black Buddha beads on his wrist, and there were a few moments of excitement in her eyes. Who understands? Meet the real Buddha son of the Kyoto Circle. I was quite lucky today to see the legendary $100 billion man. Mr. Say, first, he also got a jasmine milk green ice with 3/4 of sugar. Now is not the time to be busy. Shinihan quickly got the jasmine milk green. The icy cool sensation spread in his palm, soothing Shinihan's impatience down a bit. I saw my sister in the far corner of the milk tea store. He walked over and sat down. What's going on, sis? Her own milk tea was already finished. Lin Emo smoothly took the one in Shinihan's hand and took a sip. Go buy yourself another cup. Shinihan's bony fingers unbuttoned his suit jacket. It was originally bought for you. Why did fourth brother run away? Since the person had already met, and knew that he was studying in the 3rd middle school, and his name was known, Lin Mal wasn't in that much of a hurry. I don't know how he ran away. He was fine. He ran away when I said I'd have dinner with you tonight. Are you treating him badly? Didn't want to suspect the second brother, but couldn't think of any other reason to explain the fourth brother's behavior. Shinihan instantly head shook like a rattle. No, I swear I'm very good to the 3rd and 4th brother. I learn you take care of us to take care of the 3rd and 4th brother. Speaking here, Shinihan's brows wrinkled, and the bottom of his eyes brought a few points of obvious self-reproach. Does he hold a grudge against me for losing him in the first place? If he hadn't gone to buy a drink or taken them to the park at the time, the fourth brother wouldn't have been lost. Lim's heart sank slightly downward, rather forgetting that the matter of losing him was probably the biggest conflict between the two. But it's not like you did it on purpose. I don't think fourth brother is the kind of person who attributes things indiscriminately, and you've been looking for him back there. He's right in the northern part of the capital. It's easy to go back. It has to be something else. Shinihan's left hand subconsciously fiddled with the Buddha beads on his right wrist, and exhaled painfully. So he's in the northern part of the capital. He's just not willing to go home. So is he doing well? How is it now? When he thought of that cute little fatty, Shinihan felt bad in his heart. Fourth brother is the youngest, but has always been very understanding. At that time, when the family aunt left, he took on the burden of cooking, and the chubby fourth brother always played along. He was 3 or 4 years old. Once he gnawed an onion as an apple. His tears flowed into a yellow fruit tree waterfall, and he said, "Second brother, this apple is not good. Don't buy it again. My sister won't love it." Lin Emo could see that Shinihan was in a very bad mood, took a sip of milk tea and said, "He is now studying in the 3rd middle school. I didn't even have time to ask about the specifics. Let's go to the 3rd middle school to find out more about him. It's better to figure out why he doesn't want to come home before you go after him." The black Bentley drove gently down the road, merging into the traffic and heading for the 3rd form. Neither Lin Mal nor Shinihan had ever been to the 3rd middle school and were unfamiliar with it. The car drove up to the entrance of the school without anyone stopping it and went straight into the campus. This place is rather remote. Unlike the first high school in the center of the city, this is a suburb. The school doesn't look too small. It's just that the buildings and stuff are old and there's a lot of trash to be seen on the ground. The overall quality does need to be improved. There are basically no students in the school right now. Parking the car, Lim got out and found a green-haired young man and asked, "Hello, may I ask which way is your teacher's office?" The green-haired guy skimmed his bangs to the side, saw that Lin Mal was a beautiful woman, and put a smile on the corner of his mouth. Beautiful woman. It's Sunday, where's the teacher in school? Lim wrinkled her nose. Don't you guys have late-night study on Sunday nights? She had to study on Sunday nights in the 1st grade. The green-haired guy looked like he'd heard some kind of joke. There aren't many people at the usual evening study hall, and it's Sunday. Lim blinked. Okay then, do you know Kian from your school? Green hair nodded. Who doesn't know the boss of our school? The sun was a bit too much for the eyes. The smile on Lin Mal's face grew brighter and brighter. Handsome, let's go talk under that tree. Green hair was coaxed directly into an embryo by the phrase handsome. Yes, the green-haired boy under the tree habitually pulled out a cigarette and was about to light it. Shinihan, who had been deliberately lowering his presence behind Lin Mal, opened his mouth to stop it this time. Don't smoke. My sister doesn't like the smell of smoke. The green-haired guy was startled by the aura that Shinihan suddenly exuded, and he was busy putting the cigarette back. Lim smiled instead. It's fine. You smoke it. It's true that some boys in high school have started to sneak around and smoke, but it's really the first time that Lin Mal has seen such blatant smoking at school. 3rd form is really something else. Lin Mal looked at Shinihan again. Go buy some drinks. We'll wait for you under this tree. If Shinihan was there, the green-haired guy was under a lot of pressure. Listening to Lim is as easy as drinking water. Shinihan turned around and went to buy water without saying anything more. He also understood that, after all, They were the ones who were inquiring about the fourth brother, and it was impossible to still have others cooperate with them. Sisters sacrificed too much for him. Green Hair watched Shinihan leave so obediently, and subconsciously felt that this person was Lin Mal's bodyguard. It was normal for the bodyguard to honor Missy as sister. Green Hair is addicted to smoking. Seeing Shinihan walking away still lit a cigarette. The smoke spread between the two men, the smell a little choking. Lin Mal frowned slightly but didn't say anything, only asked, "Handsome, what class is Jian in?" "He's in class 6. Why are you asking about him?" Green Hair asked curiously. Lin Mal made a random excuse. "He won a basketball game in the first middle school today. I'm quite interested in him. By the way, I heard that he knocked out 2 of the third middle school principal's teeth earlier." "What happened?" Chapter 040 Tiny Cute. Shinihan was born in the north of Beijing and grew up in the north of Beijing. Of course, he also heard about the third middle school, worst high school in the city. All jerks, and the school is a mess. There aren't many people who can get into a school's high school entrance exams. He and his third brother graduated from the first high school, although their academic performance was said to be inferior to their sisters. He went to a highly ranked university, and his third brother went to the Kyobi Conservatory of Music through the art exam. How did fourth brother end up studying in the 3rd grade? Was he adopted or did he grow up in an orphanage? Shinihan went out of the school gate and called Jiang detailed. "Check out a student named Jian in the 3rd middle school. Jiang, my sister's personal inquiry was her attempt to know on her own, but he can't do nothing." Went to the kiosk in front of the school and bought a couple of drinks. "When I got back to the big tree, I saw my sister talking and laughing with that Green Hair. My sister just has this amazing magic where she talks to the dogs on the side of the road." The sunlight hit her sister's delicate face through the gaps in the leaves, and the breeze lifted the broken hair on her forehead, making her beautiful. He was lucky that he knew what his sister was doing. If he suddenly saw his sister walking so close to a greenhorn, he'll be really upset. Drinks. Approaching Shinihan gave several bottles of drinks to Linmu to choose first, and then took a random one and handed it to Green Hair. Black Buddha beads are reflected in splashes of sunlight under the trees. It happened to be Coke, which Greenhorn loved. "Thanks, big brother bodyguard." Shanihan. Lin Mal also inquired about almost, unscrewed the water-soluble sea in his hand and took a sip. "Handsome man, thank you for sharing so much with me. I still have to go beforehand. Bye." The green-haired guy was very reluctant to give up. "Goodbye, beautiful girl. My name is he. If you still come to the 3rd middle school in the future, report my name." Lim blinked. "What's the point?" Green-haired guy, "I have a face." Lim laughed out loud. "No problem. I'll put tomorrow's breakfast in the breakfast place for you. You can get it for a small fee." The green-haired boy also laughed out loud. Back in the Bentley, Shinihan held the steering wheel with one hand. "Sister, what have you inquired about?" The green-haired boy knew everything he knew about Rimmer and told him everything he knew. Lin Mal first said what he already knew. Fourth brother is the boss in this school, and he became famous after knocking out 2 of the principal's teeth in one battle before. Shinihan lightly stepped on the gas and drove towards the outside of the school. What bad thing did the principal do? Fourth brother is not the kind of person who would hit someone for no reason, and the fact that the principal didn't expel him proves that he has something in his heart. Of course, the vast majority of teacher principals in the world are good people, but there are bad ones in every group. Lim, the principal doesn't know exactly what he did. All he knows is that he didn't expel because his fourth brother's mom came to the school and made a scene. Hearing that his fourth brother had a mother, a strange feeling welled up in Shinihan's heart. But more than that, I'm glad that it shows that he didn't grow up in an orphanage with loved ones. What's the fuss? Lim rubbed his nose. I heard it was his mom who took to us in the principal's office and said if he was expelled to come back every day. Shanihan. A brief silence fell over the car. Lim was silent even then when she heard that, but soon she reacted. It means that fourth brother's mom might not be a normal person. And He has said that there are rumors at school that his mom has mental problems. Shinihan held the steering wheel with one hand, tapping his fingertips on the steering wheel twice, his brows tightly furrowed together. So fourth brother doesn't want to come back because he's afraid his foster mother will drag us down? He knew how much his fourth brother knew. Lim also had this guess. Probably. He's really stupid, and his family isn't bad. It's not like he can't afford to support one more of his adoptive mothers. It looks like the foster mom is good to the fourth brother, so for their family this foster mom is a benefactor. Even if they have some mental problems, they won't mind. But fourth brother is only 17. His mind is still immature. It's normal to think that way. I can't imagine how my fourth brother has gotten by all these years with a mentally challenged adoptive mother. What do they do to support themselves and their education? Shinihan's fingers holding the steering wheel tightened. I've already asked John Detail to be checking checking on him. When we find out his home address, we'll go over and take a look. A little tiny cutie indeed. How could his sister and he give up looking for him when they've seen him? Lin Mal hadn't even eaten lunch, and on the way he saw a place that sold noodles and sous vide soup. Parking the car, Lim went in and asked for a bowl of popped fish noodles and a halibut egg. Just taking the first bite, Lin Mal subconsciously said, "This noodle tastes so average. It doesn't smell as good as the one made by Xiaoguanyan." Well, Xiaoguanyan also made her noodles in sous vide soup with veggie toppings, which was super tasty. Shinihan ate at noon, but now it's evening and asked for the same bowl as Lim. He picked up a chopstick and put it in his mouth and said, "It's not bad, it's quite tasty." Lin Mal shook his head. "That's because you haven't eaten what Xiaoguanyan made. That's a true god." The corner of Shinihan's mouth twitched. "Is that something I can eat just because I want to? Can he just barge into Xiaoguanyan's villa in the morning and say give me a bowl too?" The answer, of course, is no. The next moment he realized something. Oops, my sister's mouth has been spoiled by Mr. Xia. In the future, even if the sleep disorder gets better moving out of his villa, he'll still have trouble eating. "Tell you what, sis, ask Mr. Xia when he's free. I'll go learn to cook from him and make sure you'll be able to eat that flavor later if you want to." He could take an hour a day to learn. It mainly depended on the big brother's schedule. Obviously Xiaoguanyan was much busier than him. Lin Mal thought this proposal was good. "Okay, I'll go back tonight and ask. You kid has a heart. Reward you with an egg yolk." In front of outsiders, the cold and ruthless Curiofozi bit into the egg yolk that Lin Mal didn't like to eat. "Thank you, sis." It was already dark when Jiang called back. "Mr. Shin, Jian is a bad student in the 3rd middle school. The teachers have a headache, and he has a mentally ill mother. Same as what my sister had inquired about." Shinihan fiddled with the Buddha beads on his right wrist with his left hand. "Did you find out his address?" Jiang checked. "In one of the most chaotic urban villages in the north of the capital, also known as the slum area. At night I suggest you guys don't go there, and go over there tomorrow during the day." There was no rush for this night, and the two listened to John's advice. Shinjian always has to go to school tomorrow, right? It's just right to go to school and catch him, and then go to his house together. After going to Shinihan's company for a while, it was about 9 o'clock in the evening when he returned to the villa. It wasn't too late, and Lim tweeted Xiaoguanyan to open the door. But 2 minutes after the tweet was sent, no one responded. All she could do was to call him on WeChat, but there was no answer. Lin Mal frowned. "Where is Xiaoguanyan?" Chapter 041. How does sister feel about Mr. Xie? Habit really is a terrible thing. In the past, Lin Mo sent a message to Xiaoguanyan as soon as he returned to the entrance of the villa. Xiaoguanyan replied in seconds every time, and then quickly came out to open the door. This time when Xiaoguanyan didn't make a sound, Lin Mal was surprised. The villa lights aren't even on. "Is Mr. Xia not home for something?" Shinihan's voice sounded from the side. It was then that Lin Mal looked up at the villa. The large villa was dark, with no lights at all. Standing in the darkness of the night like a silent beast, without even looking to see if the villa had any lights, she subconsciously and habitually felt that the villa must be occupied. Touching his nose, Lin Mal said, "I forgot that Xiaoguanyan is also a busy man. He was supposed to go with me to the 1st middle school to watch the ball game today. Didn't watch for a while, the company had something to do and left first." Shinihan also realized at this time that he also seems to be accustomed to the fact that every time he sends his sister back, Mr. Xia will come out to pick up. He had also heard from his sister that the servants in Xiaoguanyan's house got off work at 8 o'clock sharp every day, so he didn't think it was that strange for him to come out and open the door himself. "Let's wait then. I guess Mr. Xia is in a meeting so his phone is muted." After all, Mr. Xia, unlike him, wasn't a relationship brain and wouldn't mute his meetings for a girl he liked. Plus he didn't really like his sister. Shinihan's hand wearing Buddha beads opened the passenger door and gestured for Lin Mal to get on the car and sit. Lim turned around. "I should have gotten a key a long time ago. I don't even realize it when I'm bothering people every day." Because on the first day out, Xiaoguanyan told her to go home and send him a message. She'd also forgotten about the fact that sharing a room should come with a key of its own. However, before she could even get to the car, the lights at the entrance of the villa suddenly came on, illuminating the path in front of Lin Mal. The cell phone rang a little too. "Open it and see that it's a message replied by Xiaoguanyan. Coming." Lin Mal turned around and saw the villa door being opened from the inside. The pretty man took one look at him and ran over, his chest rising and falling slightly as he stood and held his glasses with one finger. His voice muffled, "Sorry, just fell asleep." The man still wore the same white bodysuit he had worn during the day, his soft hair unstyled and refreshingly juvenile. The slightly panting look at this point was very much like the scene in a school relationship where you accidentally arrive late for your girlfriend's date and run over in a hurry. Lin Mal laughed. "Why are you in such a hurry?" "I'm not in a hurry to wait outside. I thought you weren't home." Xiaoguanyan ran over and even opened his mouth to apologize, as what Shinihan did not expect. Is this the same Xiaoguanyan who has always been gentle, calm and unattainable? Shinihan's cold eyes moved slightly. his left hand turning the Buddha beads on his right wrist. He felt like he should take back the line about Mr. Shay not liking his sister. This fear of waiting for the other man he knew well. Just like the mall clearance on the day his sister just wore it. He didn't want Lai Huanyu to wait, so he went over there very early. Realizing this, Shinihan wasn't much surprised. Falling for his sister is as easy as drinking water. The human condition. Breathing slightly calmed down, Xia Guanyin looked at the girl in front of him through the lenses of his glasses, the bottom of his eyes sticky and excited. He's home, all day. It was just that he hadn't expected the young girl who had met Gu Jingchuan to come back so early. During the day he was able to paralyze himself with work, and the more the night wore on the more anxious and restless he became to send her a message. But he had no status or qualifications to send her a message, so he went into the secret room of the study to stay. Only by staying there could he fool himself that Shiny was still with him. The signal in the chamber was poor, so there was a delay in receiving the message. When he saw the message, he was so excited that he rushed out. Even though Shiny went to meet a favorite, she went back to his house. That's enough. At home, Xia Guanyin's voice maintained its warmth, but his gaze did not leave the young girl's glistening white face for an inch. Lin Mal walked towards the door. I'd better get a key, so I don't have to bother you to come over and open the door every day. No trouble. The man's voice was gentle but inexplicably firm. It was a blessing to be able to open the door for her. So how could he find it troublesome? Blame it on the bad reception in the chamber. It's time for a makeover. As the young girl got closer and closer, Xie Guanyin smelled a not-so-faint odor of smoke, and his eyes darkened. Doesn't Gu Jingchuan know that Shiny doesn't like to smell smoke? Why do you have to smoke when you're with her? In the next moment, his heart sank downward. What's the situation between Shiny and Gu Jingchuan now? Made up or what? Is she going to be late from now on? I've had a lot on my hands lately, and it's okay for you to be late. I'm sure I haven't even slept. Xia Guanyin added another sentence. I'm afraid that Lin Mal will insist on having a key made. He could have waited for her. He will wait as long as it takes. Xia Guanyin's insistence made Lin Mo a little strange. Could this be the big man's strong desire to control? Because not having a key meant she wasn't coming and going from this villa as she pleased. His coming to open the door was an act of giving her permission to enter, a feeling of territorial protection. But that was fine with Rimmer, because she was a throwaway herself. She didn't even have the keys to her house on her before. A couple of brothers with just enough on them. Someone would always open the door for her. Xia Guanyin's behavior was right up her alley. Fine, then I'm not worthy. The young girl's peach blossom eyes were slightly curved, and the light struck the top of her head with astonishing beauty. The bottom of Xie Guanyin's glazed eyes were dyed with a few points of infatuation. At least, the smile didn't belong to Gu Jingchuan alone now. Shinihan knows his sister's habits, but still feel inconvenient. Mr. Xie, or give my sister with a hand. You are busy at work. Travel is a common thing. When? It's fine. I'll tell your sister in advance if I'm traveling and leave the key for her. Xia Guanyin looked at Shinihan. At his current position, there aren't many business trips he can't put off. A key? And the two could at least see each other at least once a day in the light of day and walk together for a while. This is, after all, Xia Guanyin's home. Even if he is an ordinary person, Shinihan is not in a position to say too much. Okay, Mr. Xia, you guys have an early night. I'll go first. Lin Mal waved his hand at him. Slow down on the road and be safe. Sitting in the car, Shinihan started the vehicle, turning the steering wheel with his Buddha bead-wearing hands, his eyes glancing at the villa's gate that had already been closed. Even if he knew that Mr. Xia might have liked his sister, he didn't worry too much. For one thing, he believes that Mr. Xia's character, a passionate charity to treat people gentle and light-hearted people, will not do things to disrespect his sister. Secondly, there's no use worrying about it. Will Mr. Xia allow him to move in and watch as well? Obviously not. He had one question now. How did his sister feel about Mr. Xie? Ask about it sometime. Retracting his gaze, he pressed lightly on the gas pedal and the car drove gently up the mountain road. However, it hadn't been on for long when his cell phone rang. The bony one-handed man picked it up and saw that it was an unfamiliar number in the northern part of the capital. Sliding right onto the phone, an unfamiliar male voice came through. Shinihan, where's your sister? Chapter 042, Where's your sister? Gu Jingchuan returned to his villa in the north of the capital from the first high school in the afternoon. He had lost track of how many friend requests he had sent to Lim. The first note is, Gu Jingchuan. The second note is Lin Mal. I'm Gu Jingchuan. The third note was through me. Lin, I miss you. One after another. I've been sending out friend requests to add notes, but all of them have dropped like a stone. Gu Jingchuan was beginning to wonder if Xie Guanyin had taken control of Lin Mal's cell phone. There's nothing in the world that creep can't do. In the evening, Lai Huanyu also returned to Jingbei from Jingnan and also came to his villa. Brother Jingchuan, what exactly is it that you left so hastily in the morning? Li Huanyu asked, a little upset. On the sofa, Gu Jingchuan frowned and said, I had to come back for my brother's matter. It's better not to say too much to Lai Huanhua yet, knowing that it's inevitable to fight again. He already knew why Lin Mal didn't agree to the friend request. She must have seen all the gossip about herself and was angry. That's normal. She was pronounced dead at that point. Did he still marry for her for life? No one can do that. Even if it was that pervert Xie Guanyan, he didn't think it would be. Xie Guanyan also just hasn't been in a relationship until now. Nowadays, it's common to get married late, and there's still a long way to go in life. If Lim hadn't come back, he would have definitely ended up choosing to get married and have children. But it's good that Lim can be angry about this. It shows that she still likes him, and liking is what makes her jealous and angry. WeChat couldn't contact Lin Mal, so he had to think of another way to contact him. Shinihan was Lin Mal's younger brother. He knew that a long time ago. In high school, the three younger brothers used to come to school together to pick her up after school. All three of his brothers had a not-so-subtle animosity toward him. To be honest, his mom was still very disapproving at the time when she found out he liked Lim. Because of the three younger brothers and the absence of Shin's parents, the company is definitely in a shaky state. Being with Lim is the equivalent of having to help take care of three young brothers. It's a drag, but he insists on pursuing her despite his mom's objections. It was just a younger brother, and as long as he took Lin Mal, he could definitely convince Lin Mal to break it off with his three younger brothers. Who would have thought it? The next two brothers became successful. Just the youngest I don't know what happened to. Of course this outcome is the best it could be. Lim doesn't need to help her brother. Are you and Shinihan still in contact now? Gu Jingchuan turned his head to ask Lai Huanhua. Lai Huanyu sat crookedly on the sofa, her heart pounding. No contact. Gu Jingchuan was really nervous about her, afraid that she and Shinihan were still coupled. Her body was crooked on Gu Jingchuan's body, and she said in a soft voice, "I told you, I don't like him. It's him who insisted on investing in a movie for me, and my agent took it, so I couldn't do anything about it. He often sends me messages that I don't even reply to. You've always been the only one in my heart. Brother Jingchuan." Gu Jingchuan touched Lai Huanyu's hand. "Do you have his phone number?" Lai Huanyu's eyes flickered. Is he calling to warn Shinihan not to pester her? Lai Huanyu pursed her lips. "It's better if you don't contact him. He's a big president. We can't afford to mess with him." Gu Jingchuan snorted. "What grand president? It's still not enough to look at in front of our Gu family. He's just too lazy to inherit the family business and finds it too tiring. It's better to forget it." Lai Huanyu said. "He definitely won't admit to pestering me if you call him. He can't do anything about you, but there are ways to deal with a small actor like me." That's a very profound statement. Phone calls don't work, and it's only when you want to eliminate the root of the problem and crack down on the Starburst group that you can do it. Gu Jingchuan wrapped his arm around Lai Huanyu. "What small actor? You're my woman, not a small actor. Give me the phone. I have a measure." A glint flashed under Lai Huanyu's eyes. Gu Jingchuan stood up for her. "Shinihan is dead." Half-heartedly, he gave Gu Jingchuan Shinihan's number. Gu Jingchuan lit a cigarette. "I'll call to teach him a lesson. You go up and take a shower." Lai Huanyu was eager to hear what Gu Jingchuan would say, but it was quite annoying to listen on the sidelines and have to act like she was being kind. "Okay, don't talk too hard. I'll go up first." Seeing that Lai Huanyu had gone upstairs, Gu Jingchuan walked outside the villa to make a phone call. The phone number was dialed and the first thing he asked was, "Shinihan, where's your sister?" The road from Xieguanyan's villa back to the city was mountainous and quiet. The car hadn't gotten around to playing music or anything yet either. This somewhat unfamiliar voice suddenly rang out, seeming particularly harsh. There was a strong gesture of questioning in his tone. Shinihan frowned slightly. His tone was cold. "Who are you?" Gu Jingchuan didn't think that Shinihan couldn't even hear his voice. He was a household name and a big movie star. "This is Gu Jingchuan. Where's your sister? Put her on the phone." With such an overbearing tone, Shinihan was directly angry and laughed. Gu Jingchuan? Don't recognize it." The long bony fingers pressed the hang-up button, and Shinihan threw the cell phone toward the passenger side. "You really can't compare people to people. A movie star is so arrogant. Look at Mr. Xia. That's a really high-ranking position, and you don't see such arrogance." It was just strange how Gu Jingchuan didn't contact his sister directly but contacted him instead. He didn't find out his sister's contact info? It should be. The phone rang again. Shinihan wanted to hang up directly but still answered it. The voice was cold, opening the door. "Don't look for my sister nor disturb my sister. Or don't blame me for being rude. I can't persuade my sister not to like this scumbag. I can only keep this scumbag away from my sister." Gu Jingchuan did not expect Shinihan to talk like this. Anger surged, took a drag on the cigarette and scolded, when a few years president learned to threaten people? I don't care with you in general. Where is your sister? I'll ask again. The headlights dispersed the darkness of the mountain road. Shinihan car speed put very slow, voice cold to the bone. "This has nothing to do with you." Just about to hang up, Gu Jingchuan said in a grumpy voice, "Is your sister with Xieguanyan?" Shinihan's hand wearing the Buddha beads held the steering wheel. fingertips tapping the steering wheel, the Buddha beads in the night and the black almost blended into one. Gu Jingchuan shouldn't dare to go to Mr. Xia, right? The cold light of his eyes moved slightly as Shinihan said, yes, they're already living together. Chapter 043, Shiny still needs him. It was just a very simple sentence, but a layer of fine sweat appeared on Shinihan's palms after he finished speaking. On the one hand, he didn't want to create a rumor about his sister, who was still only 18 and living with a man was not a good thing to say. On the other hand, he didn't want to start rumors about Mr. Xia. He's so light-hearted and gentle and polite, but now he could only say this, hoping that it would make Gu Jingchuan know better than to ever bother his sister. However, Gu Jingchuan on the other end of the phone didn't believe it at all. Impossible. Your sister won't like Xieguanyan, she only likes me. Although this was the truth, Shinihan sounded very uncomfortable. He sneered, there's no mirrors in the house, there's always P. Gu Jingchuan. The phone was hung up again. The veins on Gu Jingchuan's neck floated up, and he deeply inhaled the last mouthful of cigarettes and threw it on the ground and ruthlessly stamped it out with his foot. He didn't believe Shinihan's bull *******. Shinihan's animosity towards him had always been very deep, and he even suspected that Shinihan was pursuing Lai Huanyu because he hated him. The evening breeze was slightly cool, blowing on Gu Jingchuan's face as he gathered his hair upwards. Countless doubts haunted him. How on earth did Lim appear out of nowhere? Not before seeing what Lim looks like in the video. He had a suspicion that Lin Mal was actually not dead at that time and was saved by Xieguanyan, the pervert. And then he's been silently imprisoned somewhere. She was not let out to walk around until recently. But that guess didn't hold water after seeing what Lim looked like. She's too young. The last 10 years or so, 11 to be exact, had left no trace on her face, even if he was imprisoned with no contact with the outside at all. Growing up a full 11 years old can't be completely unchanged, especially her eyes, which were exactly the same as back then, brimming with purity and clarity, looking at the world. It wasn't the kind of eyes a woman approaching 30 would have. These are clearly the eyes of an 18-year-old girl. One more thing, 11 years ago Xieguanyan was nothing more than a poor student. With nothing, what was he going to do to save and feed Lim? As long as Lin Mal's IQ was still normal, how could she be so proud of herself and be willing to be imprisoned? How could Xieguanyan dare to fully reveal his dark and perverted side in front of Lin Mal? Based on all of the above, he seriously doubted that Lin Mal's true age was now 18. He had made a movie before about a man who traveled to the future in a car accident, and his family was amazed that he still looked the same as he did back then. He used this look to fall in love and marry the girl of his dreams back then. So there's a possibility that Lim is crossing over from that car accident 11 years ago. This speculation made Gu Jingchuan's heartbeat speed up rapidly. Taking another cigarette out of his pocket, he lit one and took a deep drag. If that was the case, it would be even more unlikely for Lin Mal to like Xieguanyan. As far as she could remember was still boyfriend and girlfriend with herself. That would explain his reluctance to pick up on himself even more. She was only 18, the age when she was moody and needed coaxing. Facing the evening breeze, Gu Jingchuan, whose hairline was blown high, flicked his cigarette ash with one finger. Anyway, got to meet up with Lim. Ding dong. Just after walking through the door of the villa, Xieguanyan received a message on his cell phone. Boss, are we going to continue protecting MS Lin tomorrow? Desperately trying to control herself from prying into what would happen when she met with Gu Jingchuan, Xieguanyan withdrew the people who had been protecting Lin Mal in the shadows, but it upset him to the point where he couldn't focus on any one thing. He wanted to be completely on top of her every move and keep her safe. Lost and found, he couldn't accept any more slip-ups from her. He'd seen the video of that crash back then. If there had been a heavyweight car against her car, odds are she wouldn't have gone into the river. Raising his eyes, he looked down at the slender figure of the young girl striding toward the stairs. Xieguanyan held the frame of his glasses with one hand, and the fingertips pinching the cell phone turned white. Should we continue to protect it or not? Those details of her meeting with Gu Jingchuan, should she know or not? Lim, are you having a late-night snack today? Xieguanyan opened his mouth with some difficulty. His voice was magnetic and nice but vaguely carried a few points of caution. He didn't know what time she and Gu Jingchuan had dinner. Also not sure she still needs a nightcap. The young girl's footsteps slightly paused and she turned back, her peach blossom eyes looking around. Eat. I had a not-so-good somen noodle dinner in the evening and haven't eaten anything until now, so I'm really hungry. A smile swept across the bottom of Xieguanyan's obsidian eyes. Turkey noodles? Spicy hot? Egg fried rice? Luckily, Shiny still needed him. Lin Mal stroked his chin. Spicy hot bar, with extra hemp and spice. Xieguanyan cupped the phone in his hand. Okay, you go up and take a shower first. He doesn't like to smell smoke either, especially Gu Jingchuan's cigarette smell. Longlegs stepped away and walked to the kitchen, the bamboo gold string on his bony wrist glinting slightly in the light. The beautiful man lowered his eyes, thought hard for a few seconds, and lifted his cell phone to type. Continued protection. He would try to restrain his darkness from asking for details and just keep her safe from afar. The smell of smoke was really bad, so as soon as Lin Mel came back, she wanted to go upstairs and take a shower. After showering and putting on a pair of yellow cartoon pajamas, his hair wasn't even completely blow-dried, and he was denning downstairs. Mr. Xia, has the takeout arrived? She asked as soon as she got downstairs. Yet there was movement from the kitchen. Lin Mal's peach blossom eyes were wide open, probing in and saying in surprise, Mr. Xia, no way, you know how to do all the spicy hot pots? Who's a 100 billionaire who makes his own spicy hot pot at home at night? She thought he'd order takeout. Xia Guanyin turned back to look at her. The young girl's hair was half wet, hanging over her shoulders, dainty and lovely. The knot in his throat rolled slightly and his voice was gentle. This isn't hard. There are tutorials online. Lin Mo blinked and heartily praised. You're a real learner. You learn everything at once. In the future, your wife will definitely be happy and fat when you get married. Xia Guanyin looked her up and down and smiled warmly. You're not fat either. The girl was so skinny that she didn't have any extra meat on her body, and she couldn't gain any weight even if she was fed every morning and evening. The topic suddenly returned to himself, and Lin Mal's peach blossom eyes gave a slight lurch. The next second she raised an eyebrow. I've only been living with you for a few days. Your wife will be with you for the rest of her life. Then try living with me a little longer. Xia Guanyin took the words seemingly calmly, his eyes looking into the pot. The pot was steaming hot and the spicy, fresh flavors were spreading through the kitchen. Lettuce, instant noodles, potatoes, all kinds of croquettes are cooked bubbly. Lin Mal bristled. Xia Guanyin, are you using me as a test subject? Xia Guanyin. The spicy hot pot was brought to the table, and Lim got a big, sticky spoonful of sesame sauce into it. Lin Mal took a bite, looked at Xia Guanyin, one hand compared to a phone call gesture. Hello, Mr. Xia, I'm a staff member of the livestock ranch. According to the response of the distributor, your phone we can't get through here. In fact, there's nothing to it. I'm just here specifically to give you a notice. Your cow has arrived home. Xia Guanyin was amused by her, and the small teal-colored mole on the tip of his nose wiggled slightly, alive with color. His voice was gentle and nice, seeming to follow the path. It's nothing, Lim, you can't set your standards too low. Chapter 044, Where did you get the confidence? Lin Mal was a bit puzzled to hear this suddenly. She lifted her chin slightly, her pretty peach eyes looking at the man. The man was exceptionally handsome, sitting there in a white bodysuit, both cuffs stacked upwards, revealing icy wrists. At the moment, he was wiping off the soup that had been accidentally spilled on the table, moving slowly and inexplicably with a sense of manhood. Lim blinked. She often praised Xia Guanyin's cooking skills. Did he think she was blowing rainbow farts? Then he's really humble. No, I've always had high standards. Xia Guanyin wiped the table clean and pushed the frames of his glasses with one finger to hide the darkness under his eyes. It could be higher, and not just in terms of food, especially looking at the men aspect. Xia Guanyin didn't say the latter sentence. Lin Mal picked up a chopstick of gooey instant noodle storm inhalation and laughed. Old Xia, you're really getting old and starting to get a little dottish. Xia Guanyin. Xia Guanyin had always known that although Lin Mo was not very old, her inner core was extremely stable, and it was difficult for other people's words to sway her. That's why her likes are so rare. Gu Jingchuan doesn't deserve it at all. Seeing Xia Guanyin's expression give way, Lin Mo ate people's mouths and explained, what I mean is that I really think that your cooking is very good, and even if you don't, I feel the same way. Modesty was a good quality, and she wouldn't let someone's modesty make her think he was really all that. By the way, my second brother said he wants to learn cooking from you so he can cook for me in the future. Do you have time to teach him recently? It's more proof that he's a really good cook. However, these words made Xia Guanyin's fingertips holding the chopsticks tighten, and without even thinking, he said, there's no time. This answer is normal, and he just said at the door that he has a lot of work at hand these days. Lim nodded. Alright then, let me know when you're free. Xia Guanyin's thick and long eyelashes drooped without saying anything. After finishing her late-night snack and going to brush her teeth, Lim lay down on her bed. Opening his cell phone, he saw a tweet from the Kyoryo Buddhist son. Sister, recently telecommunication fraud is very rampant. Unfamiliar phone do not answer. The company today there is an employee received an unfamiliar phone card stolen 100,000. You be careful. Seeing this news, Lin Mal's brows furrowed tightly. No, are fraudulent techniques so advanced now? Growing up, she couldn't do anything about hurting money. She couldn't do anything about failing money. She couldn't do anything about wasting money. She couldn't do anything about missing money. She couldn't do anything about betraying money. She couldn't do anything about leaving money. She couldn't do anything about losing money. She couldn't do anything about being cold and violent about money. She couldn't do anything about backstabbing money. She couldn't do anything about throwing money away. Got it. I don't answer strange calls. I was just about to exit WeChat when I saw another friend request. Lin Mal was speechless. What the hell was Gu Jingchuan having a seizure about? Wasn't it obvious that he was ignoring his friend request? This time the note sent was, "Would you like to meet? I know you want to see me too. See a large nest of cucumbers." Who gave him the confidence that she wanted to see him? Lin Mo chose to ignore this friend request again, but her mind couldn't help but recall the words that Xieguanyan said during dinner. "Lim, you can't set your standards too low. I didn't think about it at the time, and now that bullet is right between the eyes." Her standards seem really kind of low. How did she agree to Gu Jingchuan's confession at that time? Any way you look at him now, he seems very average. Yes, I'm going to have to set my standards a little higher for finding a boyfriend in the future. After playing with her cell phone for a while, she got sleepy. Before she went to bed, it occurred to her that she had discovered one more good thing about Xieguanyan. He's very humble. Soon the young girl's breathing became calmer and she fell into sleep. Completely unnoticed, the door to the room was opened a very small crack, and in the darkness, a pair of dank, slimy eyes were staring at her in fascination. The next day was a big Monday. Lin Mal woke up to see a Weibo message from Shinihan. "Sister, I need to go on an urgent business trip today. There's a problem in the south of Beijing, and Zhang Detailed is going with me. So why don't you not go to the fourth brother today, and wait for me to come back and go together again?" Lin Mal stretched her limbs on the bed. Her jade-white fingers typed a reply. "It's okay. I'll go to the third middle school to take a look. Leave the fourth brothers matter to me. You just make a mess." "No, don't worry." Shunihan, who was waiting for the airplane, saw these two messages. His left hand fiddled with the black Buddha beads on his right wrist. "Okay, call me first thing. I've already sent a secretary over to pick you up." The fourth brother was certainly more important than the job, but in terms of priorities, the matter in Kyonan was more urgent. Lin Mal shuffled downstairs and still saw the beautiful man busy in the kitchen. Sometimes Lim feels magical. Every time she got up and came down, she saw this scene. Breakfast isn't quite ready. It's being made. She didn't have to wait more than a few minutes for a hot breakfast when she came down. Today's breakfast was a small wonton stew and chicken soup, and familiar flavors blossomed on the taste buds. She kind of wanted to ask Xieguanyan how she managed to get the same flavor as Gu Jingchuan's home cook, but obviously it's very presumptuous to ask. She didn't really want to mention Gu Jingchuan either. After blowing off the dinner, Lin Mal got into the car of Shinihan's secretary. It was a girl not too old, with a sweet smile with two dimples. "Good morning, sister. My name is Zhang Nan." Lim smiled back. "Good morning. My name is Lim and I'm going to third grade." Gu Jingchuan had been looking for someone to check on Lin Mal's whereabouts. He had originally contacted the doggies in the north of the capital. This group of people is pervasive. Lin Mal has also been on the hot search with Shinihan before. They must have paid attention. However, when the paparazzi in the northern part of the capital heard the name Lin Mal, they said they would not answer. "Pay any amount of money and you won't take it." Gu Jingchuan guessed that it was Xieguanyan's handiwork. It's not self-evident who he's defending himself against. Dead perverts are really scary when they become rich and powerful. He has no choice but to spend a lot of money on a private detective who must find out Lin Mal's whereabouts. Finally, after waiting most of the morning, he received a message from the private investigator. Limo is in the 3rd High School of Beijing North. Chapter 045, just woke up thinking I was dreaming. It's a bit far from Xieguanyan's villa to the 3rd middle school in Jingbei. The 3rd form was already in the middle of 2nd period when they arrived. As usual, there were no traffic stops in the 3rd center, and Zhang Nan drove the car in without any problems. Students can still be seen wandering the campus in slow motion during classes. Lim found a classmate and asked how to get to class 6. Walking to the door of class 6, Lim looked in through the window. Many more colorful heads were seen, sleeping and mingling. Basically, not many people listened to the teacher attentively, looked around and didn't see the 4th brother, and neither did Yellow Hair. This asshole didn't miss class, did he? Quite possibly, but the classroom was in session, so Lin Mal couldn't go in and ask, and waited at the door. Zhang Nan handed over a bag of bear cookies. Lin Mal subconsciously took it and unwrapped it and ate it. Only after eating did I remember to ask, "Where did you get the cookies?" Zhang Nan smiled. "Special Assistant Jian told me to keep some snacks on me." In the company, she was also high on her sister's CP with Special Assistant Jiang. Sister Jiang Z is still too comprehensive. Lin Mal exclaimed. Jingle bells. The bell rang for the end of class. The instructor walks out. Lin Mal greeted her and asked, "Hello teacher, I wanted to ask, did Jian not come to class today?" The teacher had already noticed the person at the door and now glanced in. "Ha, didn't come? Didn't notice. He often doesn't come to class." Lim frowned. "I see. So did he take a vacation? On what grounds did he take leave?" The teacher shook her head. "I don't know. I'm not a classroom teacher." Many of the students noticed Lin Mal and their eyes lit up. "What a beautiful beauty. Just woke up thinking I was dreaming. It's still our boss who comes for the boss." Lim's eyebrows twitched. Somehow, even though Jian was the school bully, it felt like his classmates didn't hate him. Only one boy with red hair said with great disdain, "What are you looking for him for? Pretty girl?" He's a ing psycho, the kind that goes crazy. A boy next to me was upset. What are you talking about that for? The red-haired boy kicked the boy who had spoken hard. You're the one who loves to hold his stinking feet. You'll be happy when he ings on your head. The boy who spoke was about to fight back when several men stepped forward. Are you looking for death? Lim looked at the redhead a few more times, his fists clenching slightly. It looks like this is the fourth brother's counterpart and has his own little brother. Taking a deep breath, Lim didn't snap. The most important thing now is to find the fourth brother. Taking out his cell phone, Lin Mal sent a Weibo message to Jing Circle's Buddha Z. Send me fourth brother's home address. I'll go to his house to look for him. Kayarako Fuko's side replied quickly, sending a voice. The place where he lives is very messy. Don't go alone. I don't feel comfortable. Lim, what's not to worry about in broad daylight? Address. In the end, Shinihan sent the address to Lin Mal, his brows slightly furrowed. Jiang sat next to him and said, it should be fine. Secretary Zhang Nan grew up in that slum area. Shinihan was completely ignorant of these things, his cold eyes lifting up to look at Jiang. Is that so? Aha. Zhang detailed nodded. I guess that there was a possibility that Xiao and Mo would go over there today, so I asked Zhang Nan to pick her up. Shinihan's eyes flickered, and his left hand turned the Buddha beads on his right wrist. He had always known that Zhang was meticulous and capable. Now it turned out that she was more attentive and capable than he had thought. Sister, I know the slums well. I grew up there. I can show you the way. Getting in the car, Zhang Nan said. Lin Mal didn't see that Zhang Nan had grown up there at all, and said with a smile, okay, thanks. In fact, Lin Mal had always known that a ghetto existed in the northern part of the capital. It's a remote location, and it's where all the poor people congregate. She had followed her parents there as a child to donate to the orphanage, but now that the economy is so advanced and it's already 2025, Lin Mal didn't realize that this ghetto still exists. It stands to reason that as society develops, so will it there. Maybe that's the world of fiction. From the moment she stepped into the boundaries of the slum area, Lin Mal felt that this place was completely cut off from the world outside of Dingbei. It's dirty, the houses are dilapidated, there's a bad smell in the air, and there are homeless people begging on the side of the road. There were a lot of punk-like people racing on motorcycles. Two of them whistled directly at Lin Mal and said in a sleazy manner, get in the car, beautiful, and I'll take you for a ride. Zhang Nan had a sweet sisterly look to her, and as soon as she heard this, once the professional jacket was unzipped and the sleeves rolled up, the face changed straight away. Get on your daddy's get on, and push me to cowgirl you again. Lim's eyes widened slightly, but it quickly occurred to me that a girl who could get out of here and work for a big conglomerate couldn't be weak. The poorer the place, the more weak girls have no way out. A few punks originally thought that these two little girls were easy to bully. As soon as they heard such dirty swearing, they looked at each other and the motorcycle drove away. At this moment the clenched fists of the two burly men hidden in the shadows loosened. Sister Nan is handsome, Lin Mal sincerely complimented. Zhang Nan turned back into a sweet sister in a second, smiling and revealing her dimples. I've made my sister laugh. You have to be mean to this group of people, or else they'll be like plasters. Go this way. Encountering a fork in the road, Zhang Nan said. In front of him was a big flat road, and Zhang Nan pointed to a small path. Oh, this side is closer, is it? Lin Mal had looked at the door number, and the fourth brother's house should be at the far end. No, I'm a sympathetic person. There should be an acquaintance begging on this main road who might give money if he sees it, so it's better to take a detour and not look, Zhang Nan said. Lin Mo followed Zhang Nan as he turned east and west. Zhang Nan introduced the place along the way. It looks much better now than it did before. It was only worse before. Now at least the kids here can afford to study if they want to. Where did you get the money? Lim asked. There are hundreds of thousands of poor people here and a lot of children. Many people outside of the 9-year compulsory education cannot afford it. Mr. Xia has set up a charity fund here, and anyone who wants to study can apply for it, with all living expenses and tuition paid out of the fund, Zhang Nan said with a smile. I went to high school and college through this fund too. Xia Guanyan? Lin Mal was a bit surprised. I've heard he's been doing charity work. I didn't realize he covered it here. Zhang Nan nodded. Yes, I've heard that he used to stay in this slum area, but I don't know if it's true or not. Lin Mo's long, curly eyelashes trembled slightly, feeling that Xie Guanyan's image had grown a little taller in her heart. He's really been giving back to the community since his success. Did fourth brother apply for money from his foundation for his studies? Chapter 046, Dirty Things. Let's not look at them. Standing in front of a very old and dilapidated building, Lin Mo and Zhang Nan were finally relieved. even though no one dares to do anything in broad daylight. It's still a little nerve-wracking to walk on such ground. Met quite a few drag racers like that along the way. It's a tall building with a lot of people living in it. As soon as I came in, I heard loud noises and all kinds of bad smells. Zhang Nan pinched his nose and said, "The rent here is cheap, only 200 or 300 a month, so there are many people living here. Knocking on this door inside should be a shared room. The person we're looking for doesn't necessarily live in one yet." With that said, Zhang Nan knocked on the door. It didn't take long for someone inside to yell, "Who the goes out and doesn't bring a key? It's your turn." A fat, greasy man came over and opened the door, wearing only a pair of pants. Zhang Nan immediately reached out and covered Lin Mal's eyes. "Dirty thing, let's not look." Lin Mal and Zhang Nan's temperament and dress were out of place in this place. The fat man's gaze was bare for many eyes, and the corner of his mouth lifted. "Who are the two little beauties looking for?" "None of your business." Zhang Nan covered Lin Mal's eyes and looked inside the house himself. Just as she had guessed, there were many small doors behind the front door, with a mix of men and women renting. "Then I won't let you in." The fat man blocked toward the doorway and reached out his hand in a gesture to push Zhang Nan. It appeared to be a push, but his hand went towards Zhang Nan's chest. The two big men on the next flight of stairs aiming at the situation above frowned and looked at each other. "Should I get on?" The boss said not to expose himself, but the first rule is not to put Lin in any danger. The two big men thought for half a second, nodded towards each other and were about to show themselves. Something was seen rolling down the stairs and the stairs felt shaken. This was followed by cries of pain. "Ow, ow, ow." The two big men fixed their eyes on it. "Nice guy, a fat head." "No, what's going on here?" Zhang Nan was also dumbfounded, his mouth open to be able to stuff down an egg. Sister, you." She didn't even look, just saw the fat man suddenly drop to his knees and then roll down the stairs. Lin Mal laughed. "I know a little bit about boxing. It's not a problem to deal with a fat man with weak kidneys. Back then, in order to protect a few younger brothers, what Taekwondo Muay Thai can learn all over again, except did not go to Shaolin Temple." The fat man was in pain, and heard that he had a weak kidney. "Who is the grass mudhorse talking about? I don't have weak kidneys." Zhang Nan rolled up his sleeves again and cursed openly. "No big deal, except for your cow." The fat man pounded the ground in anger. "Aha, 2es, I'm going to kill you." He was just about to stand up when he was yanked by some force and rolled downward. His eyes widened as he saw that it was the faces of two fierce, burly men, just about to call out. Two muffled punches down and passed out. Not noticing, and not wanting to waste time with uninvolved people, Lim headed for the door. Zhang Nan followed suit and walked in, his heart overwhelmed with admiration. "Sister, I really can't see that you're so powerful." All the way there she thought she was protecting Lim. "I didn't realize it was Lim who was protecting her." "Cry me a river." Lim grinned. Average, third in the world." A house that looked less than 50 or 60 square feet was rigidly divided into 6 compartments. The door to just one compartment was now open, presumably the fat man's just now. All the other doors were closed. "Let me knock on the door," Zhang Nan said. "It's an honor to work for my sister." Knocking on the first door, it was opened by a woman with a thin, yellow face. "Who are you looking for?" Lin Mal walked up and smiled. "May I ask if you know which room Kian is staying in?" He's a high school student with long hair blocking his eyes, living in a house, looking up and down every day. "You should know." "Oh, you mean the little kid? He moved out with his mom at 3 or 4 in the morning." Lim frowned. "Moved somewhere you know?" The woman shook her head. "I don't know. One twist and turn. So cheap." Lin Mal revealed a smile that was more bitter than life. "Bastard, if I find you again, I'll serve you with 7 wolves first." The thin woman didn't understand what Lin Mal was saying. She just lamented. "It's not possible to move out without moving out. A man came to make trouble last night and beat his mother half to death, and the child was injured." "What?" Lin Mal's eyes widened. "Why is there a man thing? Is it Kian's dad?" The thin woman shook her head. "I don't know. They've lived here for years and no dad has ever been here." Lin Mal's brimming peach blossom eyes dimmed. It looked like the fourth brother's situation was a bit more complicated than she thought. Coming out of the tall building, Lim had been thinking about her fourth brother, and hadn't even noticed that the fat man who had rolled down the stairs was missing. The air outside smelled a little better than inside, and Lim took a deep breath. "This slum is so big, it's hard to find someone, right?" Lin Mo asked Zhang Nan. Zhang Nan nodded. "There are 200,000 to 300,000 people living here. Any nook or cranny could be occupied." "Lim, is there a police station here? Can I go report a case?" The odds are that the fourth brother, with his mentally unstable foster mother, will not move out of this place. The cost of living out there is several times that of here. Zhang Nan, you can report it to the police, but the police won't necessarily look for it seriously. There's a whole lot of fighting and brawling and stuff going on here every day, and the police can't even handle it. Lim frowned as she looked directly across the street at a small restaurant eating rice noodles. Several cockroaches blatantly rampant on the floor. Her long, curly eyelashes drooped, sweeping a pretty shadow under her eyelids. Xia Guanyan has a charity fund in this place, and he seems to be out of here again. Could he be of some help? He should be able to get attention if he calls the police department here, right? Rimmer wasn't one to beg for favors, and did everything she could on her own, but when there's no other way, asking for help is probably the easiest and most direct way. Go back and see him tonight and ask. Follow Zhang Nan as he walked outside the ghetto. Just as I walked up to the door, I saw a high-profile sports car parked on the curb. Gu Jingchuan was dressed in a blue suit, and when he saw Lin Mal walk out, his eyes went wide. He went to the 3rd grade and heard from the private investigator that Lim had gone to the ghetto. I don't know why Lim went to the ghetto in good time, but he hated the ghetto, so he didn't go in and waited for her outside. Finally, he waited, his breath stuttering a bit as he took a big step forward, his voice trembling slightly. Lin Mal. Lin Mo also didn't expect to run into Gu Jingchuan here. It was the first time I'd seen him in person since crossing over, and his hairline was really high and his hair was thinning quite a bit. The whole thing felt very strange to her. See the men coming closer and closer. Lin Mo didn't know what to say and smiled. Gu Jingchuan, it's been a long time. Where have you been getting rich lately? Chapter 047, Let's Break Up. Gu Jingchuan chased Lin Mal for 3 years in the first middle school back then. Almost every friend around him knew it. So much so that for many years afterwards there would be friends who would say that Lin Mal was Gu Jingchuan's white moonlight when they were hanging out together. Gu Jingchuan himself thought so. Anyone who has been chasing a girl for 3 years only to have her die on the way to the first date will never forget it. The odor of the ghetto was pungent and unpleasant, and could be smelled even when standing at the entrance to the ghetto. But at this moment, Gu Jingchuan could only smell the fresh scent of Lin Mal's body that was sent with the wind. She was alive and standing there in the sun. Skin like condensed fat, bright eyes and teeth. Long hair casually grabbed a ponytail, as in the year, bright and colorful to the extreme. Her soulful, nice voice came to her ears, yet the corners of his mouth twitched slightly as he reacted to the content. He ignored the girl's abstraction and opened his arms to try to hold her. Lin Mal subconsciously crouched down when she saw Gu Jingchuan's movements and burrowed away from his armpit. Gu Jingchuan hugged in air and turned around, his voice a little astringent. Lin Mal, what are you hiding from? We haven't seen each other for so long. Shouldn't we hug each other? Zhang Nan followed Lin Mal and recognized Gu Jingchuan at a glance. Normal people get excited when they see a big star. She was also a little excited. However, seeing him come up and try to hug Lim, the good feeling was gone. What do you mean hide? Why are you coming up here and moving your hands? Zhang Nan spoke first, standing in front of Lin Mal. Gu Jingchuan's face was a bit cold. Mind your own business. She's my girlfriend. Zhang Nan frowned slightly and looked back at Lin Mal. Really? Last night, she swiped Jane and saw marketing numbers saying that Gu Jingchuan and Lai Huanxiang had made up. Gu Jingchuan had been confident that Lin Mal still liked him. After being ducked out of a hug, he was a little beat up inside. A pair of phoenix eyes that netizens called looking at dogs with deep affection stared at Lin Mal, his heart beating a little fast. I don't think she'll deny it. After all, the two did never really say they were breaking up. However, Lin Mo didn't even bother to look at Gu Jingchuan and smiled at Zhang Nan. Of course it's fake. Zhang Nan nodded. I told you how you got a boyfriend as old as him. When she looked at Lin Mal alone, she thought she was young, not at all like the president's sister. But everyone in the company called Lin Mal sister, similar to an honorific, and she shouted along. But at this time, Lin Mo stood with Gu Jingchuan, and there was a huge age gap no matter how you looked at it. Gu Jingchuan was hurt and his tone was poor. Where am I old? I'm only 29, Zhang Nan retorted. 29 are running 30 soon 40 soon 50. How not big? The corners of Gu Jingchuan's mouth twitched furiously. You do know how to count. Lin Mo was amused by Zhang Nan. Her peach blossom eyes curved beautifully. Gu Jingchuan's heart beat violently as he watched her. It was when he fell in love with her at first sight when the senior student representative spoke on stage. She stood on the podium in the playground, bright and dazzling, like the brightest star in the sky. There's nothing in the world like the return of a dead white moon, not to mention that white moonlight was still only 18. He stepped closer to Lim again and reached out to try and take her hand. I know you're angry, but I can explain it to you. Just listen to me. Lin Mal dodged his hand. I really don't have time to mess around with you. Bye. The pretty girl turned to go, her hair curling in a fresh scent. Gu Jingchuan leaned over and whispered, Lin Mal, I know you traveled across. Lin Mal's footsteps lurched and she looked back at him, her peach blossom eyes carrying a deep inquiry. What big mouth told him that? Nope, not many people know they're crossing over. None of those people should be associated with Gu Jingchuan. Probably he guessed it himself. It can't be a cutie who gets to be the hero of a novel. So what? Lim asked rhetorically. Gu Jingchuan was instantly asked not to. Yeah, so what? Can he still send Lim to a relevant institution for research? He took a deep breath, trying desperately to keep himself calm. Lim, I mean, we're not broken up yet. Break it up, Lim said. Gu Jingchuan. Being so clean was something Gu Jingchuan hadn't expected, but it made sense. He'd made so many scandals, and proud as Lim was, she wouldn't accept herself that way. Lin Mal, don't be like this. I know you're back. 2 days of the theater did not go to shoot has been looking for you. Lim interrupted him. Zhang Nan laughed at this scene, revealing 2 dimples. I thought Lin Mal would be touched, but I didn't expect her to be as sober as if she had taken a cold shower early in the morning. The ghetto entrances and exits are heavily trafficked. At this point, there were already quite a few people who recognized Gu Jingchuan. He showed up today on a high note, without sunglasses or a mask. A lot of people are taking cell phone pictures of him now. He wasn't as impatient as the day he got hit by a car. Instead, they are always angling their chins, trying to show off their sharp and shapely jawline. But Lim didn't want to be in the hot seat. She pulled Zhang Nan and ran. Go! Before Gu Jingchuan could react, he saw that Lin Mal was running out of stubble. No, is that right? He didn't go after it anymore, and mostly couldn't. Ruffling his hair with one hand, he made his way to his sports car. It's okay that Lim is still angry and hasn't been coaxed. The other purpose was definitely served. Passers-by take pictures, and when the time comes, have your team find a few to write some stories about. He didn't maintain a fan base by being clean in the entertainment industry. Instead, his image as a playboy ran deep. He's not afraid of scandal. Gossip can keep him hot. Then Xia Guanyin, who saw the hot search, must be in great pain. Is he going to simply forget about the crash? No way. If he can get Linmer after him once, he can get Linmer after him a second time. Xia Guanyin waited to fall into that life is better than death pain again. Back in the car, he sent another message to the private investigator. Give me Linma's cell phone number. They quickly replied. 50,000. Gu Jingchuan's brows furrowed, feeling that this was simply a lion's den. But there's no way around it. There's always communicating with Lim On. He really paid quite a lot for Lin Mal. It cost him $100,000 to check her whereabouts. After the money was transferred, he received a message from his younger brother, Gu Jingzhou. Brother, did you go to see that girl? What exactly did you say to her? She hasn't sent me a message for 2 days. Chapter 048, It's Fate. Hiding to see Gu Jingchuan's sports car rumble away. It was only then that Lin Mo came out with Zhang Nan. She had clearly said she was breaking up, so Gu Jingchuan shouldn't come looking for her, right? Back in the car, Zhang Nan was angry. I didn't realize Gu Jingchuan was such a zhongdeng. I will never watch his movies again. Lim leaned back against the car seat and gave a smile that was more bitter than life. Go home. An hour later, outside the villa, Lin Mo waved at Zhang Nan. Bye. Slow down and be safe on the road. Standing outside the villa's front door, Lin Mal chose to ring the doorbell. It was only just noon. Xia Guanyin must have gone to work and the housekeeper was at home. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the butler to come and open the door. Seeing the visitor, the butler's eyes erupted with surprise. It's the first time I've seen Miss Lin come back so early. It was also the time to finally say the first time sentence type that housekeepers always say. Lim smiled brightly. It's also the first time I've seen Uncle Butler at noon. Before that, I only saw him in the morning, and in the evening he went back to the villa when he was off duty. Entering the courtyard of the villa, Lin Mal saw a servant digging. What kind of flowers is this going to be planted on? The housekeeper shook his head. Not to plant flowers. Sir said to plant fruit trees. Apple trees and also pear trees are suitable for planting now. Lin Mal raised her eyebrows slightly. Your husband and I really share the same interests. I also love to plant fruit trees in my yard at home, but unfortunately I've never succeeded. The butler grinned. That's very fateful. In the back of my mind, I'm thinking, why is Mr. so similar to your interests? It's so hard to guess. Miss Lin doesn't even like the fact that her husband is so good and handsome. It was really hard for him to imagine what the one Miss Lin liked was like. You are Ms. Lin, right? Are you hungry? I can prepare lunch immediately now. Just as I walked into the living room, a middle-aged man in a chef's hat stood in the kitchen doorway and smiled. Lim's eyes brightened slightly. Are you the cook at the villa? Having lived here for a week or two, this is the first time I've met this mysterious chef who just had a baby not long ago. That age looks to be at least 50 or 60. Having a baby at your age? I'm old and strong. Yes. Glad to be of service. May I ask what you would like for lunch? Uncle Chef asked. I finally met the legendary Ms. Lin, and it was a real sight to behold. Just stir-fry a few random dishes. I'm not picky, Lin Mal said with a smile. In the next second her eyes rolled. Uncle, can you teach me how to cook a few dishes? Why did Missy, who had never touched her hands, suddenly want to learn how to cook? That was of course because she wanted to beg Xie Guanyin to do something. The hard lesson of buying a house had taught her that you have to beg like you mean it. Don't look at Xie Guanyin, usually gentle and gentle. Something you beg him, he really does not necessarily give you to do. Mostly, why should anyone else help her? She had to show a little something first. The matter of her fourth brother was important to her now. Other than cooking a meal for Xie Guanyin, Lin Mo couldn't think of any other way to show her appreciation. The man lacks nothing. The chef's uncle glanced at the butler who stood behind Lim. I heard from the housekeeper that Mr. cooks for Miss Lin himself every day. Teaching her to cook made him a little flustered. Lim followed the chef's big gaze and also looked at the butler. She grinned. Uncle Butler, may I? The butler didn't even understand why the cook was looking at him. What was the hesitation? Lin is going to order the kitchen all to match. Of course. Just tell Oldly what you want to learn. He's a 5-star chef. He's good at all kinds of dishes. Thinking of something, Lin Mal added, then Uncle Steward, don't tell your husband in advance about me learning to cook. I want to give him a surprise. What? You're going to cook for my husband? The butler's eyes widened. Lin Mal didn't expect such a big reaction from the housekeeper. Yes. He wouldn't not eat someone else's cooking, would he? How can it be? Eat. He must be binge eating. The butler was thrilled to death. Mister, is this the end of the line? Is it starting to run both ways? The butler's tears almost fell, and when he saw Lin Mal's somewhat surprised look, his heart thumped and he hurriedly explained, you're the first girl to cook and eat for my mister, so I'm a bit excited. Lin Mal shook his head. That's impossible. There are so many girls who like your mister. There must be some who deliver food. You just didn't see it. The butler didn't retort. Maybe. In fact, in my heart, I said, how can that be the same? The girl he liked back then made him a fish with her own hands, and he still has the spines to this day. The chef uncle, upon hearing that it was still going to be made for his own gentleman, was pumped up 120%. Lin, I will teach you everything I've learned in my life today. Lim smiled. Thanks, I'll learn by heart. All afternoon, Lin Mal was in the kitchen learning to cook from the chef uncle. The butler also gave them a whole BGM, a single song loop. It's a good day to do what your heart desires. SS Capitol President's office. A beautiful man in a white suit is listening to an executive report on his work. The sunlight shone in through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, and that gold bamboo string on his icy wrist was particularly nice to look at. Aha! Xie Guanyin listened and said, let's push forward like this for now. The executive closed the file. His eyes rolled several times, and he was tempted to ask the president why he didn't wear a multi-million-dollar watch anymore and wore a small gold string. When you muster the courage to speak, the cell phone sitting on the table rang. Xie Guanyin looked at the screen and waved his hand at the executive. If there's nothing else, you can go out first. The executive suppressed his curiosity. Okay. Xie Guanyin's bone-clear hand picked up the cell phone and pressed it to his ear. Slightly cool to the touch, a voice came from over there. Boss, Lin went to the 3rd middle school in the morning, then went to the slums, and went out of the slums to talk to Gu Jingchuan. Well, no need to report back there. Just make sure she's safe. The bottom of Xie Guanyin's eyes behind the lenses of his glasses darkened instantly, and the fingertips of his fingers pinching the cell phone turned white. 7 o'clock in the evening. The gray Rolls-Royce pulled into the courtyard of the villa. None of the servants were off duty at this time. The moment Xie Guanyin appeared, everyone then noticed that he was in a bad mood. The man in a white suit had a somber look, and a grim aura lingered around him. The servants also noticed blood dripping down the palm of his left hand. Eerie bright red marks formed on the path he walked. Nothing like this ever happens, but his aura is too cold and rejecting. Everyone is scared. Not one person dared to come up and ask what was going on. Xie Guanyin didn't need to be asked either. He just needed the pain to help him stay awake to keep his restraint. Not going to snoop on what Shiny and Gu Jingchuan are doing this late at night. Are they eating together? Did they hug today? Did Gu Jingchuan smoke any cigarettes that Shiny didn't like today? However, walked to the living room. He heard a soulful and nice voice ask with concern, Xie Guanyin, what happened to your hand? Chapter 049. What could it be? A nice, clear voice traveled through the air to Xie Guanyin's ears. His body stiffened slightly. The dark, glazed eyes behind the lenses of her glasses lifted incredulously. The young girl stood at the top of the stairs in a pretty halter dress, her brimming peach blossom eyes staring at his hand. His heart fluttered violently. Fingers clenched into fists, trying to control the blood that was gurgling out. What to do? He must have scared Shiny. The bottom of the eyes of the man who had always strategized and stood tall came out in a few moments of panic. Not knowing what to do, one finger held up the frame of his glasses as he said, no, it's fine. The panic in her eyes was replaced by excited stickiness in the next second. Shiny is home. Did Shiny have a fight with Gu Jingchuan? So happy. After learning a few dishes, Lim went back to her room to read. Have to wait until I find my 4th brother to finalize the enrollment. otherwise it's a pain in the ass to take 3 days off. The headlights shone in through the window, and Lin Mal knew that Xie Guanyan had come home. She den down the stairs. Just as I reached the stairway I saw his hand dripping blood in a frightening manner. Taking 2 quick steps she reached Xie Guanyan's heel and lifted her hand to fish for his left hand to see what was going on. The man's skin was cold and white, his 5 fingers long and clear, and he was still holding his fists when he was lifted. There was blood through the fingers, red and white, very visual. Unclench your fist and let me see. Lim's tone carried obvious concern. Feel the soft, warm touch, as if an electric current had suddenly penetrated Xie Guanyan's body. His heartbeat accelerated dramatically while a wave of pleasure surged up to the sky. Shiny was holding his hand again, didn't want her to see the hideous wound, but he couldn't help pulling his hand out of the young girl's grasp. It's fine really, accidentally cut by glass, he said in a gentle tone. Lin Mal lifted his chin to look at him, the man in a white suit still wearing silver-rimmed glasses, the tips of his ears tinted red at some point. Abstinence and indulgence are beautiful. Just about to say something else, the afterglow suddenly saw several heads save in the doorway. It was the butler who bore the brunt of it, his eyes all aglow, and a great aunt's smile emerging from the corners of his mouth. Turning her head slightly more, she saw the chef uncle standing in the kitchen doorway, also staring at her and Xie Guanyan. Almost instantly, Lin Mal let go of Xie Guanyan's hand. Jesus tits, forgot there are a lot of people in the villa right now. No, even if they were the only 2 people in the villa, she couldn't grab his hand. Last time it was because he was the one she hurt, not this time. Her heartbeat inexplicably quickened, her cheeks burned and heated, and her thick, long eyelashes twitched slightly. It's not unusual to care about a good landlord, is it? It's good that it's okay. It's good that it's okay. Lin Mo put her hand behind her back, her peach blossom eyes blinking. Let Uncle Butler bandage you up. The butler was getting high on candy when he was suddenly cued and raised his hand to point at himself. Ha, me? The warm, soft and delicate touch seemed to remain on his hand. Xie Guanyan shook his head, his tone warm. No, I'll take care of it myself upstairs. Okay, I'll wait, Lim said. Xie Guanyan walked up the stairs with his long legs and found the daily use ointment for stopping bleeding and quickly applied it on his palm. Looked at myself in the mirror. The man in the mirror's hair was a bit disheveled and his face was a bit haggard due to his very bad mood. How come the housekeeper didn't tell him that Shiny was home? That's an image that shouldn't be in front of Shiny. Did she just say she was waiting for him? That she had something to say to him? What could it be? It's not going to be an offer to move out of the villa, is it? At the thought of this possibility, the darkness in Xie Guanyan's heart surged upwards. No, absolutely not. She'll talk about her relationship. He won't care. Just don't bring Gu Jingchuan back to the villa, Xie Guanyan guessed as he took off his clothes and walked towards the bathroom. Before Lin Mal came back he had already showered and changed his clothes to appear in his best and cleanest image. I didn't want to keep her waiting too long today, so I had to wash faster. Cold water spilled over his head and landed on the man's muscular abs, sliding downward to his lean waist, pulling out the infinite sensuality. Downstairs, the butler had someone clean up the blood on the floor. He sighed inwardly. It's really hard to imagine that Mr. Powerful in the business world is an honest man when it comes to relationships. Such a good opportunity for MS. Lin's heartache didn't even know to take advantage of it, but it's driving him nuts. But the way Miss Lin acted today, she definitely cares a little about her own husband. Kitchen. Uncle, do you think I can make it tonight? Tying on her apron, Lim asked Chef Li. The corner of Chef Li's mouth twitched. Want the truth? Lim touched her nose. Is my cooking really that bad? Chef Li pondered for a few seconds. Just that braised pork you made this afternoon. I can't say it was awful. I can only say the pig died for nothing. Lim sighed. It looks like I really only have a talent for eating. The cell phone sitting on the kitchen table rang. Lin Mal opened it and saw that it was a WeChat video from Shinihan. A handsome, peerless face appeared in the screen when he picked up. Sis, I'm back at the hotel. You said this afternoon that you didn't find your fourth brother and that he moved. What exactly is going on? All afternoon Shinihan and John detailed were in a high-intensity meeting. There was no time to ask specifically. Seeing Lim videoing someone, Chef Li went out with a sense of boundaries. Lim opened her mouth just to say something. Shinihan frowned. Sister, what are you tying on? Are you in the kitchen? Lin Mal held the camera up high so Shinihan could see the apron she was wearing. I'm getting ready to cook. Shinihan's expression sank slightly. What are you cooking by yourself? Kitchen fumes heavy on your skin is not good. And if burned, how to do? What do you want to eat? Call your favorite restaurant to send over. Didn't I ask Jiang to send you the ordering numbers of several food restaurants? Those restaurants are all owned by my friends and can deliver. Lin Mo smiled. I'm not eating it myself. I'm going to make it for Siegwanyan, Shinihan blurted out. Why does he have the right to eat your cooking? In hindsight, he realized that he was talking about Mr. Xia, whom he had recently regarded as a role model. But Shinihan didn't change his mind. No one is worthy of his sister's personal cooking. He doesn't deserve it himself. In the past at home, Lin Mal really is 10 fingers do not touch the spring water. What things are a few younger brothers grabbed to do? She explained. I had to ask for his help in checking up on my fourth brother, and it's not like we have any contacts there in the ghetto, so we have to show something. A pang of guilt surged in Shinihan's heart, and his left hand turned the Buddha beads on his right wrist. Sister, I'm sorry, I'm the one who made you sacrifice so much. If he hadn't lost his fourth brother, this wouldn't have happened. Why don't I take a plane back now and cook for Mr. Xia for you? Shinihan said as he was about to stand up. Lin Mal laughed out loud. You're good. When you get to the north of the capital, it'll all be breakfast. Don't think it's a good thing to eat my cooking. I'm not a very good cook. As a child, Lim loved to learn everything, and she learned to cook for a few days. After a few days of learning, the family had diarrhea for a few days. In the end, the parents made Shinihan kneel down and beg Linmu not to study before escaping this big disaster. The corners of Shinihan's mouth twitched. I also know about your cooking skills, so I'm also quite worried about Mr. Xia. Lim. Chapter 050. Then I'm relieved. After telling Shinihan about the specifics of his fourth brother's situation, Lin Mal cursed and hung up the video call. Turning around, he went back out to call Uncle Cook in. Chef Li is a man who has a passion for food and loves it. He had just thought about it for a long time outside, and at this moment, he looked at Lin Mal and said, Tell you what, Miss Lin, I'll make this meal, and purposely make it taste different from my everyday taste, and then say that it's your doing, and I promise I won't spill the beans. Lin Mal frowned. How can this work? Siegwanyan is just going up to rub the medicine. He should come down soon. Won't this reveal it? Chef Li shook his head. Mr. recently came back from work every day. The first thing he did was to go take a shower and wash his hair. It takes a while. The dishes and everything I prepared very quickly. You stand in the doorway and look out, and as soon as you hear a movement upstairs, I'll hand you the spoon. It's guaranteed. For the sake of Siegwanyan's personal safety, Lin Mal thought for a few seconds before nodding. Okay, thanks. Chef Li was also relieved. It's a small thing. Lim rarely lied, and now stood in the kitchen doorway with her ears perked up and her heart beating very fast. It feels like cheating on a test. 20 minutes later, footsteps were heard coming up the stairs. Lim almost jumped up. It's coming. Incoming. Level 1 alert. Chef Li was appending the pan for the last dish when he was startled and almost turned the pan upside down. The mind of a decades-long chef nearly collapsed. Okay, come here. Hold the spatula. Just a few spatulas and it's ready to come out of the pan. Just sprinkle some of the scallions out of the pan. It was also the first time Chef Li had lied to his boss, and it would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. Siegwanyan changed into clean clothes and blew dry his hair and walked down the stairs. The first thing his eyes landed on was the green couch in the living room. Not seeing the young girl nestled there as usual, he was slightly surprised. Did she go to her room? The housekeeper saw him and said with a smile, Sir, Miss Lin is in the kitchen. Siegwanyan's timeless brows frowned slightly. What's she doing in the kitchen? Walking up to the kitchen door, he saw the pretty young girl tying a black apron. It was the same apron he usually wore. The black band was tied around her slim waist, adding to the surplus. At this moment, her jade white hand was holding a spatula and was turning the vegetables in the pot. Siegwanyan walked over with his long legs. Lin Mo, why are you cooking? Where's the chef? With those words, he took the spatula directly from her hand and said warmly, I'll do it. Lin Mal's heart hung directly in his throat the moment Siegwanyan approached. His fingertips touched hers unintentionally, as if with an electric current, and a tingling sensation spread throughout his body. Obviously the kitchen smelled heavy, but at the moment the only thing that could be smelled was the light, cold scent of the man's body. Chef Li hurriedly smiled and said, Sir, these dishes were cooked by Miss Lin herself. She learned from me all afternoon today and said she wanted to give you a surprise. Siegwanyan's fingers holding the spatula lurched, his warm eyes falling on the young girl's face, the bottom of his eyes a wet sticky with excitement. Lin Mal's face turned as red as a monkey's ass on the spot when she got such a look from his eyes. Yes, I want to give you a surprise. What happened? Siegwanyan's voice was trying his best to maintain gentleness. Shimmy had something to ask for his help. It's so nice that he still has some use for her. I didn't expect to be seen through so easily. Lin Mal's thick and long eyelashes fluttered. Just a small matter. Let's talk about it over dinner. A 3-course meal was brought to the table still steaming. It can be described as colorful. Lin Mo's heart was so weak that she didn't dare to look at Siegwanyan's eyes at all. Siegwanyan picked up a chopstick of hot and sour shredded potatoes and put it in his mouth. His eyebrows gently raised. What do you need my help with? Lin Mu. It's not her cooking. but it was good enough that she was willing to go to the trouble of lying to him. Lin Mal silently inhaled several mouthfuls of air to press down his heart, smiled and said, "It's like this. My fourth brother originally lived over in the slums. Now he suddenly moved. I think he should still be within the slums. I can't find him, and I would like to ask if there's any way you can look for him. The heart is very weak, but the food is also really flavorful." Lin Mal's hand eventually picked up the chopsticks and picked up a chopstick of steamed fish. The fish was soft and flavorful, and Lin Mo gave the chef uncle a nod in her heart. "No problem. What's your fourth brother's name?" A little bit did not expect Xiaguanyan to be so good to buy. Lin Mal's hanging heart put down a little bit. "His name is Qian. This fish is delicious. Eat more." Clipped a chopstick of fish and put it into Xiaguanyan's bowl. Xiaguanyan stared at the bowl for a few seconds. Shiny's giving him food. It's a blessing. The servants were all still off duty at this time and frowned when they saw the scene. "Mr. is a clean freak and definitely won't eat food that someone else is pinching." In the next second, they saw Xiaguanyan pick up the piece of fish and put it in his mouth, chewing it slowly and methodically. "Maids, cleanliness is your lie." After eating, Xiaguanyan made a phone call out, then said to Lin Mal, "That side is lining up the entire slum area. They will tell me when they have news." Things had been resolved a little too easily, and she hadn't even really cooked for him. Lin Mal nestled on the sofa, his eyes blinking. "Thank you, Lao Xia." Xiaguanyan reached out to pet her furry head but refrained, pushing his glasses up with one hand and smiling gently. "I also thank you for all the thought you put into me today, Kobayashi-san." After taking a shower and lying on the bed, Lin Mal received a Weibo message from the Buddhist son of the capital circle. "Has Mr. Xia recruited?" "No, Mr. Xia agreed to help." "Lim already helped. He's really a great guy." "Kayarako Fuko, I don't think he'll be in the hospital at night, right?" "Lamb, eat what I don't make. What the chef makes, pretend I make it." "Kayarako Fuko, then I'm relieved." Lin Mal, you kids sleep at night with one eye open on sentry duty. Turning off her cell phone, Lin Mal looked at the ceiling and felt a little sorry for Xiaguanyan. He even thanked her for cooking, but it wasn't her. After the lights were turned off, Lin Mal tossed and turned in bed for a while without falling asleep. Today the chef was trying to disguise the fact that it was her, a novice, cooking, and the dishes were all a little on the salty side. Lim was a little thirsty and crawled out of bed in the dark, walked to the door and opened it. Suddenly she saw a tall figure in the darkness standing in the doorway of her room. Chapter 051, The Amazing Philanthropist. The door to the room was suddenly opened. A light breeze greeted us. The head of the man who habitually glanced at the young girl every night before bed instantly went blank. She doesn't turn off the lights when she's lying in bed on her cell phone. You're sure to fall asleep within half an hour of turning off the lights. What's going on today? Did she lose sleep? The next moment his heart was beating like thunder and his shoulders couldn't help shaking in the darkness. He must have scared her again by standing in front of her room like a pervert in the middle of the night. Well, he deserves to die. One hand raised to hold down the frames of his glasses, but it shook a little too much to hold them up. Lin Xiaguanyan. What a coincidence. The girl's voice was sweet and pleasant. Are you thirsty too? This villa houses just 2 people. Tall and slender Lin Mal knew it was Xiaguanyan at first glance and was not intimidated. He must have come out of his room and passed her room hearing her open the door, so he stopped in his tracks. Would you like a drink or water? I'll stop by and get it for you. Lim is intent on making up for the fact that she lied to him with something else. The villa also has a living room on the 2nd floor. There is straight water in the living room as well as a refrigerator with drinks. Xiaguanyan didn't expect Lin Mal to think he was out for a drink of water passing by here, and was very calm. A simply beautiful person sees the world from a simply beautiful perspective. There is no gloom in her eyes or her heart. She does not think of those gloomy things. At this moment, Xiaguanyan hated himself even more. He was a worm crawling in the gutter, always looking up at the brightest star in the sky with a gloomy obsession. A star will always be a star. She will always shine bright. No, I'll go by myself. Xiaguanyan's voice was extremely gentle. He thought that at least Gu Jingchuan wouldn't do something as shady and perverted as him. Being able to live under one roof for the past 2 weeks had seemed like a huge dream to him, so much so that every night he had to really look at her before he went to bed or he couldn't sleep. The other party had refused, and Lim wouldn't have to help. The two walked together to the 2nd floor living room. The moon was beautiful tonight, spilling into the living room through the 2nd floor balcony, hazy and pretty. A glass of water was handed to her, and Lim naturally took it and took a sip. The warm water moistened her dry throat and she smiled down. Thanks, longer legs just go faster. He walked ahead of her to the water catch. Xiaguanyan also received a cup of water. The cold liquid entered his throat, and his panic was slightly soothed. Woken up by thirst? He seemed to ask casually. Lin Mal's long, curly eyelashes quivered. No, not asleep. Because of what happened to fourth brother. Xia Guanyan's gaze was glued to the young girl's face. The living room did not turn on the lights, only the hazy moonlight pouring between the two. The atmosphere has a few charming. Lim took another sip of warm water and looked up at him. The tall, leggy man stood close to the balcony, the moonlight falling on his shoulders. A set of silver-gray pajamas outlined his well-proportioned and superior body. His face is hidden in the darkness, cannot see clearly, can only see the tip of the nose of the small tea-colored mole hidden. Inexplicable Sue desire. Lim took another sip of water. There are reasons for that too. He's young and I'm worried about him. The other side of the coin is because of lying to the people in front of you. This, of course, Lim wouldn't say. A small selfishness made her think she could wait until her fourth brother was found before she solemnly apologized to him. If you say it now, it's not guaranteed that Xie Guanyan will get angry and discontinue helping. Okay, she admitted. She wasn't pure goodness. Exhaustion also takes time. I believe there will be results soon. You don't have to worry too much. Xia Guanyan's voice was warm and comforting. Lim smiled down. I guess so. Before calling, Lin Mo told Xie Guanyan the original story of her fourth brother's disappearance, because it makes it easier to find people better. At this moment, she recalled what Zhang Nan had told her during the day about Xie Guanyan seemingly coming out of the slums. I went to the ghetto today and I heard you've been there before. Is that true? Without much sleep, Lim asked the curious thing in her mind. Darkness is a great cover that will naturally relax one's nerves and bring the two closer together. Like friends, the transparent glass was held in Xie Guanyan's hand. It was a glass of ice water that kept one awake. It was hard to suppress the excitement in his eyes even after taking a sip. Is this Shiny's way of caring about him? Really? Xie Guanyan's voice was still gentle, and his tone was slightly raised, a bit sexy. He spent time in the orphanage there. It was also there that he first met Shiny. Never in his life could he forget the little girl in the princess dress walking into the rundown orphanage, with two pigtails and eyes better than diamonds. She was as powdered as a doll in a window. She didn't look at the orphanage's orphans with disdain, as many people did, even though it's the worst and dirtiest orphanage in the city. Mommy, can I play with them for a while? Delicate and beautiful little girl blinks her big eyes and asks a sensual and elegant woman. The woman smiled. Sure thing, Shiny. Be careful you don't fall. She arrived in their midst like a cheerful bird. The children at the orphanage had never seen such a pretty little girl as her and all rushed to play with her. Yikes, why are you on the ground? The star-studded little princess asked in surprise as she walked up to him. A shaky white hand reached out. I'll pull you up. He was bullied by several physically strong children in the orphanage. Before she came in, he was pinned down and beaten by them, just because he doesn't give them all his meals. The director said, someone is coming to make a donation to our orphanage, so don't make a scene. It took a couple of kids to let go of him, but he couldn't get up because he was too hungry and didn't have the strength. Don't pull him. He's dirty. One of the kids who bullied him tugged on the little princess's hand. The little princess turned her head to glare at him. What do you care if I pull? She has always been like this in her personality. She treats everyone the same and no one should interfere with her decisions. The kid still obstructed. He stinks. Come play with us. I can fold paper airplanes. The little princess ignored the kid and continued to reach toward him on the ground. Give me your hand. The kid was the bully from the orphanage. He got angry and yanked the little princess's hand hard again. I told you not to pull. The little princess slapped her backhand. I told you to leave me alone. The kid didn't expect to be hit and was confused for a moment. The noise caught the attention of the director who was briefing the parents of the little princess about the orphanage. The child who was hit complained to the director. The director's mom, she hit me. Ooh. The head gardener frowned, looked at the little princess, and said to bully, it must be your fault. You go into the classroom. The little princess's mom asked the little princess, did you fight? The little princess nodded. Beat it, because he pickpocketed me twice. The little princess's mom laughed. Then you're right, keep playing. The little princess's father examined her hand and said in a distressed voice, it's all red. Next time don't push it so hard. Her parents believed in her unconditionally and doted on her. Though this way it might be labeled as thinking you're great just because you donate a little money. But obviously this family doesn't care. Her hands were small, with some warmth, and easily pulled him up from the floor, because then he was skinny and bony. You're so skinny. I'll ask my mom to donate more money to your place. You need to eat more. Before she left, she told him so. He nodded, clenching his fists to control his trembling body, and uttered the first word, good. He would make her see a different him the next time she came. However, she didn't go back to the orphanage. Then you're very good. And now the poor students there can afford to read thanks to you. The young girl's soulful and nice voice pulled Xie Guanyan out of his memories. It was only natural that the little princess would not remember him. She was 6 years old. Her life was bright and wonderful, and he was as low as dirt. But fortunately, he was remembered by her later. I've received help from others before when when I was there. Xia Guanyin lifted his water glass and took a sip of water, the sexy knot in his throat rolling. Lin Mal's brimming peach blossom eyes curved. Goodwill inheritance. It warms my corpse to hear it. Sleepy, Lin Mal put the water cup down. I'll go to bed first, you also have an early night. Good night, Xia Guanyin said. Good night, marvelous big philanthropist. Lim smiled brightly. Silence returned to the second-floor living room, with the nice scent of the young girl's body still lingering in the air. Xia Guanyin's bony hand put down his own glass of water, and uncontrollably picked up the young girl's glass of water and pressed his lips to it. The bottom of his eyes were cloudy and sticky. See, he's not some great big philanthropist. He's just a big mean, shady pervert. Chapter 052, It's Beautiful. Shinihan and Jiang were still in Jingnan. It was still Zhang Nan who came to pick up Lin Mal the next morning. Getting in the car, Lim's jade-white fingers fastened her seatbelt. And go to the ghetto. Have you found the exact location? Zhang Nan asked. Yeah, we'll go over there now. It should still be there. In the morning during dinner, Xie Guanyans told her the news that had been lined up over there. The police over there have been looking for it all night, and they finally found it. But they only knew where they were under the guise of registering their identity information without spooking them. The cell phone suddenly rang with an unfamiliar number. Lim hung up without even thinking about it. The number called again, and Lim hung up again. Curious, Zhang Nan asked, why don't you answer? Lin Mal, it's possible that it's a scam call. Shinihan said that an employee of your company was scammed out of $100,000 just because he answered a strange phone call. Zhang Nan was stunned. There is such a thing? This is the first time I've heard of it. Lin Mal nodded. Strange phone calls or less. I also saw a person who said he was telecommunication fraud yesterday when I brushed Jane. A full $56 and the bank card all gone. Zhang Nan burst out laughing. Miserable. Too miserable. Gu Jingchuan, who was over here watching the phone being hung up again, frowned. Shinihan told Lin Mal his number? Gu Jingchuan picked up his spare cell phone to make another call out to Lin Mal. Still hung up the next second. Gu Jingchuan, what's going on? Is this LYNM's number or not? The private investigator wouldn't be lying to him, would he? The phone doesn't work. Did you guys get the wrong number? The private investigator quickly replied. It's definitely true. You'll have to fight more. Gu Jingchuan, playing more is even being pulled black. That's pathetic. Gu Jingchuan's nostrils flared in anger and he sent another message to his assistant. How come I haven't seen any hot search all night? What are you doing? The assistant's side also replied quickly. The hot search is the microblogging is not given on. Give how much money is not on. I cannot help. It must be that Xie Guanyan had greeted the Weibo side in advance. Gu Jingchuan was so angry that he scratched his hair and several strands fell out. Still have to meet with Lim. With Zhang Nan's familiarity with the slums, the two soon arrived under a bridge hole. That's right, Shinjian didn't find a house soon, but lived under a bridge hole. There are many people living underneath this and the stench is overwhelming. Zhang Nan said, do you have a photo? I'll help you go in and look for it. Wait for me outside. Lin Mal shook his head and pulled out a mask from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Nan, and pulled out another one for himself. We'll go in together. It's full of homeless people who live here and look at people with even more naked eyes. Zhang Nan grew up here, and it's all a bit scary. Lin Mo grabbed her hand and walked calmly, sweeping her gaze over the people lying on the ground one by one. Finally, at the very end of the bridge, she saw a skinny boy on his knees, feeding water to a middle-aged woman on the ground. Just don't see it for a day. The teenager, who had been fairly white, was now dirty and had clotted blood in his hair. Taking half a deep breath and spitting it out again. It just stinks. She walked over, squatted down, and touched his head. Shen Jian. A nice voice rang in his ears and a gentle touch came from the top of his head. Qian, who hadn't slept all night, reacted half a beat slower, his eyes widening as he slowly turned his head. Sister. You, realizing that his sister had touched his head, he pulled a piece of toilet paper from his pocket and handed it over. My head is dirty. Wipe your hands. Taking the toilet paper, Lim was angry and distressed, pinching the teenager's nose. You kid made me look for it. Now go back with me. The woman lying on the ground suddenly sat up and hugged Jian tightly. No, go back. We don't go back. We don't want to go back. Roll ah. Get out. The woman picked up a nearby glass of water and slammed it into Lim. Before Lin Mal could react, Qian stepped in front of her. The glass of water hit the teenager's back hard and he grunted in pain, his eyes guilty under his long bangs. Sis, go back. I can't afford to go back with you. Lin Mo frowned tightly and directly dragged Jian aside, her voice gentle and her face soft. Auntie, I'm not a bad person. I'm here to protect you. The woman's demeanor eased a bit, her gaze a bit confused. Protect us? Lin Mal's words made Jian's heart hurt like a knife. He bit his lip in death. Sis, we. Lim glared at him. Shut up. Now come with me. The suppression in his bloodline made Jian say no more words of refusal. Picking up his backpack, he helped the woman on the ground. "Auntie Jen, this is my sister. Let's go with her." The woman was helped to her feet, her eyes staring at Lin Mal for a long time. Her eyes reddened for some reason, and she said, "It's beautiful. Cars don't drive well on the ghetto roads and have to park outside." Aunt Jane was in bad shape and vomited blood several times along the way. Zhang Nan also went over to help Auntie Jin, and the four of them walked out together. Walking outside, I didn't expect to see Gu Jingchuan again. Gu Jingchuan frowned as he looked at the two dirty people, but still walked forward and asked enthusiastically, "Lin Mal, do you need help?" Chapter 053, Challenge to hold back your laughter? The north of the capital is huge, covering an area several times larger than some small countries. I ran into Gu Jingchuan again. Obviously it's not a coincidence. Hadn't thought deeply about it yesterday. At this time, Lin Mal's delicate little face sank slightly, and her tone was a bit cold. "Gu Jingchuan, you're stalking me?" Gu Jingchuan didn't have the slightest embarrassment of being dismantled, but hooked his lips and smiled. "I didn't follow you. I paid for a private detective to find out where you were, and when you didn't pick up my phone call, I could only come to you." After chasing Lin Mal for 3 years, Gu Jingchuan also understood Lin Mal. Instead of covering it up, just admit it in a big way and she'll be angry but not that angry. Lin Mal saw that he was still laughing and his face turned completely cold. "What? Is this something to be proud of? You're violating my privacy. I can call the police." The bright and colorful young girl's face chilled down. Cold and absolutely stunning. Gu Jingchuan was able to bend and immediately apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I just missed you too much." Lin Mal looked at him coldly and directly. "Hold your laughter challenge? You win. Gu Jingchuan, it is imperative that you go to the hospital first." Lin Mal looked to Jian. "Help Auntie Jean to the car." Jian's grim eyes glanced at Gu Jingchuan through his long bangs. The man is chasing after his sister like a dog's paw, just as he did back then, helping Auntie Jean in the direction of the car. Jian bumped Gu Jingchuan hard. Gu Jingchuan's arm was raw from the impact, and he took several steps backward, his temper rising at once. "What the are you doing?" Jian stopped in his tracks and twisted his head to look at him, a pair of eyes flashing with a vicious dark light. "Don't pester my sister." Inexplicably having the feeling of being targeted by a wild beast, Gu Jingchuan's back went cold. He also saw that his head and face were full of injuries, which looked like they were left over from the fight. Young, hot-blooded boys are not to be messed with, and these kind of people will really put up a fight. Gu Jingchuan wimped out and said with a smile, "No, Xiao, and you misunderstood. I'm here to coax your sister. Let me take you to the hospital." After many years, Gu Jingchuan hadn't actually recognized Shin Jian, but he called Lin Mal a sister, and he knew what Lin Mal's other two brothers looked like. Undoubtedly this is the oldest four. "No, we'll go to the hospital ourselves." Lin Mal refused. Zhang Nan drove in the front, Lin Mo sat in the passenger side, and Jian and Auntie Jin sat in the back. Lin Mal turned his head to look at Jian behind him. "I went to look for you where you live. Your neighbor said that a man found you guys last night and beat up you and Auntie Jean. Is that right?" Kian took a tissue from the car and wiped the blood from the corner of Aunt Jen's mouth and nodded. "Aha, who was that? Why did they hit you? You're going to tell me right now exactly what you've been through all these years." Lin Mal didn't want to engage in roundabout tactics now. She planned to ask for clarification once and for all. Kian crumpled the tissue in his hand and lowered his eyes. "The reason why children are fat is either because of their physique or because they are greedy and love to eat everything." Shin Jian belonged to the latter. The big greedy kid who chased the hen's ass for eggs when he was 3 years old and ended up with a mouthful of chicken poop. It was hot the day we went to the park, and his second brother went to get a drink, leaving him and his third brother to wait under a tree. Sango, a man curious about everything, eyed the couple kissing on the park bench, and Shin Jian's nose was particularly sharp, smelling a very strong aroma of grilled sausages. He followed that smell and what he saw was a middle-aged woman with a very kind face selling grilled sausages. She saw him, smiled and said, "Would you like some, little friend?" Shin Jian's mouth watered, but shook his head. "I don't have any money. My sister says you can't take something from someone for nothing." The middle-aged woman kindly took a grilled sausage and handed it over. "You're so cute. Auntie gave it to you to eat." At only 7 years old, his sanity and his gluttony battled for a while, and his sanity lost. "It's okay to eat. Just ask second brother for money for Auntie later." His eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled. "Thank you, Auntie." After wolfing down a grilled sausage, he felt so sleepy and the world in front of him was getting blurry. Soon, he lost consciousness. When he woke up, the entry point was a wagon compartment. The roof of the car was dark, and bodies rolled in the car from the bumps. It makes a thud when it hits the carriage, and it hurts too. His hands and feet were tied, his mouth was stuffed with cloth, and he couldn't scream even if he wanted to. That's when he realized that he had met his trafficker. Despair welled up and tears streamed down the corners of his eyes. "Who told you to eat, asshole?" The tears were drying up and his stomach was rumbling. The point for dinner had arrived, but he hadn't eaten dinner. I don't know where I am now or where I'm going. But at this time, Shinjian calmed down. My sister said that no matter what happens, you have to be calm, think, and never give up. The road seemed to be very far, and during this time Shinjian was woken up several times by hunger, and woke up still in a hurry. I guess he was afraid that his second brother would call the police and had to keep on driving until his destination. Not knowing exactly how much time had passed, by the time the carriage door was opened, he was in a small mountain village so remote that he couldn't find it on a map. The middle-aged woman wasn't alone. There was a male helper. The two men loaded him up in a sack and carried him a little further. When he could see out again, he saw a very shabby, short house, surrounded by houses like this. The middle-aged woman smiled and spoke in a vernacular he couldn't understand. A middle-aged man with a scar on his face looked at him several times before finally going back inside and taking the money out. At this point Shinjian knew that he had been sold. Later he could understand the vernacular here and realized that what the middle-aged woman was saying was, "Look how good this kid is. Fat and blessed. With him, the one in your family will probably sink slowly." This village is not surprised by bought children and will even give the scarred man advice on how to keep them. If you don't listen, you hit and try to run, and after a few times, you naturally don't dare to run anymore. Besides, it's hard to find a way out of this place, so where can you run to? Shinjian escaped many times and was beaten many times, and in the end, it seemed like he really didn't have any thoughts of escaping anymore, and obediently followed the scarred man in his life. After a few months, the scarred man saw that he had really resigned himself to his fate and said, "Take you to meet your mom tonight." At night, Shinjian saw a woman whose feet were chained in a small woodshed behind the house. Her hair was disheveled, her clothes were dirty, and there wasn't the slightest bit of light in her eyes. When she saw the person enter, her body subconsciously cringed a few times, and her eyes were horrified. "Why did you lock her up?" Shinjian asked in disbelief. The scarred man didn't pay attention to Shinjian. He just looked at the woman and said, "Xiaojin, this is our child. Let's raise him well together in the future." Only later did Shinjian realize that this woman had also been trafficked here. She was even more unlucky when she was out traveling after high school and saw a pregnant woman fall to help her home, and the traffickers took advantage of her sympathy and ambushed her. Once she came, the scarred man raped her and she got pregnant, but she didn't want to have the baby, pounded herself in the stomach with a heavy object and miscarried. Then she was raped and impregnated by the scarred man, and once again she allowed herself to miscarry and did it harder until her uterus hemorrhaged and she nearly died. She'd rather die than be used as a childbearing tool here. But no, she was saved, but would never be pregnant again. The scarred man was then moved to buy a child. Women are always soft-hearted, and it doesn't work to be hard-hearted all the time. If you get along with your child, you'll definitely feel at ease to stay here. Things really did seem to be going the way the scarred man expected them to. Shinjian was well-behaved and understanding, and was beaten with absolutely no intention of escaping. He calls the woman mom and talks to her when he brings her food. Slowly she was willing to talk and laugh. The scarred man was happy, except that he punched and kicked the two men every time they drank too much. He is poor, a man living at the bottom of the heap, earning some money by doing hard labor work, and only at home can he feel the taste of power. However, things wouldn't always go the way the scarred man expected, because Shinjian never gave up. He started out running away and getting caught, running away and getting caught again just to confuse the scarred man. It would be weird if he didn't. But the terrain in this mountain was really complicated, and it took him a long time to actually find his way out. The day before he planned his escape, he asked Aunt Jane, "Do you want to come with me?" For the first time there was a light in Aunt Jane's eyes and she nodded. During the day, people come and go from the village, and whenever they see a trafficked person behaving abnormally they all come together to help. Only at night, Shinjian steals the scarred man's money, unchains Auntie Jane, and sneaks out in the dark. But heaven forbid, the dog next door heard the commotion and barked loudly and furiously. Shinjian had lost dozens of pounds at this time, and he pulled Auntie Jane and ran. But Aunt Jane's mobility had been restricted for so long that her feet didn't work, and she couldn't run fast enough. The two were caught. The scarred man copied the shovel in the house and smashed it on Shinjian. Auntie Jane protected Shinjian, but the shovel hit Auntie Jane's head. Blood flowed all over Shinjian's body, and for the first time he truly cried out in pain. The scarred man was mad at the betrayal of the two and didn't even want to take the woman for treatment. It was Shinjian who knelt down and begged him, kowtowing, "Please save her, please." The scarred man stomped his head on the ground. "Are you going to run again?" "No more running, never again." Shinjian repeated his assurance. Aunt Jane's brain was left with the after effects of this shovel, and now and then she would go crazy. Shinjian still didn't give up, and 2 years later, he once again planned his escape. This time he went to the black clinic in the village and stole sleeping pills and gave them to the scarred man and the neighborhood dogs. He still took Aunt Jane with him because she went crazy because she was protecting him. Chapter 054, Nakden is here too. A silence fell over the car. The sun was beating in through the car window, but Lin Mal still felt a chill. Her eyes reddened as her gaze fell deep into her fourth brother's. Instinct kept her from shedding a tear, she never wept in front of her brothers, but Zhang Nan sobbed out directly, "Damn human traffickers, I don't share the same fate with them." The tissue paper was torn into small pieces in Kian's hands as he recounted past experiences. He was 7 years old the year he was abducted and 10 when he managed to escape. "We ran all night to get out of that mountain village, and I taught Auntie Jen ahead of time to look like a normal adult and just take me out to play." Stumbling along the way, and ending up back in the north of the capital, Lin Mal had always known that fourth brother was very smart, and his IQ was actually higher than second and third brothers. It's not surprising that he was able to calmly save himself. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mo said, "When you return to the north of the capital you should go find second brother. He won't leave you and Auntie Jean alone." Her tone was calm, not scolding. Of course she wouldn't take the blame for what happened to her fourth brother. She was dead by then and couldn't do anything about it. Can you blame Ernie? It's not Ernie's fault either. It's the conscienceless traffickers who are at fault as well as the buyers. I don't want myself and Auntie Jean to drag second and third brother down. Kian's voice was low. Aunt Jane was brought up by him. It's his responsibility, not theirs. Luckily, the cost of living in the ghetto is low enough that I can still apply for living expenses for my studies, and I can still work some jobs to support Auntie Jean and me. Kian let his tone lighten a bit. Lim's thick, long eyelashes drooped, sweeping a shadow across her eyelids. It's really thanks to Xie Guanyan's charity foundation. Otherwise I really don't know how the fourth brother will live with the mentally challenged Auntie Jean. Why are you running when I found you? What is it that you can't tell your sister? Lin Mal was still a little angry when she thought about it. If he'd gone back with her the day before yesterday, they wouldn't have gotten beat up last night. Kian looked up at the passenger side. That man never gave up looking for Auntie Jean and I ran into him once in the northern part of the capital before I met you, and I ran away, but I knew he'd never let Auntie Jean and I go. That man's heart is venomous. He can do anything. I'm afraid he'll turn against you then. Sister, I don't dare to bet. Sister is innocent, so he ran away. Unfortunately, the man found it last night. Luckily he grew up and didn't let the man beat the two to death and drive him away, but it had to be moved overnight. The man wouldn't stop there. It's useless to call the police, not to mention whether the ghetto police can handle it or not. Even if he is detained, he will continue to do so when he comes out. It's hard to find a house in the middle of the night, so I'll have to stay under a bridge for now. He didn't think his sister had found them after all. Sis, I'm sorry. Shinjian hung his head, tears falling and smashing on the car seat. Lin's anger completely subsided. Her hand reached from the passenger side to the back and touched her fourth brother's head. There's no need to say you're sorry. You're a brave, understanding and responsible good boy. Those who know too much are destined to take more. When his sister complimented him, Jian's nose soured even more and he wanted to cry. Auntie Jen raised her chin proudly at this point despite her weak face. Yes, our little un is a good baby. He can wipe his own ass when he poops. Lim, Kian. Zhang Nan bit the corner of his mouth dead center and thought about his bank card balance before he didn't laugh out loud. When they arrived at the hospital, Jian helped Auntie Jean out of the car. Zhang Nan frowned and said, Gu Jingchuan, that Zhangdong, followed him here too. Lin Mao's mind was on his fourth brother all the way, so he didn't notice. Gu Jingchuan parked his car, put on his sunglasses and mask, and walked over to Lin Mao. I can help you guys register and stuff. I just want to do something for you. Lin Mao, don't reject me. The man was well built in the sunlight and his voice was put in an extraordinarily deep voice. Zhang Nan and Jian both frowned. For a major movie star to be so humble, how can I put it? It just does move people a bit. However, Lin Mao rolled her eyes, crossed her arms, and wailed, Wow, isn't this Gu Jingchuan? Aha, movie star Gu is here. Chapter 055. He's got to do something. Gu Jingchuan's ears were almost shaken into ear piercings by Lin Mao, and his expression froze for a second. Lin Mao shouted out his credit and gave Zhang Nan and Jian a wink. Hurry up! Zhang Nan and Jian each lifted Auntie Jean by one shoulder and moved quickly. There were a lot of people in the hospital parking lot, and the ground was very empty, so there were quickly fans who surrounded Gu Jingchuan. Shadow Emperor Gu, it's really movie director Gu. Can we take a picture? Movie director Gu and I will do a jitterbug together. My granddaughter loves you. Aha! So excited. Can you sign my shirt? Gu Jingchuan for a moment seemed to go back to the scene of that last car accident and the fear of being dominated by fans at school. He's in a hospital and not one fan cares if he dies? Only know about group photos and autographs. But soon he heard from a fan concerned about his health. Why is Shadow Emperor Gu here at the hospital alone? Is he here to see something unspeakable? Gu Jingchuan. Gu Jingchuan wanted to continue to follow Lin Mao but couldn't even walk on the road, so he could only briefly perfume a few fans and then quickly get in the car and go. Lim is often unorthodox. Gotta think of some other way to coax her. This private hospital happens to be owned by his family, and there are ways around that. The whole day was spent in the hospital with Lim. Aunt Jane needs to be hospitalized for a few days. Kian's wounds were also treated. It was only when he was treating the wound that Lin Mal saw that he had a very long scar on his forehead, which his bangs just covered. Adolescent boys love beauty. No wonder he keeps his hair so long. Lim asked the doctor, "Is it good to get rid of this scar on his forehead?" The doctor shook his head. "It's been too long. It's not very removable. You can buy some scar removal ointment and try it. It's only half an hour from the ghetto to the hospital." The fourth brother finished his story, but those hurts were real and long-lasting. Auntie Jean fell asleep after taking the medicine, and Zhang Nan looked at her. Lim took Kian out shopping and rebought cell phones for both him and Auntie Jean. Kian that 8 cell phone got smashed last night. Adding G An's WeChat. Lin Mal transferred $100,000 to him. This money was nothing to Kian as a child. Every year, his sister gives him $500,000 in New Year's money, although she says she'll save it for him, because even if the parents are gone, the family company operates normally, and the parents' inheritance and the company's dividends can ensure that several people will continue to live a good life. But it's a huge amount of money for Kian right now. He hadn't seen that much money in years. Kian pinched his cell phone and said, "Thanks, sis." If he dared to push back and say no now, he had no doubt his sister would slap him. Lin Mal smiled. "No need to thank you, and it's not me who earned it. Your Curia Fozi second brother earned it." This name Jian had also swiped it when he swiped Shake Shack. A few smiles surfaced under his eyes, pursed his lips, and said, "Sister, don't tell second brother exactly what I've been through. I'm afraid he'll blame himself even more." Lim nodded. "I know." At night Jian stayed at the hospital with Auntie Jean. Lin Mal said, "I'll get a caregiver to stay with Auntie Jean during the day tomorrow while you go to school." Aunt Jane nodded along. "School? You have to go to school." Lim could see that Aunt Jen was definitely obsessed with school. Otherwise she wouldn't have gone to the school to make a scene when the principal was going to expel Kian. "I didn't realize until I looked at her ID today that she's only 35, but her face looks like she's in her 40s or 50s. She'd asked, and both of their IDs had been reissued when they arrived in the ghetto, an age that Kian had heard her say before, having been trafficked into the mountains at the age of 18 right out of high school. I shudder to think of her desperation and the desperation of her family. No wonder she stared at her face and said it was beautiful. There may have been a moment when she remembered that she was once this beautiful. Kian nodded his head, his long bangs moving lightly along with him. Good. The learning environment in the third middle school was so bad that Lin Mo wanted to transfer Jian to another school. But let's leave it at that for today and let him have a good night's rest. After instructing a few more things, Lim left the hospital. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening when Zhang Nan sent Lin Mal to the entrance of the villa. In the car, Lin Mal took out his cell phone. "Let me add your WeChat." Zhang Nan was happy. "Yeah." After adding WeChat, Lin Mo transferred $5,000 to Zhang Nan. "Tough on you for the past 2 days. I'll pop some gold coins for you." Zhang Nan's eyes were about to fall off as she looked at the $5,000, and she refused in the next second. No, this is all what I should do. I'm Mr. Shun's secretary." The words were said, but the hands were not ordered to be returned. The dead hand wasn't even listening to her brain anymore, but it wasn't her hands that were to blame. 5,000. That's half a month's salary. Lin Mal's jade-white fingers typed and sent a Weibo to Xie Guanyin. "I'm back. Open the door." Then looking up, he said, "I wouldn't have found my fourth brother so quickly in the last 2 days without you leading the way, and I think you deserve it." The young girl looked sincere, her peach blossom eyes brimming with beauty. Zhang Nan was about to fall. "I'll take it then. Thank you, sister." She declared that Lim would be her only sister from now on. The door to the villa was open from within and the tall, leggy, beautiful man appeared in the doorway, still in a white suit. The silver-rimmed eyes on the bridge of his nose reflected the light from the doorway. Zhang Nan's eyes rounded once again. "Am I reading this right? Is this Mr. Xie?" There was no way Shinihan would tell an ordinary secretary about her. It was normal for Zhang Nan to not know that she was now living in Xie Guanyin's house. Lim nodded. "Right." Zhang Nan's breath is held. She is still the first time to see Xie Guanyin in person, previously seen on financial programs. He's much more handsome in person than he looks on the show. Warm and svelte and holy, a proper Highlander. Only his eyes were fixed on his sister's face and he didn't even look at her car. After getting off the bus, Lin Mo waved her hand towards Zhang Nan. "Be safe on the road, and send me a message when you arrive home." Zhang Nan drove the car away slowly, because she was still watching Xie Guanyin. This man hadn't taken his eyes off of Lin Mal for a second since she appeared. Are the two together? Ah! This one is also good. "Are you still working this late?" Lin Mo asked Xie Guanyin as he walked inside. Xie Guanyin pushed the frame of his glasses with one finger. "Well, a meeting with colleagues from abroad." Lim smiled up at him. "Serves you right for earning it." The corners of the delicate and pretty young girl's lips curved, but the smile didn't ripple across the bottom of her peach-eyed eyes. Xie Guanyin's heart sank slightly. She's in a bad mood. I think it's because of what happened to fourth brother. Early on he had known that her fourth brother was lost, and he had sent people to search for him. She had always held her family in high regard, and even when she was gone, she certainly didn't want them to have a bad time, but he didn't find it either. He also learned a little about her fourth brother when the ghetto cops called him this morning. There were injuries on his body, and a middle-aged woman who followed him looked a little demented and injured. It was Gu Jingchuan who accompanied her during the day, and he had no business showing up. At night, he had to do something. The young girl's figure was elongated in the dim light of the garden. She walks with her head held high as before, but a closer look reveals that her head hangs down slightly. Lim. Fast-forwarding into the living room, Xia Guanyan called out to her. Lim looked back, a smile pulling at the corners of her mouth. "What's wrong? My friend gave me a bottle of red wine today. Would you like to drink some?" Xia Guanyan asked. Chapter 056. Mr. Shin, the plane goes back at 8 tomorrow morning. You have to get up at 6 at the latest. Don't get up late. At the entrance of the hotel room, Jiang said. Things were a bit tricky in Kyonan, but the two stepped up to the plate and gave it a go in 2 days. Shinihan was dressed in a black suit, and the black Buddha beads set off the white and slender wrist. He nodded. Good. Jiang didn't leave and added. Jiangnan just messaged me that he sent Shama home, and fourth brother and the others are all settled. Shinihan, well, when you pay your salary, tell the finance that you'll give Jiangnan some bonus this month. Thanks to her accompanying my sister these 2 days. A smile bloomed on Jiang's cool face. Mal has transferred $5,000 to her. It's also an honest kid who tells her everything. Shinihan raised his eyebrows slightly. That's fine. The quarterly bonus will go up a little more for her. Jiang good. Jiang Nan has been working very seriously. It's time to give out some bonuses. Don't worry too much about Mr. Shin. There is show MON. The fourth brother's things must be arranged very well. Shinihan shook his head. I'm more worried about my sister. She sent a message in the morning when she found her fourth brother to say that he should take care of business in peace. Other specifics will wait for the evening. She must have been in a bad mood when she found out what happened to her fourth brother all those years ago. But my sister has never allowed herself to feel sad, and she didn't even cry when her parents died. No more. You rest early. Shinihan's voice was inexplicably dry, and his bony hand lifted to swipe the door card to enter the room. Zhang detailed personality is cool, not a person who can empathize with others very well. Usually she's pretty light on emotions when she reads some of the things on the internet. Relatives and friends too. Her parents used to say she was cold-hearted and inhuman, but at that moment, there was some dull ache in her heart. After experiencing the death of both parents, he never showed his sadness because he had to take care of his 3 younger brothers. Still, he got into the first grade with a near-perfect score. How hard was it for her then? Jiang dropped down, turned around and opened the door to the next room, taking the door with him. Taking out her cell phone, she crouched down and opened the suitcase, snapping a few pictures. It's not even 11 yet. She shouldn't be asleep yet. Sent a few photos out, then typed, Mal, I brought you specialties from Jingnan on my business trip, and a nice Devon cat doll. Took the time to go out and buy it just to bring her something. A small token of appreciation, hopefully easing the deepest emotions of her heart. Shinihan returned to his room and went to the bathroom to wash his face with cold water. Exhaling a few deep breaths, he sat down on the couch next to the hotel and turned the Buddha beads on his right wrist with his left hand. Taking out his cell phone, his slender fingers tapped on the "For Marriages to Read Life" dialog box, made a video call out. The green velvet couch trembled with the sound of vibrations. The delicate and beautiful young girl was wearing a set of gray pajamas nestled on the sofa, and the hand that was just about to pick up the red wine that Xie Guanyan had poured on the table withdrew. Xie Guanyan's proposal was fine with her. She was an adult anyway, so she had no problem drinking some red wine. It must have been a message from my second brother. Picking up his cell phone and glancing at it, he found that it was a message from Jiang. Kyonan belongs to the south and has many beautifully shaped pastries. Clicking on the photo sent by Jiang, Lin Mal arched her eyebrows and replied to Jiang. Thank you, Sister Jiang. I super like it. That's when another video call pop-up popped up on the phone. Lin Mal took a seat on the couch and straightened her hair again before picking up the video. Kyorai Buddha-chan is up this late? Up came a snarky remark in a light tone. Shinihan's fingertips pinching the cell phone tightened slightly, but he also followed her words, seemingly complaining. No one even calls me that. Only you. Lim shrugged. That's because no one dares to call you that to your face. In private everyone crickets you like that. Shinihan's pair of dark eyes tried to find some sadness in his sister's eyes, but to no avail. He turned the Buddha beads on his right wrist with his left hand and said, Sister, I'm going back tomorrow. Lin Mal smiled. Good. When the time comes, you'll pick up fourth brother and bring him home to stay. He is now in the hospital with that auntie. Staying in the slums is just easy to get hurt. He himself is not a big deal. The auntie needs to be hospitalized for a few days. By the time that aunt is out of the hospital, you'll have bought them a house. Shinehan frowned. Why do you need to buy a house? That villa of mine is so big. It can accommodate them. Lin Mo's brimming peach blossom eyes looked at him seriously. I'm afraid you can't accept that, aunt. You can just not accept it. That auntie had saved the fourth brother, yes. She had a deep emotional bond with him, but it was enough for Shinihan to buy them a house. He was not obliged to accept that aunt to live together. It's fine. I'm still lonely living alone. My family is lively. Shinihan's tone was sincere. My sister is always like that. She looks strong but she is very democratic. Lin Mal really did not see reluctance from Shinihan color. She smiled and said, that's fine. The villa please a housekeeper and then a few servants. Similar to Xie Guanyan's home. Anyway, the Beijing Circle Buddha son is not without this money. Fourth brother, now that you found it you shouldn't think too much about it. Stop blaming yourself. It's not you who's at fault. It's those traffickers. It's not right to punish yourself for someone else's mistakes. You know? Shinihan nodded. Got it. He actually wanted to say a few words to comfort his sister, but she was masking her emotions so perfectly that he had no way of saying anything. Hang up. You have an early night, Lin Mal said with a smile. Shinihan's eyes flickered slightly, and in the end he didn't say anything. Good. Seeing that the young girl didn't pick up the wine glass, Xie Guanyan didn't pick up the wine glass either. She had just been on the couch and her mood was actually a little low, but picking up her cell phone lightened her mood, and he couldn't be happier. This ease is not a forced smile, but a muscle memory developed over time. She must have gone through many exercises to be able to suppress her emotions with ease. Hanging up the phone, Lin Mal's long slender fingers picked up the wine glass again and realized that Xie Guanyan, who was sitting on the side, was looking at her. Before he could speak, the beautiful man gently opened his lips and his tone was as gentle as could be. You can be upset, Lim. Chapter 057, I don't care. The night was a little late, and only 2 people existed in the large villa, so quiet that they could hear each other's breathing. The man's voice was magnetic and beautiful, and gentle like water slowly flowing through Lin Mal's ears and into his heart. Her long, curly eyelashes flicked twice. Lifting his glass and taking a sip of red wine, the mellow flavor spread down his throat. A few seconds later, a smile lifted the corners of her mouth. I'm not upset about anything. It's just sad. Sad that that kind of thing would befall a fourth brother. Sad what happened to Aunt Jane. Sad that so many families are still going through that kind of despair. Sadness can be shown, Xie Guanyan said. Lin Mal's peach blossom eyes whitened slightly. You don't have the ability to read minds, do you? How come he knows what she's thinking? Xie Guanyan's bony and clear fingertips held the frame of his glasses. It's not hard to guess. People have emotions. Anyone who encounters something like you will be sad. You can show your emotions, at least in front of me. When he said the last sentence, Xie Guanyan's heart drummed hard, and sweat inexplicably seeped out of his palms. Lim hadn't been drinking because she knew that alcohol controlled the brain and she didn't like the feeling of being out of control. But today she indulged herself. The reason the drinking wasn't great. A sip of red wine makes your head spin a little. The man's words wrapped around her ears like they were carrying an electric current, and the tips of her ears began to tingle. She took another sip of her drink and winked. Yeah, the young girl's delicate white little face had already floated a light red color, and the bottom of her brimming peach blossom eyes had a few moments of wet ecstasy. The knot in Xie Guanyan's throat rolled uncontrollably twice, and his hand holding the wine glass remained unmoving. He wouldn't get himself involved with alcohol, because he was afraid he would do something irrational. Suggesting a drink was just a way to get her to release some of her emotions, and the way she suppressed them made his heart ache to death. Other people are still at the age where they are carefree and enjoying the big time. His Shiny was already like an indestructible warrior. Having crossed over from 11 years ago, her peers had long since been different from her, and she had no friends. The high school grades didn't help. She needed to go back to school. He, whom she treated as her nemesis, has made a name for himself and she has nothing. Just casually counting them out was enough to make her unhappy and sad for a long time. But she didn't show it ever. She quickly accepted the reality and calmly rearranged her life. Looking for a fourth brother who has been lost for years when he has no time to look after himself. Her strength is visible to the naked eye. But what about her vulnerability? At the thought of this, Xie Guanyan's heart felt like it was being stabbed. Densely painful. The only time I've seen her depressed in all the time I've been back was when I was watching the game at first grade. Because of Gu Jingchuan, a couple of her brothers weren't around, and she only showed a little. Maybe in her mind, emotions were allowed to be shown in front of Gu Jingchuan, and they were boyfriend and girlfriend, but it can also be displayed in front of him. He never loved just the bright, dazzling, sunny, upwardly mobile her. He loved her as a person, complete and whole, with not only strengths but also weaknesses. The people themselves who will be happy and unhappy, who will be up and sometimes down. Xie Guanyan looked at the girl in front of him, emotions running through his eyes. But the question was, in what capacity could he make her display her emotions without fear? Yes, the girl asked herself at this point, nodding her little head. Xie Guanyan's heart lifted slightly, and his breathing became a little hot. She thinks of him as a friend, doesn't she? We're deadly rivals. What do I need to care about image in front of you? Xie Guanyan. The corners of Xie Guanyan's mouth stiffened slightly, then a shallow smile surfaced. Aha, it's all the same. One point of the pretty man's head and a string in Lim's head seemed to snap. For a moment the tears in his eyes couldn't stop falling. Poor fourth brother. Poor Auntie Jean. Those traffickers deserve to die. I want to hammer them to death. Chanting while crying. Bean-sized teardrops hit the couch and the green turned dark green. I miss Mom and Dad so much. I miss them. The girl's voice grew choked. Crying and letting out his emotions was what Seguanyen wanted to see. So he sat back and said nothing, quietly watching her cry. But the bottom of his eyes behind the lenses of his glasses were filled with undisguised heartache. He raised his hand to pat her back. Halfway up restrained himself and withdrew it, just handing her the tissue. Lim wailed and cried harder and harder until she cried a snot bubble. Realizing this, what was left of her brain's sanity made her cover her face. A matte rice. The other hand sneaks off to draw a tissue from the coffee table. God tits. She's saying she doesn't care about image. But this is so embarrassing. It's really hard not to laugh at this scene of a teenage girl covering her face and sneaking a tissue. Lim wiped her nose clean and saw that the man was stifling a laugh. She glared at him and angled her chin, her voice slightly raspy from crying. Humph, laugh if you want. I don't care. The young girl's eyes were watery from crying, and the tip of her otherwise white nose was now red and seductive without realizing it. The beautiful peach blossom eyes glared slightly, without any intimidation, like a kitten scratching with its own flesh pads, only to make people feel itchy. It was not held back after all. A shallow chuckle spilled out of the man's throat, bringing his chest with it. Saying that, but Xia Guanyan really laughed, and Lin Mal was unhappy again. Alcohol made her impulsively stand up, reach out and yank Xia Guanyan's tie, threatening him. Okay, you really laugh. I'll remember you, kid. The sudden approach of the young girl was something Xie Guanyan did not expect. He sat, she stood, grabbed by his tie. He was forced to tilt his head back to look at her. Her warm, red wine-scented breath sprayed his face as she spoke. The heat quickly traveled throughout his body, and the two bony hands pressed against the sofa couldn't stop sinking, and the veins on the back of his cold white hands rose to the surface. The beautiful man tilted his head, and it was the first time that Lim had ever looked at him in this perspective, because he was more than 10 centimeters taller than her. This angle so close you can clearly see the thick and long eyelashes behind the man's eyeglass lenses. You can see the high bridge of the man's nose, and the small teal-colored mole swaying at the tip of his nose. Lim's throat was suddenly a little dry, and her gaze shifted downward. The man's pretty, petal-like lips caught her eye. Slim, slightly red and soft. It looks very kissable. The sadness was replaced by a yellowish mood. Lim's heart suddenly beat faster, the thumping deafening. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Everyday unattainable man tilted his chin, thin lips slightly open, voice clear, soft and nice, cold white sexy throat knots rolling, compelling to death. Blinking, Lim hummed proudly, that's more like it, loosening the tie in his hand. His heartbeat didn't slow as a result. I'm going up to bed first, I'm sleepy from crying. Xia Guanyan didn't stay, his voice inexplicably somewhat restrained and mute. Well, good night. She didn't see the abnormal redness on Xia Guanyan's face, nor did she see the boundless lust that welled up under his eyes. The young girl's figure disappeared from view and he looked down, his voice a little cold. Know what you're doing, it's always like that, there's always a time when it scares her. Xiao Xia Guanyan. Chapter 058. Morning isn't. Sunlight poured through the gaps in the curtains onto the light green mattress. One of the young girl's gelatinous arms was stretched out, long and nice. The whole picture looks like a heavily inked oil painting. Buzz off. The phone suddenly vibrated twice. Lim's eyes opened a slit and she reached out to touch the somewhat cool cell phone. It's a tweet from a Buddhist son in the capital circle. Sister, I'm getting on the plane. I'll see you at the hospital. Throwing away her cell phone, Lim was ready to sleep some more when she suddenly felt something and she sat up violently. Hurry out of bed and head to the bathroom for a shower. Come to think of it, she, the big yellow girl, had that kind of dream all night last night. The object of the dream is still Xia Guanyan. The warm water hit her body and Lim smacked herself small. How could she desecrate the noble and holy flower of the high country? It's so wrong. By the way, speaking of should, Lynm's mom had taught her about sex when she was little. Mom was trying to get her to defend herself better. Now that she was an adult too, she wouldn't be ashamed of such things. It was just not a very good target. After all, people didn't mean that to her at all. I can't be blamed entirely for this. The main responsibility lies with the red wine. Lin Mal reassured himself, but it's time to say no. After a good cry last night, I feel like I got a lot of the impurities out of my body, and I feel a lot more relaxed physically and mentally. Can't remember how long it's been since I bawled like that. It would have been better if I hadn't cried snot bubbles. He went downstairs and found Xie Guanyan preparing breakfast in the kitchen again. Today it's the old Beijing North meat foam and mixed sauce noodles, which smells one's nose off. Lim ate this breakfast quickly, mostly because her heart was a little weak. When she finished eating and left the house, Xie Guanyan's gaze was fixed on her back for a long time. Flash got up in the morning and took a shower, smelling like lemon from the shower gel. She never used to get up in the morning and take a shower. What's wrong with her today? Is there a problem with the air conditioning in the room causing it to get too hot and sweaty? To get up there. Watching the young girl get into the car, Xiaoguanyin stood up and headed upstairs. The butler quickly put away the things on the table, seeing what was going on. Mr. Self had to hand wash Miss Lin's clothes every day before going to work. The sheets changed every 3 days, and the neatly folded clothes in the closet were all changed and folded by Mr. Xia. The servants who can work here for a long time are the ones who know what to say and what not to say. The housekeeper was sometimes a little envious of Xiaoguanyin. At least Mr. can do the laundry for the girl he loves. He can't even think about it. Shinihan hadn't arrived in Jingbei yet, or Zhang Nan came over to pick up Lin Mal. Noticing the scent of body wash on Lin Mal, she asked, "You took a shower this morning, sister?" "Morning isn't. Can't think." She had to control herself. Lim nodded and blurted out, "Well, it's a little hot to get up in the morning." Zhang Nan gossip heart stupid, while driving while the eyes turn around. "You and Mr. Xia." Lim replied, "He's my landlord and I rent his house to live in." Zhang Nan never expected it to be like this, and had a sense of loss that the CP he had just gotten high on directly be dropped. "I was thinking of saying that it's no wonder you can't see Gu Zhongdong because you're talking to Mr. Xia." Without saying anything, Lim sent a message to his fourth brother, "I'll be at the hospital soon. What do you guys want for breakfast? I'll bring it over." The fourth brother replied quickly, "Sis, no, I've bought it." Zhang Nan was still sighing to herself, the sweet smile at the corner of her mouth gone. "That's right, if you talked to Mr. Xia, Gu Zhongdong definitely wouldn't still be pestering you." Lin Emo smiled faintly. "Gu Jingchuan shouldn't come looking for me anymore either. It's not like he's short of girlfriends." When they arrived at the hospital, Lim met Kian and Auntie Jean. In order to ensure that Auntie Jen and fourth brother could rest well, Lin Mal asked for a VIP ward. "Aunt Jane looks much better today." Jean took a bag and handed it to Lin Mal. "Sister, this is for you to eat." Lin Mal took it and glanced at it. Her eyes lit up. "Honey buns from the Quan Sheng family? Do we still need to line up now?" I didn't realize that 11 years later, the store was still there. She used to love it, and her second brother always went to help her in line, and her fourth brother sometimes followed. But every time my fourth brother went alone, he was only halfway home by the time he got there. Picking one up and taking a bite, she narrowed her eyes and smiled, as delicious as ever. The apprehension disappeared from the bottom of Kian's eyes, which were shielded by his bangs, and he was a little afraid that his sister wouldn't like this now. Shaking his head, "There's not much of a line anymore." Lim could see that the fourth brother hadn't eaten any of this portion, but she didn't let that make her happy. "Eat together." She smiled. The wards were filled with the sweet smell of honey buns and the atmosphere was very cozy. Lim didn't push her fourth brother to go to school. "There's no rush for this moment. It's better to go to school after meeting with my second brother. I'm going to check out the rooms before I choose which ward to stay in." Lai Huanyu said, "I was a bit unlucky. I went to an event early this morning. My car rear-ended me, and I broke my arm slightly. This hospital was nearby, so she came over." Another reason was that this hospital was owned by Gu Jingchuan's family. So wasn't it her family's hospital? Gu Jingchuan had already greeted the dean. Of course the dean was going to fulfill Lai Huanyu's request. "Okay, I'll have the head nurse take you to see it." Lai Huanyu followed the head nurse around the VIP ward on the top floor. Suddenly a familiar face was seen through a half-open doorway, as exquisitely beautiful as ever, was talking and smiling to the man in the hospital bed. A cold light flashed in the bottom of Li Huanhua's eyes. "I want this one." The head nurse froze. This room is occupied." Lai Huanyu didn't pay attention to the head nurse, one hand dangling from her neck. The other good hand pushed open the ward door directly. The sound of the door being pushed open came and everyone looked to the door. The corner of Li Huanyu's mouth carried a contemptuous smile. "I'm going to stay in this ward. You guys change to another ward." Lim frowned slightly before he could say anything. Zhang Nan recognized Lai Huanyu and could see that she was intentionally taking revenge for the last time she was greatly kicked out of Starshine Group. The whole company knew about that one. She spoke breathlessly. "You're so funny. We lived here first. You say change. Hospital your house open Lai Huanyu raised her eyebrows. "Yeah, my family runs it." Chapter 059, Patient's Family. Zhang Nan. Zhang Nan was instantly embarrassed, itching to find a hole in the ground. "Dads, let's let Lai Huanhua pretend to be there." The head nurse was a bit overwhelmed in the background. Clearly this was out of order. But this is the girlfriend of the Gu family's young master and a big star. Who can mess with that? After thinking about it, she walked up and communicated with a smile. How about this? I'll switch you guys to a bigger VIP ward that doesn't cost you any more money. Do you think that's okay? There was a very thin middle-aged woman half sitting on the bed in the hospital room. Next to him stood a brooding teenager with hair blocking his eyes. Standing in the doorway was a woman in professional attire, but at the moment clearly very short on air. So the head nurse's words were spoken to Lim, a little girl who looked no more than 17 or 18. There's no reason for it. It just feels like this is the one who can talk the talk around here. Lai Huanyu also dropped her gaze on Lin Mao's body, her tone arrogant. You guys hurry up and change, or get out. She was bullied by so many people at Starshine Group at that time. She had caught her today, and this anger had to come out. Let her know how hard it feels to be kicked out of this grayness. 2. However, Lin Mo, who was still a bit angry, once she heard that she was changing to a bigger VIP ward without adding money, her eyebrows instantly arched. Change now, Lai Huanhua. Lai Huanyu had a feeling of powerlessness of hitting a fist on cotton for a while, and a breath in her heart blocked even more. No. Who gave you the right to do this? No better wards than this one. Lai Huanyu looked at the head nurse coldly. Head nurse, where's the upside-down woman from? Don't give her a hard time as a laborer. Lin Mal smiled. Then we won't change. We paid for it. Even if this hospital is owned by your family, you don't have the right to treat us like this. Zhang Nan raised his head a bit. Yes, we can call 12305 to report you. Lai Huanyu felt that these two were really ridiculous. Do you guys think that no one is behind this hospital? The head nurse's eyes went wide. Is that something that can be said? The dean wouldn't dare to say such things even if he were here. She was in a hurry and tugged on Lai Huanyu's clothes. Miss Lai, don't be like this. That ward next door is bigger. I'll arrange for you to stay next door. No, I'm going to stay in this one. You kick them out. Lai Huanyu insisted. The head nurse bowed her head. I'm sorry, I can't do it. Lai Huan gritted her teeth in a tone of voice. You're waiting to be fired. Her cell phone rang at this time, and she picked it up to see that it was Gu Jingchuan calling. She walked out to connect. Brother Jingchuan, have you arrived yet? Gu Jingchuan car parked in the parking lot before realizing that this hospital is the same hospital that Lin Mal came to yesterday. The northern part of the capital is the home of their family, and there are several private hospitals. He had planned to visit the hospital in the afternoon, but he didn't realize he was coming in the morning. Which ward are you in now? I'll come over to find you, Gu Jingchuan said. Lai Huanyu's voice was delicate. I'm in the VIP ward area. I've got my eye on a ward, and the head nurse here just won't give me a room. Gu Jingchuan, which head nurse dares to treat you like this? I'm coming over. Hanging up the phone, the smile on Lai Huanyu's face bloomed open. Now that she was injured, Gu Jingchuan must have been obedient to her. It's just one patient to drive out, and it won't cost you a few bucks. The head nurse who followed Lai Huanyu out heard what Lai Huanyu said. Both eyes went black and it felt like the sky was falling. Gu Jingchuan saw Lai Huanyu in the corridor with her arm hanging. Her face was a little pale, and her already thin body now looked even more petite, like it would fall at the slightest blow of the wind. Gu Jingchuan had a few moments of heartache and ran over. Huanyu, does your hand still hurt? Tears fell from Lai Huanyu's eyes as soon as she heard this, crying like a pear. Brother Jingchuan, it hurts. Gu Jingchuan wrapped his arm around her shoulders and comforted her softly. It's okay, it'll be fine soon. Who didn't arrange for you to have your favorite hospital room? Li Huanhua whimpered, giving Gu Jingchuan a precautionary shot in advance. There's also something wrong with me. The ward I like is now occupied. The people inside aren't willing to change away, and the head nurse says I shouldn't want this ward. Gu Jingchuan was not in the least bit tempered by Lai Huanyu's crying, and said directly, it must be changed. My woman must live wherever she wants in my family's hospital. The corner of Lai Huanyu's mouth lifted into an inconspicuous smile. Gu Jingchuan, fully armed with a mask and hat this time, looked at the head nurse and said, how do you coordinate? This little thing can't be done. The head nurse is aggravated. It was coordinated. Patient's family. Tell the patient's family directly that they'll be transferred if they don't want to change. Gu Jingchuan didn't have a good tone. Turning his head, he saw the patient's family member, Lin Mal, who was biting into a honey bun. Chapter 060, he's not the only servant of his sister anymore. The teenager was dressed casually, in a simple black tee with wide-legged pants. Her long hair wasn't tied up today. It fell over her shoulders like seaweed. No makeup, but skin like cream, nose upturned, amazingly beautiful side face. The honey buns were held in her slender white fingers, and everything that was obviously cheap seemed so much more expensive. Lai Huanyu was looking condescendingly at the head nurse at this point. Transferring to a hospital is fine, but it just doesn't make Lim comfortable anyway. Transferring, that's not possible. There's no precedent for this kind of pushing patients out of our hospital. Gu Jingchuan's words suddenly took a big turn. The head nurse had her head down. Now she looked up. Ha! Lai Huanyu was also wide-eyed. What do you mean? The shura came so suddenly that Gu Jingchuan was completely unprepared. One is a white moonlight who has come back from the dead, and the other is a soft, delicate and still injured girlfriend. He had a hard time deciding for a while. but never let Lim turn away. Being in the hospital was a great opportunity for him to have access to her, possibly hearing the movement at the door. Lin Mal's gaze went to the door. Gu Jingchuan sheepishly took a step back, didn't directly fight Lin Mal, turned around and pulled Lai Huanhua to the next ward, saying, "Huanhua, our hospital is the same nature as a restaurant. There's no reason to drive away the customers. We're public figures again. If the patient posts this kind of thing on the internet, you know the current public opinion environment, it'll hurt us a lot." Lai Huanyu frowned tightly. "I just suddenly saw Lin Mal, and my emotions got the better of me a bit. But when you think about it, it really does seem to be the case. That woman is no slouch. She recorded it last time. This time if she does the same thing she'll be at a disadvantage again." Lai Huanyu's eyebrows drooped down and she pouted unhappily. "But Gu Jingchuan held her in his arms and patted her back. "Be good, baby. I'll buy you your favorite bag then." Lai Huanyu's voice was soft. "Alright, I'll listen to you, brother Jingchuan." Gu Jingchuan's eyes rolled. Lim was still angry with him and wasn't giving him a chance to get closer. That means apologizing is not the way to go. Gotta use something else, like stimulating her. At that time, Lai Huanyu was at odds with him, and he didn't want to take care of her at first. But when he saw the scandal between her and Shinihan later on, he was so jealous that he couldn't help but go to her. "I think this ward is just fine. How about you stay here?" Gu Jingchuan asked. Lai Huanyu looked around and realized that it was really nice and the balcony was huge. "Well, my hand hurts and I don't want to move it." Gu Jingchuan called the head nurse in to do the formalities. The head nurse was confused until now, not knowing how Gu's brain suddenly returned. "Where's your assistant, Xiao Fang? Why isn't she here?" Gu Jingchuan asked. "Lai Huanhua, she went back to pack my things. The car accident was so sudden and scary." As soon as she thought of that scene at that time, Lai Huanyu's tears fell down, and her entire body crouched in Gu Jingchuan's arms. Gu Jingchuan didn't know why he suddenly remembered Lin Mo's car accident in the first place at this time. The car went off the viaduct and into the river. I think she was scared then, too. Lai Huanyu suddenly came to make a scene and suddenly disappeared again, which was something Lin Mal did not expect, but she didn't bother to think deeply about it. From the performance of the nurse just now, this hospital still had principles and would not let Lai Huanyu fool around. It's not a big deal to stay around for just a few days to nurse Auntie Jean's health. Shinihan came to the hospital as soon as he got off the plane, almost to the door of the hospital room, but his footsteps are getting slower and slower. His heart is beating violently, and his left hand keeps fiddling with the Buddha beads on his right wrist. Will fourth brother loathe him? Will fourth brother ignore him? Jiang smiled on the side with his stuff. "Mr. Shin, don't be nervous." Shinihan's dark eyes looked at her. "Where was I nervous?" "No." Jiang nodded. "That's great. Shinihan, she's a child?" Walking up to the door of the hospital room, he was about to knock when he realized it was open. The man in a black suit with a cold and powerful aura was a bit at a loss for a moment, and his throat was dry. "Shinihan, you're here. Come in." Lin Mal spotted him first and walked to the door and grabbed his arm. "Let me introduce you. This is Auntie Jin. This one shouldn't need my introduction." Shinihan looked at the middle-aged woman on the bed and greeted her politely. "Hello, Auntie Jin." I tried to look at the teenager next to him but were a little afraid to. He was afraid to see disgust and hatred in his fourth brother's eyes. However, at that moment a pair of slim but strong arms embraced him. "Second brother, I missed you so much." There was still a faint smell of disinfectant on the teenager, and Shinihan's body stiffened in place. Fourth brother says he misses him. Fourth brother didn't hate him. Stiff arms slowly lifted, and he too hugged the teenager in his arms hard. A sentence spanning 10 years uttered. "Junior, I'm sorry." The slim teenager shook his head. "Second brother, it's me who's sorry. If I had gone back to you earlier, you wouldn't have felt so bad for me for so long." Tears were welling up in the eyes of both older men, and the atmosphere in the hospital room was a little sad, until Lin Mo said, "Wait, Shinihan, you called Shinjian Jr. Then what did you call your third brother Shinsijan? Junior?" Both of them broke into tears at the same time. After 10 years of not seeing each other, there was too much rust, and Shinihan didn't find a good name to call him. Used to usually call him Shinjian with his name. In this situation today he felt even more rusty when he was called by even his first name. The atmosphere isn't as sad and heavy. Shinihan stretched out his hand wearing Buddha beads to scratch Shinjian's head. "It's grown so tall." Shinjian was interested in the Buddha beads on Shinihan's hand and asked, "Second brother, do you usually meditate and chant?" Shinihan. Jiang took the gifts he brought to Shinjian and Lin Mo. Brought a gift for Aunt Jane too. A silk scarf. The ones for Shinjian and Auntie Wojin were bought on the spot off the plane, and only the ones for Lin Mal were carried back from Jingnan. Lim helped Auntie Jean put the silk scarf around her neck. Aunt Jane's eyes lit up and she kept her head down to look at the silk scarf around her neck. Lin Mal said gently, "Auntie Jen looks so pretty in this." Auntie Jean lifted her head to look at her, and in the next second reached out and untied the silk scarf around her neck, handing it to Shinjian. "Little for you to wear. for you to wear, subconsciously giving Shinjian the good stuff. This scene made Lin Mal's heart sour and rise. Maybe that's why Shinjian couldn't let go of Auntie Jean. In that darkness, the two of them supported each other, and Auntie Jen might have really thought of Shinjian as her child. Shinjian shook his head. Auntie Jin, this is for girls only. You wear it. When Aunt Jen heard girl, she handed the silk scarf to Lim. That's for you. You're a girl. Lim smiled, tying the silk scarf back around Aunt Jen's neck. Aunt Jen is a girl too. A pretty girl. Aunt Jane froze a little, half-heartedly. Jiang ordered a deluxe takeout meal to the hospital room. During dinner, Lin Mo said to Shinjian, "You'll continue to go to school at the 3rd middle school for the next few days, and your second brother and I will arrange for you to transfer to the 1st middle school as soon as possible." Shinjian raised his head. 17 was the time to learn, and Lin Mal wouldn't let Shinjian fool around in this area. "I'll be going to the 1st grade school too," Lin Mal continued. "Yes," Shinjian replied. "It's so nice to go to the same school as my sister. You can carry your sister's book bag and bring her breakfast and buy her snacks every day. It's just that I don't know if I'll be accepted at the 1st grade." Shinjian was a little worried and got up to pour a cup of warm water and handed it to Lin Mo. Shunihan, who was also holding a cup of warm water in his hand ready to hand it to his sister, said, "Oops, the expected happened. He's not his sister's only servant anymore." After receiving Shinjian's water and taking a sip, Lin Mo asked, "What's the total number of points you can get now?" Shinjian blinked. "Less than 600. Lin Mal was quite surprised. "That's not bad. There's still half a year before the college entrance exam. It's no problem to mention more than 600. Exactly how much?" Shinjian, 60. Lin Mal's slap reached out and ended up hitting Shinihan on the head. Calm down. It's not bad to get 60 in that environment of 4th brother." Shinihan received a blow to the head, did not say anything, and felt that he really deserved to be beaten. Or blame him. "Take your time. Shinjian is so smart." Shinihan relieved his sister. The next ward, Lai Huanyu's hospitalization procedures and everything were done and she was lying on the bed. Gu Jingchuan went out to find out about Lin Mal's situation in that ward and came in from outside, holding Lai Huanyu's hand and saying, "You can't lie down all the time even if you're hospitalized. Let's go for a walk in the corridor." Lai Huanyu was happy that Gu Jingchuan was thinking about her body and immediately got up. Holding hands, the two walked out of the hospital room together. At the entrance to the ward where Lin Mal was, Gu Jingchuan deliberately stopped in his tracks. Chapter 061, Trickster Scum. The VIP room was large, with good sunlight in view, and equipped with a dining table. The wards were having their lunch happily and there was a spicy aroma wafting out. The young girl, her long hair casually scrunched into a ponytail, was looking down to show off her meal, completely oblivious to the outside. The others did the same and were casually chatting about something, just no one was looking outside. Gu Jingchuan's brows furrowed and he directly coughed loudly. Walking along nicely, Gu Jingchuan suddenly stopped in his tracks, and Lai Huanyu was surprised. She turned her head and saw Gu Jingchuan looking inside the next ward. She glanced over as well and spotted a familiar figure, her pupils shrinking slightly. The man sat there eating, his movements reserved, dressed in a black suit, still wearing the string of black Buddha beads on his wrist, his aura cold and powerful. Lai Huanyu's eyes flickered, forgetting that his dear sister was in the hospital. How could Shinihan not come over? This sister treasure man. Hearing Gu Jingchuan cough properly, Lai Huanyu's heart was delighted. Gu Jingchuan was trying to let Shinihan see the two of them in love, right? A cough from the doorway managed to get the attention of the people in the hospital room. Everyone looked at the doorway and saw just that they saw Gu Jingchuan holding hands with Lai Huanyu. Shinihan's eyes abruptly turned cold. Why is Gu Jingchuan in the hospital too? Seeing one of Lai Huanxian's hands hanging from her neck, Shinihan understood. He accompanied Lai Huanhua to the hospital, but what did he mean by holding Lai Huanyu's hand and deliberately coughing at the door? Whatever he meant, it must have been hard for my sister to see that. There's a kind of two-eyed beauty in the way that Lin Ma dazzles her meal. That's why she's slow to react. Just about to turn his head to look out the door, Shinihan brushed his fingers over the Buddha beads and said, "Who dropped $100 on the ground?" Lim's head came down in a spin. Where? Zhang Nan's head also lowered. Why didn't I see it? Shinjian drilled directly under the table. Where's the money? 3 big spenders are sitting at the same table now. Shinihan's eyes signaled Jiang Dian, and he himself stood up and walked towards the door. Jiang always had the habit of carrying cash with him, and fished out $100 from his pocket and threw it at his feet. Seeing Shinihan walking over, Lai Huanshan was still a little nervous and her heartbeat accelerated. What will he say? It must still be a bit of a letdown to like yourself that much at the time. However, Shinihan didn't say anything. His eyes cold with warning glanced at Gu Jingchuan and stretched out his hand wearing Buddha beads to close the door of the hospital room. 2. Lin Mao looked for half a day and finally saw the red color. Found it at the feet of Jiang. reached out and picked it up. Sister Jiang, you dropped your money. Jiang smiled down. You picked it up and gave it to you.
Lin Imo seldom picks up money and looks at Zhang Nan and Shinjian with a smile on her face.
Let's split it equally between the three of us. Let's get rich. Shinihan walked back again. Jiang looked up at Shinihan.
The two men looked at each other, their eyes flashing with laughter at the same time.
Gu Jingchuan huffed and took Lai Huanyu away. Shinihan also came.
This person is the least like him to touch Lin Mal.
So annoying. This time Lin didn't see it, but he wouldn't give up. He would always see it. Lai Huanhua, however, was a bit happy. Shinihan's eye movement just now was jealousy. Outwardly listening to my sister. My body is still honest. In the afternoon, Shinihan and Zhang detailed are going back to the company. Zhang Nan was also going to the office after sending Shinjian to school. Shinihan had wanted to take Linmu to the company, and Linmu wanted to stay in the hospital. She couldn't take care of people, but she still wanted to be there for Aunt Jane. Jiang has already gotten a caregiver to come over.
Shinihan had no choice but to turn the Buddha beads on his right wrist with his left hand and instructed Lin Mal,
then close the door and try not to come out and walk around. Hospitals have all kinds of diseases. Don't get infected.
Lin Mal waved his hand at him.
Got it. Kyoryafuzi, out of the hospital room.
Kairaku Fuko stole a heavy sense and looked in several of the nearby ward visiting windows. It was soon discovered that Gu Jingchuan and Lai Huanhua lived next door.
In the car, Jiang sat in the driver's seat.
Shinihan sat in the co-pilot.
His expression indifferent. Directly transfer to the hospital. Zhang detailed you contact.
Jiang frowned slightly and said,
Mr. Shin.
Xiaoma should be able to handle her own feelings. I think it's best if we don't interfere too much. That was the conclusion she had just come to after thinking about it.
Mal is strong in life, and she's certainly no weakling in relationships.
Maybe having faced up to the intimacy of her first love with her new love,
she'll be able to come out of it quicker.
Jiang as the special assistant had always been the one who did what he was told and rarely raised any objections. Shinihan was a bit surprised and turned his head to look at her.
You seem to know a lot about feelings. Ever been in love?
The two had been working together for 4 or 5 years,
and Shinihan had never cared about John's private life.
That's the way it should be as a supervisor.
His things Jiang.
Jiang held the steering wheel with one hand. A smirk flashed across his cool face.
Mr. Shin, who are you looking down on? Who at 25 or 26 years old has never been in love? When the words came out, Jiang,
forgetting that the president has never talked,
only as a boiling goat.
The smile stiffened at the corner of his mouth.
Jiang touched the wrist gold bracelet. Mr. Shin, I am sorry for your loss. Shinihan. Shinihan looked at her breathlessly. If you really don't know how to comfort people, you cannot comfort.
Jiang tightly closed his lips and stopped speaking.
Shinihan turned the Buddha beads on his right wrist with his left hand and disagreed with Jiang. He couldn't do it without interfering and letting his sister get hurt by scumbags.
But it does seem like hiding all the time is not an option.
Gu Jingchuan certainly didn't see his sister who came back for the first time today.
I think I've seen it before, and odds are the sister broke up with him. How can my sister's character be so high and proud? How can she look at him with so many scandals and still talk to him normally? Gu Jingchuan's pleas to get back together were fruitless, and now he's playing the same game that Lai Huanyu played with him earlier to try to make his sister jealous and then turn back.
Otherwise, why would Lai Huanyu's ward be right next door? There's no such thing as coincidence. Scheming scumbag. Silence reigned in the car.
Shinihan said with a cold and heavy expression.
Jiang, find Mr. Xie's contact information for me.
Lim was going to spend the afternoon in the hospital room looking at her cell phone and doing problems.
I didn't have my book with me, so I had to do the questions on my phone.
The caregiver was a middle-aged woman in her 50s.
Take Aunt Jen to watch the skit.
Bully falls in love with divorced me with 2 kids.
Aunt Jane couldn't read much,
but it didn't stop her from having quite a good time. After Gu Jingchuan saw through the visiting window that there was only Lin Mal in the ward, he wrote again. The door was closed, and he couldn't stop coughing on purpose. But it can take a guarded approach.
Limo will always get out of the ward, right?
After determining this method,
Gu Jingchuan had been taking Lai Huanyu for a walk in the corridor.
But walking back and forth through the corridors dozens of times is similar to being an NPC on a mission.
Lim Hard didn't come out of the hospital room once.
Lai Huanhua was tired and a little confused as to what Gu Jingchuan was doing.
Really unable to walk anymore, she collapsed on the hospital bed,
her voice breathless.
Brother Jingchuan, the donkeys in the production team don't walk as much as we do. Chapter 062, do you hate him? SS Capital is located in an entire office park in one of the busiest downtowns in northern Beijing. On the roof of the main building, the huge SS logo glows in the sunlight. Grand and stunning. President's office. Assistant Jin Yang was holding a document for Xie Guanyin to sign. The golden bamboo strings on the man's bony wrists were exquisite, high class against his polished demeanor. By the way, have any low-profile and rare jewelry appeared in the recent auctions in the northern part of the capital? There are too many ordinary jewels on the market, and Shinihan can also give them to Linmu. Xiaguanyan wasn't going to send those. Jin Yang shook his head. I'm keeping an eye on it, but nothing has appeared recently that meets the requirements. They're all very high profile, not suitable for everyday wear. Boss has a rather odd request for this jewelry to be suitable for everyday travel and preferably for students going to school. But the auctions are for some rich people. Most rich people want that eye-catching, high-profile look. Xiaguanyan's signing action paused, and a few shades of darkness surged under the silver eyeglass frames. A few seconds later he said, I'll send you a picture later and you go get an exact copy over here. It has to be exactly the same. Jin Yang didn't understand but wouldn't ask too many questions. Okay, got it. With the document in his hand signed, the man in a white suit leaned back and loosened the tie around his neck with one hand. Jin Yang subconsciously looked over and blinked. Mr. Xia, you forgot to change your tie today, right? The tie was a special color and was bought when they were on a business trip abroad. My own boss never wears the same tie 2 days. A loving smile appeared at the corners of the reserved and elegant man's mouth, and he rubbed his fingers over his tie. I haven't forgotten. Flash yanked the tie, wore it another day, put it away tonight. This year the Charitable Foundation has added a program to help families who have lost or had their children abducted to find their children. Xia Guanyan said. He had heard every word that Shiny had cried. She didn't want to see others go through the same tragedy. But such tragedies are social dilemmas, and there is little he can do. The conversation turned quickly, but it was clear that this was a well-considered thought by his own boss. Jin Yang made a note of it. Okay, Mr. Xia. Though he often mentally crickets his own boss. But when it comes to the charity piece, there's really nothing to say about the self-made boss. Now there is a focus on lost or abducted children, which is really so comprehensive. Xia Guanyan's single finger held the glasses frame. The next quarter's investment more to see in the field of monitoring and control and do high-definition camera this piece of outstanding company. The better these work, the harder it is for traffickers to commit crimes. Jin Yang all wanted to give his own boss a thumbs up. Understood, Mr. Xia. After Jin Yang went out, the bottom of Xia Guanyan's eyes behind the lenses of his glasses were as deep as an ancient well. Grabbing his cell phone, he sent the picture to Kim Young first. Another message was sent. No matter how much money and material resources are used, investigate Shin Jian's abduction thoroughly. I want to see the trafficker. A quick reply came back from there. Okay. Just about to put down his cell phone and continue working, Xia Guanyan's private WeChat received a friend request. The man also sent a note. Mr. Xia, I'm Shinihan, Lin Mal's second brother. The reserved and beautiful man frowned slightly. Shinihan? In fact, he had avoided contact between himself and Shinihan before. He's afraid to see people. Shinihan and Lin Mal's bone phase is a few points similar. This point he can see at a glance. Now that Lim is back, then there's no need to deliberately avoid it. Bone-clear fingers clicked to agree to the friend request. Shinihan suddenly added himself to WeChat. Was it a work thing or a Lin Mal thing? Somewhat curious. There was no rush to put down the phone and wait for Shinihan to send a tweet over. Yet after waiting 3 minutes, the dialogue box didn't move at all. Xia Guanyan. Xia Guanyan put down his cell phone and didn't wait any longer. I used to be able to work late and get home, but now I can't, and I can't come in very early in the morning. So he's busy. On this side, Shinihan sat in his office, his left hand constantly fiddling with the Buddha beads on his right wrist. It should be true that Mr. Xia likes his sister, but he was largely absent from his sister's side during the day. He's still not the same relationship brain he was then. In the eyes of a big shot of this caliber, work is definitely more important than love. There's one thing to be said for being too busy to be a husband, and not even having time to take care of his sister. However, it was still very suitable for use against Gu Jingchuan. Before he said that Mr. Xia was with his sister, Gu Jingchuan didn't believe him. But if you see Xia Guanyan go to his sister with your own eyes, then you should believe it, right? If you believe it, you won't dare to pester your sister anymore, right? As long as Gu Jingchuan didn't continue to hang around her sister, she would sooner or later forget about him. After thinking about it, Shinihan didn't send a message to Xia Guanyan first. He first sent a message to, for marriages to read life. Sister, how do you feel about Mr. Xia now? Lim was solving a math problem when she saw the news. Her mind couldn't help but think of last night's dream, and her little face turned yellow. Direct voice. What a feeling. I'm dead right with him. Now Lin Mal thinks that last night's dream of the Kyoto Circle Buddha-san can't be blamed. He was the one who reminded her to pay more attention to Xia Guanyan's good qualities. Otherwise her 2 eyes would be empty, so she wouldn't desecrate the flowers of the high country in her dreams. Shinihan sighed after listening to the voice. His sister still likes Gu Jingchuan too much and ignores such a good Mr. Xia. His left hand stroked down the Buddha beads on his right wrist as he asked again, do you hate him? Seeing the question, Linmore frowned. Nasty sure didn't. Even if the two had competed for first in their grade at school school before, it was still a healthy competition. She had never said anything bad about Xie Guanyin in front of others anyway. Xie Guanyin might have hated her a bit before, but he shouldn't hate her now. The two have been getting along quite well in a house for a while now. How big a grudge have faded in 11 years. Lin Mal's delicate white fingers typed, "Not annoying, just don't be obnoxious." Shinihan did not intend to tell his sister that Xie Guanyin probably liked her now, because her sister didn't like Xie Guanyin and she had to live in that villa. It would stress her out. And Mr. Xie must have had his own ideas about liking it but not confessing. Considering this person's status and position or his investor, Shinihan sent a Weibo at his discretion. "Mr. Xie, our company is having a get-together tonight, and my special assistant and secretaries and I are going to attend. So I wonder if it would be convenient for you to stop by and pick up my sister? She's in room 1004 of Kanyue Hospital. You don't need to bring anything to see the patients." Chapter 063. Big Brother's mind is so hard to guess. Ding dong. The cell phone sitting on his desk rang. Xie Guanyin took his eyes off the computer screen and reached for his cell phone. Seeing the message sent by Shinihan, the reserved and beautiful man frowned slightly. A company potluck and asked him to pick up Lim? It wasn't hard to see that Shinihan's purpose was for him to pick up Lin Mal. The excuse of a company dinner was a bit lame. How can the president of a company not be able to turn down his own company potluck? And Shinihan was one who took his sister very seriously, as could be seen in many places. The string of black Buddha beads had been worn on his wrist, willing to pay $1 billion in real estate for the worthless old villa he lives in now. So what's going on today? What happened? And even if Shinihan really wasn't available, wasn't Gu Jingchuan in the hospital? Couldn't Gu Jingchuan just send her back to the villa? Why did Shinihan want him to pick up Linmu? Xie Guanyin's fingertips tapped twice on the back of the cell phone, and his deep, temperature-less gaze fell on the last line. You don't have to bring anything to see the patients. The implication here is clear. If he went to pick up Lim, he couldn't wait at the bottom of the building yet. He had to bring something up with him. Stuff isn't the point either. The point is to get to the wards. After all, the ward numbers are clearly written. The afternoon sun shone through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, pouring over the man's superiorly erect back. His bony fingers held the frames of his glasses, a few moments of confusion sinking into his eyes. Couldn't do it to deny the request. He couldn't wait to have more contact with Lim. One more minute would be good, but he wouldn't pass it by in a haphazard manner. He knew every move Lynm had made when she first came back, but after she met with Gu Jingchuan, he tried his best to control his darkness. Knowing too much is just torture. But what's happening is that he has to know what's going on. Without replying to Shinihan's WeChat in the first place, he exited the WeChat interface. Hesitating for a few seconds, he dialed a call out. The other side picked up quickly. "Hey, boss." Xie Guanyin turned around in his boss chair, his long legs casually folded, facing the large floor-to-ceiling window. The afternoon sun was still a bit harsh. He reached out to block it, his voice not much in the way of emotion. "Tell me what's been going on today. In detail." The words came out, his heart beating violently, and an infinite darkness welled up under his eyes. This moment in time seemed to go back to the time when I was in the first grade. In the cafeteria, the bright and dazzling young girl sat face to face with Gu Jingchuan to eat. He sat in the corner spying on their every move. Every smile of the girl was like a needle poking in his heart. She smiled so beautifully, but that smile only belonged to Gu Jingchuan alone. But I have to admit, the man is handsome and the woman is beautiful. The rich second generation and the young lady, how well matched. He was like a bedbug in the gutter, insanely jealous of Gu Jingchuan and itching to get Gu Jingchuan killed. But what about killing Gu Jingchuan? And Wang Jingchuan, Li Jingchuan? No one dislikes a shining star, and she's surrounded by people she can't kill. The bodyguard replied. Today, Miss Lin came in the morning in Shinihan's secretary's car, and when she arrived at the hospital room not a moment later there was an actress named Li Huanyue who went in, and not much later Gu Jingchuan also arrived at the hospital. Gu Jingchuan went to the ward area and hugged Lai Huanxiang. Lai Huanxiang had a scandal with Gu Jingchuan, and now the internet is saying that the two are in a relationship, and she was in a car accident today, and one of her arms was broken. Behind Gu Jingchuan took that woman to the next ward, came out once in the middle. The two of them hand in hand passed by the door of the ward where Ms. Lin was, and Shinihan came and closed the door. In the afternoon Shinihan and his special assistant secretary and the Shin family's oldest, Jian, left, and only Ms. Lin and the patient and a caretaker were in the ward. Gu Jingchuan has been accompanying Lai Huanhua all today. I don't know which of these two has constipation. He's been walking back and forth in the corridor all afternoon. So far, the two bodyguards were big and tall, so they had a big target on their backs. Although they are professionally trained, they can't get too close and describe what they see. Everyone's name and also identifying information. They get it right so that the boss can ask at any time. After listening to the bodyguard's report in a single breath, Xie Guanyin's fingertips pinching the cell phone gradually turned white, and a shade of darkness shrouded his brows. So today Gu Jingchuan's rumored girlfriend went to the hospital room to find Lin Mel, and Gu Jingchuan chose to accompany his scandalous girlfriend after arriving at the hospital. Gu Jingchuan didn't have a firm choice to flash. Damn him, he doesn't deserve Shiny's love. Shiny must be so upset right now. In this case, Shinihan let him over for the purpose of. A guess floated to Xie Guanyan's mind, and his handsome brow bones pressed slightly. Shinihan could tell he liked Shiny. Was he that restrained and still seen? So Shinihan was helping himself? Because logically, times like these are good times for him to take advantage of the situation. The four words taking advantage of the situation caused Xie Guanyan to faintly freeze, and the bottom of his eyes behind the lenses of his glasses were covered with excited madness in the next second. Can he take advantage of the situation? Want to give it a try? Maybe he could take Gu Jingchuan's place? He is not the same teenager now who had nothing to lose. He loved her more than Gu Jingchuan. He will always be firm in his choice of her. The thought that there was a possibility that Shiny might like him was just that, a possibility. The breathing of the man in a white suit, who was so refined and high maintenance, became hot, and his chest couldn't help but rise and fall. Subconsciously, he slowly clenched his left hand into a fist, his fingertips uncovering the wound in his palm, the intense pain restoring his calm restraint. He's so dark and perverted. He doesn't deserve Shiny. But Gu Jingchuan was even more unworthy. The beautiful man whose breathing had calmed down closed his eyes, his thick, long eyelashes casting flecks under his face. I know, he said to the bodyguard. No reply was received from Xie Guanyan for several minutes. Shinihan became the king of haste in a hurry. Keep reading over and over again the message you sent. Any way you look at it, you don't think there's too much wrong with it. The excuses he had found. Mr. Xia just needed to use the slope to get off the ground. His intention was to use him to drive Gu Jingchuan away, but this was also a good opportunity to spend time with his sister. Could it be that he had misread the situation and that Mr. Xia actually didn't like his sister? It's over. It's over. Shinihan's left hand kept turning the Buddha beads on his right wrist. The time had now long passed 2 minutes, and it was too late to withdraw it. Shinihan's hand wearing the Buddha beads lifted to rub his brow and hurriedly typed again. Mr. Xia, the gathering is cancelled. I can go pick up my sister by myself. Don't bother you. Sorry to bother you. Sorry. But no sooner had this message been sent than Xie Guanyan replied. Aha, cancelled? Are you sure? Shinihan's eyes widened. What did this mean? Big brother is so hard to guess. He hesitantly typed. It wasn't cancelled it seems. Xie Guanyan, well, eat more. Chapter 064, there's a task for you today. Lai Huanyu lay in bed unwilling to take another walk. Gu Jingchuan himself was scattered and tired. Feet are cramped from walking. Who booked Remo in the hospital room? This wasn't a solution either. Gu Jingchuan ambled one finger up to the bridge of his nose. Think carefully for a few moments. Soon he came up with another idea. Standing up, he said to Lai Huanyu, you rest for a while. I'll go out and make a work call. The crew side has been urging me to go back to shooting. I'm going to take a few more days off to accompany you. Li Huanyu moved bad. Thank you, brother Jingchuan. Love you, yo. Gu Jingchuan pinched her cheek, then turned around and left the hospital room. At the nurse's station, Gu Jingchuan found the head nurse. When the head nurse saw that it was him, she immediately asked respectfully, Young Master Gu, is there something wrong? Gu Jingchuan called her aside. Think of a way to get the patient's family in room 1004 to come out for a moment. The head nurse's brow furrowed. This. Gu Jingchuan spoke coldly. Can't do it? Do you want to quit? The head nurse's scalp went numb. I can do it. I'll do it right away. This B class is really not going to last a day. Another day of wanting to blow up the hospital. Heart sputtering but brain spinning fast, she returned to the nurse's station workstation and pressed the pager. This hospital bed can call a nurse over. Nurses can also call the patient's family to come over at the nurse's station. And there are intercom-like devices at the head of the bed. Room 1004. Aunt Jane is asleep. Lin Mal was tired of doing the problems and also lay down on the sofa by the balcony to rest. The caregiver washed and cut the fruit and brought it over. Miss Lin, eat the fruit. That's what the kid with the long bangs instructed her to do, and the fruit is what he went to get. Lim straightened up. Thank you, Auntie. The caretaker smiled and handed her over a fork. Use this. Seeing the fork, Lin Mal remembered the last time he poked 2 holes in the back of Xie Guanyan's hand. I wonder how he's recovering from that wound. Haven't paid much attention to it. Hey. Is the patient's family in 1004? Is the patient's family there? A voice suddenly sounded from the head of the hospital bed. Aunt Jane's eyes widened in fear, clutching her arms and shrinking into a ball, her eyes terrified. Who is talking? The nurse's aide hastened to say. It's from the nurse's station. Lim got up from the couch and walked over to the hospital bed, patting Aunt Jen's shoulder reassuringly before saying, Yes, what's wrong? It said, "Come out here for a minute and come to the nurse's station to get your stuff." Lim hasn't been hospitalized before and listens to the nurse. "Okay, right away." The nursemaid, a very responsible aunt, said, "I'll go." Lin Mo also wanted to go out for a walk after staying in the ward for a long time. Shaking her head, "It's fine, you stay with Auntie Jin, I'll go out and get it." Over here, knowing that Lin Mal would be coming out soon, Gu Jingchuan ran all the way back to room 1005. Lai Huanyu is still lying in the hospital bed. Gu Jingchuan pulled her that one good hand. "Baby, rested, right? Let's continue to go for a walk. I just asked the nurse, and the nurse said that more walks are good for your recovery." Lai Huanyu was half convinced. "Really? What good can walking more on your opponents do?" The two exited the hospital room again, hand in hand, and that's when both of them saw a pretty back in the hallway. Lai Huanyu's brows furrowed slightly, and she subconsciously glanced at Gu Jingchuan. Lin Mal arrived at the nurse's station and smiled. "I'm a family member of a patient in 1004. What can I get for you? Where is there anything to take?" All the head nurse could do was pull out a pamphlet and say, "Here, this is for you. Everyone has to read it." Lin Mal looked at it a few times. It was an introduction to Kanyue Hospital. Nowadays, the pressure of competition in hospitals is also great, and public hospitals have an edge over private hospitals. Engaging in this kind of promotional brochures for people to read, Lim didn't suspect anything. "Okay, thank you, nurse practitioner." She smiled brightly. Nobody doesn't like to see a pretty girl smile, and the head nurse felt much better. A quick glance around saw Gu Jingchuan and Lai Huanshan holding hands at the back. "No he. Lin Mal's slender white fingers took the brochure in her hand and turned her head without a heckle. The hero and heroine appeared hand in front of the toolman. "It's not?" Seeing Lin Mo looking over, Gu Jingchuan was secretly happy in his heart and stopped in his tracks. The normal holding of hands was changed to interlocking fingers with Lai Huanyu. Eyes were fixed on Lin Mal, and the tip of his eyebrow was still raised. Lim rolled her white eyes straight out 2 miles. What does Gu Jingchuan mean? Bragging about having a girlfriend immediately after a breakup? Zero people care. Having stayed in the entertainment industry for a long time and having seen all kinds of beautiful women, Lai Huanyu also had to admit that Lin Mal was very pretty. So when she saw Lin Mal in the hallway, her subconscious reaction was that Gu Jingchuan wouldn't like this girl. Gu Jingchuan was not a dedicated person. His reputation as a playboy was well known. Yet when the girl's face turned, Gu Jingchuan not only didn't let go of her hand but instead gripped it tighter. Lai Huanyu was relieved. Gu Jingchuan was really taken in by her, and the prodigal son returned to love only her. The pretty girl rolled her eyes with something Lai Huanyu didn't expect, but it's understandable. After all, she'd lied to her brother before, and now she was holding hands with another man. Gu Jingchuan was happy to see this blank stare in his heart. Jealous? It would have been nice to cajole you not to want to. Have to make a fool of yourself. Lin Mal didn't want to look at the male and female lead play more, and didn't want to talk to Gu Jingchuan and Lai Huanyu. Striding back in the hospital room, Lim continued to read questions on her phone. A moment later I received a tweet from a Buddhist son in the Kyoto circle. "Sister, I can't pick you up at night because I have something to do. Mr. Xia will stop by to pick you up and take you home." "Linmu, why do you want him to come? Why do you want him to come? I'll just take a taxi back myself. How troublesome for others." Kayarako Fuko, by the way, no trouble. It's not safe for you to take a taxi alone at night. I don't feel comfortable with it. Lin Mal, you hire me a full-time driver, so it will be convenient for me to go to and from school when the time comes. Kayarako Fuko, okay, I'll arrange it as soon as I can. After finishing chatting with Lin Mal, Shinihan sent another WeChat to his fourth brother, Shen Jian. "I have an assignment for you today." It was obvious that Gu Jingchuan was longmouthed. He might open his mouth and ask his sister, which would surely reveal him. So there's one more step that needs to be done. Gu Jingchuan stopped going out for a walk after he managed to get Lin Mal to see him holding hands with Lai Huanyu, keeping his cell phone. But after waiting for a long time, he didn't see Lin Mal take the initiative to add him to WeChat. Gu Jingchuan's frown could pinch 6 flies. Lin Mal is still too good-natured to let go of his face. Then he might as well give her a leg up. He took it upon himself to get her to go out and talk. Lai Huanyu was too tired during the day and was now asleep. Gu Jingchuan tiptoed outside, and just as he opened the door to come out, he saw a white figure enter the next ward. Chapter 065, Mission Accomplished. When I grew up, I seldom met Xie Guanyin, but with just a hasty back, Gu Jingchuan still recognized him at a glance. The man was dressed in a white suit and looked polished, but in Gu Jingchuan's opinion, even if he was disguised like a white lotus flower, he was still dirty inside. Here comes Lim again. He really is a dog's skin. Can't shake him off. There's no way that LYNM could have fallen for him. No way. The door to the next ward was quickly and casually closed. Gu Jingchuan stepped over and was just about to push the door in as well when a hand grabbed his. He turned his head and saw a slim teenager with a backpack, the long bangs on his forehead blocking his eyes but not the cold light under his eyes. Gu Jingchuan frowned, but the corners of his mouth brought on a smile. you're out of school. Shin Jian didn't let go of his hand. His voice was ice cold. I told you not to pester my sister. Gu Jingchuan sometimes really didn't understand what he had done to mess with Lin Mal's 3 younger brothers. None of the 3 brothers liked him. He's a household name, a big star for them as a brother-in-law. Aren't they stealing the show? Despite being angry, Gu Jingchuan suppressed it. I have some misunderstandings with your sister. You kids won't understand. With that said, his eyes looked in through the visiting window of the hospital room. Sit down for a while. My 4th brother isn't back from school yet. We'll go back when he is. Accepting the nutrients in Xie Guanyan's hand, Lin Mal said with arched eyebrows. She kind of didn't expect Xie Guanyan to come quite early, less than 7 o'clock. I also didn't expect him to come up with anything. He really is a very courteous person. Xie Guanyan nodded and smiled gently at the middle-aged woman in the hospital bed. Hello, Auntie. I'm Lin Mal's friend. Aunt Jane's eyes lit up a little. You're so handsome. Lim blinked. I have to admit, Xie Guanyan's looks really can't be beat. Anyone looking at it would wonder how they could have such a perfect-looking degree. The little teal-colored mole on the tip of her nose is even more weighty. The smile at the bottom of Xie Guanyan's eyes blossomed open. Thank you, Auntie, you're pretty too. Quite suddenly, a slight chill ran down his neck and he felt as if someone was staring at him from behind. Auntie Nurse saw that a friend was coming and went to cut up more fruit to serve. Sit over here and have some fruit. Xie Guanyan took a step toward the sofa, and his remaining light did not move to look down at the doorway. At the visiting window, Gu Jingchuan's eyes were dead set on the inside. Xie Guanyan's brows furrowed slightly. An obvious disgust flashed across the bottom of his eyes. What's the point of peeking at Shiny when you've already chosen a new love? Is he trying to get his foot in the door? Lin Mal didn't notice the window. The door of the ward was soundproof and she didn't hear any talking outside. Take a seat on the couch and fork over a piece of watermelon to eat. Lin Mal naturally remembered Xie Guanyan's hand. Eyes lifted to look at the man as he too took a seat on the couch. Lim dropped the fork in her hand and reached for his right hand. Xie Guanyan's body instantly tightened, his gaze falling on the young girl's face, his eyelashes lightly trembling. Shiny was holding his hand again. She must have seen Gu Jingchuan outside. Shiny is using him to get back at Gu Jingchuan, right? It's okay. He's willing to be used. Warm and delicate touch came from his hands, and Xie Guanyan tried his best to control his breathing and the stickiness under his eyes. Is your hand ready? Lim asked as she caught her hand under her eye. The man's hands were cold and white and sexy, with long fingers, clear knuckles, and rounded, cleanly manicured nails with a slight pinkish tint. It looks like a well-used hand. Realizing the yellow waist in her head, the corners of Lim's mouth twitched lightly, wanting to slap herself. Go home boy. It all goes there. Well, she admitted that her senior year of high school was stressful and she would read some yellowish novels to relieve her stress. It's her unique way of decompressing that can't be told to outsiders. It's okay already. A warm, nice voice fell from overhead. There really isn't much of a problem anymore. There were no band-aids and the scabs had fallen off, leaving only 2 very small scars. These 2 scars are not visible from a distance, but they are still obvious up close. It was as if a stunning painting had been dripped with tiny dots of ink. Lin Mal had a few moments of guilt in the bottom of his heart. Unfortunately, it still left a scar. I have prescribed a special effect scar-removing ointment for my 4th brother. Do you want to take a box of rubbing for you to try? She remembers that day in the car, when he said he loved beauty. Okay, thanks. Between the breath is the good smell of the girl's body. Xie Guanyan, all the mind is used to control the voice calm and gentle. Forgot there was someone at the door looking in. The anger in Gu Jingchuan's eyes at the doorway seemed to condense into substance. He was outside the door, likewise unable to hear what was being said inside, and could only see the picture. Well, Lin Mal plays like that, doesn't she? When he took Lai Huanyu's hand, Lin Mo took Xie Guanyan's hand. This is a huge bonus for that pervert Xie Guanyan. He could see his spine stiffen from so far away, his other hand trembling slightly and going nowhere on the couch. Gu Jingchuan forcefully broke away from Shin Jian's hand, pushed him hard, and tried to push the door in again. However, at that moment a fist swung violently towards his face. Misunderstanding my ass. Shin Jian gritted his teeth. He also saw what was going on in the ward. It was upsetting how his sister was holding a man's hand, but he was leading Ergo's mission and it had to be accomplished. The punch gave Gu Jingchuan a buzz in his brain, and he didn't react for half a day. The pain made him want to scream. That's when another hand suddenly covered his mouth. Gu Jingchuan's eyes widened and he turned his head to see a yellow hair. Who's this? Yellow Hair showed his teeth at him and smiled. What are you looking at? I'm here to collect you. The two of them combined their efforts to drag Gu Jingchuan to a nearby stairwell. Gu Jingchuan was an adult, but the strength of 2 adolescent minors in the middle of puberty should not be underestimated. Plus, Shinjian and Yellow Hair hadn't practiced much in the slums over the years, and they fought a lot in school. And Gu Jingchuan smokes and drinks. The body is more or less a little weak. In the dimly lit stairwell, Shinjian gave Gu Jingchuan a blowjob. Gu Jingchuan was powerless to fight back and gritted his teeth. teeth. You want to die, right? You're going to jail if I call the police. Not until you can find proof that I beat you. Shin Jian threw another punch at Gu Jingchuan's chin. The bangs on his forehead slightly raised. Gu Jingchuan's teeth bit his tongue and almost died of pain. Yellow Hair glanced sympathetically at Gu Jingchuan. The boss would have been prepared to beat up someone. How could he have left evidence? The building's surveillance has been covered with balloons by him. Messing with his boss counts as him kicking a bomb. My sister already has a new boyfriend. You just saw it. The two are very affectionate. So behave yourself and don't show up in front of my sister, Shin Jian said in a cold voice. That was the task Ergo had given him to bring to bear. Is it true that my sister is in love again? Not happy. Gu Jingchuan couldn't speak in pain, and while Shin Jian was distracted, he hammered at him with his backhand as well. Shin Jian twisted his head to avoid it. The corner of his mouth still received a hit, and the fishy sweet flavor spread in his mouth. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his thumb, his ruthless eyes staring at Gu Jingchuan under his long bangs. Remember my words. With that he walked out of the stairwell. Yellow Hair followed behind stunned. Boss, aren't you going to fight back if he hits you? The boss used to have to beat such people into submission. Shin Jian pulled out mineral water from his school bag to rinse his mouth. Forget it. If you fight again and something really goes wrong, it's still your sister who will clean up the mess. Now that he's no longer in the ghetto, things need to be tightened up a bit. Taking out his cell phone, he sent a WeChat to his second brother, Shinihan. Brother 2. Mission accomplished. When Shinihan saw the message, a smile appeared on his cold face. How did you do it? The task he had given his fourth brother was to find a way to make sure Gu Jingchuan didn't have a chance to talk to his sister. Shin Jian, I beat him so badly that he couldn't speak. Shinihan? Chapter 066, Who messed with him? The doctor-prescribed scar removal cream was found in the nightstand of Aunt Jane's hospital bed. Lin Mal's slender white fingers held it before he could walk to the edge of the sofa. The door to the hospital room was pushed open from the outside. Sis, I'm back. Shin Jian gripped the shoulder strap of his school bag with both hands, and his afterglow looked at the man sitting on the sofa. Fairy sister, see you again. Yellow Hair was excited to see Lin Mal and smiled. Lin Mal didn't expect Shin Jian to bring Yellow Hair, and laughed. It looks like you all don't go to night study. Yellow Hair skimmed his lips. Don't mention studying at such a happy time. Ding and ding don't get it, and shoes don't cost a thing. Shin Jian saw the ointment in Lin Mo's hand and asked, Sister, what are you doing with the ointment? Lin Mo pointed at Xie Guanyin. He has 2 small scars on his hands. Didn't we buy 2 boxes? I'll get him a box to use. Shin Jian pursed his lips and took the ointment in Lin Mal's hand. This is what my sister bought for me. He can buy it himself if he needs it. He turned his head, which gave him a good look at the man. Inexplicably, it looked familiar, but for a moment I couldn't remember where I'd seen it before. It was obvious, though, that the man looked old, or at least quite a bit older than his sister. Xie Guanyin stood up at this time, his long legs walking towards the side. His voice was gentle and warm. Hello, hello uncle, Shin Jian said. He elbowed Yellow Hair. Yellow Hair smiled back. Hello uncle. Xie Guanyin. The bottom of Xie Guanyin's eyes sank slightly, but his face still maintained a gentle smile. Do I look that old? Shin Jian nodded. He doesn't like his sister as a boyfriend either. Yellow Hair did shake his head in good conscience, but when he saw the boss nodding, he changed it to a nod as well. Lin Mo frowned and corrected Shin Jian. Not so much. He's not even 30 yet. You can call him brother. Xie Guanyan's gaze fell on the young girl's delicate and bright face. No comparison does no harm. When Lim stood with her 17-year-old brother in Yellow Hair, it was obvious they were the same age, and he's out of place. His fingertips tightened slightly as he held up the frames of his glasses. It's all right, a title. Lin Mal, however, shook his head. No, you must call your brother. She and Xie Guanyin were obviously equals. How did he get a generation older than her? It won't work. Shin Jian lowered his eyes and didn't say anything. Originally, her nemesis had become famous and everything was better than her, and Lin Mu could not stand it if her seniority went up again. She looked at Shin Jian. Re-shout. Shout brother. Shin Jian raised his head reluctantly and looked at Xie Guanyin. Brother. Lim looked at Yellow Hair again. You shout too. Yellow Hair, who was familiar with himself and was getting fruit to eat, was a little confused. What's the shouting about? Lin Mo's chin raced towards Xie Guanyin. Brother. Xie Guanyin's warm gaze stuck to the young girl's face, and the unhappiness he had just felt disappeared as much as possible. All I could think about was how she had just looked at him and called out to her brother. It's nice of Shiny to call out to his brother. Yellow Hair shouted from the goodness of his heart, ate a few bites of watermelon, and also took it for Shin Jian. Shin Jian was not in the mood and glared at him. You just know how to eat. Yellow Hair, who messed with him? Shin Jian planned to stay in the hospital during Aunt Jane's hospitalization and move to Shinihan's villa together when she was discharged. Seeing that it was about time, Yellow Hair also took a taxi back. Lin Mo said to Shin Jian, I'll leave first. You and Auntie Jean take an early rest. Xie Guanyin picked up the suit that was on the sofa and stood up as well. The two walked out the door of the hospital room side by side. Shinjian's mouth curled up to the sky, so much so that it could hang a kettle of oil. Taking out his cell phone, he sent a message to Shinihan. Second brother, is sister really talking to this guy? Shinihan also didn't expect his fourth brother's method of accomplishing his mission to be so simple and rough, but he had actually wanted to beat up that scum Gu Jingchuan for a long time. The fourth brother said it would be fine, and even if it was not, Shinihan was not afraid. Seeing this WeChat, Shinihan replied, sister and Mr. Xia are not talking. There are some things that cannot be said on the phone. By the time I get home I will tell you in detail. Mr. Shay, someone in Shinjian's head suddenly matched the man who had just been there, the big philanthropist who set up a foundation in the ghetto to help poor kids go to school. He was able to survive in the ghetto with Auntie Jean all because he was able to apply for living expenses at the foundation. He thanked the man from the bottom of his heart, so he googled him. A great remorse spread in Shinjian's heart. That's his benefactor, and he just deliberately called him old. And he's not talking to his sister. Shinjian scratched his hair, and his eyes under his long bangs were filled with remorse. Gu Jingchuan had a bitter feeling that only the emergency room still had a doctor at such a late hour, but he's sure to meet fans when he goes to hang out. There was nothing for it but to go to the head nurse and have her look at the injury. The head nurse was about to hand over her shift and leave, and when she saw Gu Jingchuan coming, her scalp tightened as if she were mourning. What's he up to now? Realizing that she was showing him an injury, the head nurse was instantly in a good mood again. Who's doing God's bidding? After checking around, the head nurse realized that the one who hit Gu Jingchuan was an expert. Even the punch didn't leave a mark on the face, but it hurt. A broken tongue is no big deal. No big deal. The tongue will heal in a few days. Just spray it. The head nurse ran to the pharmacy to get the medicine, and Gu Jingchuan waited at the nurse's station. When the medicine was in his hands, Gu Jingchuan sprayed a few times, and his tears of pain fell straight down. The head nurse is cool. She picked the most exciting one. Drying his tears, Gu Jingchuan intended to return to Ward 1005. Just outside the nurse's station, he saw Lin Mal walking side by side with Xie Guanyin. Seeing Gu Jingchuan, Lin Mal's eyes widened and her heart thumped. Back then, Gu Jingchuan was also a popular figure in the first high school, rich and handsome, and now the big star. Xie Guanyin definitely knew him, but I don't think he knew about the conversation he had with Gu Jingchuan, right? She paused slightly in her footsteps, her gaze unconsciously looking towards Xie Guanyin. The next second, she felt her hand being held by a large, warm hand. Chapter 067, Breaking Up? The tall, leggy man now wore only a white shirt, buttoned to the top one. The tie was neatly tied and there was something unspokenly sexy and ascetic about it. One lean, strong hand carried the white suit and the other held her with little strength, but there was a dense warmth creeping up where the two hands touched. It seemed to carry an electric current, and the tingling sensation instantly spread to all the limbs. Lin Mal's body stiffened, his pupils shrinking slightly, his heart as deafening as a drum. Bang, bang, bang. My brain is a little dizzy, my face is hot, and I can't think. Why did Xie Guanyin hold her hand? Time seemed to have stood still for a moment. As far as Xie Guanyin was concerned, Shiny still wanted to retaliate against Gu Jingchuan, but was a bit hesitant, so her gaze went to him. Then he offered to help her out, even though it was in her favor. The decision to hold her hand was made impulsively, but when the two of them actually held hands, Xie Guanyin was nervous to the extreme, and his heart was in his throat, as if it was going to jump out. How many times have I dreamed of holding Shiny's hand? I didn't think it would happen under these circumstances, but it's good enough. At least he got to hold her hand once. Not the kind of holding up like you care, but like a couple. Like a couple. But he didn't dare to push too hard, only holding on vainly so that she could shake him off at any time. Maybe she won't be able to stand it right away? A layer of fine sweat seeped out from the back of the reserved and gentleman, but his eyes remained calm and composed, not moving as he looked at Gu Jingchuan. Gu Jingchuan was already angry when he saw the two holding hands at the window, now also hold in his face. He was angry, nostrils are flared wide. Angry open mouth said, Abba 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 abba. Lim, Xie Guanyin, Gu Jingchuan. The air was silent for 2 seconds. Lin Mal went straight from blushing and heart-pounding to scalp numbness and toes on the ground, picking out the pot a la palace. Ah! How could you have such a humiliating ex-boyfriend? Ask for a time rewind tutorial. The elevator door opened just then and someone came out of it. Lin Mal grabbed Xie Guanyin's hand and headed for the elevator, not wanting to stay any longer for a second. Unable to pronounce his words due to the numbness of his tongue from the spray, Gu Jingchuan, who had never been so humiliated, covered his mouth and didn't move for half a day. There was laughter coming from the nurse's station. He turned his head viciously. Everyone was going about their own business again. Gu Jingchuan's fists clenched together, his chest aching with anger, the veins at the corners of his forehead pulsing. The elevator door finally closed. Gu Jingchuan didn't catch up, and Lin Mal breathed a sigh of relief. The warmth in his hands disappeared at that moment as well, leaving only an empty feeling. Lim's long, thick eyelashes blinked. I heard the pretty man next to me ask, "Don't you care about him? It looks like someone poisoned him dumb." These words made Lin Mal instantly feel a double take. Very well, Xia Guanyan really did know Gu Jingchuan. Not only did he know Gu Jingchuan, he also knew that he had talked to him. It was also true that Gu Jingchuan made a big fuss about that confession, not long after the college entrance exams ended. A lot of classmates groups were talking about it at that time, and it went viral. Why should I care about him? We've broken up and he's got a new girlfriend. Where's the need for me to care about him? Lim flashed an awkward smile, inexplicably talking a bit too much and trying to explain clearly. Broke up? Xia Guanyan's breathing stopped for a second. Did you split it today? And yes, how high and mighty shiny bones are. There was no way she could still continue to talk to Gu Jingchuan when her scandalous girlfriend had come to her door. A decisive breakup was something she could do. Looking at the young girl's smile that didn't reach the bottom of her eyes, and hearing her mention Gu Jingchuan's new girlfriend, Xia Guanyan's eyes flickered slightly, and his single finger pushed the frame of his glasses, gently comforting her. Don't be sad. He's not doing well right now either. Don't feel bad. She's not upset at all. Stereotypes in the human mind are really a big mountain. Everyone thinks that she just talked to Gu Jingchuan and then crossed the heart must like him very much. Second brother felt this way. Gu Jingchuan felt this way. And even Xia Guanyan felt this way. Maybe she's usually a very cautious person who makes any decision and is a schoolteacher. It leads everyone to think that she accepted Gu Jingchuan's confession after much deliberation. But this whole thing is really just a brain fart. High school was stressful, and when I graduated I wanted to relax myself and thought it would be okay to talk about it. Don't ask. To ask is for the person in question to feel regret. A great deal of regret. You really can't be so hasty in the future. It's still hard to wash a record like that. Trying to say something. Ding! The elevator reached the first floor and several people were waiting to come in. Lim didn't say anything more. The two of them walked together towards the parking lot, a slightly cool breeze blowing in their faces. The man walked next to her, their shadows overlapping in the streetlight. She was about to ask why he was holding her hand, counting on it. This was the first time she'd ever held hands with a guy in a serious way. The cell phone rang. Lin Mal picked it up and saw that it was a message from the Buddhist son of the capital circle. Sister, did you go back with Mr. Xie? Lynm typed in a reply, about to return. A random swipe of his fingertips saw a message from Kayarako Fuko in the afternoon. Something came up, couldn't come get her. Lin Mal suddenly felt that something was wrong, and her pretty eyebrows furrowed slightly. Kyungrim Fotsu has something to do, and so do his secretaries. And Sister Jiang? When he reached the car, Xia Guanyan opened the passenger door in a gentlemanly manner. Lim looked at him. Thanks. Sitting in the car, Lin Mal's mind suddenly moved. This can't be a deliberate arrangement by second brother, can it? D saw Gu Jingchuan and Lai Huanyu a little earlier than her. Think she must be sad, and with her good nature she'll still be angry. Why is she still single when Gu Jingchuan is talking to another one? That's why she asked Xie Guanyan to come over and help her out. Pretending to be her boyfriend in front of Gu Jingchuan? No wonder that when he saw Gu Jingchuan, Xie Guanyan held her hand. The elevator closed, and Gu Jingchuan let go when he couldn't see it. Help! Kayaraku Buddhist children really think too much, and Xie Guanyan is too nice. How can he help with everything? Kayarako Fuko quickly tweeted again. I've contacted the first middle school and donated a building. Tomorrow we'll go to the third middle school together to do the paperwork for fourth brother. I'll pick you up. Don't go to the hospital. See, don't let her come to the hospital. It wasn't like she wasn't allowed to meet Gu Jingchuan again, because Xia Guanyan couldn't help out every day either. That would quickly reveal himself in front of Gu Jingchuan. The Kayaraku Buddhist children were really well-intentioned, and Rimmer smiled bitterly as he leaned his head against the car seat. What exactly did she have to say for Ernie to believe her? Lin Mal didn't say anything along the way, and Xie Guanyan was also silent and didn't start a conversation. Back to the villa and into the living room. Lin Mo was about to go upstairs, or turned around, looked at Xie Guanyan, and said very seriously, I'm sorry for causing you trouble, and thank you for your help. Xie Guanyan loosened his tie with one hand. The bottom of his eyes behind his eyeglass lenses could not be seen clearly. His tone was as warm as ever. It's fine. Lim didn't come back downstairs that night. It was because Lin Mal intended to make this clear to Shinihan. He had mentioned it occasionally before, and Lin Mal hadn't taken it to heart. Now that she was bothering Xie Guanyan, she didn't feel too good about it. It's nice that people are willing to rent her a house and do her the odd favor. They can't be so overbearing. Lim removed the puppy pendant from her neck and placed it on the nightstand. After taking a shower and lying on the bed, her jade white calves crossed, she dialed Shinihan's phone. Shinihan also went home at this time and is still in the office. Seeing the caller ID, Shinihan was slightly alarmed.
My sister has been back for so long, she is also used to the way she socializes now.
Normal situation, send Weibo. More urgent, call Weibo phone.
Only call if it's urgent.
Shinihan's eyebrows sank down,
putting the laptop on his lap aside and turning the Buddha beads on his right wrist with his left hand.
The heart is jittery. What's the big deal?
Sliding his long fingers to answer the cell phone, he heard his sister's bright and nice voice from over there.
Shinihan, I solemnly inform you that I don't like Gu Jingchuan. I really don't. Not negatively.
It wasn't hard for me to watch him fall in love with someone else,
and while it's not nice to say it, I'll tell you that I didn't like him very much then, and impulsively agreeing to fall in love with him was the wrong thing for me to do. I'll review 1,000 words. You write it for me at night. In a word, don't do anything unnecessary in the future. Understand? Chapter 068. I won't wake him up. You haven't forgotten what I told you last night, have you? The next morning, riding in Shinihan's car, Lin Mo seriously asked. Shinihan held the steering wheel with one hand, and the sunlight hit his black Buddha beads through the car window, seemingly plating them with a layer of golden light. He shook his head. Didn't forget. How could I forget? Not in this lifetime. Enough to help write a 1,000 word review, but it's good. My sister didn't ask my fourth brother to help write it. She asked him to write it, but he did not write. Not very good at writing. Jiang taught him. That's good. Lin's slender white fingers fastened her seatbelt. The second brother was ultimately concerned about her, and blame was certainly out of the question. The car drove smoothly up the mountain road. Shinihan said, Sister, you don't like Gu Jingchuan anymore. I totally believe that now. But have you ever thought that Gu Jingchuan still likes you? Lin Mo shook her head. You think your sister is too charming. Although I am indeed charming too. But Gu Jingchuan is a big movie star. There is no lack of women around him. Lai Huanxiang is also very charming, and charmed you to death. Gu Jingchuan is also obsessed with her. The main thing is that these two are man and woman and are destined to be together. The fact that she, the white moonlight, had returned from the dead might have moved his mind a little. But yesterday, the two hands were holding each other so tightly that Gu Jingchuan even bragged about it. Suddenly mentioning Lai Huanyuan himself, a flash of embarrassment flashed across Shinihan's face. I hope so. His main goal in letting Mr. Xia go over was to make Gu Jingchuan not dare to pester his sister in the future. Gu Jingchuan should have some scruples and won't appear in front of his sister anymore. Do you still like Lai Huanhua? Lin Mao asked casually. Shinihan's head shook like a rattle. Don't like it, don't like it. Lin Mao patted him on the shoulder. Very pleased. That's right. With that memory that can't be forgotten, it would be better to use it to memorize a few more words. An hour or so later, the two arrived at the third form. Letting Shinjian transfer from the third middle school to the first middle school was carefully considered by Lin Mo. For one thing, the study atmosphere in the third grade is so bad that Meng's mother even studied 3 times for her son. The second is that the man who bought Shinjian and Auntie Jen might still be in the neighborhood. The third and first centers are in different districts. The north of Beijing is very large, and the probability of Shinjian transferring to the first middle school and being found by him again is much smaller. First middle school was familiar territory for Lin Mao, and if that man dared to show up in the neighborhood, Lin Mao could guarantee that he wouldn't be able to return. The third form is now in its second session. The two went to the principal's office to find the principal absent. Shinihan waited in his office. Lin Ma is planning to go to the kiosk to buy some snacks to eat. Having not been in this school, it was certainly hard to find out where the commissary was, but coincidentally, Lim saw the green-haired guy he'd seen the last time he'd been here again. Ha ha ha! Lin Mao shouted his name. As soon as the green-haired guy turned his head, his eyes lit up. Pretty girl, what brings you to our school again? Came by for a bit. By the way, where's your school commissary? The green-haired guy pointed her in a direction. That way, let me take you there, and you can buy me a packet of chorizo. Lim looked at him. Fine, it's just why aren't you in class right now during school hours? Greenhorn scratched his head. I was late for a class and the teacher said why didn't I wait until the afternoon, so I went back to get ready for the afternoon. Lim went to the kiosk and bought a couple packs of konjac coolers and a bottle of water-soluble C, 2 bags of fiery chicken tenders and a Coke for the green-haired guy. After coming out, Green Hair said, didn't you ask our boss last time? Do you want me to take you to first class to see him? Lim had nothing to do anyway, so she happened to go see her fourth brother in class. Thinking of something, she asked, is there a redhead in class 1 who doesn't get along with your boss? Green Hair nodded. You know all this. That redhead is called Wang Xing. He is the principal's nephew, and none of us like him too much because he has been relying on this relationship to collect some kind of protection money at school, asking us to give him our pocket money. Some of the ones who don't dare to make trouble give it. Others follow our boss and go against him. Lim frowned slightly. Did Shinjian knock out 2 of the principal's teeth because the principal was harboring this redhead? Soon the two were at the door of the first class. This time, through the window Lin Mal still didn't see Shinjian. It shouldn't be. Shinjian should have come to class. Where is everyone? How come I don't see them? Lin Mal muttered in a small voice. Green Hair smiled. Of course you can't see it from here. The boss sits in the last row against the wall. The back door spot. Because he's always leaving early and being late. The teacher made him guard the door. Lim walked over to where the back door of the first class was open. She stuck a little head in and looked. Seeing Shinjian lying on the table huffing and puffing, the same table as Yellow Hair, the two people sleep head to head. The teacher in front of him was sputtering, and the two were meeting with the weekly convention. No wonder the full score of 705 Shinjian only took a total of 60, and it is not all the fault of the environment. Lin Mal raised his leg and just wanted to walk in, but was pulled back by Green Hair and whispered, what are you doing? You do not want to wake up the boss. The boss hates others to disturb his sleep. His closest little brother Yellow Hair do not dare to disturb. The last time the principal came to see him sleeping are pretending not to see. Lim shook her head. I'm not waking him up. Greenhorn let go of Lim. The next second saw Lin Mal quietly walk in and quickly and accurately grabbed Shinjian's ear. Chapter 069, No Conscience. *******. The green-haired boy's eyes were glazed over, and the nationalist in his mouth didn't hold back. You don't wake up, you grab it? In the classroom, you can only hear the sound of the teacher lecturing and some whispers mixed with some grunts. The green-haired boy's cry of alarm caused everyone in the classroom to look toward the back door. The teacher also looked over. Everyone saw a pretty girl grabbing Kian's ear. Everyone's eyes went wide. Who's this? What's going on? The teacher's mouth was slightly open. That was a killing god who even dared to beat up the principal. This was the nickname given to Jian by the teachers in private, and it wasn't hard to tell that it was given by a teacher who loved to read immortal novels. I didn't want to take care of it, but seeing as it was a girl, the teacher couldn't bear it. I've never seen Kian hit a girl, but it's not impossible. This student, before she could finish her sentence, she saw the girl directly pick up Kian by the head, and the eyes of that god of murder opened, the hostility underneath them spilling out. The teacher's mouth twitched furiously. Woe is me. Love is out of the question. The pain woke Shinjian up, and he opened his eyes, violence crawling under his eyes. How many times had he woken up in his sleep from the pain of a beating just because the man was drunk? The air pressure around him sank completely, and he gazed over to the person who had grabbed him by the ear. An exquisitely beautiful face came into view, and fire was spewing from the brimming peach eyes. In an instant, the violence in the bottom of Shinjian's eyes disappeared, replaced by instinctive fear. No one in the family is not scared when their sister gets angry. The second brother said that before the parents and the time, sister angry dad are afraid. Every time his gold snacks, toys and boxes to buy, everyone held their breath, wanting to go forward to help but not daring to. All panicked. However, the next second saw that not only did the grumpy school bully not lose his temper, but a pleasing smile was also put on his face. Teacher, great, we're saved. It's the killing god's nemesis. Seeing that everyone was looking over, Lin Mo did not feel good about interrupting people's lessons and quickly let go of Shinjian's ear, glaring at him and lowering his voice. Listen to the lesson properly for me. Shinjian nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice, his long bangs moving lightly. Seeing that Yellow Hair was still asleep, he reached out and kicked Yellow Hair's stool. Yellow Hair woke up with a start. Is dinner ready? Is dinner ready? Shinjian. As soon as Yellow Hair turned his head and saw Lin Mal, his eyes glared slightly. The next second he hurriedly wiped the corners of his eyes and mouth to maintain his image. Shinjian was disturbed in his heart. Why did his sister come today? Oh yeah, last night Ernie said he was coming today to do his transfer. Sister must have come with second brother. Before that, because I had to work part-time until late every day, I usually took classes to catch up on sleep during the day, and I slept best in language classes. I didn't go to work last night, but I couldn't sleep all night and sat up in the middle of the night and slapped myself a few times, just because of what happened to Mr. Sia. So I didn't stay up during the day today either. Sister must be disappointed in him. Someone soon recognized this one as the pretty girl who had come to the classroom to look for Jian last time. Everyone was speculating in their hearts. What kind of person was this beauty Jian? Red hair Wang Xing also slept in class, was poked awake by the same table to watch the drama. At this time, the bottom of the eyes flashed a mocking smile. Girlfriend? It's funny how the son of a psychopath has a girlfriend. The teacher was curious too, but he was a teacher. Surely he wouldn't ask. Clearing his throat, come on, let's get on with the lesson. Where were we? There was silence at the bottom. The corner of the teacher's mouth twitched lightly as he picked up on his own. Yes, speaking of ancient poetry, Beishan Shushu Bleak Land. Before he could finish, the redhead picked up. Baby, can you kiss me? The class roared with laughter. The teacher was furious and took several deep breaths. Killed a pig in a previous life and taught a pig that had been killed in this life. Another day of trying to blow up the school. That was when he saw Jian actually flipping through the book with his back straight. A truly unprecedented first. But it shouldn't last a while. Red Hair also saw this scene and sneered. Oh, it's loaded? Let's see how long you can keep it on. I didn't realize that this time. Jian persisted until the end of the class and didn't even go back to sleep. When they got to the office after class, the teacher told the other teachers what had happened in class today. The teacher's eyes widened. Seriously? There's still someone who can control that god of kill? The god of killers is going to learn? That's scary. It's not early love, is it? Early love is not good. The teacher who had just taught the class took a sip of tea and spat it back out. Doesn't look like it to me? The god of killers doesn't speak, just nods his head and squeezes to death. It was also discussed in the first class group, when some quick hands took pictures. It was the one where Lin Mo grabbed Shinjian's ear. The young girl had a small, delicate and beautiful face, and the always violent teenager had a pleasing smile on his face that had never appeared before. The photo was quickly circulated to the large group of third formers. The whole school was shocked. Rubber killer, it's been a long time since I've seen Biggie laugh. Don't smoke my tissue. This is the first woman to pull the boss's ear. Take a shower without closing the door. You guys can read less Overlord novels. Sleepy bag, it must be the boss's girlfriend. I didn't realize his girlfriend was so good looking. Snack Street boss's maiden, campus novel shines into reality? The school bully and the big beautiful girl. Good knock. That's our boss's sister. And that's my fairy sister. And my fairy sister. Yellow Hair replied to the group. Unfortunately, not many people believed it because they never heard that Kian had a sister. Sad old sow. I'm high on yellow hair and fairy sisters. Don't cuss in effort. At yellow hair. Don't think we can't see the old sow is your trumpet. Yellow hair, really not. Old sow, you come out and say something. Sad old sow, no. I'm not a trumpet. Lin Mal exits the classroom and receives a tweet from Kayaraka Fuko saying that the principal is back. She's going to the principal's office. Green Hair, his heart palpitating, asked her, "Who are you to our boss? You've got too much guts." Lim said truthfully, "I'm his sister." Green Hair wrinkled his nose. How can that be? How could boss have a sister as good looking as you? Didn't mean to say boss was ugly, haha. Lin Mal was in a hurry to go to the principal's office. This can't be said in a sentence or two. Anyway, it's just a sister. I have to go beforehand. Greenhorn scratched his head and opened his phone to find that the large group of third formers had blown up. The corner of his mouth was crooked as he also spoke. I don't know about anything else, but it's really pretty, because I'm the one who accompanied her to the first class to find the boss. We met once last time. She bought me a Coke, and today she bought me chili fries and a Coke too. Sad old Sal, who asked you? I'll ask who they asked you. Wonky little pants. Who believes it? 0 people believe what you say. Greenhorn skimmed his lips and tried to take a picture with Lim, when he looked up and realized she was gone. Principal's office. A middle-aged man with a big belly looked at Shinihan. You're saying you want to transfer Jian to first middle school? Shinihan nodded. Yes, principal. The principal laughed. First high school would want him? Don't tell jokes. Who are you to him? It's not easy to transfer from 3rd to 1st grade. Back in the day there was one who wanted to transfer and was so good academically that the first school didn't even want it. Finally got a connection to get over there. Just thinking about it now makes me regret that I should never have agreed to switch back then, because that student's name was Xieguanyin, and now he was eyeballing him for giving back to the first school. Aren't they half an alma mater here? No conscience. Shinihan didn't really like the feeling this principal gave. His voice was flat. We are Jian's relatives. Just get the formalities done on your side. We will go and communicate on the side of the first middle school. The principal looked the man in the black suit up and down a few times, and then at the pretty girl who hadn't been in the office long. These two are rich relatives of Kian? Psycho mom's side or which side? The formalities are certainly doable. Just, Shinihan and Lin Mal frowned at the same time. Just what? Didn't you want Shinjian to quit school in the first place? What do you mean you won't release them now that they're transferring? Headmaster, if you have something to say, you can just say it. Shinihan's tone was not very nice. His left hand turned the Buddha beads on his right wrist. His aura was awe-inspiring. The fat principal felt some oppression, but still blinked. It was before Jian took me. It's not finished yet. Someone at the door knocked on the door and said anxiously, Headmaster is in trouble. Jian and Wang Xing are fighting again. Chapter 070. You two speak comic? It would have been better to go to the homeroom teacher or the head teacher to deal with student fights, but one is a student that the school bully level principal doesn't even care about, and the other is the principal's own nephew. It's really not easy to deal with, so the teacher had to come to the principal as well. The principal's head started to hurt at that. In fact, he couldn't wait for Jian to turn away. This kind of poor student surely has no future in the future, is a worm of society, but it's the sight of rich relatives that's a little disheartening to him. Keep in mind that at the time he had 2 of his teeth knocked out, he went to the hospital on his own dime. Kian doesn't have the money to pay out, and the mentally ill mother makes a scene in the principal's office. Where was the fight? The principal stepped outside and turned his head to Shinihan. Look at Jian. Does he look like a good boy? Our school is lucky to have a student like him. Shinihan frowned a bit and didn't say anything. Lin Mal, however, replied in a cold tone. 2 two people fought, and you know it was Jian's fault without even knowing the specifics? When he arrived at the office, Shinihan was already talking to the principal, so Lin Mal didn't interrupt. I learned from he that the red-haired Wang Xing was the principal's nephew, and he went around collecting some kind of protection money. Lim just wasn't impressed with the principal. He couldn't have been completely unaware of what his nephew was doing. The fat principal frowned, not realizing that this girl, who didn't look old enough to be a high school student, dared to talk to him like that. Jian even dared to hit me. What else could be right? The principal snorted coldly. The teacher next to him chimed in. Yes, that kid is kind of wasted. It's our principal who was generous enough not to bother with him, and gave our principal several teeth. Surely you guys don't know about that, do you? The principal angled his fat chin and thought to himself, you guys better apologize to me. Yet the two were indifferent. Fat principal. Lin Mo's face was pale and said, I haven't asked Jian specifically about this matter yet, so we'll talk about it when I do. The fat principal's eyes went wide. He's the principal and next to him is a teacher. Can they still lie? Parents are really getting disrespectful these days. Thinking of something, the principal's eyes flickered slightly and said, Jian has been in our school for 2 years. His grades are at the bottom of the list, often being late and leaving early for fights, not to mention that lying is also a common occurrence. The teacher next to me chimed in. Yeah, lying a lot and having major character issues. Shinihan had been silent and got impatient when he heard this. His voice was cold. You two are telling a comic opera? Principals and teachers. It was now the end of recess, and the first class hallway was now crowded with people. Shinjian and Red Hair had already fought, and both of them had colors on their faces. The minions on either side were exchanging passionate insults. Red-haired minion, follow the little psychopath. You're all brain dead. Shinjian's little brother, a bunch of traitors, only screaming. Yellow Hair even spat across the room. Ah, Tay. The principal and the teacher and Lin Mal Shinihan arrived at the place and couldn't even squeeze in. The teacher yells, everyone out of the way. The principal is here. No one cares. The principal was half pissed off and yelled, all of you go back to your classrooms. Do you hear me? A few people listened, and there was a lot of chatter, mostly unheard. Lim frowned. I'll squeeze in the front and pull up first. With the advantage of being relatively thin, Lin Mal dragons and snakes to see the scenes and quickly squeezed into the first row. Greenhorn was also standing in the first row. His eyes lit up again when he saw Lin Mal. Everyone can't believe that Lim has invited him to eat chorizo, and they're going to have to take a group photo later anyways. Seeing that Rimmer was going to come forward, Green Hair and pulled her back. Beauty, this time is really not a joke. The boss fights to 6 relatives. Before there is a like, the boss of the female stood next to the shout, don't fight, don't fight. You guys quickly don't fight. The boss let the little brother to carry her away. Lim, red-haired Wang Xing was the first to spot Lin Mal. A dark light flashed under his eyes. What makes Shinjian liked by such a good-looking girl? But this is an opportunity. Once again, Shinjian was enraged, but he was sure to be stopped by this girl when he made his move. That way he'll be able to overachieve. After all, it's better to break Kian's leg if you're receiving money. Anyway, he's a minor and won't be criminally liable. Kian was really so obnoxious that even people from outside schools wanted to beat him up. Wiping his nosebleed, red-haired Wang Xing looked at Shinjian and taunted. Shinjian, your mom is that kind of psycho. Do you know who your dad is? Or do you have many dads? His little brother laughed out loud. Yellow Hair wanted to spit a mouthful of phlegm right into their mouths. The hostility of Shinjian's eyes under his long bangs grew heavier and heavier as he took an arrow step forward. A fist was about to swing into the redhead's face again. That's when his arm was grabbed. The force was light, but Shinjian controlled his fist and the hostility under his eyes dissipated a bit. It doesn't take much to figure out who it is. He turned his head and saw his sister's beautiful face, and his heart sank downward. No good. My sister must be angry again. Sleeping in class and fighting in class. He's so bad. Sister wouldn't want him, would she? The corners of red-haired Wang Xing's mouth raised in a triumphant smile, and his fist swung towards Shinjian's face. Shinjian couldn't dodge and was about to get hit with this punch. He saw his sister lift a foot to kick Wang Xing away half a meter. Her long hair raised in the air in a beautiful arc. Clang a few slaps to throw Wang Xing's face. Dare to hit my brother. Asked me to often fan Zhao Zilong? Chapter 071. Is it worth being loved even if you're not good? Shenjian, red-headed Wang Xing, principals and teachers who managed to squeeze to the front. What dragon? This is the third brother Shen Xijan to Lin Mal nickname, holding a mop to poke people like Zhao Zilong with a silver gun, and often fan him, so nicknamed often fan Zhao Zilong. Wang Xing was caught off guard. His head was confused, his face was hot and painful, and he froze for a moment. The surrounding students were stunned. You're so good looking, and you're so good with your hands? It's so cool. Shinjian wasn't surprised by his sister's skill, but was surprised that she stood up for him. eyes suddenly got a little hot. His sister is still the same sister who doesn't let anyone bully him. It was like going back in time to the time when he was a kid and Uncle Junior came to haunt the house and he was the youngest one. His sister always shielded him from anyone who came near him and beat him up. Tiny and short, he grabbed his sister's coat and felt that she was the world to him. The principal's eyes went black as he stood beside Wang Xing and stared coldly at Lin Mal. Aren't you here to pull the plug? Lim shrugged. I'm not pulling away from Qian. Principal. So many students watched. Wang Xing reacted with a face that simply couldn't hang on. Lousy grass mudhorse. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fist before swinging at Lim. Lin Ma dodges it. However, Wang Xing's swearing and gestures still made the violence in Shinjian's eyes rise. A backhanded punch to the side of Wang Xing's head. This blow directly knocked Wang Xing down, rolling on the ground in pain. The principal was scared to death. Xiao Xing. Xiao Xing. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold skin. No one had ever seen Qian so ruthless. Yellow Hair's head hurt when he looked at it and said with concern, Boss, is your hand okay? Surrounded by people. No wonder you can be Qian's closest little brother. The fat principal yelled, Call an ambulance, call an ambulance. Shinihan stood in front of him and heard the red hair swearing at his sister. The coldness in the bottom of his eyes was about to overflow. At this point he saw Redhead rolling around on the ground, tempted to go up and make up for it. Turning the Buddha beads on his right wrist with his left hand, he held back and took out his cell phone to call Jung detailed. Send someone to 3rd Middle School to retrieve the CCTV. Contact the lawyers group and investigate the principal of 3rd Middle School and a student named Wang Xing. It doesn't matter. He'll make it right for his sister and brother. It's time to go to Conviviality Hospital again. This is the closest hospital to the 3rd grade. The entrance to Wang Xing's hospital room. Shinjian's head stayed down, and Shinihan was on the phone with Jiang. Lim went to check with the doctor and came over. Wang Xing is fine, slight concussion. She heard the nurses discussing that the spot where she was hit was particularly painful, but that it wouldn't be a major problem. Seeing Shinjian's appearance, Lin Mo touched his head. Grown up, knows to protect sister. With that punch, Lin Mel knew that Shinjian was swinging for her. Shinjian's teeth clenched her lips, about to bite blood. Sister, I'm sorry, I've caused you trouble. I shouldn't have fought. If only he hadn't come back. His sister and second brother wouldn't have had to work so hard for him, and his sister would have been scolded because of him. Lin Mal comforted him. It's fine. Your second brother is a hallowed Buddhist son of the capital circle. This matter can still be solved. Shinjian raised his head. His dark eyes looked at Lin Mal through his bangs. His voice was low. Sister, I will definitely study well in the future. I won't fight. Sister don't want me, okay? But it had come back and he didn't want to leave again. He wanted to stay with his sisters and brothers. He'll be a good boy from now on. He'll know what he's doing. Lin Mo slightly froze. Her eyes fixedly looked at Shinjian. Her expression was serious and earnest. Shinjian, you are my younger brother. It is impossible for me to not want you. Excellent, you are also my brother. Not excellent also. Sister will not want you. Shinjian blinked. Is that so? Yellow Hair's mom didn't want him because he suffered from an inability to concentrate and was not good at school. Do you deserve to be loved even if you're not good? Lin Mo continued. Tolerating and letting people bully us has never been the family style of our old Shin family. We don't cause trouble, but we are not afraid of it either. But we also need to know that fists are not the only way to solve problems. It was really hard not to hammer Wang Xing with that face at the time. The cussing is too much. Shinjian would be too weak if he didn't fight back after hearing this kind of talk so often. Weak people can't survive in the ghetto. So Lin Mo didn't blame Shinjian. From a young age, Lin Mal has been under the protection of her parents, and whoever dares to mess with her, her slap will not spare anyone. Her parents had told her we don't cause trouble, but we're definitely not afraid of it. If you have a grudge, take it out on the spot, so as not to be angry with your body. They'll take care of the aftermath. Don't worry. Now that second brother was capable of making good, Lin Mal wasn't worried. Shinihan hung up Zhang Detail's phone, walked over and said, Sister, that Wang Xing is bullying people everywhere in school. Those slaps of yours are punishing the evil. It's the light of righteousness. Lin Mal looked up at Shinihan, her chin slightly raised. Right? I think so. Shinjian's eyes flashed slightly. Sister was fighting for him, not for anyone else in the school. Shinihan stretched out his hand wearing Buddha beads to touch Shinjian's head as well. Don't worry, with second brother here, both sister and you will be fine. Shinjian nodded heavily. Second brother is so powerful, he can protect sister. When will he protect his sister? What a rush! A middle-aged woman came out of the ward. Seeing Shinjian's trio, she directly cursed. Things born of a mother but not taught by a mother. To beat my son like this, I definitely won't let you guys off easily. Shinihan said indifferently. This constitutes the crime of verbal abuse, and we won't let you off the hook. The middle-aged woman was a bit intimidated by Shinihan's aura, but still straightened her back. What do you mean? We're not afraid of you. My brother is the principal of the 3rd middle school. This kid even hit my brother. That's when he should have been sent to the police station and locked up. This was something Lin Mo was about to ask Shinjian about. She looked at Shinjian. Is this true? What is going on? Shinjian's eyes under his long bangs were cloudy and hostile as he looked at the principal. It's true. He deserves a beating. The fat principal looked at this. I heart sank. Would have liked to take this matter to find Shinihan. They want compensation. And now pressure does not want to mention this thing, because these two people trusted Shinjian very much. Let's leave that one in the past and talk about this today. Lin Mo wanted to know what happened. She then asked Shinjian. Because of what? Chapter 072, Small Mouth Shut Up. Shinjian didn't really want to recall that day. Even when Yellow Hair asked him, he didn't say why. But when his sister asks him, he still tells. I saw the principal. He abused a cat. He forgot his cell phone in the classroom after class that day, but he was in a hurry to get to his part-time job. And after his first part-time job was over, it was already 9 o'clock at night, and he ran back to school to get his phone. As he got his cell phone and was about to leave the school, in the dimly lit corner, he heard a couple of cat calls. He walked over and saw a figure kicking a cat hard. He hurriedly turned on his cell phone flashlight and saw the cat lying dead in a pool of blood, its tongue hanging out. He was so angry he didn't even see who the person was, and put his cell phone in his pocket and punched the guy bonbon twice. He later realized it was the principal, but he wasn't sorry. There are a lot of stray cats in the 3rd middle school, and Shinjian sometimes buys some food and puts it in the places they frequent, but it won't come close, because he has a severe allergy to cat hair. I can't breathe when I touch cat hair, and I almost died once when I was a kid. But he does like cats because his sister likes cats. Before he was born, my sister had a Devon cat and she loved that cat. It was also the presence of this cat that the family learned he was allergic to cat hair. You can't have a cat in the house with him. My sister then bought a house to keep her cat and went to feed it every day, showering and changing it first thing when she got back. But not long after the parents died, the cat died of a heart attack. Because of him, my sister didn't have a cat back there, but the stray cats next to the villa. My sister feeds them whenever she sees them. When he sees a cat, he thinks of his sister. And when someone abuses a cat, he just wants to beat that person to death. The principal frowned and immediately retorted. You're talking nonsense. You kids don't even lie. I'm a principal with a fulfilling life and career. Why would I abuse a cat? Obviously it was the day I met you and said a few words to you to study hard, not to go to night study every day. You disobeyed me and hit me. There's no way he's going to admit it without proof. That's what he says on the outside, and everyone believes him. After all, Shinjian was a poor student who liked to fight and brawl. The principal's sister helped. My brother has always been very caring. You're slandering. Besides, so what if you get a cat killed? It's just Lin Mo, a beautiful face that was by now cold beyond words, stared at the principal's sister. Close your little mouth. It's really close to impossible to stop swearing. The principal's sister's heart was inexplicably chilled by Lin Mal's stare. Shinjian knew it was hard to believe. He's a bad student, and beating someone up over a cat really isn't that believable, and he doesn't care if people believe it or not. Sis, do you trust me? He asked. Lim nodded. I believe you. My 4th brother is allergic to cat hair and was afraid to go up to her when he saw her feeding stray cats as a child, but would take more food out of the house and say from a distance, Sis, give all this to the cat. I'm full. He said he was full and watched the cat from afar as he ate and drooled again. Shinihan turned the Buddha beads on his right wrist with his left hand and said from the sidelines, Second brother also believes in you. That's how children are spoiled. You guys just spoil Jian, and in the future you'll go cry in prison if he kills and sets fire. There's no use for this kind of poor student to stay in society anyway. Standing slap Xiao Zi Long Lin Mal's slap was a bit stupid. Who says that being a bad student is of no use to society? The criteria for judging can't be so monolithic. Shinihan could see that his sister was angry and said, Sis, ignore him, the police are here. The principal's eyes widened when he heard the police were coming. What are the police doing here? Is it still illegal to kill a cat? Shinihan looked down at the principal. His eyes cold. You do more than this one bad thing. Embezzlement and bribery in the public interest. You have not done less. The principal looked ashen for a moment. You. Jiang walked in his sharp suit, followed by the police and a few lawyers with briefcases. She patted Lin Mal's shoulder with her hand. Mal, you guys go back first and leave the rest to me. Lin Mal had been handsome by Jiang detailed. Feet together, then a salute gesture. Roger, Jiang sir, Jiang. Several lawyers were a bit surprised. Jiang communicated with them without smiling, and the sense of oppression could be strong. Leaving professional things to professionals, Lin Mo took Shinjian back to Aunt Jian's ward. Having come to Kanyue Hospital, of course I had to go to the ward to accompany Aunt Jian. Gu Jingchuan's tongue ached and he didn't sleep all night, and in the morning he realized that Lin Mal hadn't come to the hospital. It's even more annoying. Lai Huanyu limped with one arm and had to take care of Gu Jingchuan. She asks Gu Jingchuan what happened, and Gu Jingchuan types on his cell phone that he accidentally bit his tongue while arguing with the director in order to take time off to take care of her. Lai Huanyu was very touched. When Gu Jingchuan went out for air, he found Lin Mo had appeared in the hospital room again. He's happy again. Today his tongue is much better, just a little sore. I blame that Shinjian, but last night he thought a lot about it. Lin Mao's character was stronger than he thought, and vengeful. It was almost impossible to get her to bow down. Yes, that was the brightest and most dazzling school flower of the first middle school that year, or the top student of the college entrance examination that year. There is a certain cult of academic achievement in the upper circles of the north of the capital. His mom originally didn't agree with him liking Lin Mao, but as soon as she heard she was a high school senior, she immediately thought it was okay. So if he wanted to get back together with Lin Mao, he still had to be just as persistent in his advances as he was when he was chasing her. He's her favorite anyways, and it's definitely easier now than it was back then. Then a couple of brothers can't be enemies. The second and third brothers aren't that good. These two have status and money. Not so with the oldest four. Mangy people who only do things with their hands used to live in lowly places like the ghetto. Just show him a little bit of favor and he will definitely be on his side. With his help, then his chances of success would become greater. The first step was to get rid of Lai Huanyue, and not let Lin Mal see him being close to Lai Huanyue anymore. Back in the ward, Gu Jingchuan slurred. I'll arrange for you to be transferred to Kanyue in the center of the city this afternoon, where the level of medical care is better and more conducive to your recovery. Lai Huanyu kissed the corner of his mouth. Thank you, brother Jingchuan. Love you. Lin Mo didn't let Shinjian go back to school in the afternoon. She thought it would be better to tutor him herself. Just make a trip to arrange a transfer when the new principal takes over. Lin Mo read the questions in the ward and bought Shinjian a test paper for him to do it as well. Time passed quickly and it was evening. Lim's cell phone rang. She picked it up to see it was a contact called Conviviality Hospital. LYNM passed. And soon there was a message from there. Lin Mu, I was just playing along with Lai Huanhua. I was like that yesterday because I wanted to make you jealous. I love you. Let's get back together. Lin Mao frowned, not understanding what Gu Jingchuan was thinking. Wasn't the female lead his favorite? Randomly replied, what's this bunch of nonsense you're posting? How come there's no response to copying it to spelling Yuzu? Sent it and then pulled the plug. At this time she received another Weibo message from Xiaguanyan. Do you still need me to stop by and pick you up at night? Chapter 073, Happiness. Lin Mao, this WeChat is newly registered. There are not many friends. The only ones who are in regular contact with each other are Kairaku Fuko and Gangsai and Shitty. It's not time to add to Sandy's tweets. He's not done touring abroad for a while yet. In fact, Lin Mal could already imagine how this crybaby would cry when he realized that she had been back for so long without contacting him. But once you tell him, with his character 100% he will fly back immediately. 10 cows can't pull it. The concert wasn't something he did alone, with a lot of staff behind him and fans looking forward to it. It was supposed to be a black and red top stream, and Lim considered it better to wait until he came back from the concert. In fact, she could have flown over to him. The problem was that she wasn't too brave to take an airplane. The parents were killed accidentally in a plane crash. Sometimes Lin Mal feel that their own courage can be really small. Airplanes do not quite dare to sit, and now the car is not afraid to drive their own. Often you can swipe Sandy on Jitterbug, a brash teenager with silver hair who shines brightly on stage. Fans are commenting below what is so cool and handsome that my nose bleeds like crazy. No fan knew that this kid was a crybaby as a kid, and tears came when he said they would. That being said, all in all, there are only 3 people that Lin Mal tweets with on a regular basis now. There was another one that technically counted, and that was Xia Guanyan. But Lim never received an unsolicited tweet from him. Each time she arrived at the door of the villa and tweeted him to open the door. At this time, Lin Mo looked at the chat interface. Xia Guanyan's name jumped to the forefront. Her peach blossom eyes flashed. First thought, the Buddhist son of the capital circle asked Xia Guanyan to help again? After thinking about it, I don't think so. The Buddhist children of the capital circle did not dare to be masculine to her. Besides, he hadn't told himself he wasn't available to take himself back today. So Xia Guanyan this is, active, willing to continue to help? I have to say, he was really helpful. People who love charity are different. After thinking about it, her jade white fingers typed on her cell phone. Don't bother you. My second brother will send me back. Shinjian was dizzy and had a brain cramp from doing the questions. He's learned so little in the last 3 years that he can't understand some of the questions. A sideways glance at her sister revealed that she was holding her cell phone in both hands, the corners of her mouth slightly upturned and bright. Shinjian frowned. Who is sis chatting with so happily? Sis, let's see if I got this question right. When Lin Mal heard Shinjian's words, he took his eyes off the phone and looked at the question he was pointing at. No, the answer to this question should be -4. 3. Shinjian put pen to paper and wrote MT. Fuji. Lin Mal's eyes went black. Shinjian, This is a math problem. Is this right? Not daring to open my eyes, hoping I was hallucinating, Shin Jian rubbed his nose. I'm sorry sis, I forgot this was a math paper. Lim's eyes went black and black again. Still should have put him in school. She could have been pissed off with her tutoring down there. Shin Jian hurriedly corrected himself, but his eyes surreptitiously glanced at the cell phone in Lin Mal's hand. The screen hadn't gone out at this point. He saw who was talking to his sister. It was Xia Guanyin. Shin Jian secretly sighed in relief. Thought it was that scumbag Gu Jingchuan. You're scaring yourself. Is Xie Guanyin going to pick up his sister on the way? Wouldn't that be just enough for him to apologize to him? Sis, is Mr. Xie coming to pick you up? Shin Jian asked. Lin Mal glared at him. Good boy. No wonder this can be written wrong. You're resting here peeping at my cell phone chat. Shin Jian lowered his eyes and didn't explain that he really thought it was Mount Fuji. I'm afraid my sister will punch him out. I was wrong yesterday. Sis, I shouldn't have said that. Mr. Xia looked old. He set up the foundation in the slums. He paid for my tuition, and the living expenses I received from there helped me even more. He's my benefactor, and I think I should apologize to him. His benefactor gave him money to live on, but he wouldn't even give his benefactor a box of scar removal cream. He's so bad. Speaking of which, Lin Mo remembered the time she lied to Xie Guanyin. That meal was not made by her own hands. Xie Guanyin thought it was made by her own hands until now. At that time, when you took Auntie Jin out of the rented room, it was also Xie Guanyin who helped me find you, Lin Mal said casually. Shin Jian's eyes widened and he became even more remorseful. Aha, he's so wrong, so tempted to kowtow to Mr. Shay. Lim looked at her cell phone again. The typed word hadn't been sent yet. I was thinking of giving him a solemn apology before, but I've been busy the last few days and forgot. It just so happens that Shin Jian also wants to apologize today. Why don't we just have him come over and the two of them buy him dinner and admit the mistake, lest they be recognized later and hurt the relationship between the two. Landlord-tenant bonding. Then how about we treat him to a meal? Lin Mo asked Shin Jian. Can, Shin Jian said. And I'm going to give him the box of scar removal medicine. Traffic flowed outside the large floor-to-ceiling windows and neon lights flashed. A broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted man in a white suit stood at the window. The hand holding the cell phone hung down, the veins on the back of his cold white hand bulging slightly. Inexplicably sexy. The glazed eyes behind the silver-rimmed glasses carried a deep sense of unease. It was the first time he had ever initiated a message to Shiny. It wasn't that he didn't want to post it before. He was afraid to. He was afraid of bothering her by sending it, and afraid she wouldn't reply. As it is, when you send it over, your mind starts to wander and you have no intention of doing anything else at all. He's nervous. He wasn't sure if Shiny needed his help anymore. Use him. He wants to be used. A few shades of darkness came up under the eyes behind the lenses of the glasses of the beautiful man in the white suit Svensaint. When Shiny utilizes him, the two can hold hands like a couple. But it's been 3 minutes since the message was sent and she hasn't replied. What is she thinking about? Gu Jingchuan must have looked for her again. Did she falter? Buzz. The phone vibrated. Shaking the palms of his hand slightly, he brought his hand up, wanting to see immediately what her reply was. But he closed his eyes again when the phone came into view. The heart was beating so fast that it seemed to jump out of his chest. Refused or agreed? He was a little afraid to look. One bony hand loosened his tie, and with a deep exhale, his long eyelashes lifted. It's okay, my fourth brother and I happen to want to treat you to dinner. I wonder if you've eaten yet. The man's thin lips slowly raised in a beautiful arc, and the bottom of his eyes behind the lenses of his glasses were filled with excited obsession. You can pick up Shiny. Shiny also wants to buy him dinner. So happy. Not eating. Xie Guanyin's cold white fingertips typed a reply and sat back down on his desk, putting down his cell phone. The bony, clear hand opened a white velvet box and picked up the gold puppy pendant inside, gently placing it in his palm as if it were a treasure. The bottom of his eyes a cloudy, sticky mess. Chapter 074. This building is sheltered from the wind. Jiang went with his lawyer to deal with the principal of the third high school. The evidence gathered was so overwhelming that the principal of the third grade could not escape jail. That student called Wang Xing is bullying students at school and learning from the triads to collect protection money is also well documented. Shin Jian's blow gave him a slight concussion, which is a minor injury and does not constitute a criminal offense. He also hit Shin Jian in front of him, which was a mutual assault, and the classroom monitor can see that Wang Xing started the provocation. Both were minors, and the most they could be compensated for was medical expenses, but the lawyer said Shin Jian was also beaten to do an injury appraisal, and it is not clear who will compensate who in the end. When the principal of the third middle school had such a big incident, the leader of the education bureau also came and said that he wanted to expel Wang Xing. The principal's sister cried and begged the leaders not to expel her child. Compensation was not wanted. Wang Xing did not expect Jian to have so much power behind him, and his uncle was overwhelmed with astonishment. Seeing his mom crying with a big tear in her eye and snot in her nose, he panicked and promised in front of his leader that he would never do that again. Jiang's face was clear and cold. It's not up to you to say anything about compensation, and you must apologize to Lin Mal and Shin Jian. The two men knew that the leaders were also looking for an attitude of contrition. They said they could apologize. However, when Jiang contacted Lin Mu said she didn't have time to listen to their apologies and had to work on the questions. Just have them record an apology video and send it to the big group of 3 middle schools. Apologize to all students. Wang Xing and his mom, the king of hell. Things are almost over. Zhang detailed back to the company to go to the office to report the situation with Shinihan. Shinihan nodded and looked at Jiang. Hard work. Zhang detailed froze. It was the first time he heard the president say something like hard work. He was cold before. Cold from the inside out. It's not hard work. That principal is really hateful. We found some evidence of cat abuse. The school surveillance video has captured it. And he said that he's too tired to manage the 3rd middle school, and he's mentally stressed out. Speaking of cats, Shinihan suddenly remembered that Jiang had bought a Devon cat doll for his sister that day in Jingnan. In the afternoon he remembered that his sister had had a Devon cat named Balls a long time ago. So much time had passed that he'd forgotten about it. How do you know my sister likes Devon cats? Shinihan asked Jiang, turning the Buddha beads on his right wrist with his left hand. Jiang replied honestly, I overheard that Mal's cell phone lock screen wallpaper was a beautiful Devon cat. Wallpaper? Shinihan hadn't paid attention to his sister's cell phone wallpaper. His own cell phone wallpaper has always come with the phone and has not been set. Jiang knew that Shinihan's cell phone wallpaper was systematic and said, most people's cell phone wallpaper is something they like. Shinihan took this to heart and casually asked, what's your wallpaper? Jiang took his cell phone out and lit up the screen. On the screen is a desk with a seat sign that says President. Shinihan. Jiang still wants to usurp the throne. Shinihan's eyes jumped. I'll transfer you to the branch after this period of busyness. After that he stood up. I'm going to go pick up my sister. However, at this time, he received a message from Lin Mal on his cell phone. You don't have to come pick me up tonight. Xia Guanyan took me back on the way. Shinihan's handsome frown slightly frowned, and sat back in his chair again. His heart was mixed for a while. Is Mr. C ready to take the first step? Shinihan didn't think it was his sister who took the initiative to ask Mr. Xia to pick it up, because his sister didn't like to bother outsiders, so it must have been Mr. C's initiative. That's something to be happy about. Gu Jingchuan would believe it even more. But then again, he had a bad taste in his mouth. He can't even be a servant now. Mr. Shin, what's wrong? Jiang Jing asked. Shinihan had nothing he couldn't say to Jiang. My sister said she didn't need me to pick her up. Mr. Xia stopped by to pick her up. Jiang Mr. Xia is fond of Shouemo, right? Shinihan, you see it too? Jiang nodded. Xiaomu back to the villa are Mr. Xia personally come out to pick up. I noticed. Xiaomu no? Mal didn't like Gu Jingchuan and she knew it. The president's review she taught. She carefully dissected the psyche of Lim at the time. Probably that she had finally graduated from high school and was playing with men as relaxation. I didn't realize that bystanders thought she was in love. Shinihan's fingertips caressed the Buddha beads and shook his head. My sister is a very slow person to love. Confident but not narcissistic. She won't think in that direction if others don't explicitly say so. Jiang touched the gold bracelet on her wrist. Mal isn't sexually cerebral. Plus she doesn't lack for love. Those who do not lack love have an abundance within and do not always look outward for love. Only someone who lacks love spends all day trying to find evidence of love in the little good someone does for her. Lim is surrounded by people who like her and are nice to her. It's probably more likely to be observed if you're not nice to her than if you're nice to her. But it's not good enough to say that the ones that aren't good for her, she probably won't even look at them. Thinking of this, Jiang suddenly had a conjecture in his heart. Mr. C wouldn't have had a crush on Mal for a long time, would he? Is the nemesis just a way for him to get Lin's attention? The star-studded schoolgirl plus the school bully. There are only so many people she can remember. Last time, Lin Mal also said that she was a broken first before Mr. Xia transferred to the first school. He transferred to a different school and his grades followed right behind her, making her pay attention to him. This game of chess is played. But Mr. Xia was a transfer student, so he shouldn't have known Linmu before he went to the first high school, right? Shinihan was still saying the same thing. Let nature take its course. Mr. Xia has his own rhythm. Jiang okay Mr. Shen. Xia Guanyan didn't eat that's naturally the best. Lin was lying on the couch with her cell phone checking out the good restaurants. He also seems to like spicy food and can eat it quite well. Szechuan food should be fine. Shinjian learned to scrap and went to buy fruit in front of the hospital. I didn't expect to meet Gu Jingchuan, who was heavily armed with a mask and hat. What a coincidence. he greeted suddenly. Shin Jian didn't have a good face for him and ignored him. After picking out the fruit, take it to the front desk to be weighed. 67 total, the cashier said. Shin Jian pulled out his cell phone and was about to scan the code. Gu Jingchuan swept in first and said, "I'll treat you, little un." Shin Jian frowned. "No need. Gu Jingchuan, Shaoan, don't be so outgoing, just treat me like a brother." After saying that, Gu Jingchuan left, leaving Shin Jian with his hands in his pockets thinking he was dashing back. "Shin Jian, this building is out of the wind." He walked up quickly and shoved the fruit to Gu Jingchuan, his expression grim. "You bought it for yourself to take back and eat. He's not going to be bought." Turning to walk outside to prepare to go out to buy more fruit, he saw a white figure get out of the car next to him and his expression immediately became pleasant. "Mr. Xia." Chapter 075 Red Nose. Gu Jingchuan frowned as he held the heavy fruit. $60-something of fruit isn't enough? Shin Jian's attitude was still so bad, and he didn't know him anything. He's a big movie star who was rejected by Lin Mal and then by her brother. Gu Jingchuan couldn't even hang on to his face and heart. The dark thought that this oldest should be this brooding character was not directed at him. Carrying the fruit, he was about to go back, and in the next second he heard Shin Jian call out to Mr. Xia. He narrowed his eyes and turned back. The tall, skinny teenager jogged over as if he had seen some idol. Long bangs lifted, and those narrow eyes were full of pleasure. Where is the just gloomy look? Simply a sunny and cheerful big boy. Gu Jingchuan. Gu Jingchuan's nose was red. Why is this ghostly Xia Guanyin here again? He doesn't think that Limo really likes him, does he? She was just using him. Xia Guanyin watched Shin Jian run towards him, his eyebrows twitching slightly. This kid isn't here to block him at the bottom, is he? It was obvious yesterday that he was upset with himself. He wouldn't bother with that with a child. It's just a matter of caring too much about your sister. It's not hard to understand. Shiny is a good sister. The bony hand took the fruit out from the passenger side, not expecting Shin Jian to reach out and take it. "Mr. Xia, let me get it for you," Shin Jian said with a smile. Gu Jingchuan, who saw this scene, darkened his face. He bought it for himself and ignored it, and Xia Guanyin bought it and went forward to grab it. Has this Shin Jian taken Xia Guanyin's ecstasy? Thinking of something, Gu Jingchuan carried the fruit and ran back. Shin Jian wasn't there, and now it was just Lin Mal in the hospital room. He sent the fruit over, and when Xia Guanyin sent any more fruit it would just be a repeat. Lin Mal definitely doesn't see it. Carefully thought about it. With the current Xia Guanyin tearing face to face just wasn't a wise choice. It still has to start with Lim. As long as Lin Mal keeps Xia Guanyin away from her, Xia Guanyin will stay away even if he likes it, and revert back to being that shady pervert who can only peek in the shadows. Seeing that Shin Jian was quite enthusiastic today, Xia Guanyin was slightly surprised and asked in a warm voice, "Why are you down here?" Shin Jian was carrying fruits. When he heard Xia Guanyin talking to him, he was a bit formal again. "The ward's fruits are gone. I just came down to buy fruits. Now I just don't need to buy them." "Thank you." Xia Guanyin smiled gently. "You're welcome. Bought it for your sister." Xia Guanyin didn't say the latter sentence. There was no need. "Then let's go, Mr. Xia. My sister is waiting in the ward." Shin Jian was vaguely excited. "I never thought I'd get this close to my benefactor one day." He used to think that if he became rich one day, he would do more charity like Mr. Xia. But the reality is that he washes dishes in a restaurant on the side for 30 cents a pop. But the sister came back and that changed. He will set this ambitious goal of becoming a great philanthropist like Mr. See, by the way, this is for you. Xia Guanyin bent down again and took out a box from the passenger seat and handed it to Shin Jian. Shin Jian's eyes widened slightly. "What is this?" Xia Guanyin's bony hand brought the car door closed. "This is a special effect scar removal cream. The research institute I invested in has just developed it, saying that it is very good, and it has not been officially put on sale yet, so you can try it." Shin Jian stared at the object in his hand, only to feel incomparably hot. Yada 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 yada. He is so damn good. Mr. Xia also carefully brought him the latest researched scar removal cream, which he wouldn't even give to the hospital, bought tens of dollars a box. Mr. C didn't hold a grudge and even returned it in kind. How could there be such a kind person in the world? "Thanks." Shin Jian looked up and was moved to say, "It's okay, let's go." Xia Guanyin's long legs took long strides towards the hospitalization building. He didn't really know where Shin Jian needed to rub this. He only knew that Shiny cared about his fourth brother. Bang bang! There was a knock on the door of the ward. Lin Mal stood up from the sofa and hurried over to open the door with arched eyebrows. "Xia Guanyin is here." As soon as he opened the door and saw Gu Jingchuan, The corners of his mouth immediately flattened out, just about ready to close the door again. Gu Jingchuan handed over the fruit in his hand. Bought it for you to eat. Lim refused as well. Don't. Gu Jingchuan forcefully shoved the fruit into Lin Mal's hand. If you don't eat it, I'll throw it away. You don't feel good about wasting food, do you, Lim? That's what he used to like to say. She didn't want any of the gifts he chased her with at first, what with the perfume and jewelry. Seeing as she loves to learn, she even gives away top secret review materials. Then he switched to food. Chicken soup wonton, seafood congee, Gillen rice noodles. She doesn't eat it, he throws it away. She really can't see wasting food, but she can't help but realize that it's really good after eating it a few times. The big greedy girl kind of couldn't say no. They're all the fruits you love to eat, keep them. Gu Jingchuan removes his mask, letting Lin Mal see his handsome face, and adds, I've missed you for so many years, and I've always loved you. Lin Mal. Lim frowned slightly. Express your liking for yourself all the time. It was also Gu Jingchuan's habit. When he chased her for 3 years in high school, he said he liked her at least 10 times a day. The two were in the same class, and he often wrote confessions on the blackboard. There's no one in the whole school who doesn't know he likes her. The teacher told Gu Jingchuan to be more restrained. Gu Jingchuan shook his head and said, It's impossible. I just can't stop liking Lin Mo. It's no use looking for Gu Jingchuan's parents, who say they can't control it. The teachers were helpless. It's not like the school expelled him for that. The final confession ceremony was grand. Hundreds of fireworks at the largest beach north of the capital. When it rises to the sky and explodes, it will reveal the words, Lin Mal, I love you, Gu Jingchuan. That day the small half of the north of the capital could see this grand fireworks rain. It was all known that Gu Jingchuan liked Lin Mal. At that time Lin Mo was sure that Gu Jingchuan liked her. Not sure or concerned about that right now, because she's completely uninterested in him now. I love myself too, Lim said with an arched eyebrow. Seeing Lin Mo finally willing to smile at him, Gu Jingchuan's heart fluttered. Then it's a love interest, Lim said. Gu Jingchuan. Fruit Lim turned and took it back to the hospital room. The corners of Gu Jingchuan's mouth hooked up in an evil smile. If you can accept the first step of the gesture of goodwill, you can accept the second step, just trying to get an inch to take a step inside. Lin Mal turned around and came out again, holding $100 in his hand and stuffing it into Gu Jingchuan's hand. This is the last time in the river detailed feet on the edge of the pickup. She said 3 people to share. Zhang detailed sister said $100 to share unevenly, taking out another 200. He gave Zhang Nan and Shinjian 100 each. All 3 were happy and dancing. Here's the money for the fruit. If you throw away this $100 too, you tell me where to throw it and I'll pick it up. Lin Mal smiled. Some people will throw cakes and flowers and diamond rings, but the number of people who actually throw their bills in the trash is very small. Gu Jingchuan was certainly not that kind of cutie. He frowned as he held the $100. Lin Mal, I know you're angry about the gossip I've been causing for so many years, but that was all required by the company, and I haven't moved on. You speak your mind and don't refuse to communicate with me. Lim looked at him, earnest and serious. I don't like you anymore. Gu Jingchuan, I don't believe it. Lin Mal instantly had the feeling of powerlessness of an 80-year-old left-behind old man who had picked up 60 quintals of water and went to the head of the village to water the vegetable seedlings and found that he was watering someone else's land after watering. Ding! The elevator in the hallway rang. Lin Mal's heart sank slightly. It might be Xie Guanyan coming up. I really don't want to be seen by Xie Guanyan again. Then I have nothing more to communicate to you. Go away. Gu Jingchuan raised the brim of his hat upwards. Lin Mal, I will once again show you my heart and see me. Lin Mo interrupted Gu Jingchuan's table of heartfelt words. Shut up and hurry. Gu Jingchuan shook his head and continued to chatter. I won't leave. My heart will always be with you. At that moment, a toilet plunger suddenly stuck out from the inside and sucked in Gu Jingchuan's mouth. Lim's eyes widened and she turned her head to see that it was Auntie Jean. Aunt Jen grinned. Mal, look. He shot up. Chapter 076, Go blame Gu Jingchuan. Ha 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 ha. The nursemaid's aunt was laughing her ass off in the hospital room. The toilet is clogged. She removes a new plunger ready to unclog it and it is taken away by Jen. She thought she was going to pass the toilet, but she didn't realize she had another trick up her sleeve. Lin Mo also wanted to laugh, but she still pulled the toilet plunger off Gu Jingchuan's mouth first. Thud! Gu Jingchuan left a circle of red marks around his mouth. Gu Jingchuan was furious. His fists clenched, but there was nothing he could do. He'd gone to find out what was going on in this ward of Lims. This old lady is a cutie. Lim, it hurts. One should act pitiful at times like this, Gu Jingchuan thought. Lin Mal was a bit unable to look at Gu Jingchuan directly, feeling that he was talking a bit smelly. Go buy some medicine and put it on. It's so ugly. As soon as he heard how ugly it was, Gu Jingchuan couldn't do it and hurriedly put on the mask, his eyes grimacing. You have to compensate me. Lin Mal. Lim waved his hand at him. Go on. Fortunately, this elevator trip out is not Xiaguanyan but the family members of other hospital beds. Gu Jingchuan's mouth was like that, but he still didn't forget to confess with deep love. I'll come back for you. I love you. Lin Mao. Xiaguanyan and Shinjian came out of the elevator and heard these words. Xiaguanyan's brow bone pressed slightly. As soon as he raised his eyes to see the bright young girl at the door of the hospital room, he couldn't hide the smile under her eyes. But on meeting his eyes, the young girl's smile lurched. The heart of the tall, leggy, beautiful man was instantly like a frozen, chafing pain. Shinjian was also puzzled as to why her sister was smiling so happily when she saw Gu Jingchuan today. She wasn't like this last time. Gu Jingchuan wore a mask and brushed past the two with his chin held high like a proud rooster. He knew Lim and it was only a matter of time before he adjusted his thinking and caught up again. Xiaguanyan and Shinjian walked together to the entrance of the ward. Lim blinked and asked, "Why are you guys up here together?" Xiaguanyan pushed the frame of his glasses with one finger. His voice kept warm. "I met by chance." As soon as he entered the ward, Xiaguanyan noticed that the atmosphere in the ward was good. Aunt Jane and the caretaker had smiles under their eyes. His fingers tightened, his eyes dark as pools. Gu Jingchuan was as good at making people laugh as he was back then. Unlike him, Shinjian put the fruit on the coffee table and saw the one he had just bought. "Is this the one Gu Jingchuan brought over?" It was $100 for Lim. She pulled an orange out of the bag. The oranges are big and fresh, and when you peel them there is a strong sweet and sour flavor that fills the air. Lin Mo ate a petal herself first, then broke a petal for her fourth brother, and then gave a petal to Xiaguanyan. Shinjian was happy and put it in his mouth. Xiaguanyan looked at the girl's jade-white and tender little hands, and a pair of clear peach blossom eyes looked at him. Wanted to say no but couldn't. Eventually the bony hand took it and put it in his mouth. Ha 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 ha. Looking at Shinjian's acidic face crumpled together and also winced, Lin Mo laughed out loud. "How can a sour orange be eaten alone? Sis, it's so sour." Shinjian couldn't spit or swallow. Why did he pick such a sour orange? Luckily, my sister didn't know he picked it out. Go blame Gu Jingchuan. Lin Mal turned his head to admire Xiaguanyan's agonized appearance. Finding no half-reaction on his handsome and peerless face, his expression was as bland as if he had eaten a normal orange. Lin Mal was surprised. "Doesn't that flap of yours get sour?" Xiaguanyan shook his head. "It's okay. He didn't taste anything." Lynm was puzzled. "So there are sour and not sour in an orange?" She broke off another petal and ate it, almost jumping at the acid again. She then gave a thumbs up toward Xiaguanyan. "You're an expert at eating acid. Do you want more?" "All for you." With a large half left, Lin Mal handed it to Xiaguanyan. "It's a shame to throw it away." Still unable to refuse, Xiaguanyan reached out and took it. "Thank you." Held in the palm of his left hand, there was orange juice spilling over and seeping into the wound in his left palm, painfully sobering. "This orange should be very sweet. Sis, eat this one. This one was bought by Mr. Xia." Shinjian took out an orange from another bag, peeled the orange and tried one for myself first. Sweet and tart with a little bit of acid. "It's 1,000 times better than the one I just had. Peel it and hand it to your sister." "Yes?" Lim took it and ate a petal, realizing that this was indeed delicious. "That's why I took one for Auntie Jean and Auntie Caregiver." Auntie Jean nodded after eating it and complimented Xiaguanyan. "It's delicious. You know how to buy." Lim even dazzled 2 oranges and ate a box of blueberries. The delicate young girl's brow was arched and amazingly beautiful. Xiaguanyan was in a better mood. At least Shiny was happy with the fruit he bought too. It's good that she's happy. It's most important that she's happy. "I've sent you the location. We'll go for Sichuan food. Is that okay?" Sitting on the passenger side, Lin Mal asked Xiaguanyan. The parking lot light shone on the man's pretty face, the little teal mole at the tip of his nose swaying. His voice was svelte and nice. "Yes." Aunt Jane was not in great health, and although she had had her dinner, she brought it out together for a walk. She sat in the backseat with Shinjian and kept her gaze out the window. The understated silver Alpha drove slowly out of the hospital. A few people didn't notice. Behind them a man with a scarred face and a ducktail hat stopped a cab. When he got in the car, he said, "Follow that car in front of you." Chapter 077. It's okay. It's a private Sichuan restaurant in a great setting, and as soon as you walk in, you feel like it's perfect for a banquet. The decor is luxurious in an understated way. Lim was a temporary reservation. There were no more boxes, so we had to sit outside in the lobby. 4 people sat down. Lin Mal and Anshin sat in a row, and Shinjian and Xiaguanyan sat in a row. The waiter brought the menu over and looked at the 4 men. It was a little confusing for a while to figure out the relationship between the 4. A middle-aged woman who looked to be in her 40s, and a handsome man who looked radiant, an exquisitely beautiful high school girl. A skinny teenager with long bangs blocking his eyes looked to be in high school. Should be related, the waiter thought darkly. The menu was handed to the instrumental and handsome man. "What would you like to see for dinner, sir?" Xiaguanyan's bone-clear hand took it and turned to hand it to the young girl across from him. "See what you want to eat." Lin Mal didn't pick it up. It's my fourth brother and I treating you to dinner today. So you order. Xia Guanyan didn't insist any longer, and looked up to ask, what are your taboos? The three men shook their heads neatly. Xia Guanyan saw some smiles floating on the bottom of his eyes at this scene. Bony fingers flipped through the menu and ordered a few dishes. It was then handed back to Lynm. Let's see if there's anything to add. Lin Mo shook her head, her peach blossom eyes slightly hooked. No, what you ordered happened to be what I love to eat as well, and the ones that aren't spicy you ordered. It just so happens that Antijan can't eat too spicy yet. Good job. Xia Guanyan pushed his glasses with one finger and looked at Shinjian again. Shinjian also shook his head. It's enough for you to order that much. The dishes were served one after another, and the waiter poured tea for several people. Shinjian took the tea, stood up a bit nervously, and said apprehensively, Mr. Xia, in lieu of tea, you toast me. Xia Guanyan, Lim. Xia Guanyan looked at him sideways with a few doubts in his eyes.
Shinjian realized something and smacked himself.
I misspoke. I meant I toast to you, Mr. Xia.
The corners of Xia Guanyan's lips raised into a light smile. His long bony fingers also picked up the teacup. Good. Shinjian never expected that the charitable big brother didn't have any frame at all. Pursed his lips, and said what he wanted to say. Mr. Xia, I'm sorry, I received a lot of help from your foundation in the slums. You're my benefactor. I shouldn't have talked about your old man last time. Xia Guanyan actually figured out why Shinjian's attitude towards him had taken a big turn on the way to the hospital room. His voice was warm and nice. It's okay. Shinjian died of guilt in his heart. You are actually not old at all. Although compared to my sister is to be older, but compared to people of the same age, you really are not old. In the future I will never say that you are old again. Xia Guanyan's temples jumped, taking the teacup and clinking it with him. Okay, I know. Have some tea. He had never heard so many old words at once. Lin Mo wanted to laugh a little when she heard Shinjian's childish apology, but this is a serious occasion. She held back, finally saying what he wanted to say. Shinjian breathed a sigh of relief. He drained his cup of tea in one gulp and sat down. Scratching his head, he added, Mr. Shay, many of the children in the ghetto are grateful to you, and I'm lucky I get to meet you. Xia Guanyan put his teacup down, his dark eyes looking at the girl across from him. I was lucky back then as well. The charity your parents did in the slums helped me a lot as well. If it wasn't for the little princess talking to him more and donating a lot of money to spend on food, he'll probably starve to death in an orphanage one day. The ghettos in those days just starved to death all the time, as did the orphanages. The head gardener had never paid any attention to him, and since then had watched those kids not letting him be robbed of his food. Shinjian's memories of his parents were very faint, as they were gone when he was 2 years old. He was very shocked. There is such a thing. Lin Mao's peach blossom eyes brightened slightly. Did you come out of the orphanage there? Last time, I spent most of the night just talking casually, sort of gossiping, and not getting into it. Xia Guanyan took another sip of water. The knot in his throat rolled lightly as he nodded. Well, I'm thankful for your parents as well. Thank you even more. There was still this layer of karma in place, and Lim was very pleasantly surprised. Sadness also flashed in the bottom of the peach blossom eyes. So good, Mom and Dad. Say no more. Plane crashes into the ocean. Bones never found. There would be no tomb. Otherwise she couldn't have been back so long without visiting them. Xia Guanyan noticed the sadness under Lin Mo's eyes and instantly regretted mentioning her parents very much. Last time he held back from saying anything. This time he didn't. In the back of his mind, he still expected Shiny to remember that they had had some sort of bond as children. However, the next second the young girl smiled brightly and beautifully. I'm glad you told me that. I'm glad there are people who remember them and appreciate them. No wonder Xia Guanyan was so sharp to help. He was harboring gratitude. The handsome, peerless man laughed softly, a touch of loss lurking at the bottom of his eyes behind the lenses of his glasses. It's impossible to remember. The little princess must have helped a lot of people with a good heart. Everyone is only likely to remember things and people that impress them. Shinjian sincerely lamented. Good people get good rewards. The cause planted by his parents has been brought to fruition in him. Lim nodded. I'm a mediocre person who deserves mediocre rewards. Aunt Jen was on the sidelines and reached out and hugged Lim. Hugs. Lin Mal was moved to hug back. Auntie Jen, who would spoil me like a child without you? Xia Guanyan looked at the two of them and even began to envy Auntie Jen a little. Not everyone is entitled to spoil Shiny. Even though Xia Guanyan had some reason to help his fourth brother, Lin Mo still felt that he should apologize. She followed her fourth brother's example and stood up. Xia Guanyan, I want to apologize to you as well. It's okay. Xia Guanyan said it almost subconsciously. Lim frowned. I haven't said what it's because of. Xia Guanyan pushed the frame of his glasses with a single finger, hiding the emotions under his eyes, and smiled warmly. Because of what? Because she used him? Lin Mal's jade-white fingers touched his nose. Just last time, I asked you to help me find out where my fourth brother was. That meal, it wasn't actually me. I lied to you. I'm sorry.
I'm a super hard cook. I have no talent for it, but again, I want you to help. Xie Guanyan's gaze stuck motionlessly on the young girl's face. She dressed casually for everyday wear, and the gold puppy pendant hung around her neck, only the thin chain visible. There's no need to apologize for that. I heard from the butler that you've been studying all afternoon and just haven't learned enough to get your mind around it. Shiny is still too innocent. A little lie remembered until now. Lim arched her eyebrows. That's right too. Shinjian's eyes under his long bangs kept looking at the two. Thought of something and said, by the way, sis, Mr. Xia brought me the newly developed special effects scar removal cream from his company. He's really nice. Mr. Xia did not mention this matter when he saw his sister, out of Shinjian's expectation. Of course he knew that Mr. Xia brought him the scar removal cream because he was friends with his sister. I didn't realize he didn't take credit for it at all. And while Mr. Shea could clearly be at peace with being his own benefactor, he has said that he is grateful to his parents as well. It's as if this offsets it. Surprisingly, he didn't have the kind of heart to show it at all. Mr. Shea is simply the purest person in the world. He likes him better. Lin Mal's peach blossom eyes looked at the beautiful man across from her. Then you are indeed the best in the world, alright. Don't forget to use the scar removal cream yourself. Such a good looking like modeling beauty. Don't let her color the blemishes. Shinjian's eyes rolled. Mr. Xia is good at everything. That Gu Jingchuan is nothing. Sending some oranges is sour. Lin Mo ate a piece of tripe from the Mao blood wonton. That wasn't a gift from Gu Jingchuan. I gave him $100 for it. Sort of what I bought. The bottom of Xie Guanyan's eyes, which were immovably glued to the young girl's face, flickered slightly, surfacing a few points of excitement. Money was given, and Shiny hadn't fully forgiven Gu Jingchuan. The very spicy lotus root slices were put into his mouth, and Xie Guanyan felt some sweetness. 100? Shinjian's eyes widened. Those only totaled 67. Surprisingly, Gu Jingchuan, the middleman, even made a difference. Ask for the extra back next time you see him. As a child, Shinjian had no concept of money, but after experiencing the days of spending a dime as if it were 20 cents, he knows how to value money. Of course Lin Mal could tell that those fruits weren't worth 100, but I wanted to draw a line with Gu Jingchuan before I relented and gave 100. The next second she was puzzled. Shinjian, how do you know how much those fruits cost? The corner of Shinjian's mouth twitched. I met him downstairs at the fruit store and watched him pay. A pretty good meal. When it came time to pay at the front desk, the receptionist said that Xie Guanyan had already paid the bill. Lin Mal bristled. It was agreed that I treat you and Shinjian would pay. Xie Guanyan held his white suit jacket in one hand, his warm glazed eyes looking at her. I won't grab it next time. Chapter 078, Don't Live. Everyone, Yuxing Private Sichuan Cuisine is doing well. The time was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. There was still a steady stream of people coming to eat. A Lamborghini came to a stop in a parking space and the passenger door opened. The woman, with her big wavy hair and high heels on the floor, slammed the car door with a loud thud. The car recorder in the car thought the car collision. Click took a picture. The man in the driver's seat came down with a bad look on his face. Zhao Ziling, don't go too far. Zhao Ziling ruffled her curly hair and didn't even look at him as she carried her bag and headed for the front door of the hotel. I didn't expect to be hit on the road by a man in a ducktail hat. Her arm was hit with a raw pain. She scolded angrily. Don't you have eyes? Eyes don't need to go to the hospital to donate. The duck-tongued man looked at her. A cold light flickered under his eyes, and without a word, he walked away. Zhao Ziling stomped her feet in place in anger. But then again, it's not a crime to bother with someone who's dressed very shabbily and smells bad. The man who was traveling with him walked up and said warningly, You come out to represent the facade of our whole family. Don't be so uncultured. Zhao Ziling was aggravated. He's the one who hit me. You don't have to gouge your eyes out for me. There was no patience left at all under the man's eyes. Go eat by yourself. I don't want to be embarrassed with you. I'm leaving. Zhao Ziling got even more angry when she heard this. Love to eat or not? Can't the old lady eat alone? It's not like I'm 3 years old. Wavy curls lifted as she stepped forward on her high heels with her arms wrapped around her exasperated hands. Rubbed shoulders with a pretty girl with delicate eyebrows as she entered. She kept her feet moving forward and then stopped a few seconds later. The little girl just now looks like a person. Her 11-year dead friend, Lim. She turned her head, wanting to see more, and realized the man was following her again. With a grunt, she turned her head and continued inside. People like Lim can be encountered occasionally, but none of them are as beautiful as she is. A waiter greets him. Mrs. Hua, I'll take you to the private room. Follow the waiter toward the box. Are there any new dishes on the menu these days? Zhao Ziling asked. Sichuan food is the best, and she wants to come and eat when she's in a bad mood. Back in the day with Lim we used to eat together. Yes, Mrs. Hua. Look at the menu, the waiter respectfully says. Sitting down in the box, Zhao Ziling flipped through the menu and suddenly thought, what kind of life would Lin Mal be living if she were still alive and 29 years old this year? so bright and dazzling. Surely she wouldn't be stuck in a messy marriage like she was? The two had a fight then and didn't contact each other for a while. The next thing we know about her is that she's dead. How many times had she cried in her midnight dreams and told Lin Mel that she was sorry? Unfortunately, Lim won't be able to hear it anymore. Her eyes were sore and she sniffled. Harry blood wanted. Extra spicy. Walking to the side of the car, Xia Guanyin remained a gentleman and opened the passenger door. Lim was about to sit on it when his afterglow caught a flash of cold white light. Fix your eyes. A knife had already stabbed Auntie Jean, who was waiting for Shinjian to open the car door. Aunt Jen screamed in horror at the sight of the knife. Ah! Lin Mal reacted quickly, lifting up and kicking the knife out of the man's hand. The man's wrist was raw with pain, and the knife in his hand fell to the ground with a muffled thud. Shinjian turned around, the violence under his eyes surging up. You still dare to show up? His fists hit the man's face like rain. The ducktail hat came off and the man's face was revealed. A large scar starting at his brow across his face. Very hideous. Coupled with the fact that his eyes were full of hatred at this moment, he looked horrible to the extreme. The scarred man was knocked to the ground, his eyes staring at Shinjian in death. He bought him and fed and clothed him. I can't believe he abducted all his women. All these years, he's been looking for him. He's going to kill him and the woman. Everybody don't live. After he got knocked out last time, he figured they'd go to the hospital. Finally, I actually saw them outside the hospital tonight. He had to get his revenge. Instead of engaging in a fight to beat up the scarred man, Lim hugged Auntie Jean. Auntie Jean saw the face and her body shivered uncontrollably, but she saw Shinjian tearing and fighting with him and charging forward again. The two bodyguards in the shadows were considering whether or not to show up, because that teenager and MS, Lin are both good fighters. Yet just then, they saw the man on the ground suddenly get up and rush over to MS. Lin sighed. I don't know where I fished out another knife and stabbed it hard. Lim had been keeping an eye on the scarred man. She was about to pull Auntie Jean out of the way when the knife came over. A white figure suddenly stepped in front of her. Barely. The sound of a knife-piercing fabric came. Lin Mal's eyes widened. Xia Guanyin. Chapter 079. This is really a bit ambiguous. The two bodyguards in the shadows had a buzz in their heads at the same time. Look at each other and punch each other at the same time. Makes you hesitate. Well now, the boss is hurt. But it had to be said that both of them were able to see that MS. Lin would not be in danger. MS. Lin is very perceptive. Though placating others, the body is tense and is in a state where it is ready to duck at a moment's notice. They can see all this, but the boss can't? And yes, the owner is not a professional after all. Or maybe the boss is trying to pull the hero-saving hero routine? Without much time to think, both of them got out of the car at the same time and rushed this way. A strong smell of blood came from the area, and Lim turned around and kicked the scarred man hard. The scarred man staggered back a step, the knife in his hand falling to the ground again, the tip stained with blood. Shinjian also froze for a moment. Mr. Xia, backhandedly, he tried to grab the scarred man by the collar. The scarred man was found suddenly flying away in the air. Shinjian? He took a closer look and it was two burly men, one of whom had grabbed one of the scarred man's arms. Like a sledgehammer, it heaved him to the ground. This blow directly caused the scarred man to suffer a heavy blow to all of his internal organs and spit out blood. Seeing justice, Shinjian didn't think much about it. Thank you. Lin Mal also saw that the scarred man was subdued by the well-wishers and hurriedly looked at Xie Guanyin. Where does it hurt? Lim lifted his hand and looked around. Not in the stomach, not in the chest. You're grabbing my wound. Xie Guanyin's voice was tinged with a bit of pain. Lim let go of her hand and her eyes looked over. The man's right hand was stabbed with a deep gash where his lower arm had been. The white shirt was stained with a scarlet red that was shocking to the eye. She grabbed it just in time, her palm still sticky with his warm blood. The scarred man hadn't been aiming at Lin Mal either, but at Auntie Jean, so the direction of the knife is off. Lim's heart was inexplicably hurting and she blurted out, I could have dodged it. He could have stayed out of harm's way. Sorry, Xia Guanyin said in a very low voice. He was aware that Shiny was good with his hands, but he just couldn't help it. The knife stabbed her before his mind could react and his body had already run. The pretty man's lips were pale from loss of blood, and his everyday warm voice was low with an unspeakable sense of brokenness. Lim instantly regretted why she had said that. I'll take you to the hospital. Shinjian, you stay and call the police. Auntie Jen I'll take away too. Aunt Jane staying would just add more excitement. She'll follow up by taking her to the police station for a statement. I'll take you guys to the hospital. I'm a fast driver, a burly man said as he made sure the man on the ground was down to his last breath. I'll stay and call the police with the lad, the other burly man said. The two burly men looked very similar, like twins. Lim didn't refuse the help of the well-wishers. Okay, thank you. Aunt Jane wouldn't get in the car. Lin Mal said in a gentle voice. It's okay, little Lin won't be in danger. he's waiting for the police to come. On a large black SUV, the burly man was driving in the driver's seat, not even daring to look his co-pilot boss in the eye. This job probably won't be kept. They did see someone following the owner's car, but the person didn't get out of the car in front of the restaurant. It hadn't shown up for a while, so they let their guard down. Now that I think about it, I should have gone to buy a knife. There was someone following him as Lin before. Someone from the private detective reported it to the boss, who said not to worry about it and not to reveal his presence. Xie Guanyan sat in the co-pilot and skillfully pressed his jacket on the wound to stop the bleeding. Lin Mal sat in the backseat and kept patting Auntie Jen's back, her eyes unconsciously looking at the man in the passenger seat diagonally in front of her. The white suit pants were also stained with stars and blood. It's like a holy highland flower fell to earth and hit its head. Lim dropped her eyelashes, a strange feeling in her heart. At that time, the knife was so cold. Wasn't Xie Guanyan afraid of it? Outside the Sichuan restaurant, Shin Jian called the police and called his second brother. Shinihan had already come home and was taking care of his work on the sofa. He used to go to the study, and after knowing that Xie Guanyan was working on the sofa, he imitated working on the sofa. Found the couch really comfortable. What's wrong? Shen Jian, Shinihan asked. It's better to be called by your full name comfortably. Second brother, Mr. Xia was injured for protecting his sister. He's gone to the hospital now, so go and take a look. Shinihan's cold eyes glared slightly. What's going on? Shinjian briefly and succinctly put the two invited Xie Guanyan out to dinner and then encountered knife-wielding thugs said a little. The identity of the thugs could not be said in a sentence or two, and Shinjian chose to skim over it. Shinihan's first reaction, is sister okay? Shinjian, sister is fine. Shinihan's second reaction, sister takes you to dinner without me? Shinjian, the nearest hospital is only a kilometer away, and this time it's not Conviviality Hospital. Instead, it's a private hospital, SS Hospital, invested by Xie Guanyan. The wound is a little deep, and the bone is faintly visible. When clearing the wound, Xie Guanyan didn't even frown. Only a fine sweat seeped out from between his forehead. It was the strong man who was heartbroken, a face wrinkled together. Doctor, be gentle, be more gentle. You've lost so much blood. How much pig's blood do you have to eat to make up for it? There are still stitches to be done after the debridement, and this is anesthetized. But the strong man was still distressed. Gu, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. It'll be fine in a moment. It'll be fine in a moment. Lin Mao looked at the strong man and thought that this strong man must not have fallen in love at first sight with Xie Guanyan. Xie Guanyan doesn't like men. I don't blame her for being wishy-washy, and the normal well-wishers just send them to the hospital. But this burly man was busy registering and lining up for everything. Can't use her at all. It just so happened that she had to watch Aunt Jane, too. Aunt Jane is much more stable now, just her body is still a little shaky. The burly man also went and poured hot water for the two men. He was also holding a cup in his hand, obviously prepared for Xie Guanyan. The hospital only provided boiled water, and he blew on the water to try to get it to cool faster. It's really kind of ambiguous. How could Lim know that this was all an effort by people to keep their jobs? Sure, there was genuine concern for the boss, but not much. Xie Guanyan was all tired of being read by the bodyguard, looked at him and held his glasses with his left hand. You go out. The strong man lowered his head and put the already cooled hot water aside. This water is just right now. Remember to drink it when you're thirsty, said went out, very obedient. Originally, with the burly man jabbering away, Lim's attention could have been distracted a bit. Now that the treatment room was completely quiet, Lim's attention had to be focused on the doctor's stitching maneuvers. The skin of the man's small arm was cold and white, and now a 5 or 6 centimeter wound stretched across it, and the sight of it stopped the dull pain in his heart. A small injury is not fully healed, and then such a big one is added. Will this leave a scar? Lim asked the doctor. The modeling of a beautiful man made imperfect by her. She is simply fun straight. The doctor kept moving. It's hard to say. With proper protection and a late rubbing of scar removal cream you should be able to keep it. Concerned, Lim asked, how is it protected? Doctor, avoid force in the early stage. To prevent infection cannot get wet. The back of the scabs cannot be used to pick. You can appropriate gentle massage to promote local blood circulation. Lim made a mental note. Okay, I got it. The glazed eyes of Xie Guanyan's eyeglass lenses looked at the young girl in fascination. Breathing slightly sharply, Shiny was being concerned about him. What about this little injury? Earned it. Chapter 080. Obviously, it's the main palace. Shinihan lives farther away from this hospital. By the time he arrived, Xie Guanyan was already bandaged up. Because of the depth of the wound, the doctor recommended hospitalization for a few days for observation. It's easy to deal with if an infection develops. Xie Guanyan refused, saying that he didn't need to be hospitalized, and that he would call his private doctor to deal with any problems. Shinihan turned the Buddha beads on his right wrist with his left hand and advised, Mr. Xie, the work can't be dealt with. You'd better take a few days off in the hospital. Xie Guanyan looked at him. I will rest at home. Shinihan didn't dare to say anything more. Thank you for protecting my sister. Xiaguanyan shook his head and smiled gently. Your sister could have avoided it. Shinihan's expression was slightly pensive. Thought Mr. Xia took the script of the hero saving the beauty today, but I didn't expect to take the script of the hero redundantly saving the beauty. He glanced at his sister and wondered if she would appreciate this. Lim actually led. She kept staring at Xiaguanyan's face and realized that he was being sincere in saying that. The man seems to be prone to putting himself in other people's shoes. She smiled and said, even if I could have avoided it, your helpful behavior is appreciated. Come on, let's go to the police station together and make a statement. Fourth brother has called. Said the police had pulled the surveillance outside the hotel and asked them to go along with the investigation. After coming out, Lin Mao looked around for the figure of the burly man but couldn't find it. I didn't realize that this was a really passionate strong man who does good deeds without leaving his name. Lin Mao repented for just assuming that he liked Xiaguanyan. In the car, Xiaguanyan sat in the passenger side, and Lin Mo and Antijin sat in the back. The first time he drove a car with a big brother, Shinihan was still a little nervous. Drive with both hands and be very well behaved. Lin Mao looked at Auntie Jean and suddenly thought, with this trip to the police station, Auntie Jean might be able to find her family, too. I'm sure her family misses her after all these years. She is almost well enough to be discharged. Lim asked her, Auntie Jean, do you want to find family? Aunt Jane's eyes were sure. I think, I'd like to find ends. Lim was silent for a few seconds and reached out to take Auntie Jean's shoulders. Aunt Jane now conceptualizes that and is her only family. Police department. The other good strong man went away too. The scarred man was badly injured and went into the hospital next to the police station for treatment. Still in a coma. Some things will have to wait until he wakes up. Xiaguanyan's assistant, Jin Yang, had long since received Xiaguanyan's call and came over. Take the best lawyer in the north of the capital. A couple of people told us what was going on. Shinjian also talked about the man's identity and the abduction. The policeman had a few moments of appreciation as he looked at Shinjian. You're the only one we've ever seen who was abducted and still ran out with an abducted person. Good lad. Shinihan listened on the sidelines, his face becoming more and more sullen. His left hand kept turning the Buddha beads on his right wrist. Neither his sister nor his fourth brother told him these things. It turned out that fourth brother had suffered more than he thought. The police said they would investigate the abduction and start with this man. It was late when I came out after making my statement. Shinihan's throat was dry and he kept staring at his fourth brother. Lin Mao patted his shoulder. It's all in the past. If you really feel bad, give fourth brother $2 million in his card. He'll be absolutely happy. By the way, give me some too. The smile at the bottom of his sister's peach blossom eyes was bright and brilliant, and the hard feelings in Shinihan's heart were washed away a bit. The family will be fine from now on. Lin Mo rode in Shinihan's car, and Auntie Zhen and Shinjian sat in the back. Xiaguanyan rode in his assistant's car and drove the understated Silver Alpha. Jin Yang had just been at the police station and also knew what happened. Looking at the wound on his own president's arm, Mr. Xia, are you still going to the company these days? Xiaguanyan looked at the rearview mirror. His eyes fell on the passenger side of the rear car. Not going, working at home. Jin Yang nodded. Okay, I'll come over to the villa tomorrow morning. Right, is that girl really Shinihan's sister? God damn it, he always thought his boss wanted to be a mistress, but that girl age looks really not like Shinihan's sister. Yes, Xiaguanyan's tone was light. The car stopped in front of the villa. The girl stepped out of the back of the car and walked into the villa with her own boss. Jin Yang was dumbfounded. Good lord, the boss is secretly in love all living together. What mistress? It's obviously the main court. Shinjian had always thought that her sister was staying at her second brother's house, and that Mr. Xia had stopped by to pick her up only to bring her back to her second brother's house. Unexpectedly, Mr. Xia lived in his family's original villa, where his sister also lived. Ergo, this, Shinihan turned the Buddha beads on his right wrist with his left hand. This villa was bought by Mr. Xia. My sister has a sleep disorder. She has to sleep in a familiar room to fall asleep. He rented a room for my sister. Don't worry, Mr. Xia won't do anything to my sister. Shinjian nodded. He trusts Mr. Xia on this point. No one has a nobler character than Mr. Xia. Shinihan looked at his fourth brother behind him, and his bangs were too long to see his expression. Fourth brother is probably not very comfortable with it. He has been helping his sister find a good doctor for her sleep disorder, but the very authoritative one has recently gone abroad for a study tour. That's how it got delayed. When that doctor comes back, he'll make the first appointment for his sister. He wanted his sister to be free to go wherever she wanted and sleep wherever she wanted. It's 12 o'clock at night. It was the first time the two had come back from being out so late together. The lights were on in the villa, and the butler was not yet off duty. He won't leave work until the boss is back. It's his work habit. Geez, sir, what has happened to your hand? The butler exclaimed. No big deal. You go back from work, Xia Guanyin said. The butler's eyes twinkled. Miss Lin, please take care of our Mr. Moore at night. Lim nodded. I will. She wouldn't stand idly by until the housekeeper said so. After all, people were hurt for her. It's so late. It's time to take a bath and go to bed. But, the doctor said you can't touch water with this hand. What about your bath? Lin Mal frowned. Chapter 081, Don't Come Over. The words came out. Both were silent for a few seconds at the same time. The large villa was so quiet that all that could be heard was the rustling of the wind outside the villa. It's okay, I can wash it myself. Xia Guanyin broke the silence. The gloomy madness under his eyes covered up as much as possible. Never let Shiny help him. He's gonna scare Shiny for sure. The pale, pretty man spoke in a nice voice, with a hint of weakness. The small mole on the tip of her nose was particularly demonic in the light, and had an indescribably sickly beauty. Lin Mal's peach blossom eyes blinked, not daring to think much. Do not dare to think more about what it is like to take off the clothes of Xie Guanyin's. The shirts he wore on a daily basis were well fitted, with the outline of his superior pecs vaguely visible. Previously there was a gym on the third floor of this villa, where mom and dad used to work out. Then they passed away, and Lynm often went up there for a run or something as well. I don't know if the gym is still there. Lim had been living in the house for a while, but hadn't actually been around the villa. After all, this wasn't her home now, but it should be in. Xia Guanyin, with this figure, must have worked out a lot. The rhubarb girl controlled the imagery in her head and her clear eyes lifted to stare at him. Are you sure? She really didn't want Xia Guanyin's arm to be scarred. Nothing else at all. Not at all. Meeting the young girl's brimming, glowing peach eyes, he listened to the good-natured inquiry of her voice. The defenses of Xie Guanyin's heart collapsed in an instant, and his breath caught slightly. Shiny wanted to help him, didn't he? Because he's the one who stopped the knife for her? Without moving, he took a deep breath and his sanity returned some. The voice stayed its usual svelte warmth. Well, I volunteered to take that cut for you. You don't owe me anything, Lim. Voluntary? Of course Lim knew he was volunteering. There was no one there to push him through, but I didn't think he'd say the words out loud, leaving her with absolutely no mental pressure. Rimmer began to wonder a bit about what kind of environment had created his current personality. Was he always raised in an orphanage, or was it adopted in the back? It was so late. Xia Guanyin's hand was severely injured, and the person was very weak, so it was obviously not suitable to talk about these things. After thinking about it, Lin Mal said, "We're friends. I can't possibly leave you alone when your hand is injured like this. You've lost so much blood. What if you faint in the shower? What if the wound touches water and gets infected?" The word friend fell into Xia Guanyin's ears, causing his heart to tremble slightly. It's a friend. Shiny had begun to think of him as a friend. Lin Mal was still continuing. This way, 2 choices. 1, you don't take a bath tonight. Change your clothes and go straight to bed, and take a bath when your body is better. 2, I'll help you shower, but I promise I'll never peek at you. I'm not that kind of guy. Xia Guanyin. He couldn't wait for Shiny to peek at him. Everything he had was available to Shiny. Just afraid of scaring her. The second sentence came out in a way that Lynm herself didn't believe. Her ears warming slightly. She'll try to do it without looking. Eyes blinking, she urged. Choose quickly. It's so late. It'll be dawn before we can delay. Having eaten Szechuan food, there would have been a smell on you. Plus it was sticky with blood. The no shower option should definitely be passed over. Thinking for a few seconds, Xia Guanyin held the frame of his glasses with his left hand. How about this? I'll simply take a bath in the bathtub tonight. If you're worried, just watch me from the side. There is a very large bathroom on the 3rd floor, fitted with a large bathtub. Large floor-to-ceiling windows on the entire side of the house offer nighttime views out the window. In the past, Lim was puzzled as to why mom and dad had installed such a large bathroom on the 3rd floor. The decor is also a bit different from the original style of the villa. The large floor-to-ceiling windows are even stranger. Who takes a shower and has to look at the view? But then I grew up and read more books and understood. None of the 4 siblings were born by accident. That's fine. You go up first. I'll be there in a minute. Lim himself had some Szechuan food smells on him. First he ran back to his bedroom for a quick shower, changing into his pajamas. He then denayed and ran to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor is basically an entertainment area with a video room. The door to the large bathroom was closed, and Lim heard the sound of clattering water from inside. Jade white fingers curled up to knock on the door. Bang bang bang, like a knock on Lim's heart. You can come in. The man's nice voice came from inside with a touch of weakness. Lim's long, curly eyelashes twitched as she pressed the lock and opened the door. A stream of vapor poured out of the inside with a faint scent of lemon body wash. Standing in the doorway, I saw the beautiful man sitting in the bathtub. An uninjured, lean arm rested on the edge of the tub. The fingers were long, and the backs of the cold white hands were slightly sinewy and sexy. With just one look, Lin Mal's face reddened to the base of his ears. It's hot. Who gave her anything? Casually, He closed the door behind him, but his feet dared not go any further. She was the one who said she would help bathe people, and she was the one who wimped out. That, and watch that hand of yours, don't touch the water. Standing far away, Lim droned on. The young girl was wearing yellow cartoon pajamas. Her long hair was tied in a casual pill head, lazy and casual pretty. Two long legs tender under the shorts. Xia Guanyan only looked at it for a second. A pinkish-red color floated up over her entire body. He's glad he hasn't slacked on fitness over the years. The gym on the third floor of the villa is not used often, but at the company he has an exclusive gym and trainer and practices for at least an hour and a half every day. I'm also glad that with the new scar removal cream developed by the Institute, the scars on my chest are almost invisible. Being looked at by the young girl like this at this moment, it was clear that her eyes were clear and lucid, and didn't carry any meaning of teasing. But Xia Guanyan's brain was a bit blank, and he had forgotten how to take a bath. All the blood in his body rushed to one place. The left hand clumsily took a towel and wiped it over his body. The water in the tub rippled slightly, crashing against his chest. Who can resist looking at a naked beautiful man in front of them? Anyway, Lim couldn't help it. She soon realized that Xia Guanyan's bathing movements were very stiff. It's like the left hand doesn't work. Both have water splashing up their right arm. She blinked several times and took 2 more steps forward. Do you need any help? It's a different view up there again. Without his silver-rimmed glasses, the man's sulphurous eyes were deep and beautiful. Maybe the water was a little warm. He was red all over, and his thick, long eyelashes were stained with moisture, so he was a good bully. 2 cuts of delicate jade-like cold white collarbones were visible, and the collarbone nest held some water, full of color. Down below are tight, full pecs that are huge. The eyes of the rhubarb girl, Lin Mal, lit up a little. That's great. It's a male bodhisattva. It's saved. Eyes couldn't help but dart down to the smoothly defined 8-pack abs. Further down, blocked by the abundance of bubbles. No, Xia Guanyan's voice was firm, with an imperceptible slight tremor. Just being looked at by her like that was like taking an aphrodisiac. If she touched him, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to control himself to do something that crossed the line. The rhubarb girl's eyes were somewhat unconcerned until they were firmly rejected by the man. She also saw a few moments of panic under the man's eyes, and was close to clasping her hands to her chest and saying, "Don't come any closer." This instantly brought Lim back to reality. She mentally slapped herself. What is she doing? Xia Guanyan was all frightened by her. Who was it just outside that promised they'd never peek? He doesn't think she's a pervert, does he? Lin Mao's brain spun frantically and turned on emergency PR, saying, Xia Guanyan, don't be afraid. I'm a pervert. Chapter 082, a drama only for big women. The bathroom was filled with water vapor, and the young girl's words fell on Xia Guanyan's ears. Excitement flickered in his eyes. Lim realized what she had said. The bend was completely broken. What's with the mouth? How can you say what you mean? It was a little hard to see the man's expression through the vapor, and Lim rushed back to find a replacement. No, I mean I'm not a pervert. Don't be scared. I was just concerned about your right hand getting wet, so I looked at it more. It's okay to color him in your dreams, but it's not okay to do that in reality. Xia Guanyan cocked his head as he looked at the pretty girl through the vapor. She seems to be quite interested in his body. A pair of peach blossom eyes stared at him with a somewhat straight face, like seeing something new and exciting. 18 is, indeed, the age of curiosity about everything. It was torturous to be stared at by her, but exciting all the same. At least there was something about him that appealed to her. Trying desperately to control his shortened breath, he calmly said, okay. It was true that bathing with one hand was not very convenient, but Xia Guanyan's focus changed. He moved slowly and methodically, the rest of his eyes not moving as he watched the bright young girl. It was like she couldn't help it. Her eyes always flicked to him. Both ears are red and daintily pretty. When he was almost done washing, he said, I'm done. The bright young girl heard this and asked with concern, are you well dressed? Take your time. No problem. Xia Guanyan replied. Lim blinked. Okay. It was a little warm in the bathroom and the atmosphere was charming. The two men's eyes locked in the vapor-filled air. The man's deep, beautiful glazed eyes were soaked a little wet. Inexplicably compelling. It was as if Lin Mal was suddenly electrocuted, and her already fast-beating heart almost popped out. After a second she responded, tapping her head, oh, I'm out. Turn and fall away. She really didn't have time for her yellow self to mess around. Get out of the bathroom and close the door. Would have gone straight back to the bedroom to sleep. Lin Mal was still a bit uneasy. What if Xia Guanyan needed his help? Quickly running to the second-floor bedroom to get his cell phone. Standing outside the bathroom playing with his cell phone while waiting for him, the jade-white finger tapped WeChat and saw a message from the Buddhist son of the capital circle. Sister, Mr. Xia seems to be quite inconvenient like that. Should we hire a male escort for him? That's one way to do it. The caregiver is a professional. With an escort she won't turn into a little yellow man. I'll ask him if he wants it. Kayarako Fuko replied quickly. you're still up this late, sis? What are you doing? The corners of Lin Mal's mouth twitched. Speaking out of the Beijing Circle Buddha Sun certainly do not believe. See Xiaguan Yen bath. Definitely can't say that to keep the perfect image in my second brother's mind. She typed, watching a play, going to bed soon. Shinihan also wanted to care more about his sister. Even Riverdance knew that his sister liked Devon cats, and he hadn't even realized it. It made him feel guilty. Before she couldn't have a cat with her fourth brother living in the house. Now she can. I just don't know if Mr. Shay likes cats. Ask him about it sometime. His left hand stroked the black Buddha beads on his right wrist, which were cold. Shinihan typed, what drama? I'll go see it too. Lim replied, drama that only big women can watch. Not for you. Kneel down and be at peace. Kayaraku Fuko? Also got a tweet from my fourth brother. How's Mr. Say? It's going to hurt when the anesthetic wears off. Seeing this message, Lin Mal frowned. That seems to be the case. Will Xie Guanyin be unable to sleep in the middle of the night because of the pain? Typewritten reply to fourth brother, it's pretty good. Don't you worry. Shinjian is also still awake. Seconds back, hey, it's all my fault. If I didn't have to apologize, Mr. Xia certainly wouldn't have suffered such a big crime. Most of the night was spent imploding on this kid. Lin Mal typed, don't think too much. Life is a love-hate scarf, a painful fried bun, a sad and happy omelette, a messed-up mother-in-law tofu, a tearful noodle, a heart-like water-boiled pork slices, a leaky fish with shredded pork, a flopping sancho. When Shinjian saw Lin Mal's reply, he instantly stopped internalizing and just wanted to order takeout for dinner. After a while, Kada, there was the sound of the bathroom door being opened. Lim held her cell phone in her hand and turned her head to look over. The beautiful man was wearing short-sleeved pajamas today, revealing lean arm muscle lines of power. The gauze on the small arm of my right hand didn't diminish the sensation either. The pajama buttons were not buttoned to the top one, and the cold white delicate collarbone was hidden. The hair looked like it had just been briefly washed inside. The wet right on the forehead was clear and soft and harmless. It's a great contrast to his everyday unattainable, scholarly and ascetic appearance. It's late, go to bed, he said in a warm voice. Your hair hasn't been blow-dried yet. Do you need me to help you? Lim asked with a smile. My mom said that if I go to bed without blow-drying my hair after a shower, I'll get a headache. And she said she took care of him, and in the end it was her own eyes that he took care of. Expecting the man to refuse, he didn't think he would this time. Instead, his voice was svelte and nice as he replied, that would be a pleasure. Lim was more than willing to serve the beautiful man. Then sit on the couch and I'll get the hairdryer. The beautiful man sat on the couch, his upper body straight, his extreme waistline pulled out. With a hairdryer in one hand, Lim stood behind him and helped him with his hair. Instead, his eyes went uncontrollably to the collar of his shirt. Never mind that the rhubarb girl's eyes had a mind of their own. A warm breeze came over his head, and the young girl's soft little hands threaded through his hair. Xia Guanyan's body was incomparably stiff, and the scorching heat that had just gone down a bit instantly surged back up. He wanted to refuse, but he couldn't. Adjusting his seating position without moving, he turned his head slightly sideways. From the side balcony glass door he saw the young girl's eyes staring at his collar. Excitement instantly crept up in the bottom of Xie Guanyan's eyes. For sure, Shiny was really interested in his body. Adrenaline from the pleasure spiked and he blurted out, Lim, do you want to touch it? Chapter 083 How Can I Live Without You? Maybe it was the charming atmosphere of the day, or maybe he finally realized he wasn't useless. The everyday disguise of restraint slowly caves in without realizing it, and the true nature of the person is revealed. The night breeze blew in through the third-floor balcony, blowing on hair that hadn't yet dried, cold enough to make one's heart sink downward. Xie Guanyan suddenly came to his senses somewhat. His arms tensed and pressed against the sofa. What's he talking about? Shiny was definitely intimidated by him, not daring to look at the young girl's expression again. Her heart hangs high. The sound of the hairdryer whirring and whirring was loud and around the ears. The man's nice voice suddenly came over, interspersed with the sound of the hairdryer. It's not clear to hear. Lim frowned slightly as her finger pressed the switch on the hairdryer. The whole world was instantly quiet. She looked down and asked, what did you just say? Turns out she wasn't listening. Xia Guanyan's hanging heart released, and his tense arms relaxed a lot. It's good that you didn't hear it. Cold white sexy throat knots rolled up and down twice as he said, I said no need to blow. It's already done. Go back to your bedroom. Lim's entire body slammed into the bed, burying her head in the bedding in an attempt to smother herself. Look at how shady she's gotten. I can't believe I heard someone say they didn't need to blow it off as someone asking her if she wanted to touch his abs. Xie Guanyan so gentleman abstinent slight breeze a person. How can say that kind of words? It's over. Now it's all starting to hallucinate. Almost out of breath, Lim still rolled over, her red lips slightly parted as she inhaled. You can't blame her.
While swiping Jitterbug in front of the bathroom, she swiped on a doctor who said that it was good for girls to look at their abs more often to prolong their lives.
What's wrong with her wanting to live a long life? Okay, she admitted that she did get horny too. The gold of Chow Tai Fook, the silver of Cartier, the red of RMB, and the beauty of men are all her favorite colors. It's getting late.
Lin Mal remembered his fourth brother's words and sent a Weibo message to Xie Guanyin.
If you can't sleep in the middle of the night because of the pain, wake me up and I'll chat with you. Xie Guanyin replied quickly. Okay, good night.
Drowsiness came on suddenly,
and Lim yawned, twisting and turning on the bed and onto the pillows, both eyes closed. His head lolled, and he fell asleep. The anesthetic did wear off in the middle of the night.
A dense paroxysm of pain came from his arm,
like thousands of needles poking at it. But Xie Guanyin didn't wake up Lin Mal. In the darkness through the light moonlight, his eyes were obsessed with the cute young girl sleeping in a messy position on the bed. The covers had been kicked aside and the Devon cat doll was cradled in her arms. How could he possibly resist waking her up? A bony hand lifted and gently helped her tuck in the covers. Her eyes fell on her glistening white delicate feet, the moonlight clear as if coated with a layer of shallow light. Uncontrollable gloom and stickiness crept under his eyes. I want a kiss.
The pain coming from his arm was beyond his imagination, and a dense sweat kept coming out of his forehead. The pain hit his senses a little, and his legs curled up uncontrollably until he was on his knees. The scent of a young girl lingered on the tip of her nose,
tantalizing the senses. Pressing one hand on the mattress, he gently moved over. At the last moment, however, he stood up and turned to leave the room.
The sun shines through the cracks in the curtains.
The sleepy-eyed young girl rolled over in her bed and went back to sleep. Buzz off! The sound of a cell phone vibrating rang out.
Her jade-white hand touched her cell phone and glanced at it.
Sent in by the Buddhist son of the capital circle. Sister, I'll be at the villa in a while. The vice principal of the third middle school has been promoted to principal.
We can go and do the transfer for the fourth brother today.
And if it's fast, we'll be able to go to the first middle school for enrollment in the afternoon. Looking at the time, it was 10 in the morning. It's so late.
Lin Mal got up from the bed with a carp and hurried to the bathroom to wash up,
get dressed and come downstairs.
Lin Mal was surprised to see Xie Guanyin in the kitchen again. Her eyes widened slightly as she hurried over.
Xie Guanyin, your hand. Pretty man looks a little better today, but not much.
The dark circles under her eyes were a little noticeable.
It's okay, cooking some scallop congee. Can't use my hands, do you want some?
The man's voice sounded a little raspy as well. Today he wore a short-sleeved shirt,
white, still svelte and high maintenance.
Lim took a few more glances at his right arm, bright red spilling out of the gauze,
and frowned. Drink, but I'd suggest you get an escort these days,
and have Chef Lee make you breakfast for dinner before his breastfeeding vacation is over.
No, the butler can help me with anything. Xie Guanyin held a spoon in his left hand and served a bowl of porridge to Lin Mal. The butler nodded repeatedly. Yes, I will help, sir.
Pure love like a butler also fell to the ground today. You're making congee yourself when your hands are like that. He resigned himself to it.
Steaming hot scallop congee. Smells good.
Lin Mo's fingers were twitching.
Her eyebrows curved as she looked at Xie Guanyin. Okay, you remember to sleep a little during the day. Your dark circles are catching up with the panda. After eating, Shinihan had almost arrived. The two of them first went to Kanyue Hospital to receive Shinjian. The transfer process went smoothly this time.
From the principal's office it was time for the noon dismissal. The students found them and many of them ran over to talk to them. Yesterday, Lin Mal gave Wang Xing a few slaps were recorded by a quick hand and posted in the big group of the third middle school.
Once again, the whole school was shocked. People didn't expect that this was really Ji An's sister, and they didn't expect her to be so powerful.
In the afternoon, Wang Xing posted the apology video in the group and the whole school cheered.
It's this sister cool. A girl looked at Lin Mal, her eyes bright.
Love to refrain, 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 love to refrain from forgetting sister I love you.
Lim was amused by her.
The girl took the opportunity to shove a bottle of milk at Lim.
Here you go.
Lin Mal opened it and drank it, her peach blossom eyes curved up.
Thank you. Just thirsty.
The girl was dying of excitement.
Everyone remember to come to my wedding to my sister tomorrow.
Another boy ruffled his rainbow bangs and said, I went to buy a meat loaf today and asked the boss to put more chili in it, but then I took a bite and it fell to the ground and got muddy,
and I cried,
and it turned out that this is the hot loaf of bread like you. Lin Mal almost spat out a mouthful of milk. This harmonic terrier hugged me when I was a child.
Shinjian has always been a man of few words, but now that he's leaving, he looks at his former classmates and is a little moved.
I'm transferring to another school, so I'll see you later.
What? Everyone looked at each other. No one expected Kian to turn away, but it makes sense when you think about it.
It's normal to turn Kian away when her sister was able to get the principal to step down. The green-haired Hehe was there, and his face fell.
Boss, how can I live without you?
Shinjian's eyes under his long bangs glanced at him, then his eyes searched for Yellow Hair.
Yellow Hair knew that he had come to school, and by all rights should have been the first to come over. He talked to Yellow Hair last night about transferring to another school, and Yellow Hair said he wished him luck in getting into a good college. Looked around several times without seeing Yellow Hair. Shinihan was not used to being surrounded by so many colorful heads and urged him, "Let's go. We still have to go to the first middle school."
Shinjian lowered his eyes and followed Shinihan to the car.
In the car, he still looked out and still didn't see Yellow Hair. Take out your cell phone and find Yellow Hair's WeChat. Typo, you didn't come to school today?
The Yellow Hair who saw this WeChat was hiding in the corner watching Shinihan's Bentley slowly drive out of the school.
He didn't reply to Shinjian's WeChat. He's not in the same world as the boss anymore. The people who aren't good are the ones who get left behind one at a time. Yellow's head drooped as he took another look at the Bentley and walked away with his hands in his pockets. Chapter 084, Retreat. Retreat. About an hour later, the black Bentley stopped at the entrance of the first middle school.
Foreign vehicles are not allowed to enter any of the first schools.
Registration is required for clerical work. Uncle Fong, the security guard, came over. "Hello, what's the matter with coming to first middle school?" Shinihan also graduated from the first middle school. Of course he also knew Uncle Fong. "Uncle Fong, we're here to do the transfer." Transfer? Uncle Fong recognized Shinihan after a few more glances. Who doesn't know a Buddhist in the capital? Your relative? Uncle Fong asked casually, handing the registration book to Shinihan. That's when he saw an exquisitely beautiful girl sitting on the passenger side. The girl was smiling at him with an arched brow. Uncle Fong. Uncle Fong's entire body froze. The next second he closed his eyes. Opening it again, he still saw the co-pilot. With a backhand he pulled out a handful of sticky rice and scattered it at the co-pilot. Back off, back. He was sure it was Lim, that 11-year dead high school student. Lin Mal. It's still as beautiful as it was back then, but after all, people and ghosts are different. He couldn't just let her sit in Kairaku Fuko's co-pilot. Last time she sat in Sieguanyan's co-pilot he didn't react. A large amount of glutinous rice was thrown into the car, and all three people in the car froze for a moment. Lin Mal reacted by laughing out loud. "Ha ha 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 ha, Uncle Fong. I'm a human, not a ghost. Uncle Fong doesn't believe me. Quick, Buddha-chan, pick up your Buddha beads. There's a female ghost in your co-pilot."
Shinihan calmly picked up the glutinous rice on his leg and put it toward the center of the car. Raised his head. "It's really not a ghost. My sister didn't die." The three men had already negotiated a statement in the car. Going around talking about crossing is an easy way to get caught. Shinihan's voice was steady. "It's like this. My sister was saved at that time, has been unconscious into a vegetable. Recently woke up." Uncle Fong was half convinced until Lin Mo came out and held Uncle Fong's hand. "Look, I've got a body temperature. I'm Lim alive again." Uncle Fong was now convinced and burst into tears. Really, it's great. When I heard that you died, I was so sad that I lost from 160 kilograms to 79 kilograms, but this little girl is still so young and beautiful. Uncle Fong is getting old. Not old. Uncle Fong is still very handsome. Fascinate a large number of cleaning ants. Lin Mal raised her eyebrows. You know there were so many cleaning ants who liked Uncle Fong at school back then. Though bald, he was decent and made people feel safe. Uncle Fong's face reddened for a moment. Harm, that was all back then. I'm married now and love my wife very much. By the way, sorry for throwing you sticky rice. I'll pick it up. I had bought it to go back and cook sticky rice for my wife at night. Beijing Circle Buddha's son did not expect to still be able to show love by Uncle Fong. A kick over the dog bowl. Handing the register back, he said, "These are dirty. I'll take my sister in first." Uncle Fong didn't insist. There was a car coming in behind him, pressed the switch to lift the bar, and said with a smile, "Uncle Fong will get you some fruits to eat when you leave." Lin Mu, this little girl is cute eating fruit. Used to watch her eat fruit while walking. He saw that she was so cute that he would often bring fruit from home and get her one when he saw her. Sometimes orange, sometimes apple. Everyone says there's no point in wasting your life doing security, but he feels rewarded when he sees the lovely smiling faces of his students. The office of the principal of the first high school. Looking at Shinjian's profile, the principal's mouth twitched furiously. This is the devil who knocked two of the principal's teeth out in 3rd grade. Although it is true that principal going in is now known throughout the education circles in the north of the capital, but Shinjian is really hard to get this score. At that time, when he heard that Shinihan wanted to donate a building, he immediately agreed, and now a little hesitant. This grade, 1st grade, Shinjian's eyes under his long bangs were obscure as he stepped forward.
Headmaster, I'll be able to keep up with the progress. I'll try my best. Lin Emo was glad that Shin Jian was able to fight for himself. She smiled. Headmaster, I will supervise my brother's studies. The principal glanced at Lin Mal again, and the corners of his mouth twitched even more. Shinihan had just told him about Lin Mo's situation as well. She was a high school senior that year, alright. The problem is that she's been in bed as a vegetable for 11 years and remembers high school? But he had already promised Shinihan, and the money had been called over there. 10,000 difficult. He said, Lin Mal, you have attended our school. You should know that the school is very important to the promotion rate. Both of you are too special. Not wanting her sister's arrangement to fall through, Shin Jian clenched his fists and said, Principal, if I'm last in my grade on the monthly exam next month, I'll drop out of school myself. The principal looked at Lim again. Lin Mal blinked. I'm the top student in the college entrance exams after all. If I'm second to last, I'll drop out of school myself. Principal, the former high school seniors are now aiming for the bottom three. The principal felt that he had been right in thinking that the knowledge must have been forgotten. Having no choice, he said, all right then, you guys come to school next Monday. From the first school, Lin Emo nibbled on the apple that Uncle Fong had fed her. Shin Jian, I just checked. The last person in the last monthly exam in first middle school scored over 400 points. I didn't realize this kid was so ambitious. Shin Jian lowered his eyes. Sister, the path I chose for myself. I'll walk it even on my knees. Lin Mal smiled. Just read less inspirational chicken soup and have the Kairaku Buddhist children hire you some good tutors. Shinihan held the steering wheel with one hand and asked with a sideways glance, what do you want to eat tonight? Sis, Shin Jian's head stretched forward. Let's buy some vegetables and go to Mr. Xie's house to make it. I'll make him a fish soup to drink to mend his wounds. Lim surprised. You can cook now too? Shin Jian angled his head. Yes, cooking is still delicious. Shinihan frowned slightly. I'll do it too. It's been a long time since I've done it though, I guess. Lin Mal thought this was a good suggestion and sent a Weibo to Xie Guanyin. My fourth brother came to the house to make soup at night and said that it's okay for you to mend your wounds, right? There was no quick reply from there, and Lim thought he should be at work. She saw Kim Young go when she left the house today, went to the grocery store and came back to the villa. To the door, Lin Mal realized that the message sent to Xie Guanyin was not returned. It wasn't even 8 o'clock yet when Lim knocked on the door. The housekeeper came over to open the door with a look of anxiety and sadness. Miss Lin, you're finally back. Mr. has a high fever that won't go away soon. Chapter 085, Wake Up. What? Mr. Shay went over. Shin Jian was so shocked that he dropped the fish in his hand. Lin Ma was the one who got out of the car first. Shinihan and Shin Jian were getting things from the trunk. Both men now looked over with wide eyes. The butler's mouth twitched furiously. Not yet, Mr. Nice guy. He purposely said that to make a mess. Lin's heart ached. Mr. Self is too honest. Can't you use the bitter trick? He thought Miss Lin would stay home during the day to take care of Mr. He didn't expect to go out for the whole day. One has a big heart and one can't use tricks. It could have killed him. Lim's brow furrowed. Where is he in person now? Butler, the private doctor came and hooked him up to water. But the fever won't go down and the man won't wake up. The butler hadn't finished his words. Whoosh. All that could be seen was a figure that looked like it was on a sprint and entered the villa. The butler's mouth lifted in an antly smile. The personal physician said Mr. Just lacked rest. Been working today and that video conference was one after the other. The wound then got a bit infected and triggered a fever. Rested too little, and passed out at the first sign of fever. No major injuries. Private doctor said he should probably wake up after the hang. I can't imagine how happy Mr. will be when he wakes up in a while to see Miss Lin at his bedside. He. However, this time, with another whoosh, a figure ran in. The butler's ergo hand didn't reach out in time. Don't bother the two of them. The next second, a tall figure went in as well. This one is a bit more stable and not used for running. It's just the long legs coming out of the stump. Butler, a sonborn of a is a too. What's the point of bringing them back from the ghetto? It stinks and it's dirty. Want to eat? Go grab it from the dog. It's yours if you can. Wasn't you who stole from me? It was you, wasn't it? I knew it was you. You're the only pariah in the family from the ghetto. A small mole on the tip of the lean teenager's nose was extravagant, and his tone was low and firm. It wasn't me. The slightly taller boy sneered and kicked him to the ground. Don't admit it, do you? Then I'll beat you until you admit it. A whip to the chest. A feeling like fire in his chest made the lean teen realize the opponent came prepared, and the whip was no ordinary whip. It's got barbs on it. Each lash pulled out dripping blood and flesh. It hurt as if I was going to die soon. His eyes were hostile, and he yanked on the whip with his backhand. Caught off guard, the man holding the whip was yanked to the ground. The lean teenager rolled over on top of him and slammed fist after fist into his face. The man on the ground was covered in blood and wailing. The lean teenager had a smile under his eyes, blood dripping from his palms, and snapped, "Don't mess with me. Ouch. How dare you hit our family's young master. You are trying to die." someone rushed up and pulled him down. The bloodied boy stared at him and cursed, "How dare you hit me? You dare hit me." He picked up the barbed whip on the ground and tried to fling it again. Instead, I heard the skinny teenager say, word for word, "If you whip me again, I'll kill you." He looked at him like that, the mole on the tip of his nose stained with the blood of who knows whose, like a Shura from hell. That statement could have been nothing more than a threat, but the slightly taller boy was afraid to bet. He was the youngest son of a wealthy family, and the other was just an illegitimate child who had been picked up from the ghetto by his father. He's got nothing, and he's got everything going for him. You wait. The bloodied boy threw down his whip and walked away. The lean teenager broke free of the servant's shackles and headed for his room. The blood on the floor snaked all the way around. In the midst of stumbling, he came across a little boy. The little boy spat at him in disgust. Get out of my house, bastard." He looked at the little boy and kicked him hard. The little boy rolled twice on the floor, bawling. He didn't even look at it and continued walking back. The little boy's mother came out and saw the scene and asked angrily, "Are you going to rebel?" The old man just happened to come back from work. The woman cried and complained, "This is the pariah you picked up and beat up both my sons. How dare you stay at home with a ghetto man?" The older man frowned at that, obviously seeing the blood and flesh dripping from his chest. He still slapped him in the face and sank his voice, "This is no place for you to be wild." He smacked back with a backhand and laughed a little. "I didn't beg you to pick me up." If the little princess had encountered this, she would have fought back. The old man, dumbfounded, covered his face and cursed out, "Then get the hell out of here." The words didn't make the lean teenager turn around. He still headed for his own little room, one that even the servants didn't live in. It hurt. It really hurt. All over, as if it was festering. Tears of rationality flowed downward. Sometimes it's better to think about dying. No one in the world loves him or cares about him anyway, but he has something that stays with him. He can't die. Go back to your cubicle and pack. It's not essential to stay here. Life here is tougher than in the ghetto. There was very little luggage, and there was one thing that had to go. It was a white t-shirt. This was worn by the little princesses I met back then, and it's long since gotten too small. He then cut up the fabric, bought fabric of the same color and resewed it into a new one. Used this method and wore it until now. Out the door with the suitcase. I don't know how long I've been gone. Walked down to a sandy beach. It was dark at the edge of the beach, and the evening breeze carried the humidity with it. He was too tired to walk and wanted to rest for a while. He lay down and closed his eyes. Head so dizzy, body so hot. Darkness and dizziness and pain came at the same time, and it was as if the soul was being dragged downward by something. So hard, so hard, so hard. Yet just then, his ears were suddenly filled with the light and beautiful voice he had been dreaming of. Wake up! Chapter 086, Does Sister Like Mr. Xie? Lin Mal ran to Xie Guanyan's room in a hurry. The two actually had rooms next door to each other, but she hadn't been in his room. Opened the door. The tall, leggy man lay flat on his back, white bedding covering his body, and a bony hand was being given fluids. The blue veins on the back of Cold White's hand were clearly visible. Lim's heart felt like it was soaking in water, rising and uncomfortable. Quickly, he walked over to the bed, and the man's beautiful pale face came into view. Eyes closed tightly, thick, long eyelashes casting shadows under them. Not a bit of life, not a movement, calm and serene. Even the small, teal-colored mole at the tip of her nose seemed to have lost its luster. A great sadness welled up in Lim's heart and she said, "Wake up, don't do this." She's scared. She'd already lost her parents and didn't want to lose another good friend like him. Crouching on the edge of the bed, his hand unconsciously grasped his, cold as it was. Shinjian rushed into the room. Seeing the person on the bed, his voice instantly choked. "Mr. Xie, it's me who has wronged you." Shinihan walked into the room, and his heart also sank violently downward. His left hand kept turning the Buddha beads on his right wrist. Eyes fell on his sister's face. For the first time he saw something substantially sad on his sister's face. Sister to Mr. Xie. Lim's eyes were unblinking as she stared at the man in the bed, both hands holding his to try and warm him up. Suddenly, he saw that the person on the bed had a furrowed brow and a lot of sweat was coming out of his forehead, as if he was in pain. Pow! A sudden pain was felt in his face. Xie Guanyan opened his eyes. A small, delicate, bright face appeared. He was a little confused for a moment as to whether he was now in a dream or reality. The bottom of his eyes, however, subconsciously floated up into a smile. "Little princess." The words came out before I realized my voice felt like it had been blasted by a cannon. Not a sound came out of it at all. Lin Mal was surprised to see the person awake. "I slapped you when I saw you look like you were having a nightmare." Xie Guanyan, the wake-up call is still as good as it gets. That wasn't a nightmare just now. No dream with shiny appearing is a nightmare. It's been years since I've dreamed of the old days. Surprisingly, I dreamed of a second meeting with Shiny. They hadn't seen each other face to face since the orphanage. The beach was dark that day, so dark that you couldn't see faces. But as soon as he heard the voice, He knew who it was. How I never expected to meet her at the beach was like winning the lottery. She gave him a slap to wake him up and asked if he needed to go to the hospital. He smelled so bad of blood. Taking this stab, maybe there was another incredibly dark thought deep inside him at the time. He wanted Shiny to remember him forever. People are only likely to remember things that impress them. Maybe she'll work later and get married and have kids. The long years will make her forget the nemesis she once had in high school, and forget the days of living under the same roof with him. But she shouldn't forget that someone had taken a bullet for her. In that moment, he clearly could have kicked the man. He didn't do that. His underbelly is just so vile and dark. Ah, great, Mr. Xia, you're not dead. A head with long bangs stuck out, its face close to his. Xia Guanyin, now completely sure in reality, inclined his head, cleared his throat and said with difficulty, "Who said I'm going to die?" Lin Mo answered behind Shinjian. "The housekeeper said so." There were footsteps at the door. All four people in the room looked over at the same time. Butler just about to enter. The butler's back went cold for a split second and he turned away. "My ass is in labor." Shinjian was in a much lighter mood. "It's good to be fine, it's good to be fine." Seeing Xie Guanyan's face suddenly agonized a few more points, Shinjisan's heart lifted again. "Mr. Xia, where are you uncomfortable?" Xie Guanyan closed his eyes. "You're pressing on my foretube." Shinjian, realizing how ugly he must look right now. Shiny don't even be interested in him physically. A trace of panic flashed under Xie Guanyan's eyes as he looked at Shinjian. "You guys go out first. I want to sleep a little longer." Downstairs, there's no more butler, like he didn't come out of a difficult labor in the toilet. Shinihan's voice was cold. "Also, how can a fever kill someone?" "Housekeeper nonsense." Shinjian nodded. "Yes, if it's dying it must have been sent to the hospital for resuscitation." Lim also scratched her head for just nearly crying out and issued a soulful question. "Who just gave us 3 wisdom drops?" "The stuff in the car hasn't been taken down yet." Shinihan and Shinjian went outside to get something. This was the second time Shinihan had entered this villa. In the dim light, you can see that the garden is as pretty as ever. A few new trees were planted. "Bare and I don't know if they will survive." The question my sister had just asked. Maybe he could answer it. Probably because they care about Mr. Shay. Caring is not good enough. He cares about Mr. C because he idolizes him and he's still his investor. Fourth brother cares about Mr. Xia because he treats him as a benefactor. In the car today, my fourth brother talked a lot about this and that. It's as if he's turned into the chubby little talker he was when he was a kid. Then what's the reason for sister's concern for Mr. C? Is sister in love with Mr. Xie? This conjecture caused Shinihan's brows to furrow tightly. At that time, I hoped that my sister would like Mr. Xia because it would divert her attention from Gu Jingchuan. Now that I know that there is a possibility that my sister might actually like Mr. Xia, Shinihan was unhappy again. The oldest 3 cried out at the time because her sister was in love with Gu Jingchuan, and made a fuss about her sister breaking up with Gu Jingchuan. This was if his sister fell in love again before he got back. The oldest would probably cry until he went to the hospital. Second brother, you go out. I'll just cook alone. In the kitchen, Shinjian said. Shinihan no longer think about it. The sister is worried because of friendship may also be said. He looked at his fourth brother and shook his head. You make the fish soup. I'll do the rest. Sister's servant can't be left to the fourth brother alone. 2 people cooked quickly. After it was done, Shinjian went up to call Xie Guanyan to come down to eat. Not a moment later, Xie Guanyan came down. All 3 noticed that he had changed his clothes and straightened his hair. The whole man was back to his everyday handsome and peerless appearance. It's just that the face still looks pale. Lin Mal secretly sighed. Really loved beauty. Even when she was sick, she didn't forget to dress up. Table. Shinihan politely exchanged pleasantries. Mr. Xia, I'm sorry to bother you uninvited today. Looking at the table of food and remembering how the 3 had just stood by his bedside looking concerned, Xia Guanyan inexplicably felt a trace of warmth in the bottom of his heart. His voice was warm and nice. No, I also want to thank you for coming to see me. Shinjian gave Lin Mo a bowl of fish soup and another bowl to Xie Guanyan. Is it good? Shinjian asked, staring at Lin Mal. Lin tasted it and her eyes lit up. Yummy. Fresh off the brow. Shinihan frowned slightly, his black Buddha bead wearing finger pointing at the dishes on the table. I fried this kung pao chicken. Sis, you try it. Lim took a spoonful directly into her mouth and nodded. Well, it's a dish too. Shinihan. After dinner, the 2 men left. After a while the private doctor came over, took Xie Guanyan's temperature, and the fever was almost gone. Lim took a shower and came downstairs ready to read a few questions on the couch. The private doctor heard footsteps. Upon looking up he saw an exquisitely beautiful girl in cartoon pajamas. You are? He asked subconsciously. The next second he reacted. Wearing pajamas here in the middle of the night must be Mr. Xie's girlfriend. Didn't wait for Lim to answer. The private doctor said, you sleep at night to watch him a little more. He is not a big problem now. If he has another fever at night, it will be a big problem. If he has another fever, make sure to call me over in time. Chapter 087. It's hot. Who gave her something to eat again? The sun was high during the day and it clouded over in the afternoon. In the evening it was cloudy like it was going to rain. The air is just stuffy at this point. The personal physician was slightly older, and a long sentence fell on Lim's ears. She frowned slightly and pointed at herself. Ha, me? Look at the pretty girl with a surprised look on her face. Xie Guanyin held his silver-rimmed glasses with one finger, looked at the private doctor and said, "You've misunderstood." Misunderstanding? The private doctor, despite being surprised that Mr. Xia, the hardest to pick high ridgeflower in the capital circle, was in love, and the girl looked very young for her age. But where else can you misunderstand when a man and a woman live together? Yeah, then you. The private doctor's CPU is dry burning, trying to come up with a reasonable answer. Looking to Xia Guanyin, your relative's child? Niece? Xia Guanyin. The generation suddenly became smaller. Lin Mal was not happy. No, we are equals. I am his tenant, renting his house to live. The private doctor's mouth twitched. Who'd believe it? Does Mr. C need that rent? Xie Guanyin had no intention of explaining too much, and directly issued an expulsion order. My body is not that bad. I don't need to be watched. You go back. Private doctors are paid super high salaries and do word-of-mouth business. If Mr. Xia he didn't serve well, he won't be able to work in the circle in the future. He straightened his wig and smiled. That'll just have to be me sleeping with you at night, Mr. Shay. Xia Guanyin looked at him expressionlessly. Don't joke around. Let's go. Lim sat down cross-legged on the couch. Is it that bad? The personal physician nodded. I'm afraid the infection will reinfect him. His fever has just gone down and he's at his weakest right now, and it would be fatal if the virus attacked again at night. This is really killing me. Not the butler's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin Mo looked at Xie Guanyin. It's hard not to be heartbroken when a beautiful man looks like a sickly beauty. The young girl's peach blossom eyes were clear with a bit of concern. Xie Guanyin locked eyes with her and let out a light laugh. I'll take the initiative to contact him if I have a problem at night. It's fine. Eventually the private doctor was driven back. Xie Guanyin couldn't accept a big man sleeping with him or living at home. Wow. The rain suddenly came down. A silky cool breeze blew into the living room. Lim was nestled on the couch reading the questions. Xie Guanyin hadn't gone up to bed yet either, and was on the couch taking care of his work. The laptop rested in her lap, glazed eyes and glasses staring at the computer. Sven anesthetic. Feeling the cool breeze, Lin Mo looked up at Xie Guanyin. You don't need to work, go to bed. The doctor just said you need to rest more. From the same distance on the couch, one could smell the nice scent of the young girl's body, despite wanting to spend as much time with her as possible. But Xie Guanyin turned his head to see the genuine concern in the young girl's eyes and still closed the computer. Good, you get an early night too. Her concern for him drove him wild with excitement, but he wanted her to be happy more than he wanted her to worry about him all the time. The tall, leggy, beautiful man stood up and walked his long legs towards the stairs, only leaving Lin Mal with a broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted, and quite broad back. After reading the questions for a while longer, the time came to 11:30. Lim went upstairs with her cell phone as well. Lying on all fours, she stared up at the ceiling. Inexplicably there was little sleep. The cell phone vibrated. Her jade-white hand picked it up and looked at it. Another validation message. What have you been up to all day, Lim? No need to guess who it is. Lim wasn't in the mood to fool around with him. His eyes fell on Xie Guanyin's dialogue box on his phone screen. In fact, she was still worried about Xie Guanyin. She knew that fever was hard. Her head was sore, her throat was like swallowing razor blades. When she was little she had a fever and her parents took care of her all night. Cup with a straw in it to give her a drink of water. If Xie Guanyin gets another fever in the middle of the night, he still has a hand that is disabled. You have to get up on your own if you want some water. That's really pathetic. It wasn't that she actually didn't want to go and watch Xie Guanyin. First, she hasn't slept in a house with a boy. Secondly, she was still mainly afraid that she wouldn't be able to hold it together and have an animalistic outburst. The rain was picking up and pounding on the windows, like a knock on Lim's heart. The next second, she got up from the bed with a carp. We've watched him shower. What's the point of watching him sleep? If something really happened to Xie Guanyin at night, she would definitely regret it tomorrow. It just so happens that she can't sleep when she goes to a strange room. While reading the question, he looked at Xie Guanyin. The best of both worlds. I was afraid that Xie Guanyin would mind or that she would plot against him. Wearing her slippers, Lim went out the door of her room. Walking over to the next door, jade white fingers curled up to knock. Bang bang bang. A sudden knock on the door reached Xie Guanyin's ears. Fresh out of the shower, he paused slightly in his dressing. It's not hard to guess who. There are only 2 people in this villa at night. Shiny comes knocking on her door and she won't. Breathing became rapid in an instant, his chest heaving up and down, his eyes dark. If she really wanted to watch herself sleep, should he refuse? It should be rejected. It's not appropriate. But something like this may not happen a second time in a lifetime. He wanted so much to see her all night. His mind was a mess, but he couldn't bear to keep her waiting long enough to quickly put his clothes back on, walk to the door and open it. The delicate, brightly colored young girl stood in the doorway with her hair a little disheveled, laying on the bed for what should have been a while. A poke of dorky hair on the top of his head stood out in all its adorable glory. "What's wrong?" he asked with his voice desperately trying to maintain calm. As soon as the man appeared, he could smell the fresh scent of lemon body wash and the distinctive cold scent of his body. The gray pajama collar wasn't buttoned to the top one. The delicate cold white collarbone is visible, and the full and tight pectoral muscles are hidden. Hooked on it, Lin Mal's face reddened when she looked at it. Her eyelashes trembled. "That I'll come and watch you at night. It just so happens that I have a bit of insomnia tonight. I'll just lie on the couch." Speaking in a serious manner, Yellow's brain snapped to attention. I don't know if it's true or not when they say that gray pants show the most shape. Eyes want to look down but don't dare. It's hot. Who gave her anything again? A pair of peach blossom eyes of the young girl is clear. Refusal word Siegwanyan how can not speak. She was really nice to him, like a friend. How can you refuse the kindness of a friend? He'll get a hold of himself. "Thank you then," Siegwanyan said with a warm voice. The man turned and headed in first, and Lim's eyes lit up as she followed him. The gray pajama pants really show off the shape. He's got a great ass. Realizing what she was thinking, Lim lifted her hand and secretly gave herself a tiny slap. Animal? People are sick now. This bedroom was large, with a couch placed by the window, not far from the bed. Sleeping on the sofa is uncomfortable. "You sleep on my bed." Siegwanyan looked at her and said, if only she could say yes, he would be able to sleep with the scent of her body from now on. Lim shook her head. "No, you're a patient. I'm not going to sleep at night. I can catch up on my sleep during the day tomorrow. Tomorrow is Saturday, and I don't go to school until Monday. Tomorrow daytime sleep will not be delayed." He's too much of a gentleman. 2. What kind of a person sleeps in a bed with a patient and the patient sleeps on a couch? Siegwanyan knew that he couldn't get through to her, so he didn't continue to persuade her and lay down on the bed. The lean, slender form sank into the white mattress. Lim stood on the edge of the bed, and even looking down at such a death-defying angle, the man still looked impeccably good. Shadows fell on him in the light, like 2 people overlapping. She looked down at him. "You can tell me if you're having a hard time, and you can tell me if you're thirsty." Good. The pretty man was well behaved and his voice was clear and soft and nice. If Lin Mal looked closely, he would notice that he was very careful about his sleeping position. This sleeping position won't mess up your hair. It's not as if Lim is completely inexperienced in taking care of people. Before that, the brothers sometimes had fever and she would look after them when Auntie went busy. Reaching out, he probed at his forehead. The temperature was normal. Lim controlled her gaze from looking down his collar and said, "Go to sleep then. I'll turn the light off." Ka! Press the switch. The entire room was instantly plunged into darkness. After my eyes adjusted, I was still able to see a little better by the light of the garden outside. Lim walked over to the couch and sat down, taking out her cell phone to read the questions. She was now in dire need of a baptism of knowledge to wash away the yellow waste from her brain. The forehead seemed to still retain the soft and tender touch of the young girl's palm, and the bottom of Siegwanyan's eyes were sticky with excitement. At this point he couldn't help but think, the 2 bodyguards were right to hesitate then. How else would he have enjoyed it? So happy. Deep eyes stared unblinkingly at the young girl in the darkness, realizing that she had not slumped down on the couch. Instead, "Look at your cell phone in the dark." He frowned slightly and said, "It's not good for your eyes. Why don't you turn on that little light over there? It won't interfere with my sleep." Lim looked up. Okay, she's a good listener. She can't live without her eyes. Seeing beautiful men. No, seeing the world is all in the eye of the beholder. Turned on a small, warm light and read the questions carefully for a while. Suddenly a little sleepy and yawning. Lim's eyes blinked, a little strangely. How can you be sleepy? Is it possible to fall asleep whenever you're in the same house? This was unknown to Lim, having not slept in any other room. She glanced up at the bed, lying on his side, his eyes closed. He didn't move much, like he was asleep. Reaching over, she turned off the small light as well, and she plopped down on the couch as well. This couch should be expensive and it's very comfortable to lie down on. It's just as comfortable as a sleeper, except a little smaller. Of course she should sleep if she could. Siegwanyan should call her if she had a problem. Obviously it's more efficient to read the questions during the day. The entire room was once again in complete darkness. Not a moment later, Lin Mal suddenly heard Siegwanyan ask, "Lin Mal, do you want to come to the bed to sleep?" Chapter 088. He's a bit greedy. Outside the house the rain was still dripping and the wind rustled the leaves. The man's voice was clear and deep and nice. The sound of rain mixed with the wind reached Lin Mal's ears. It seemed feathery, tickling her ears. This time she heard clearly, no hallucinations. His heart was beating a little faster, and he couldn't help but pick at the couch with his fingertips. Still certain, she asked again. "Ha, what did you say?" Xiao Guanyin never fell asleep. The eyes remained motionless and glued to the girl's body. The warm light from the little lamp hit the top of her head and seemed to gild her with a halo of soft, lovely prettiness. You can tell by the reflection in the window that she's looking at a math problem. The young girl's brow furrowed and stretched at times. Sometimes jade-white fingers wrote and drew in the air, supposedly acting out topics. Not bad for a flash. You can do the math in your head without using pen and paper. He put his best foot forward on every test back then. There was never a time when they gave in to her. To give in to her would be disrespectful, including the high school entrance exams where he gave it his all. He was convinced when he finally lost to her. Look how good and awesome the girl he loves is. He was proud of her. Proud of her. Her voice was heard coming from the darkness. Xiao Guanyin's heart hung slightly, but he didn't deny it like he did last night. His voice was slow. "I said, do you want to come sleep on the bed? The sofa is not comfortable." Lim's eyes lit up in the darkness. She really didn't want to sleep in the same bed as a beautiful man, but Mio invited himself. Still, Lim declined, because with a little thought, you could tell that Xiao Guanyin meant that she would go to bed and he would sleep on the sofa. She can't be that inhuman. "People are sick," she said. No, I'll just lie down for a while. I shouldn't be able to sleep. Call me if you need anything." The bottom of Xiao Guanyin's eyes darkened slightly. He got a little greedy. How could Shiny sleep in the same bed as him? The sound of calm, long breaths soon came from the couch. Lim fell asleep. A faint light shines in from the garden. Xiao Guanyin turned completely sideways, his eyes staring at her without a care in the world. So cute. Want to kiss her face and kiss her. Maybe the white noise of the rain was too nice, or maybe the air was too sweet. After a while, sleepiness slowly rolled over Xiao Guanyin's body as well, but he couldn't close his eyes. His eyes were covetous. However, this time, he saw the girl on the couch suddenly get up and go to the bathroom in a daze. Soon, she returned from the bathroom, walked right up to the bed and bounced his whole body towards it. It was a good shock-proof mattress, so that Xiao Guanyin still felt a slight sense of vibration. Excitement crept under his eyes for a moment, but the man didn't dare move a muscle. The young girl twisted and turned on the bed with her eyes closed, her head twisting into the pillow. This villa was bought a year before Lim was born. The parents had planned for 3 to 4 children at that time, in order not to favor one over the other. The renovation was done with each bedroom having its own bathroom and basically a similar layout. This bedroom that Xiao Guanyin now lives in was then occupied by Shinihan. With the familiar layout, Lim went to the bathroom by inertia, and returned to the bed by even more inertia. No brainer at all. In a daze, her head finally found the pillow. These days, he used to sleep cuddled with the Devon cat doll that Jiang gave him. Her hands felt out, trying to find the doll. That's when she felt something firm to the touch. What's going on? She thought in a daze. Devon cat dolls transformed? In the next second, her long, curly eyelashes lifted violently. It didn't seem to be a Devon cat doll she was touching. Realize where you are now and what you have done. Her whole body was like being struck by lightning, and her breath froze. Aha! Spaghetti specializes in breaking, and fate teases the little yellow man. Chapter 089, Bad Things to Do. It was still raining outside. The wind seemed to be a bit strong, mixed with raindrops pounding on the windows. But at this moment, Xiao Guanyin could not hear these sounds at all. His world went completely quiet and his mind went blank. The whole body was stiff, like it was frozen. A second later the brain was slowly able to move, and the excited goo welled up under his eyes. He, now, was lying in the same bed as Shiny, lying on a bed. The intoxicating scent of a young girl's body lingered on the tip of her nose. His entire mind was fetched. So happy. Feel the young girl's hand suddenly groping for something, as if looking for something. The next moment it fell on him. The warm, soft little hands felt like they were carrying electricity. A tingling sensation quickly traveled throughout her body, her blood all pooling in one place. 2 bony hands unconsciously gripped the sheets. Soon, however, the hand withdrew. A great sense of loss enveloped Xiao Guanyin. Could it be the feel of the hand she's not happy with? The retracted palm felt like it had been burned, and Lim was fully awake. The first thought that came to mind, what was that you just touched? Completely inexperienced, she recalled the feel of that hand. It's tight and very chunky. Definitely not juju, abs, or pecs. It seemed to feel good in the hand, but I didn't have time to savor it. A second thought quickly occupied the mind. Is Xiao Guanyin awake now? Lim didn't dare to do anything rash. Adjusting his breathing, he carefully turned his head sideways and glanced at the person next to him. Too dark to see clearly. All that could be seen was the man lying flat on his back. There's no movement. Lim put her head back on its side. Her red lips slightly parted as she let out a breath. Fortunately, Xiao Guanyin seems to be sleeping quite deeply. No waking up from her touching. No, waking up, just as well. If he'd been awake, he'd have been ejected from the bed by her. A small pang of guilt ran through Lim. Siag Wanyan, how gentlemanly and scenic a person, ah. Groped by her crawling into bed in the middle of the night. Lim, you've done all the bad things. Hurry down before Siag Wanyan realizes it. If he found out, the two wouldn't even be friends. He swept himself off his feet. Maybe. Who's happy to have a friend crawl into their bed in the middle of the night? As the saying goes, a friend who pulls you up is a friend, and a pervert who pulls you down a few times is a pervert, especially since she's all but explicitly refused to sleep in the bed twice, and then it comes up again on its own, and it's just horrible. Then again, she was up all the way up and the beautiful man was sleeping heavily. Does she want? It was early fall, and he was covered only with a thin silk comforter. She had just touched him as through the thin covers and his pajamas. This one feels all right in the hand. I can't imagine how good it would feel if I touched it with a real knife. The more her thoughts let loose, the more Lim had to pinch her thigh to keep herself in suspense. Too sick sis. It can't be, but this kind of opportunity is rare. A once-in-a-century occurrence. There's no store past this village. She wanted so badly to feel the kind of abs in the yellow and yellow novels. Limo's mind began to battle between the left and right brains of the celestial beings in his head. Both thin white legs were uncontrollably clamped together. In the end, sanity prevailed. Garlic bird, be a human being. Breath held. Lim carefully squirmed around the bed to get to the edge. One leg dangled down and his foot was on the ground. The sense of theft was heavy as he tiptoed toward the couch. Goodbye, abs packs. Feel the girl getting out of bed carefully. It took all of Siag Wanyan's strength to control himself from reaching out and yanking her. The veins in his arms were all rooted up. The pain was intense as it pulled on the wound. Habitually going to bed. Habitually looking for Devon cat dolls accidentally touching him. The touch was wrong and she woke up. Woke up a little nervous, probably ruing how he got into bed, but she was all up and interested in his body. Why don't you touch him again? Thick, long eyelashes drooped and his palms went for the warmth of where she had just lain. That's good enough. It's good enough to sleep in a room for one night. Shem even sleeps on the couch for him. What does he deserve? Must find a way to make it up to her. Lying down on the soft couch again, Lim took another look at the bed. It's still quiet. Her hanging heart dropped completely. This couch is really comfortable. Ask him tomorrow where he bought it. Add one to your room as well. Rolling over, the bright young girl closed both eyes and fell back into sleep. A pair of deep, glazed eyes still stared at her without blinking. See that she is thoroughly asleep. The tall, leggy man got off the bed and moved very gently out of the room. Went to the third-floor bathroom and took a cold shower. The next day, Lim woke up a little late. The curtains in the room had been left open last night and were now closed tightly. The sun doesn't shine in a bit. It's after 10 again when I look at my cell phone. Lim got up from the couch and looked over at the bed. There's no one left. The white mattress was made up clean and neat, without a single wrinkle. Auntie should have come in this morning and cleaned the room. Then wouldn't Auntie have seen her sleeping in Siag Wanyan's room? But that's okay. She sleeps on the couch. Auntie should be able to tell that the relationship between the two is still pure. She really is a good person too. After resisting temptation like that last night, I rewarded myself with a yellow novel tonight. There was no pressure to study when I came back, so I didn't read it. To look at this thing, it was still Zhao Ziling who led her to the door. That's when she loved to share it with her. She was a little resistant to looking at it at first, then it really smelled good. Suddenly thinking of Zhao Ziling, Lin Mao's eyebrows drooped slightly. She used to have a lot of friends, but after the accident at home, friends became much less. The majority of her mind was focused on her studies and her younger brothers. Not a lot of time to maintain relationships with friends. Over time, there were even fewer friends, but Zhao Ziling has always been quite close to her. The two don't go to the same school. She goes to an expensive high school and comes to hang out with her all the time. They had a fight after the high school entrance exam and didn't contact each other for a while. She was in a car accident in the back, and it was 11 years later. I wonder how she's doing now. The pretty and arrogant Miss Zhao must have had a good life. She's 29 years old and has probably accomplished a lot. His own poor self is still a high school student and has to go to the entrance exams. Lim smiled faithfully, tears flow against the river. So rehydrated. Without thinking too much more about it, she put on her shoes and went next door to wash up in her own room. Changing his clothes and going downstairs, he again saw Siag Wanyan in the kitchen cooking breakfast. Why are you making your own breakfast again? Lim frowned. Siag Wanyan turned his head and looked at her with a warm smile. I prefer to eat what I make myself. Pretty man is looking much better today. Yesterday there was a feeling of living people dying microscopically. Lim was speechless at the man's answer. The schoolboy type of bigot is really scary and learns everything. Chef Lee is probably having a crisis. Today's breakfast was braised beef noodles. It's one of those braised beef noodles with really big chunks of beef. To use an idiom that would be bottomland hysteria. Not long after breakfast, Shinihan sent a message that he had arrived at the door, just getting ready to go out. Siag Wanyan suddenly called out to her, Lin Mal. The young girl who had casually grabbed a ponytail looked back, the tips of her hair swaying lightly. What's wrong? Xie Guanyan's pair of eyes looked at her through his silver-rimmed glasses. His voice was gentle and nice. You could have stayed home all the time if you were fine during the day. Renting a house at that time, Shinihan offered to stay at the villa during the day without her. Actually, it's not necessary at all. An aunt's smile appeared on the butler's lips. Mr. finally took the initiative to ask to keep Miss Lin. Surely Ms. Lin will stay for his injuries? However, Lin Mal smiled down. I know. I have something to do today. Bye-bye Yoon. Chapter 090, Future Brother-in-Law. Is Mr. Shay feeling better today? Lin Mal sat in the car. Shinihan asked. It looks a lot better. Lim's jade-white hands replied as she fastened her seatbelt. She did have something today. Go pick up Aunt Jane from the hospital. That's good. Shinihan turned around with one hand on the steering wheel. Lim looks at him. Did you get a babysitter or anything for the house? Shinihan nodded. Jiang has already interviewed in the villa, and it should almost all be able to be in place before we go back. He specifically instructed Jiang cooking must find a very good cook. Convenient for him to steal the lessons when the time comes. It's been so long since I've cooked that I lost to my fourth brother last night. Next time he'll have to show his sister that his cooking skills are also noteworthy. Lin Mo lamented. My all-powerful Jiang. How can we live without her? Shinihan smiled lightly, the black Buddha beads on his right wrist reflecting the sunlight. After a while I'm going to transfer her to the Jingnan branch as president. Lin Mal smiled with arched eyebrows. That's great. Zhang detailed sister deserves to walk to a higher position. Conviviality Hospital. Gu Jingchuan was fully armed with a mask and hat, holding a large bouquet of roses. Standing in front of room 1004 in the VIP ward area. He didn't even see Lin yesterday when he came to the hospital, but he had someone check to see who was discharged from 1004 today. Then Lin will definitely have to come and get it. The head nurse came out of the other ward and shook her head at the sight. This epileptic male is really too philandering. Aren't you talking to Lai Huanhua? Why are you standing in front of 1004 holding flowers again? The pretty girl in 1004 looks around younger than him. Where does he get the confidence? Thinking this in her heart, she approached and greeted with a smile. Young Master Gu. Gu Jingchuan saw her and casually asked, What do you think of my flowers? The head nurse complimented. Good looking. Flowers are good and bad. The sound of voices talking outside drew the attention of the ward. Shinjian was packing and stopped moving, walked to the door and opened it. His eyes lit up at the sight of the man holding the flowers. Gu Jingchuan turned back and saw Shinjian. Found him happy to see him. The corner of Gu Jingchuan's mouth quirked. Shaoan, did Lin Mal say something nice about him in front of Shinjian? Lynm really did like him after all. However, the next second saw Shinjian extend his hand toward him. Refund the price difference. Gu Jingchuan thought for a moment, realized what he was talking about, and frowned. You're too outgoing. Shinjian clenched his fists and raised them. Gu Jingchuan, collection code. PayPal arrived with $33. The beep came. Shinjian's eyes directly clouded over. Don't stand at this door. Hurry up and go. Change like a face. Gu Jingchuan was honestly still a bit afraid of this old fourth. There's no good coming out of the ghetto, and it's a no-brainer to move. Moving a few steps away, he stood farther away. That's when the elevator rattled. He looked over. The bright, beautiful girl stepped out of the elevator. Gu Jingchuan smiled and ran over. Lin Mal, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lim saw him and almost did a Panjo delay walk back to the elevator. It sure doesn't work. One could only look at him with a blank face. TD. The corners of Gu Jingchuan's mouth twitched a few times as he handed the flowers over. For you. Lim didn't answer. Shinihan's hand wearing the Buddha beads took it. A parabolic throw to the trash can in the hallway. Clunk. It caught the attention of several nurses at the nurses' station. The nurses looked at each other. Plots that only appear in idol dramas come up. Can you throw something else? Are there any diamonds? Shinihan's brows furrowed together as he stared at Gu Jingchuan. How dare you come? Gu Jingchuan didn't have a good face either. Why don't you dare to come? This is my family's hospital. Shinihan's cold eyes surveyed him. The plan failed that day? Gu Jingchuan still didn't believe me? Lin Mal lazily ignored Gu Jingchuan and walked towards the hospital room. Gu Jingchuan stood still, feeling humiliated, and didn't follow. Shinihan went too far. He's his future brother-in-law. Shinihan will definitely regret it later. Gu Jingchuan scratched his hair in annoyance. He still had to find a chance to spend time with Lin Mal alone. Gotta find out where Lim is living now. Ward. Shinjian had already cleaned up almost as much as he could with his caregiver aunt. Discharge paperwork is done. Straight away. Settle the wages of the nursemaid's aunt in the ward. A few people came out with their stuff. Gu Jingchuan is no longer there. Soon returned to the villa of the Buddhist son of the capital circle. Aunt Jane was very unaccustomed to such a large place and her gaze was a little timid. Lin Mal took her hand and led her around this villa, saying, Auntie Jin, this will be your home from now on. Aunt Jen's eyes were a little misty. It's so big and there are so many places to poop. Lin Mal was amused by her, narrowed her eyes, and asked, Auntie Jen, have you ever noticed that people are like a gun, and when they eat, it's like they're loading it? Aunt Jane nodded. I've also discovered that people just keep warm. The two men laughed out loud. Shinjian followed behind and laughed as well, his usual somber eyes filled with merriment. It's already rewarding for my sister to accept Auntie Jean. I didn't realize that my sister and Auntie Jean were still talking to each other. Life is really too good now. It was Yellow Hair who ignored him for some reason. There isn't much to take care of at Shinihan Villa. Jiang. In the afternoon, she found Shinjian's tutor for all subjects as well. Everyone ate dinner together before Lin Mo went home from Shinihan's villa. Coming back a little late, Lin Mu took a shower and went to bed to lie down. Only a small night light was on. Lin Mal opened the novel website that he hadn't logged into for a long time. However, seeing the most exciting position, there was a sudden knock on the door of her room. Chapter 091, Sulking. The knock was soft, only 2 knocks. Bang, bang. However, Lim was so scared that she almost rolled off the bed. It didn't take much guessing to know who was knocking on the door this late at night. There was no one else in the villa. A cold sweat broke out directly on her back. Inexplicably, there was a feeling of being caught in the act. Family, who understands? Heart pounding. More panic than a teacher catching you eating a snack in class. Fumbling, he turned off his cell phone and put on his slippers and walked to the door. Xia Guanyan hadn't knocked on her door at night. What's the matter today? Jade white hands pressed the doorknob to open the door. The tall, leggy man had obviously showered. Another gray nightgown was worn, with a slightly open neckline. Ascetic and indulgently pretty. 2 cuts of delicate collarbones, cold white and sexy. Jellyfish can't even find a collarbone this stunning. Lim's face was already hot and now it was even hotter. Something wrong? Xia Guanyan looked at the icy young girl in front of him and handed over what was in his hand. For you, was going to give her the couch downstairs. After waiting half a day, she didn't come down. Lim was a little surprised. Why are you giving me a gift? Xia Guanyan smiled warmly. Thank you for watching me sleep last night. The man's voice was genuinely nice. Lim's embarrassed toes had stubbed out the Disney castle. There was nothing unusual about him last night. She serves no purpose whatsoever. Negatively, it's a real shame. Just wanted to say no. Xia Guanyan added, last time you gave me a gift, it would have been appropriate to return the favor. He was much taller than her, and the two were a little close. Lynm could only tilt her chin up at him. The jawline is well angulated and the nose is high. It suddenly occurred to me that the novel had just said that the male lead's high nose was convenient for the female lead to grind on her face. It was too late to realize what I was thinking. Lin Mal's heart skipped a beat and hurriedly took the gift. Okay, I'll take it then. Thanks, I'll go to bed if there's nothing else, and you have an early night. With those words the man turned and went inside and closed the door. Xia Guanyan's clear and elegant brows furrowed. She seemed to be ignoring him tonight. What happened? She's in a bad mood? Because of Gu Jingchuan or because of what? The bottom of his eyes darkened as he said to the already closed door, Good night. Back in her room, Lim went to the bathroom and washed her face to clear her head. Reading a novel is reading a novel, but you can't mess with substitutions. The girl in the declining sun came out of the bathroom with some drops of water on her face. Attention was focused on the gift from Xia Guanyan. What would he give himself? It's a great weight to carry back. Reach down and take the item out of the gift bag. Inside the clear box is a golden castle. Lin Mal's eyes lit up. The castle comes to life in every detail. Fantastic and beautiful. Xia Guanyan is too good at giving gifts, isn't he? It was delivered directly to her heart party. So like. The young girl was so happy that her entire body rolled on the bed, successfully rolled to the floor. But that's okay, the bed is padded with super soft carpet and it doesn't hurt at all. The golden castle was placed on the nightstand, and the Devon cat doll that Jiang had given him was set aside. Lim showed her big teeth and took 2 pictures. Sent it straight to a friend. Tonight, I'll sleep with my cat in the golden castle. Sent a WeChat to Xia Guanyan. Thank you for the gift. I super love it. I touched someone last night and received such a great gift today. Even eat and take. Xia Guanyan received this WeChat, and his always composed demeanor eased for a few moments. It's nice when he gives her gifts that make her happy. Hopefully it would wash away her otherwise bad mood. The bodyguard said that Gu Jingchuan went to the hospital to deliver flowers today and was thrown by Shenihan. Was she in a bad mood because Gu Jingchuan didn't continue to coax her? I had previously struggled with the idea of giving her a unique gift that she could carry with her at all times, but now that I think about it, it's most important that she's happy. A princess should have a castle. Bony fingers typed, as you like it. Lin Mal quickly received likes and comments despite not having many friends on WeChat. She clicked in and looked. Shinjian, sis, I'll go watch the door for you. Zhang Shua, a middle fat boy, thank you. Missy, for opening the eyes of the old slave. Jiang, greetings, Your Highness. Zhang Nan, Shinihan's secretary's sleepy eyes opened at once. Shinihan WeChat friends are also not many. He soon also saw the sister friend circle. The left hand subconsciously turned the Buddha beads on the right wrist. Who sent this? It's so hard to guess. And Jiang, is Mr. C chasing after his sister now? Lin Mal was in such a good mood that she forgot to continue reading the Yellow and Yellow novel. It suddenly occurred to me that this castle was at least 500 grams, which works out to a couple $100,000. The gold bamboo string she gave to Xieguanyan was only $10,000. Pursing her lips, she sent another WeChat to Xieguanyan. But this is a little too expensive for you. Xieguanyan replied quickly, this amount of money is nothing to me. Lim, she'd be redundant in saying this. So eager to spar with the $100 billion man, Xieguanyan looked at the ellipsis, and his glazed eyes were slightly deeper in the bottom of his eyes. It had been the cheapest he had ever controlled and recontrolled to pick. I'm afraid she won't take it. If he had known she was in a bad mood to receive gifts so quickly today, he would have sent bigger ones. Dark and vile as he was, he would have preferred to give her a real castle, put her in gold anklets and lock her in forever. All he wanted was for her to smile at him and never be sad about anyone or anything again. The next Sunday Shinihan came to pick up Linmu again. She's going to school tomorrow and is going to get some school supplies. Shinjian has officially started to get fired up and tutor at home. The two of them, Lin Mal and Shinihan, had been out shopping all day. As always, the Curio Buddhists diligently swiped their cards. Midway through dinner he went out and came back with 2 bags of a certain gold brand in his hand. The hand wearing the Buddha beads was handed to her. For you, sis, a gift for the beginning of the school year. Lim's eyes lit up. I opened it to find a gold peony pin and a small gold snake pendant. She showed her teeth and giggled. My golden harem is growing. Shinihan saw that she was happy, and a smile flashed in his cold eyes. However, when he went back in the evening, he swiped through his friend's circle all night and didn't see his sister posting the gift he gave her. Jiang, he sulks, didn't reply to Lin Mal's Weibo for a full 3 minutes. The time has quickly come for Monday school day. The first senior year of high school is going to start early morning reading at 7 a.m. But today is the first day to turn around, so you don't have to go too early. At 8 o'clock Lim came down from upstairs with her backpack. I didn't expect to see Xieguanyan cooking breakfast in the kitchen again. Lim walked into the kitchen and smiled. You're up early today. The last few days Xieguanyan has been working at home and getting up late. Turning her head, she saw the young girl carrying a school bag, her long hair in a ponytail, revealing a round, full forehead, youthful and energetic. For a moment Xieguanyan looked a bit dumbfounded. Time seems to have gone back more than a decade to see her like this every day. She told him yesterday that she's going to be attending the first grade from now on. Then on school days he wouldn't have the chance to make her breakfast himself. Early reading at 7 o'clock. It's half an hour to the first grade here. She had to leave from home at 6:30 to go there. If he still gets up every day, it's too early and too deliberate. Had to get Chef Li back. He would have all the ingredients ready the night before. Well, there's a meeting with foreign colleagues in a while, Xieguanyan said. The kitchen is full of fresh flavors. Lim wasn't going to dilly-dally with breakfast today. I didn't hold back when I saw the chicken soup ravioli in the pot. Chef Xie, give me a bowl too. The two sat together at the table for breakfast. When the butler saw her, he smiled and said, Good morning, Miss Lin. Lim smiles back. Good morning, Uncle Butler. The butler pulled out a red envelope from his pocket. Miss Lin, good luck with school. Lin Mal didn't expect to get a red packet today. It used to be possible to receive a red envelope from your parents every new semester. It was a good fortune, and Lin Mal didn't refuse, her smile brimming. Thank you, Uncle Butler. Xieguanyan saw that she had received the housekeeper's red envelope and took out the one she had prepared when she was on her way out. He handed it over, his voice clear and deep and nice. I wish Lin Mal a happy new academic career. Still riding high. Lin Mal also took it, her peach blossom eyes curved. I borrowed your good advice. Chapter 092. Her name is Lin Mal? Gu Jingzhou, come to my office for a moment. At the end of the first period, the math teacher stood at the podium and said, Gu Jingzhou arrived at the office. The math teacher asks, What's wrong with you? You've been distracted in class lately, and you've been making some low-level mistakes on tests. Gu Jingzhou lowered his head. Not much. I'm not in good shape lately. To be precise, he's been annoyed lately. His brother grabbed his cell phone and deleted the girl from his WeChat. Gu Jingchuan is really crazy. That girl wasn't even his first girlfriend from high school. Looking for someone to teach a lesson to the same Kian who had beaten him in basketball earlier hadn't worked either. This is the critical moment. You must adjust your state. You as the math class representative. You can't afford to make any more low-level mistakes in math. The math teacher spoke bitterly. Gu Jingzhou returned to the classroom just as the bell rang for the second period. This class is the classroom language teacher's class. The homeroom teacher was a middle-aged man, slightly fat without much hair. As soon as he walked in, He scanned the class before saying, "There will be 2 interlopers in our class today. It's been a while since the first semester of my senior year, and I didn't think there would be any drop-ins, and 2 in 1. The class is looking forward to it." Gu Jingzhou had little interest and flipped through the language book. "Hello everyone, my name is Lynm." The clear and nice voice made Gu Jingzhou raise his head. The next moment his eyes went wide and his heartbeat sped up wildly. Her skin was like condensed fat, and her peach blossom eyes were looking at her. "Isn't that the girl? Wait, Lim? Her name's Lin Mal?" At this moment, the eyes of the entire class were focused on Lin Mal. So pretty. Zhang Shua had been drowsy, but now he was instantly energized. "Missy." The whole class looked at Zhang Shua, suddenly remembering, wasn't this the one who had come to Gu Jingzhou before? She transferred directly to first middle school for Gu Jingzhou? So in love? Lin Mo smiled at Zhang Shua. The delicate, bright young girl's brow arched in a smile. The sun shone in from outside, spilling over her body, beautifully unlike the real thing. The eyes of the class, both male and female, went a little wide. "My name is Jian." Shin Jian also introduced himself. Asterisk. "Aren't you the boss of the 3rd grade? The one who knocked out 2 of the 3rd middle school principal's teeth?" A student didn't hold back from saying it. The homeroom teacher glanced over with one eye. The student who spoke immediately looked around the room and pretended it wasn't him who had spoken. But everyone knew by this time that this one was a real school bully. For a while a class of students had a mixture of sadness and joy in their hearts. Eyes enjoy later. Personal safety can't be guaranteed. There were just 2 of them, and the class teacher simply arranged for them to be at the same table, in the last row. For a whole class, no one had much of a mind to listen. Wanting to mingle and fearing the death stare of the homeroom teacher, finally made it to the end of class. Zhang Suk lunged over. "Eldest miss, how come you didn't tell your old slave when you transferred to 1st grade? Lin Mal touched his nose in embarrassment. "Don't you call me Missy." Zhang Shua nodded his head. "Okay Missy." Lim. Shinjian's eyes under his long bangs were not very friendly as he looked at Zhang Shua. "You go over there and press my book." "Who is this? He's not one of my sister's lackeys." Zhang Shua was a big-hearted one, stretching out his hand towards Shinjian. "Hello, my name is Zhang Shua. I watched you play last time. So awesome." Shinjian's face didn't look much better when he was complimented, nor did he extend his hand. "Oh," Zhang Shua snapped and withdrew his hand. "I'm so envious of you, being able to sit with Missy." Shinjian's face looked a little better at this time. "Thinking to myself, there is something you are more envious of. She's my sister, a real sister." Gu Jingzhou couldn't believe for an entire class that this girl was really his brother Gu Jingxuan's first girlfriend. Looking almost exactly the same, with the same name, there is no other possibility. What the hell is going on? No one could tell him, and he didn't want to ask his brother. His brother would have to come after him if he knew that Rimmer had come to school. He knew his brother. He was a very cheap man and would only spend money on what he felt was worth it. That confession he made to Lin Mal back then cost a whole $1 million. It was evident that he really liked Lin Mal. But Gu Jingzhou didn't believe that Lin Mal still liked Gu Jingxuan. Lin Mal had treated him every day in the beginning to care about him, and now he had transferred to the 1st class of the 1st middle school for him. Obviously loved him miserably. Eyes went to the pretty figure behind him, and then to the boy who was blocking his eyes. How come Kian from the 3rd middle school transferred to the 1st middle school too? And what right did he have to be at the same table as Lim? Gu Jingzhou stood up from his seat and walked to the end, looking at Lin Mal and greeting, "Long time no see." Lin Mo froze as she looked at Gu Jingzhou and smiled politely. "Aha, I forgot that the hero's brother, Gu Jingzhou, was also in the 1st class. This class was arranged by the principal." Thinking about that dream at that time, Lin Mal frowned. The 4th brother would beat the hero's schoolboy brother into the hospital and eventually go to jail. In the original situation, the 4th brother did not transfer to the 1st school, and these two did not have much contact. What exactly was the reason that Shin Jian would beat Gu Jingzhou until he was hospitalized? Lin Mal's smile caused Gu Jingzhou's heart to throb incomparably. He finally understood why his brother liked Lin Mal so much in the first place. The lyrics of the song came unbidden to mind. "The spring breeze is no more beautiful than your smile. Those who have never seen you will never know." Since he was interested in her, she came for him. Gu Jingzhou didn't want to dilly-dally. He looked at Shin Jian and directly said, "You, change seats with me." Chapter 093, So Angry? First grade schools are merit-based schools. You just need good grades and your teachers will spoil you extraordinarily. And Gu Jingzhou's academic performance is very good, always in the top 5 of the school. Then as far as seating is concerned, he can sit wherever he wants. A well-coordinated teacher won't have a problem with it. Everyone was already concerned about the interloper during class time. Again, they all knew that Lin Mal had come to Gu Jingzhou before. Everyone was looking at each other at this point. What do you mean? The cold and arrogant Gu Jingzhou also likes Lin Mal? It's also true that with such a magnificent face, falling for her is as easy as breathing. Everyone's eyes were full of food. The school bully from the third middle school should want to study hard when he comes to the first middle school. He won't start a conflict with someone on the first day, right? However, Shin Jian raised his eyes to look at Gu Jingzhou, and his eyes under his long bangs looked like he was looking at a little cutie. Get lost, Gu Jingzhou. Gu Jingzhou knew that Jian wasn't good-tempered, but he didn't expect that he wouldn't restrain himself even after coming to the first middle school. First grade isn't his turf. His face was very hard to bear, and he said in a cold voice, "Say that again." Shin Jian was at an impulsive and combative age, and having grown up in the slums, he stood up with a flourish. Lin Mal was also not expecting these two fated to have conflicts once they met again. Seeing that the two were about to fight, Lin Mal stood up and persuaded, "Don't be like this. Now that we are all classmates, peace and harmony make money. Don't you both want to get rich?" Shen Jian, Gu Jingzhou. This can't be sprayed. This one is really persuasive. Shen Jian had never wanted to fight again. He wanted to study hard and sat down. As soon as Gu Jingzhou saw that Lin Mo was mediating in the middle and didn't want to be hit himself, his face reddened for a moment and he turned around and walked away. A clash of swords was thus dissolved by Lin Mal's words. The class was dumbfounded. Zhang Shua's chubby face raised a smile. "Missy, I've learned. That's how he'll advise fights in the future." Shin Jian had been listening carefully to the lessons all morning, even though he didn't understand most of them. Lin Mal was also listening attentively in the class, his state instantly returning to his previous senior year of high school. What you learn now hasn't changed too much from 11 years ago. She's also read a lot for different points during this time. Relatively easy to learn, but she wasn't exactly relaxed. It is important to realize that many people who repeat their first year of high school unsatisfied with their grades may do even lower in the second year than they did in the first. Her goal remains number one in the city and she can't let up. Neither one knew that in one morning, the story of two interlopers transferring in from the first middle school had spread all over the school. Everyone is giddy about it and discussing it in the forums in the group. The clock ticked down to noon. To save time, most people eat lunch in the cafeteria. Lin Mo went to the cafeteria with Shin Jian as well. The two went to collect their meal cards and uniforms during the second period recess. Lim still misses the first grade meals. The cafeteria ants were creative in different ways, including but not limited to strawberry chicken, bitter melon stir-fry with cantaloupe, and popcorn stir-fry. Taste well, eat and not squeak. But 11 years have passed and I guess the cafeteria ants have changed. Entering the cafeteria, Shin Jian said, "Sister, go find a seat. I'll go get your food." Lin Ma found a seat by the window. Soon Gu Jingzhou sat over, looked at the empty space in front of her, and asked, "You didn't take a meal? Then I'll give you mine." Lim shook her head. "No, John went to fight for me." Gu Jingzhou frowned. "That man of his loves to fight and brawl. You shouldn't get too close to him." Lim smiled. "Mind your own business." Gu Jingzhou looks is very superior. Love to play basketball, body has a sports student, strong and healthy, also has the scholarly spirit of the school bully. There are a lot of people who like him, and he's considered a colonel in the first grade. Handsome men and women sitting together soon attracted a lot of attention in the cafeteria, including Shin Jing and Zhao Zixin who came to eat in the cafeteria. "Look, Jing, that seems to be the new girl who transferred here. Many people say she's even better looking than you. How can that be? You're the school beauty of our school. Gu Jingzhou is blind to like her over you. Shin Jing is good looking and can dance." And Zhao Zixin feels indignant for her. Now everyone in the first middle school group says that Gu Jingzhou is in love. Shin Jing came to the cafeteria to eat today just for this, and she usually ate the meals delivered by her family's driver. "Maybe it's really better looking than me," Shin Jing said with a smile. Zhao Zixin pulled Shin Jing in the direction of Gu Jingzhou's. "I don't believe it. I'm going to take a look." The two of them walked next to Gu Jingzhou. Shin Jing's voice was sweet. "Gu Jingzhou, you came to the cafeteria to eat as well." The words were addressed to Gu Jingzhou though. Both men's eyes fell on the girl across from him. Gu Jingzhou had always disliked being disturbed. He raised his head and acted faintly. "Aha!" Hearing the sound, Lin Mal also looked up. A bright and delicate face that looked like a porcelain doll came into the eyes of both of them. Zhao Zixin's mouth opened wide. So much better looking than Shin Jing, like the BJD doll she keeps. Clunk! The rice bowl in Shin Jing's hand fell to the ground, and her pupils quaked in horror. "Ah! Ghosts!" Ziva turned and ran. Startled, Lim bounced off the stool and turned her head to look around. "Ghosts? Where is there a ghost?" The next reaction was that the female ghost was actually herself. The girl probably knew her from before. Think carefully about that face just now. Oh, this is second Uncle Shen Feng's daughter. The genes of the Shen family have always been good, and Shin Jing's eyebrows resemble Shen Feng. I didn't realize that she was in the first grade as well, and counting her age she really should be a senior. Zhao Zixin held her rice bowl in uncertainty. Shin Jing, what's wrong with you? You don't think so, do you? You're mad at me for being prettier than you are? Are you that angry? Gu Jingzhou frowned as he held the rice spoon in his hand. Shin Jing knows Lin Mal? Shin Jian came back with 2 pots of rice and saw Gu Jingzhou. His tone was grim. You're sitting in my seat. Get up. Gu Jingzhou looked up. This position has your name written on it? Why do these two argue whenever they meet? To avoid a repeat of the end of the fourth brother. The corners of Lim's mouth twitched and she stood up. Let's go sit somewhere else. Gu Jingzhou picked up the rice bowl. Good. Lin Mo pointed at Shin Jian. I said him. Gu Jingzhou. Jiang Suk walked over and smiled heartily when he saw this scene. Missy chased Jian out at the stadium the day he knew Missy had moved on. He carried the rice and followed Shin Jian. Sit in a row with Shin Jian after they sit down. Shin Jian saw that Zhang Shuo wasn't as annoyed as he was looking at Gu Jingzhou and looked at his sister without saying anything. And he didn't say a word. Gu Jingzhou held the rice bowl and didn't understand what was wrong with Lin Mo. After thinking about it, he walked over and asked directly, Lin Mal, are you afraid to resist Jian? I can protect you. Chapter 094, if you hit her, you can't hit me. Lim looks up as she nibbles on a chicken leg. Ha, there's no such thing. Shin Jian was almost amused by Gu Jingzhou. He listened to what he was really saying. Other than this reason, Gu Jingzhou couldn't think of any reason why Lin Mal would want to sit with Jian. Then why did you eat the rice he typed and sit with him? Gu Jingzhou questioned. Originally, Lin Mo and Gu Jingzhou and Shin Jian had gotten a lot of attention. Now everyone stopped eating and gathered around to watch the show. What's this got to do with you? Shin Jian looked at Gu Jingzhou with a bit of hostility under his eyes. Who is he to question his sister? It's not that you have to answer whatever someone asks you. Lin Mal hadn't wanted to answer Gu Jingzhou. He cared too much, but thinking that I had added him on WeChat earlier just to find my fourth brother, I still said, because he's my brother. Gu Jingzhou's eyes widened. How can that be? You're so pretty and he's so ugly. How can he be your brother? Jiang Suk blinked his small eyes. It was totally unexpected that these two were siblings, because the two do have a huge difference in face value. But how can you turn it up so close to your face? Gu Jingzhou also dared to say that Jian would definitely be angry enough to hit him. However, Shin Jian was calm when he heard this and chucked one of his chicken legs back to Lin Mal. Sister, eat the chicken leg. Sister's beauty, brother's honor. It's okay that he's ugly. Zhang Shuo was greatly amazed. Jian, your heart is so strong. Lin Mo was angry when she heard Gu Jingzhou's words. Please watch your words. It's impolite to randomly judge other people's looks. Gu Jingzhou choked. Still incredulous. How could Lim have such a trippy lowlife brother? Definitely not pro. There were murmurs around the room as well. I don't think it's a pro. Is it? These two look unrelated. Recognize it, right? The school bully recognizes Lim for her good looks. Shin Jian didn't mind too much when people said he was ugly, but his eyes drooped when he heard these discussions. Sister is the prettiest in the world. Second and third brother are okay, and he's the ugly one out of place. No, he has to get handsome. You can't hold back your sister's face value. Lim continued to eat the chicken leg. Gu Jingzhou sat in her row. I also have chicken legs here for you. Lim shook her head. Don't. Gu Jingzhou frowned. Why don't you want what I give? Don't you like me? Put. Jiang Suk didn't hold back his laughter. Gu Jingzhou coldly looked at Zhang Shuo. Zhang Shuo stifled his laughter, his chubby shoulders still shaking. Lin Mal thought that it should be a misunderstanding caused by adding him to WeChat before. She looked at Gu Jingzhou and said seriously, I'm sorry to make you misunderstand. I don't like you. Gu Jingzhou. Gu Jingzhou was unwilling. If you don't like me, you specially came over to add me on WeChat and still care about me every day for what? There are some things that are not very easy to explain. Lin Mal touched his nose and could only say, I'm going to sell you health products. Gu Jingzhou was so angry that he wanted to fart. Never having made such a fool of himself, he walked away with a face as black as the bottom of a stale pot. Everyone is kind of full of melon today. It turned out that Lin Mo didn't like Gu Jingzhou. Gu Jingzhou made a fool of himself. However, after hearing Lin Mal's words, quite a few people came over to ask with gusto, Lin Mal, what health products are you selling? I'll add you on WeChat. I'll find out. I can't get my head around it lately. Can I eat it? My grandpa's home for the month. Just what he needs. I'll add you too. Lim, the pond behind the cafeteria. Shin Jing eased her emotions a bit, but she still couldn't believe that Lin Mal was still alive. Didn't she die in a car accident? To say that the two families weren't on good terms, she shouldn't have remembered Lim so fondly. But when she was a kid, she went to the office with her dad and she tore up some important papers in her ignorance. One executive went so far as to say she was so aggrieved that she cried and screamed for her dad to fire the executive. Then a girl walked in and slapped her. Stop crying. She would always remember that slap. No one has ever hit her. She was only 5 years old at the time. Does she know how much damage that slap did to her young mind? Her dad was there. But her dad said, Lim, if you hit her, you can't hit me. Oh. She never went back to the office after that. Then Lim died, and she was happy, and so was Dad. It didn't take long for Dad to become president of the company. Later, Dad's poor management can only go back to Shinihan to run the company. I didn't realize that Shinihan had sent Dad to jail. A family of bad people. Bad. Luckily Dad is out now. Taking out her cell phone, she called her dad. The other side quickly picked up. Baby girl, what's wrong? is the food in the cafeteria not good and you want to eat at home again?
Shinjing exclaimed.
Dad, it's not good. Lin Mal has swindled. Learning time goes by fast. Because Shinjian's foundation is so poor, he applied with the class teacher for him not to go to the evening study hall and make up the foundation at home in the evening. So after the evening study session ended, Lin Mal went back alone in the driver's car. Shinihan originally said that he would pick up and drop off the car himself, but Lin Mu disagreed. It's better for him to have that time to make more money. The weather was changeable, with clear days and cloudy nights. The storm is coming. When she arrived at the entrance of the villa, she got out of the car and just wanted to send a message to Xiaguanyan. Lim, a familiar but not unwanted voice rang out from Lim's. With a slight headache, Lim saw the person coming out of the sports car. How did you find this place? She asked. I got someone to find out. Have you had dinner tonight? I brought you a late night snack. It was drizzling at this point. The driver left, and Lim didn't have an umbrella. Gu Jingchuan took out his umbrella from the car and ran over to cover Lin Mal's head with it. It was then that he realized that Rimmer had a ponytail and was wearing a blue and white first high school uniform. It was as if the clock had been turned back 11 years. Gu Jingchuan's heart throbbed. A pair of deep eyes filled with tenderness. You're beautiful, Lin Mal. Thanks. I don't eat late night snacks. You take it away, Lin Mal said. It's raining hard all of a sudden. It clattered against the umbrella. Gu Jingzhou tilted his umbrella toward Lin Mal. Lin Mal, I really love you. I promise I'll never make another scandal again. I'll keep my distance from all the women. Let's get back together, okay? Lim shook her head. We're not going to make it. Gu Jingchuan suddenly shoved both the umbrella and the midnight snack into Lin Mal's hand. Backing up like a madman, he flopped to his knees in the pouring rain. Lim, you get back together with me, or I'll keep kneeling here. Not many people live over here in the villa area now. The headlights in the driveway came on, plus it was almost time for Lim to come back from school. Xia Guanyan waited in the garden early. It was drizzling and he rushed back to get his umbrella. Come out again and hear a commotion outside. And it's raining hard. Thinking that Lim doesn't always have an umbrella, he didn't wait for Lim to send a message. He walked quickly with his umbrella to the entrance of the villa courtyard. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Lin Imo walking towards the kneeling Gu Jingchuan in the pouring rain. Chapter 095, Have you come to the buffet? It was a pouring rain, like someone was pouring water down from the sky. It hit the umbrella and splashed outward to the ground. The man with the white umbrella in one hand stood in the doorway. His upright figure somewhat stiffened into place. This is a white transparent umbrella specially prepared by the housekeeper at home. He figured Lim was young and must like this. Xia Guanyan chose this one when he took it. Through the rain, he saw that the girl was wearing a first school uniform jacket. Long hair tied up in a ponytail swayed gently in the storm. She has a black umbrella. Holding an umbrella, she walked towards Gu Jingchuan step by step in the rain. The man she loves. Xia Guanyan had never coaxed a girl, but he could tell. A grown man on his knees in the rain begging to get back together. That counts as sincere. A movie star with millions of fans. This is the kind of thing that could make headlines for days if caught on camera. When you do that, surely Shiny will go soft, right? The bottom of Xie Guanyan's eyes were dark and incomparable, sadness cracking in them. Obviously he was wearing formal attire tonight because of a video conference with a colleague from abroad. And yet it felt cold. The wind seemed to hide needles in it, piercing through the clothes, through the skin, and sticking in the heart. The pain was a bit of a gasp. The knife wound in his right hand, which was holding the umbrella. Still aches, but he doesn't feel it now. The young girl's school uniform took the time right back to the days of 11 years ago. How many times had he watched the girl walk towards Gu Jingchuan like he was doing now? He was sad then too, but not as sad as he is now. The young girl didn't smile at him then, but all this time, he's acting like a shameless thief. Stealing the opportunity to spend time with the young girl and her many smiles, even stole it to live in a room with her. But a thief will always be a thief and cannot stand in the sun. Eyes fell on the man kneeling on the floor. Gu Jingchuan was wearing a treasure blue shirt, and the rain had wet all over him, revealing a dry and thin body. The bottom of Xie Guanyan's eyes were suddenly colored with a few shades of darkness, and the fingertips holding the umbrella tightened. He wanted so badly to grab Gu Jingchuan and question him. Doesn't he know that Shiny doesn't like the smell of smoke? Why still smoke in front of her? Doesn't he know that Shiny likes to be in good shape? Why don't you work out? Most importantly, why would he want to upset Shiny? Does he know how lucky he is? He deserves to die. The man with the shadows welling up under his eyes held the frames of his glasses with one hand and withdrew his gaze, his thick and long eyelashes dropping. So what's he gonna do now? turn around and go back. Let's not disturb the two of them. The man turned around and walked inside. The right hand holding the umbrella unconsciously exerted force. The wound was pulled open. Intense pain came. The veins on the back of the cold white hand floated up, only to stop and turn around again as he walked through the front door. An unopened door on one side hid his form. The wet sticky gaze behind the silver-colored lenses of his glasses remained unblinking as he stared at the young girl in the rain. As the raindrops hit his body, Gu Jingchuan felt some pain. Knees hurt even on the floor. There was nothing else he could do. He really liked Lin Mal, and as long as Lin Mal promised to get back together with him, he could immediately break it off with Lai Huanyu. Men's knees are gold. There's no way Limo can look at him like this and not go soft. It's raining so hard, he could catch a cold at any time and get drenched. He's been in a lot of movies over the years, the most about love. He'd even acted out this scene, but didn't think he'd actually use it in real life. But to be honest, he was still a little apprehensive inside. Lin Mal was not an ordinary person. She was used to being starstruck, unlike some of the love-starved ones that come with a hook in the hand. However, Lim walked towards him with an umbrella. His eyes burst with joy. I knew Lim couldn't afford to give it up. Actually, in the end he didn't make a substantial mistake. She was declared dead at the time and it was normal for him to fall in love again. Being in a place like showbiz, gossip is inevitable. His heart beat faster and faster as he watched the girl take a step toward him with her umbrella. She was wearing her school uniform, as bright and playful as the girl she had seen on the podium at the beginning of her freshman year of high school. The handle of the black umbrella was also black, and it was visually striking as she held it in her jade white hand. Getting closer, the corners of Gu Jingchuan's lips unconsciously quirked up. I heard the girl look at him and say, "Brother Drizzle, a late-night snack for you. Eat it when you're tired of kneeling." Gu Jingchuan, Gu Jingchuan. Gu Jingchuan couldn't believe what he was hearing. His mouth opened wide as he tilted his head. Ha! Lin Mo looked at the way Gu Jingchuan's entire body was wet from the rain, and his thin, limp hair was plastered on his head. It only felt like two black eyes. Does he think this is a skit? Gold miners can't dig up such pure divine gold. The young girl's nice voice mixed with the sound of wind and rain reached Xie Guanyan's ears. Excitement crept to the bottom of her eyes behind her silver glasses and her fingertips tingled. Breathing quickened suddenly, and his chest, hidden behind the door, rose and fell. Shiny didn't forgive. She didn't. Lin Mal bent down and placed the bag of late-night snacks in her hand in front of Gu Jingchuan. Rain drips on the nightshade bag. Gu Jingchuan, who had opened his mouth wide from shock, froze as rainwater fell into his mouth. He wants to talk. Gulp and drink the rainwater first. Lim did a double take and a double take. You've come to the buffet to eat? The thought that this record would follow her for the rest of her life made Lin Mal want to hit the tofu and shark herself. The corners of Gu Jingchuan's mouth twitched furiously, pretending that nothing had happened, or saying with deep emotion, Lin Mal, I'll keep kneeling here until you agree to get back together. Lin Mal eyed him blankly. You can kneel as long as you want. She's made it clear enough to understand. And she's trying to morally kidnap her? Sorry then, she wouldn't have been kidnapped if she didn't have morals. It could also be argued that she has a very flexible moral compass. As it is now, for example, both the nightcap and the umbrella should be returned to him, but the umbrella will have to wait a while. She doesn't want to catch a cold. Holding his cell phone in one hand, he opened it, tapped into WeChat, and tapped on Xie Guanyan's dialogue box. Lim's thick, long eyelashes fluttered. Fortunately, Xie Guanyan did not see Gu Jingchuan's head half-bald and still drinking rainwater, or she would never be able to raise her head. She was going to wait for him at the entrance to the courtyard, and when she saw him come out and put down the umbrella in her hand, she pulled him inside. Never let him see Gu Jingchuan's ugly face kneeling in the rain, jade white fingertips typing. I'm back. It's raining. Bring an umbrella. Click send. Next. Ding dong. The message ringtone suddenly rang in his ears. Lim's eyes went wide and her neck turned her head in a snap. A beautiful man in a white suit with a clear white umbrella stood behind her at some point. Lim. Aha. When did he get here? This was no longer important. He didn't care when he came. So close he must have seen Gu Jingchuan's ugly appearance. Lim flashed a larger-than-life smile. Some of them look alive, but have actually been there for a while. After hearing Lin Mal's refusal, Xie Guanyan came over from behind the door with an umbrella. The long legs stepped through the rain without hesitation. At that moment the two men looked at each other in all directions. A black and white umbrella touched. There was something called embarrassment running through the clear eyes of the brightly colored young girl in her school uniform, but she smiled with an arched brow. Lowering the black umbrella in her hand, the white umbrella immediately blocked her head without letting her get a single drop of rain. The young girl stepped away to walk over to the pretty man, and the white umbrella came back with her, covering both of them at the same time. Tilting her head, she told him, Come on, Xie Guanyan, let's go home. Chapter 096. Really too thoughtful. We're going home. We are. Go home. The 4 words fell into Xie Guanyan's ears like heavenly music. The best 4 words he had ever heard in his life. Mom died in childbirth. Bastard. No family. He has existed alone in this world since he was born. No one told him about us, much less there is such a thing as home. And now the girl is talking to him. We're going home. Like this villa is a home for both of them. A home for just the two of them. Despite knowing that the girl was just making a casual remark, the pleasure peaked at that point. A smile swept up from the bottom of his eyes, which were as deep as a 1,000-foot pool. A genuine, heartfelt smile. Well, go home, he said softly. The two turned side by side and walked back, like a couple strolling on a rainy day. Gu Jingchuan, who was still kneeling on the ground and being drenched by the heavy rain, was dumbfounded. His eyes were wider than brass bells, completely unable to believe what was happening in front of him. Lim went off with another man. That man is still Xie Guanyin. He crumpled to his feet and shouted hysterically, "Lim, come back! You come back!" Without turning around, Lim walked with her hands over her ears. A robust and upright and a slim but not soft figure quickly walked into the villa courtyard side by side. The gate was closed. It completely cut off Gu Jingchuan's line of sight. Disoriented, he dropped to the floor again, his face ashen, hands braced on the ground chrome to small stones, raw and painful. This villa, he remembered. This is Lim's previous home. Why did Xie Guanyin come out from the inside? Lin Mal just told Xie Guanyin that we're going home. We're going home? Did they live together? His mind suddenly recalled what Shinihan had said to him earlier. My sister is living with Mr. Xie. So these two are really together? Gu Jingchuan was so angry that his teeth were showing, and the veins in his neck were bulging. Xie Guanyin is such a despicable person. He must have been the first to know that Lim was back and took advantage of the situation when she was at her most vulnerable. Have to admit, now Xie Guanyin human-like dog has hundreds of billions of family property is really tempting. No matter how unusual Lin Mal was, she was still just an 18-year-old girl. She was fooled by him and really liked him. She's really moved on. It also allowed Xie Guanyin to ascend to the palace. Gu Jingchuan clenched his palms into fists, feeling real heartache for the first time. Tears flowed down uncontrollably like a yellow fruit tree waterfall. He covered his face with his hands and let the rain beat down on him. Lim is so stupid. Xie Guanyin is a pariah who grew up in the ghetto, is illegitimate, and a huge pervert. How could she like someone like that? Tears and snot a big. Gu Jingchuan could not accept this reality. The rain soaked his entire body and he shivered with cold. There was no point in kneeling anymore now. Lim's heart really wasn't in him anymore, but he won't give up, and he'll think hard about what to do next. He'll reclaim Lim's heart. In the pouring rain, he rose from the ground and took a deep look at the villa, grabbed his umbrella and walked into the yellow sports car. The sports car door slammed shut. The car hummed to life and turned around to leave. A minute later, the yellow sports car was back. Gu Jingchuan came out of the car and took away the late-night snack from the floor. The two returned to the villa's living room. After being out in the wind for a bit too long, Lim sneezed. She rubbed her nose. I'm going up to take a shower first. In the evening, Chefly cooked bird's nest and silver ear soup and, do you want some? Xie Guanyin put his umbrella away, and there were traces of rain dampness on the shoulders of his white suit. Drink, drink, drink. I'll be down as soon as I get out of the shower, Lim said. She used to come back from studying late and fix something to eat, because you can't go to sleep right away, and you have to do the questions. You have to get some energy. Denton went up the stairs with his backpack. Warm water rushed down over his head. Lim felt warm and much more comfortable, but still, he sighed. Xie Guanyin saw her case file again today. When did he open the door? Why don't you say something? The rain was so heavy she didn't hear the door open. And how did he know he was back? Oh right, it must be Gu Jingchuan, that god Jean, kneeling and shouting that noisy Xie Guanyin. Lim's white toes curled together on the bathroom floor. If she has committed a crime, please let the police arrest her and don't let her be so humiliated. A quick shower and change into pajamas. Hair blow-dried half dry. Come out of the bathroom. It was only then that Lim realized that there was an extra green couch in the bedroom. She mentioned to Xie Guanyin yesterday about the sofa in his bedroom and said she wanted to buy one. He said to buy it for her. I didn't expect it to arrive so soon. Or her favorite green. There was also a new desk in the bedroom, complete with pen and paper and tablet. Thoughtful, really too thoughtful. Lim got downstairs. Bird's nest and silver ear soup has been served. There was a serving of fruit cuts on the side, with washed blueberry cherries dotting the landscape. Lin Mal sat down, took a blueberry and put it in his mouth, and said, "How much is that couch and desk tablet in total? I'll transfer it to you." The young girl had just gotten out of the shower and her porcelain white skin still had some pink in it. Dainty and pretty. Xie Guanyin's sexy cold white throat knots rolled twice and said, "It's fine. You use it. It's kind of like I'm adding furniture to the house." Lin Mal's peach blossom eyes curled up. "When I meet a landlord like you, I'm willing to take the city's first place in every exam." A shallow laugh spilled from the man's throat. It swirled in the air, a little titillating. Lim's ears tickled, looking at the beautiful man in front of the light breeze. Somehow thought of the days of sharing a room with him really happy. He was used to good measured emotional stability and not caring about any image in his presence. The main thing is that stuff is gone too. Xia Guanyin, you're really good, Lin Mal sincerely complimented. Xia Guanyin looked at her, holding the frame of his glasses with one finger, and said slowly, it might not be as good as you think. Lin Mo took a sip of the bird's nest silver ear soup and shook her head. No, my eyes are rulers. I can see clearly who is good and who is bad. These words caused Xie Guanyin's brows to furrow and he almost blurted out, then you still like Gu Jingchuan that much?